Ding Yu, a senior at a university in Kyoto, had a strange dream where he turned into an impoverished young boy. Upon waking, he discovered a massive celestial body had appeared in the sky, signaling that something unusual was about to happen. Under the dim sky, Ding Yu found himself trapped in the body of a poorly dressed young boy. This frail body was swinging an old hoe with an iron piece tied to the end, digging into the barren yellow soil. Although he could clearly feel the boy's fatigue and hunger, he was powerless to change anything, like a spectator in a cage. On the other side of the wasteland, a middle-aged man with a wrinkled forehead and a tall, thin young man in his 20s were driving an old, yellow-haired ox. The father held the ox's rope, while the older brother guided a rudimentary wooden plow, leaving furrows in the ground. Zhuzi, hang in there. We only rented this ox gear for 7 days. If we can turn over most of this wasteland before dark, I'll give you and your brother an extra half bowl of bean porridge tonight. A sudden rainstorm interrupted their work. As the boy went to fetch a tarpaulin, he slipped and fell heavily into the muddy water, unable to get up. The father's and brother's frantic shouts seemed particularly helpless amidst the rain. Awakened from the dream, Ding Yu was about to retrieve his pre-ordered Galaxy game helmet when he encountered 3 men in black suits at his dormitory door. One of them held a silver metal box with a radar-like disc pointing at his room. A square-faced man presented credentials from the Special Affairs Department, demanding that he leave immediately for an investigation, with no contact allowed with the outside world. Sitting in the back of a long black car, Ding Yu saw a shocking sight through the window. A huge, hazy celestial body had appeared beside the sun, even larger than the sun itself. The square-faced man confirmed that this phenomenon had appeared just last night, and then used a black metal panel to completely cover the car window. 3 hours later, the car stopped. As Ding Yu stepped out, he was surprised to find the square-faced man looking at him with a meaningful gaze, suggesting that the dream, the new star in the sky, and this sudden conscription were all mysteriously connected. His fate seemed to be rapidly heading in an unknown direction. At this moment, he found himself in an unusually wide underground tunnel, where about 40 to 50 black cars, similar to the one he was riding in, formed a long black line. On either side of the tunnel stood 2 rows of armed soldiers, each holding cold, intimidating submachine guns. They stood straight and expressionless, clearly well-trained special forces. He also noticed that 1 or 2 people, around his age, were getting out of each car. They were all dressed in casual clothes and seemed to be students, guided by several soldiers, walking towards several bright circular passages along the tunnel. Under the signal of a square-faced man, Ding Yu followed a few young men and women towards the nearest circular passage. The entire circular passage was exceptionally smooth except for a row of small white lights above, as if entirely made of metal. Ding Yu and the others soon disappeared into the passage. At this moment, the square-faced man and the other men in suits turned around, got back into the cars, and drove away from the tunnel. 2 hours later, Ding Yu and over 100 other young men and women gathered in a large hall, all looking at a man in his 40s standing on a high platform at the front. This man, wearing loose casual clothes, had an ordinary appearance and tousled hair. He was speaking fluently while pointing at a blurry photo on a large screen behind him. This massive celestial body, named Sitan by us on Blue Star, is not a planet in the true sense, but a projection of a passage from another world. Take a closer look at these black spots on Sitan. When magnified countless times, they are actually huge man-made structures. If placed on Blue Star with the same scale, they would be tens of thousands of miles in diameter. Moreover, Sitan has not appeared for the first time on Blue Star. According to some secret records and verifications, it has appeared 4 times in history, each lasting over a month, with the earliest occurrence tracing back to the dawn of human civilization. As the middle-aged man spoke, he pointed at the screen, and the image switched to a primitive painting on a white stone wall. Despite its simplicity, the mural clearly depicted 2 suns, one large and one small, above many small black figures. The smaller sun was painted with yellow spots, while the larger sun had red spots. According to secret records, the interval between Sitan's appearances has been getting shorter, and each time it appears, it is larger than before. The last time it appeared was just 200 years ago, and back then, Sitan seemed about the size of the sun. Based on our scientists' research and predictions in recent years, it is likely to reappear in a few decades, or even a few years. When it does, it may no longer be a projection, but become a real cross-dimensional passage, possibly leading to the gradual merging of 2 worlds. Therefore, countries on Blue Star signed a secret agreement 10 years ago to address this issue at all costs. This is why you are here. The middle-aged man concluded solemnly. Dr. Chun, what does this have to do with us? We're still in school. Someone couldn't help but ask, even though everyone was stunned by what they heard. The student's question resonated with most of the audience. The young people around nodded in agreement, their eyes collectively turning towards Dr. Chun on the stage. Dr. Chun adjusted his glasses and smiled calmly. This student. No, I should say everyone invited here today. You all have a common reason for being here. Last night, when Sitan appeared, you all had dreams, and they were all related to beings from another world. Dreams? Dreams about otherworldly beings. A stir erupted in the audience, with some gasping in surprise and others whispering to their neighbors. How do you know this? What's going on? A girl asked, standing up with a slightly trembling voice. Ding Yu sat among the crowd, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He looked around in a daze apparently. He wasn't the only one who had that strange dream last night. Everyone here had experienced the same thing. Dr. Chen raised his hand to signal for silence. Please remain calm, everyone. Your strange dreams from last night are indeed related to another world, and I will explain everything to you. His voice was steady and powerful. As a representative of the government's Special Affairs Department, I have only one request for you. I hope each of you will have another dream about the other world, assisted by our equipment. The murmurs in the audience immediately ceased, and everyone listened intently. This time, the dream may last longer, but we assure you it will pose no life-threatening risks, Dr. Chen continued. The government will offer generous rewards, including monetary compensation or future job opportunities. All you need to do is learn as much as you can about the other world in your dream and report your findings to us. This will help us gain an accurate understanding of the other world. But before that, we need to conduct a simple test. The crowd was in turmoil, with some excitedly discussing the rewards and others worriedly whispering about danger. Meanwhile, Ding Yu was lost in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of his chair as his mind drifted back to the strange dream he had last night. Several hours later, deep underground in a heavily guarded white hall, dozens of sleek silver sleep pods were neatly arranged. Ding Yu and the other selected young individuals lay in their respective pods, eyes closed, breathing evenly, and appearing peaceful. Next to each pod stood a staff member in a white uniform, holding a device the size of a smartphone, continuously recording data on the screen with focused attention. Outside the hall, on an elevated platform, Dr. Chun and several officials in formal attire observed the individuals in the sleep pods through a large one-way glass window. They occasionally exchanged whispers and furrowed their brows, their expressions uniformly serious and solemn. The next morning, in a room set up like a classroom, a silver sleep pod was displayed at the front for demonstration. Ding Yu and the other young individuals sat behind neatly arranged desks, their numbers reduced to about 30, just a third of the original group. They listened intently as an elderly man with white hair gave a lecture beside the sleep pod. After investigations by countries around the world, the old man's voice was aged yet remarkably clear. We were surprised to discover that the individuals capable of connecting with Sitan in dreams are all concentrated within the Kyoto area of our country. Although other governments have already implemented similar screening measures, they have not found anyone capable of dreaming about the other world. The old man paused, his gaze sweeping over each young person present. Moreover, you may not know this, but all of you share the same birth date, and more precisely, the exact same birth hour. This might be the reason why only your brainwaves can connect with Sitan. Our scientists will conduct further research on this. He moved to an electronic screen and tapped a few times, revealing a map of an unfamiliar world. Combining the dreams you had last night with previous Sitan records, we have a rough outline of the other world. It is a world with lower productivity than ours, consisting of different countries and vast regions. Known otherworldly beings show no significant differences in appearance or physiological structure compared to us, the yellow race. The lifestyle, language, and calendar of most people there are somewhat similar to those of ancient China, suggesting the possibility that the people of this parallel world and us might share the same racial origin. This world seems to harbor supernatural and mysterious powers. Just last night, a classmate possessed by someone from this parallel world witnessed a talking fish with a human face. Your primary task will be to seek out these supernatural and mysterious forces in this other world. You have been rigorously selected as the final candidates, the base leader said solemnly. Your brainwaves not only enable stable communication with Sitan, but are also robust enough to ensure the safe use of the Type 0 sleep pod. The Type 0 sleep pod is one of the greatest inventions of the century, with its core components made from a new material extremely rare on Blue Star. Only a few hundred exist globally, all allocated to this secret base in our country. This high-tech device allows a person to sleep peacefully inside for years with just nutrient fluids. Each pod is equipped with a subsystem of the most advanced AI on Blue Star, Taoist, which monitors the user's health in real time and amplifies brainwave signals to extend the dream duration in the other world. In critical moments, it can even influence the behavior of the possessed beings in the parallel world, although the degree of influence varies depending on multiple complex factors. Next, I will teach you step by step how to call upon and use Taoyuan's assistance in your dreams, the leader continued, his voice echoing through the hall. Remember, the identities of the beings you possess in the other world vary. Most are ordinary people, but some hold special statuses. This information is top secret, and you are forbidden from discussing your situations privately. On the third night, Only about 30 of the silver-white sleep pods remained in the White Hall. Ding Yu stood beside one, his gaze fixed on several uniformed staff members making final adjustments to the pod. He glanced around and happened to meet the nervous gaze of a young girl near a neighboring pod. The girl, with fair skin and delicate features, blushed slightly upon meeting Ding Yu's eyes and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Ding Yu managed a faint smile in response, then inadvertently glanced at the newly attached silver nameplate on her pod, which bore the black letters Su Ting, presumably her name. Moments later, with the assistance of the staff, everyone gradually laid down in their respective pods. As the transparent glass cover slowly closed, Ding Yu took a deep breath, feeling a surge of unease. Despite this, Dr. Chen's voice came through clearly via the pod's built-in speakers. In 1 minute, the hypnotic gas will be released. Before that, I want to emphasize the 3 most important points. Dr. Chen's voice was calm and firm. First, protect your consciousness after entering the dream. If the being you possess in the other world dies, your physical body on Blue Star won't perish, but due to the synchronization of consciousness, it may cause mental damage. Second, during the Sitan period, you will remain in the sleep pod. Based on previous data, this process lasts about a month, but the flow of time in the dream may not sync with reality and might even change. If anyone stays in the dream beyond a month, do not panic. When the real time is up, we will actively wake you. 3. As we journey into the dream, our main goal is to understand the existence of mysterious forces in the alternate world. The more detailed the information, the better. Ideally, we can learn how to harness this power directly through the beings from the other world. Alright, best of luck to all of you on this journey to another realm. I will be here waiting for you to wake up. Initiating the sleep gas in 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown ended, a white mist was released into all the sleep pods. Ding Yu quickly lost consciousness as a sweet aroma filled his senses. 10 minutes later, a pale green liquid filled the entire sleep pod. On a high platform separated by a wall from the White Hall, Dr. Chen stood alongside a stern man in a crisp military uniform. They observed the scene inside the White Hall on a large screen, conversing as they watched. Dr. Chen, can we really prevent the future catastrophe on Blue Star by doing this? General Su asked. I don't know. This is the only result calculated by Taiyuan. You know how Taiyuan came to be. We have no choice but to trust it, Dr. Chen replied solemnly. The military man nodded silently. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed through the hall, announcing that an unknown energy had arrived, affecting the entire base. The base's 3-layered protective shield was penetrated, and the nearby electromagnetic field was also disrupted. This is bad. Taiyuan, activate the base's emergency defense system immediately. Dr. Chen's face changed drastically as he urgently grabbed the microphone and shouted. Meanwhile, the sleep pods in the White Hall began to shake violently, sparks flying, some even bursting open. Half an hour later, Dr. Chen and the man in the military uniform appeared in the White Hall, their faces grim as they surveyed the chaos, listening to the reports from the staff. Most of the sleep pods were emitting black smoke, and some of the recently asleep personnel were being helped up, looking bewildered. Report, only 3 of the Zero-type sleep pods are still functioning properly. The others have various issues and need repairs before they can be used again, a staff member reported urgently. Quickly, bring other intact sleep pods and have those who woke up return to the dream, Dr. Chun instructed anxiously. But before the staff could carry out the orders, a pleasant female voice sounded in the hall. Doctor, it has been identified that the unknown energy came from outer space. Now, both this energy and Satan have disappeared. Outer space? Satan has disappeared now? That's impossible. Dr. Chun and General Su exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging incredulous looks. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the underground base, in a giant unmanned machine room protected by several layers of thick armor, a cold mechanical voice echoed. Base database data loss in progress. In progress. Subsystem sequence missing. Starting replication and remaking immediately. In progress. In progress. Missing subsystem replication complete. Rechecking. Issue resolved. Ding Yu slowly opened his eyes amidst a throbbing headache. Above him was a shabby wooden ceiling with several thick beams supporting its cracks, and the room was filled with a musty, damp smell. He was covered with a patched black and yellow quilt, feeling utterly weak, as if every muscle in his body had been pummeled, leaving him in severe pain. Even the slightest movement was an immense effort. He grimaced and forced himself to look around. The room was small, with roughly patched walls where the wind gently seeped through the gaps. Besides a simple bed covered with straw, the room was empty. Where am I? Ding Yu wondered, scanning the surroundings for a clue. After a while, he remembered something and struggled to sit up despite his discomfort. He raised an arm, looking at the thin, pale hand that seemed both unfamiliar and vaguely recognizable. Could it be? No, that's impossible, he groaned softly. At that moment, the door swung open, and a woman in a gray coarse cloth dress and a floral headscarf entered. Seeing Ding Yu awake, she gasped, "Zhu Er," and rushed to the bedside. embracing him tightly as tears streamed down her face. Ding Yu's body stiffened, feeling her hot tears on his neck. He instinctively murmured, "Mother," but then pushed her away, clutching his head as his body shook with pain. "Zhuer, what's wrong?" the woman asked, her voice trembling with panic. Ding Yu squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted in agony, barely able to control himself. As darkness enveloped him and unconsciousness loomed again, he vaguely saw two familiar figures hurriedly entering the room before he lost all awareness. This time, Ding Yu had a long dream. He dreamt he was a boy, experiencing snippets of life from birth until about 12 or 13 years old. Memories surfaced one by one, finally settling on a barren field. He was working the land with his father, and as they toiled, a sudden downpour caught him off guard. He misstepped and lost consciousness. After an indeterminate time, Ding Yu jolted awake, breathing heavily with the bitter taste of herbal medicine in his mouth. He tried to move his mouth, even feeling some residual dregs of the medicine. A tall, slender young man stood by the bed, his face lighting up when he saw Ding Yu awake. "Little brother, you're awake. How do you feel? Is the medicine Dr. Wong prescribed helping?" Ding Yu glanced at the young man with effort, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Big brother, I'm fine, just weak." "All right, you rest. I'll go get father," the young man said happily, turning to leave. Ding Yu lay quietly, raising his hands to gaze at the unfamiliar pair, his eyes vacant. It was then he truly realized, was he Ding Yu, or a boy named Wang Taizhu in another world? The two identities seemed indistinguishable, memories mixed and jumbled, only fragments piecing together in his mind. He felt confused yet vaguely aware that this body he inhabited was the same one from the dream, belonging to the boy from another world. He recalled that during training, Dr. Chen never mentioned such a scenario where an otherworldly body would replace his own. Ding Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled by the situation. What was happening? Why was this occurring? He pondered for a while, then called out softly, "Taiyuan." Yet, nothing happened. This is a real problem now. The method to activate the Taiyuan auxiliary system, as explained in the training, has failed. Ding Yu's face showed a mix of emotions as he felt a wave of anxiety. Just as he was lost in confusion, a loud door creak echoed through the room. A middle-aged man, dressed in gray, burst in, panting heavily. He immediately spotted Ding Yu sitting on the bed, and his face lit up with joy as he quickly approached and asked with concern, "Zhuzi, you're really awake?" Hu Laosan said you might be out for 2 or 3 days, maybe even in danger, but it turns out he was talking nonsense. His medical skills aren't great, but that herbal soup did save your life. The man couldn't help but laugh, as if the situation was now light and easy. Ding Yu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face, feeling a sense of being in a different world. He found his lips curling into a smile and softly replied, "Dad, I'm fine, just have a bit of a headache." This man was Ding Yu's biological father, Wong Kuei. Wong Kuei's smile grew even brighter as he touched Ding Yu's forehead, relieved to find his temperature had returned to normal. He sighed, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Zhuzi, you fainted in the fields because your body is too weak. It's my fault for sending you out in the rain. It's a miracle you're awake." Ding Yu nodded, frowning slightly. "Has Mom gone to Grandpa's house?" Wong Kuei nodded, a trace of pride in his eyes. "Yes, your grandpa is a renowned hunter, unmatched for miles around. Though he's getting on in years, his skills in catching rabbits and chickens are still sharp. Your mother went to get some cured meat to help you recover." He smiled, as if everything was filled with hope. Ding Yu felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help licking his lips, recalling the image of a tall, bearded elder in his mind, his grandpa, who had always doted on him as the youngest in the family. "Meat soup." Ding Yu smacked his lips unconsciously, feeling a slight sourness, and even drooled a bit. Embarrassed, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, feeling a little awkward. Wong Kuei laughed heartily at the sight. "Look at you, drooling already. Don't worry, I picked some fruit on the way back for you to nibble on. Your brother and I have to get back to work, so rest well." With that, Wong Kuei pulled a red and green fruit from his pocket and handed it to Ding Yu. "Eat this for now, don't go hungry." He patted Ding Yu's shoulder and turned to leave. Ding Yu looked down at the fuzzy wild fruit in his hand, feeling a surge of complex emotions. This small fruit seemed to have been carefully chosen by his father amidst the chaos, evoking a strong sense of familial bond, yet he suddenly realized he didn't belong here. "I can't let myself be deceived," he thought to himself, quickly gathering his thoughts. "This isn't my world." The training had mentioned that upon entering a different realm, one's thoughts could be easily misguided, creating a sense of immersion that makes one believe they belong in that world, thus losing their sense of self. Although he hadn't possessed someone else's body but completely replaced it, the illusion remained dangerous. His current task was to understand this world, gather information, and complete his mission, setting aside other matters for now. Ding Yu took a deep breath and bit into the fruit, its tart juice spreading through his mouth. He began to sift through the newly acquired memories in his mind, trying to extract more information. In these memories, he grew up in Wangjia village, a small settlement with just over 100 households. Most of the villagers share the surname Wong, and similar-sized villages are scattered within a radius of 20 to 30 miles. There are tales of a bustling city called Huang in the distance, supposedly home to hundreds of thousands and governing all the nearby villages and towns, but Wang Taizhu has never seen it with his own eyes. Poverty was a constant shadow over Wang Taizhu's family life. They owned only a few acres of poor land where they grew a type of black pea. Their daily meals consisted of 2 servings, occasionally accompanied by a small bowl of bland pickled vegetable soup, but mostly it was porridge made from those black peas. The porridge had a pleasant aroma but was bitter and hard to swallow. As the youngest son, he received only 2 small bowls each day, with the rest going to his father and elder brother Wang Dagong, who were the main breadwinners. White rice and wheat flour were luxuries the Wang family could only dream of, reserved for special occasions. Fortunately, his grandfather was a hunter and would bring some preserved game whenever he visited, providing a rare taste of something rich. Unfortunately, his grandfather lived far away and could only visit a few times a year. The villagers' everyday supplies, like farming tools, salt, and lamp oil, were purchased collectively on trips to Huangshe City. In this land, the lord of Huangshe was the highest authority in the minds of Wangjia villagers, while any mention of the emperor or the higher court was absent from Dingye's memories. This place resembled a typical ancient impoverished village where people toiled daily for mere survival. As for the supernatural powers mentioned by Dr. Chun and others, Wang Tiezhu's memories were blank on that topic. As evening fell and darkness deepened, Ding Yu sat in a relatively spacious room, staring at the bowl of dark green porridge in front of him, lost in thought. Zhuzi, you haven't fully recovered. Eat more, said Wang Kuei kindly from across the table. Yes, yes, little brother, don't worry about it. His elder brother Wang Dagong mumbled through mouthfuls of food. Father and I will take care of the farm work. Father, I'm just wondering why mother hasn't returned from grandpa's house yet. Ding Yu replied absently, quickly lifting the bowl to take a large gulp of the black pea porridge. The bitterness flooded his mouth, and if he hadn't been prepared, he might have spat it out right then. Can this stuff even be considered food? Ding Yu silently cursed to himself, lamenting how difficult the half-soft black beans were to swallow. Fortunately, after a few chews, they released a slightly glutinous aroma, making them just barely edible. He calculated in his mind that his mother had left for his grandfather's house early in the morning and should be back soon. Could something have happened on the way? The tall, thin young man impatiently emptied the wooden bowl in a few bites, habitually wiping his mouth with his tattered sleeve, then asked, puzzled, maybe your mother stayed a little longer at your grandfather's house. What could have happened on the way? Wang Kuei shook his head and replied casually, no way, that's impossible. With that, he ladled another bowl of black bean porridge from the nearby iron pot and handed it to Ding Yu. Ding Yu looked down at the porridge in front of him, contemplating whether to find an excuse to eat less. Just as he was lost in thought, 2 crisp knocks came from outside, followed by the door opening. In walked a woman dressed in coarse cloth and an old man with a thick beard carrying a bundle. On seeing the old man, Wang Kuei was visibly surprised and quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks to greet him. Ding Yu and the tall, thin young man also stood up, greeting in unison, grandfather. In Wang Tai's memory, this grandfather had always been very loving towards him. He often brought meat to improve the family's meals and once traded half a wild boar to hire a literate old scholar from the village to teach him reading and writing for half a year, thus helping him shed his illiteracy. Seeing his 2 grandsons, the old man smiled slightly and inquired about Ding Yu's recovery. However, the woman seemed unable to contain her anxiety and broke the silence first, saying, husband, my father got news that Huangshe City is going to start a conscription for spirit labor. Spirit labor? Wang Kuei was taken aback, almost dropping his chopsticks, his expression changing slightly. Is this true? The news should be accurate. An old friend of mine told me secretly. His son works in the Huangshe City garrison. The old man nodded, his tone grave. Once the conscription starts, all males over 10 must serve. Xiao Air is already 10, and to avoid this conscription, I plan to send him to a nearby Taoist temple. Wang Kuei frowned at this, remaining silent for a moment before asking, a Taoist temple? Which one are you talking about? Do you think there's a way for Zhuzi to become a Taoist novice? The old man patted the bundle on his back with a smug look. Of course, it's the most famous Baiyun temple nearby. It was unlikely at first, but I brought items Baiyun temple urgently needs this time, and Xiao Air's age is just right. It should work out. A temple is a good place. I hear they provide food and drink, and meals are made with white rice and flour, the old man added with a satisfied smile. Grandfather, I want to go too. The tall, thin young man, after hearing the old man's words, looked down at the black bean porridge in front of him, his eyes lighting up. The old man sighed, looking at his eldest son. Dagong, you can't go. You're too old. The temple only accepts children under 15. Smack. Wang Kuei slapped his son's head in annoyance. Can't you think properly about whether Zhuzi can adapt to life in a temple? The woman looked at her younger son with a face full of worry, her eyes filled with anxiety. Ding Yu stood there silently, Feeling as if thunder was rolling in his heart, a flurry of questions flooding his mind. What exactly is this spirit labor? What does being a Taoist novice entail? Are the Taoist temples here the same as those on Blue Star? Could becoming a Taoist novice here be a good thing? He stared blankly at the porridge in front of him, overwhelmed with emotions, unable to utter a word. A few days later, Ding Yu stood at the foot of a small hill, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. His grandfather was bent over, respectfully talking to a man dressed in a Taoist robe. The Taoist appeared to be in his 40s, with thick eyebrows and a square face. His speech was slow and methodical, exuding an undeniable authority. Behind them, a winding stone path led up to the hilltop, where a small Taoist temple peeked through the lush trees, occasionally obscured by the swaying leaves. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the old man turned around, his face showing a mix of reluctance and advice, and said to Ding Yu, "Xiao Heir, you will stay with Master Chongyun from now on. Be obedient in the temple and do whatever the master instructs. In a few years, when the spiritual service is over, I'll bring you home." After saying this, the old man turned to the Taoist, whispered a few words of gratitude, then handed over a heavy package respectfully before turning and leaving with the aid of his cane. Ding Yu watched his grandfather's retreating figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions, unable to speak. During their journey here, his grandfather had explained why people were so fearful of the spiritual service. It turned out that every decade or so, Huang City would order its villages and towns to send many men to cultivate certain peculiar wastelands. The soil in these lands was unusually hard, requiring special heavy tools for farming, making the process extremely arduous and even damaging to those who served. The service could last from 3 to 4 months, sometimes extending over half a year. Were it not for the generous rewards from Huang City, even strong adult men would struggle to endure it. Strangely, once these wastelands were cultivated, the city lord's office would immediately post guards to prevent ordinary people from approaching. It was said that a special type of rice, harvested once every 10 years and reserved for the elite, was grown there. Consuming it was rumored to extend one's life, though no one knew for sure. Additionally, Ding Yu learned from his grandfather that Huang City controlled hundreds of villages and towns, while outside the city lay desolate wildernesses, reportedly inhabited by various monstrous creatures. As for the government and the imperial court, his grandfather knew nothing. Although Ding Yu had his doubts, he realized that his grandfather was just a hunter, like the other villagers in Wangjia village, who might never have left the nearby areas in their lifetime. How could he know about the outside world? It seemed that to gain more information about this world, he would have to seek out people of some standing in Huangshe City. Other than that, Ding Yu found no significant differences between this world and his own. The existence of religions like Buddhism and Taoism didn't surprise him. Perhaps, as Dr. Chun and others speculated, this world had some profound connection to his own. However, he felt somewhat resigned about becoming a Taoist apprentice just days after arriving in this new world, hoping only that the temple's meals would be better than those at home. All right, stop staring. Follow me up the mountain. Once I register your name in the temple's records, you'll officially be one of us, Master Chongyun said calmly to the young boy. Yes, thank you, Master. Ding Yu quickly snapped back to reality, bowing deeply to the Taoist. You're young but respectful. Master Chongyun nodded slightly and continued. Normally, the temple wouldn't accept anyone at this time, but your grandfather found something I urgently needed, which was a great help. Therefore, allowing you to join as a Taoist apprentice is an exception. Your Taoist name will be Chiuyue, and from now on, call me Temple Master. He looked at the seemingly ordinary boy again, somewhat surprised. Yes, Temple Master. Ding Yu responded respectfully. Ding Yu called out obediently. Chongyun Daoran nodded slightly, turned, and started up the winding mountain path with Ding Yu hurrying after him. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they reached the mountain peak. Before them stood a small Taoist temple, occupying just 2 or 3 acres. Above the vermilion-painted doors hung a sign with silver characters on a red background, gleaming with the words, White Cloud Temple. Ding Yu stared at the characters that resembled ancient script from his world, and as a university student from Earth, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, silently reciting the words. They passed through the open doors to find a small square paved with blue bricks. Directly ahead was the main hall housing the deity statues, flanked by side rooms, with 2 stone paths leading to the back of the temple. In the square, a chubby young Taoist was sweeping. Upon seeing Chongyun Daoran, he put down his broom and ran over respectfully, calling out, Master. Winter Moon, go to my room and fetch the temple's register. Chongyun Daoran instructed, then pointed to Ding Yu. This child is the new acolyte, Chiuyue. Remember, if anyone asks, say Chiuyue joined us half a year ago alongside you. Yes, I'll get it right away, the young Taoist replied, casting a surprised glance at Ding Yu before hurrying off to a side room. The Taoist led Ding Yu into the main hall. Though not lavishly adorned, the hall was solemn and ancient, complete with an altar and incense burner. Facing the entrance stood a statue of a Taoist master, about 10 feet high. carved from blue stone with 3 long whiskers and a lifelike expression, bearing a white stone sword on its back. This is the 9 heavens master Yang, whom we venerate. Come and bow, Chongyun Daoran said after lighting incense before the statue. With a loud thud, Dingyu knelt and bowed deeply to the statue, his actions full of force. Chongyun Daoran smiled in satisfaction at this display. At that moment, Winter Moon hurried into the hall, holding a thin red book. The Taoist took the book, opened it, and picked up a brush from the altar, casually asking, "What's your name?" "Wang Taizhu." Chongyun Daoran frowned and shook his head. "That name won't do. It's too crude. Although there's no strict rule, traditionally, crude names aren't recorded in the register. Let's change it. I'll inform your grandfather afterward. I'm sure he won't mind." "Change my name?" Dingyu was surprised. "Yes, if you can't think of one, I can help," the Taoist said nonchalantly. "I'll change it to Wong Yu." Dingyu blurted out after a moment of thought. "Wong Yu, that sounds acceptable. Can you write it?" the Taoist asked with mild curiosity. Dingyu hesitated before nodding, tracing the characters in the air with his finger. Chongyun Daoran nodded in approval, added Wong Yu to the register after the pre-written Chiyue, and solemnly advised, "Remember, now that you're in the register, you're Wong Yu from today. Don't slip up in front of others. Or if you're caught, you'll face servitude, and I won't be able to help." Wong Yu agreed repeatedly, resolving that in this new world, he would be known as Wong Yu. "Please show the newcomer around the temple, get them their supplies, and explain the rules. I need to perform the morning rituals, so you may leave now. Chiyue, come see me again this evening," the Taoist said calmly before sitting cross-legged on a cushion by the altar, closing his eyes to meditate. The young Taoist, Dongyue, respectfully acknowledged the instructions and led Wang Yu out of the main hall. As soon as they stepped outside, Dongyue visibly relaxed and gave Wang Yu a playful wink. "Chiyue, since I joined the temple before you, you should call me senior brother," Dongyue whispered with a hint of pride. "You joined Baiyun Temple to avoid the spiritual conscription too, right?" "So did I. My father got word months in advance and spent a lot to get the head priest to accept me." As they walked, Dongyue's voice grew more animated. "The last spiritual conscription was 10 years ago and was said to be terrifying. Any male over 10 was taken to serve, and it could be months before they returned home, if ever. Those who did come back were often very ill." He patted Wang Yu's shoulder reassuringly. "But don't worry, as long as our names are on the temple registry, Huangshu City can't touch us." The two continued along the stone path, and Dongyue became increasingly talkative. "The rules here are simple. Just follow the head priest's instructions. Our daily tasks are like cleaning the temple and reciting the Baiyun scripture 3 times, morning and evening. After that, we're free to do as we please, like tending the nearby fields or exploring the back mountain." Wang Yu looked around at the orderly rows of side rooms and couldn't help but interrupt Dongyue's chatter. "Senior brother Dongyue, it seems a bit quiet here. Is it just you and the head priest?" "Of course not," Dongyue laughed, shaking his head. "Besides you, me, and the head priest, there's senior brother Qingfeng. He's the head priest's true disciple and can call him master directly. Unlike us, who are disciples in name only. But Qingfeng is out right now, performing rituals for a wealthy family. So there are 4 of us in the temple," Wang Yu mused, nodding thoughtfully. Before long, Dongyue had shown Wang Yu around most of the temple, found him a fitting robe, and assigned him a clean side room. As they walked along a path beside the main hall to the back of the temple, they arrived at an open area. To one side was a vegetable garden, lush and thriving within its wooden fence. On the other side stood a weapon rack lined with various weapons, such as swords, spears, and staffs. Nearby were several simple wooden dummies and 5 or 6 white stone locks of varying sizes. At the far end of the clearing stood a solitary stone house, its dark door secured by a large bronze lock, with 2 torn yellow talismans crossed over it, marked with strange black patterns. As Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, Dongyue excitedly pointed at the weapon rack and said with a mischievous grin, "This is where the head priest and senior brother Qingfeng practice martial arts. Since you're now part of the temple, the head priest will probably teach you some martial arts for self-defense. I learned a staff technique from him, and it's quite formidable." "The head priest knows martial arts?" Wang Yu asked, genuinely surprised by Dongyue's words as he took in the scene. "Of course, and he's quite skilled," Dongyue replied, striding over to the weapon rack and pointing to the largest stone lock. "Come over and take a look at this handprint." The head priest left it with a single strike. Intrigued, Wang Yu hurried over to examine the handprint closely. On the side of the white stone lock, a half-inch deep handprint was clearly visible. Wang Yu reached out and gently traced the edges of the imprint with his fingers, then pressed down with some force, surprised by the stone's hardness. The stone lock was incredibly tough. Even a sharp tool would struggle to leave a mark on it, let alone a bare hand. If this is real, the strength of this Chongyun Taoist is truly astonishing, far beyond anything on Blue Star, Wang Yu thought, his heart racing with excitement he couldn't suppress. Could this be a manifestation of some supernatural power? He turned to the smug young Taoist beside him and asked respectfully, "Brother Dongyue, Could you show me the staff technique that the master taught you? The master taught the Vajra staff technique. The young Taoist, eager to show off, readily agreed. If Brother Chiuyue wants to see, of course, you can. With that, he pulled a heavy long staff, taller than himself, from the weapon rack and strode to the center of the open space. Wong Yu eyed the dark, heavy staff with a curious expression and asked, Brother, may I touch the staff? Of course, but be careful, it's quite heavy, Dong Yue replied with a smile, handing over the staff. Feeling the cool, metallic surface, Wong Yu was surprised. This staff is wrapped in such thick iron. It must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. Can you really wield it, brother? Haha, you're underestimating me, the young Taoist said dismissively. I'm quite strong. This weight is nothing. I could even handle a solid iron staff. Watch closely awakening from a great dream, Veda descends. The young Taoist stood in the center of the training ground, chanting as the long staff whistled through the air. Wong Yu clapped and praised outwardly, but internally he felt that, although the staff technique was visually impressive, it lacked anything particularly unique. Still, it was perplexing how this chubby young man, around his age, possessed such strength. With a loud shout, Dong Yue slammed the staff's end into the ground, creating a shallow pit. He put the staff away, panting slightly, and said proudly, How about that? I've only been practicing for 6 months, and even the master says I have talent. Impressive. Wang Yu recalled the handprint on the stone lock and asked, With such a heavy staff, I couldn't master it in half a year. But since you're so skilled, Brother Qingfeng must be even more remarkable, right? Mentioning Qingfeng, Dong Yue's tone became hesitant. Brother Qingfeng is indeed more skilled, but he's not very approachable. You'll understand when you meet him. Though curious, Wang Yu noticed the young Taoist's reluctance to elaborate, and instead pointed to a stone house. Brother, what is this locked house used for? And why are there these paper slips on it? They're not just paper slips. They're talismans, said to ward off evil and seal things. Dong Yue corrected, glancing at the stone house and shaking his head. As for the house, I'm not too sure. It was already here when I arrived at White Cloud Temple, and the master instructed us not to go near it. I've seen Brother Qingfeng go inside, but when I asked him about it, he wouldn't say. However, he added with a mysterious expression, This house is indeed strange. You'll understand if you get closer. Intrigued by curiosity, Wang Yu approached the stone house. Before he even got close, a biting chill hit him, causing him to stop in his tracks. Isn't it refreshing? Dong Yu clapped her hands and laughed. The closer you get, the colder it becomes. I once touched the wall with my hand and couldn't hold it there for even a few seconds. Hearing this, Wang Yu skeptically took 2 more steps forward and placed his palm on the stone wall. Instantly, a piercing cold shot through his hand and into his body, making him gasp and quickly withdraw his hand, stepping back repeatedly. The little Taoist laughed heartily at the sight. What on earth is inside this stone house? Wang Yu asked, rubbing his numb hand, his curiosity growing even stronger. Later, Wang Yu lingered with Dong Yu in front of the weapon rack, casually swinging various weapons before settling temporarily in a side room in the front courtyard of the Taoist temple. In the evening, Dong Yu brought him some coarse grain buns mixed with white flour and a small plate of pickled vegetables, which Wang Yu devoured hungrily before hurrying to the main hall to meet Chongyun Taoist. Joining this temple means you must memorize and recite the Baiyun scripture 3 times a day, Chongyun Taoist said, pulling a yellow-covered scripture from his sleeve and tossing it to Wang Yu. I wrote this myself. You know some characters, so take a look. Wang Yu clumsily caught the scripture and began to carefully examine it. The pages were densely filled with small, almost illegible characters resembling clerical script. Though some characters were peculiar and hard to decipher, he could roughly guess the meaning, which brought him some relief. Chongyun Taoist began explaining the scripture. Initially, Wang Yu found it profound and difficult to understand, but after pondering it, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was just the old Taoist philosophy of non-action from his home planet, Blue Star. When he turned to the last page, a previously blank page suddenly revealed a strange paterna cloud-like design formed by twisted black lines. Chongyun Taoist paused his explanation, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Wang Yu, however, was too engrossed to notice the Taoist's reaction. At first glance, the pattern seemed ordinary, but as he tried to focus on the black lines, the drawing began to blur, and a wave of dizziness swept over him. More bizarrely, the black lines seemed to wriggle like living things, drawing his gaze in as if they were a black hole, making it impossible for him to look away. For the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Wang Yu was entranced by the scripture, until he felt dizzy and nauseous. Only then did he hear the Taoist speak. Stop now. The first time viewing this thing for too long isn't good. I didn't expect you to have such sensitivity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see this cloud pattern. The Taoist's voice wasn't loud, but to Wang Yu, it was like a thunderclap, jolting him and finally forcing him to tear his gaze away from the scriptures. At that moment, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, as if he had stayed up all night. Taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart, Wang Yu asked, Master, What is inspiration? Do I have it? And what are these cloud patterns? His voice betrayed his astonishment. The Taoist scrutinized the young man before him with a complex expression and slowly explained, inspiration is a gift, and the cloud patterns are not of the mundane world. Only those with inspiration can see them. It's a rare talent, found in only 1 out of thousands. He paused. You're still young. If it were earlier. Never mind. You should leave for now. With a sigh, he gestured for the young man to go. Confused, Wong Yu raised the White Cloud Sutra in his hand and asked, Master, this book? He noticed the cloud patterns on the last page had vanished, leaving the page blank once more. You have inspiration and came here at this time. It seems we are fated to meet, the Taoist said after a moment of hesitation. You may keep this White Cloud Sutra. When you're feeling well again, you can look at the patterns. His tone turned serious. A word of advice, in your current state, only view it once a day. If you feel unwell, stop immediately. Prolonged exposure might benefit your mental growth. Thank you for your kindness, Master. I take my leave. Wang Yu expressed his gratitude and exited the hall, filled with questions. Chong Yun, the Taoist, stood motionless, watching Wang Yu's retreating figure. In the quiet hall, he murmured to himself, what a pity. Unaware of the Taoist's lament, Wang Yu returned to his room and couldn't resist opening the book to the last page again, carefully placing it on the table to examine. However, as his eyes scanned the page, all he felt was a wave of intense fatigue. It seems Chong Yun was right. I need to wait until I'm fully recovered before looking at it again, Wang Yu thought. Closing the book, he paced the room, pondering the day's events. Clearly, both the astonishing handprint on the stone lock and the strange patterns in the White Cloud Sutra indicated that Chong Yun might be connected to the supernatural forces he had been seeking. From their conversation, it seemed that inspiration was the key to accessing these powers. Cloud patterns, inspiration. Wang Yu muttered, stopping to gaze at his hands. Though his soul was that of an adult from the 21st century, his body was just a teenager's. According to Chong Yun, inspiration was extremely rare, and this body having it seemed too coincidental. Then he considered that inspiration might be linked to mental strength, and since he had possessed this body, it was likely that the inspiration was related to his own mind. Could it be that this body originally lacked inspiration, but because my adult consciousness traveled here from Blue Star and merged with Wang Tieju's memories, it gained this gift? Wang Yu speculated wildly. No matter what, since he had already found clues about the supernatural and mysterious powers of this world, Wang Yu understood that he must gather more information from Chong Yun Taoist before leaving. Only then could he achieve great success upon returning to Blue Star. The thought of the promised rewards and a bright future from Dr. Chun and others invigorated Wang Yu, easing his fatigue considerably. He carefully tucked the White Cloud Sutra under the wooden pillow on his bed and finally succumbed to sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Yu was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Still groggy, he yawned and was just about to open the door when Dong Yue burst in. Brother Chiuyue, how can you still be sleeping at this hour? If you don't hurry, you'll miss it. Dong Yue grabbed Wang Yu's hand and hurriedly pulled him outside. Confused, Wang Yu followed and asked with a frown, Miss what? What are we going to miss? Dong Yue quickly explained. The time when the master teaches martial skills only comes once a month. Once you're registered in the White Cloud Temple's records, the master offers free guidance once a month. If you miss this chance, you'll have to wait until next month. I saw your interest in martial arts yesterday, so you definitely can't miss it today. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was taken aback and quickly thanked Dong Yue before following him straight to the training ground behind the temple. At the training ground, Taoist Chong Yun had been waiting for some time. Seeing Wang Yu and Dong Yue arrive, he nodded and gestured for Wang Yu to stand aside, then instructed Dong Yue. Dong Yue, as usual, you will first demonstrate the Vajra staff technique today. Let me see your progress. Yes, master. Dong Yue replied cheerfully, quickly retrieving a long staff from the weapon rack. He then moved to the center of the field and skillfully began to perform the Vajra staff technique. As Dong Yue wielded the staff, his movements grew increasingly vigorous, each strike precise and well executed. The shout accompanying his final move was even louder than before, yet the size of the pit made by the staff striking the ground remained unchanged. When Dong Yue, covered in sweat, put away his staff and looked expectantly at Taoist Chong Yun, Wang Yu couldn't help but clap, his hands nearly sore from the applause. Taoist Chong Yun frowned slightly and, after a moment, said coldly, You are indeed familiar with the Vajra staff technique, but your power application and breathing rhythm, which I taught you last time, have clearly not improved. And why do you always have to shout when executing a move? I've told you many times. He paused, looking slightly displeased. While shouting might add momentum, the actual effect is almost the same. Don't you think your timing for applying force is always off? Dong Yue sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Well, I do understand the power application and breathing rhythm you taught me last time, but every time I practice, something feels off, like it's not smooth. If it weren't for your father's generous donations to repair the temple, I wouldn't have accepted someone as lazy as you. Your aptitude is average, and your martial practice is inconsistent, Taoist Chongyun said coldly. Hearing this, Dongyue immediately lowered his head in regret and replied sheepishly, Master, I'll definitely improve next time. There's nothing to improve. The Vajra staff has become just for show. Continue to ponder my previous guidance, and only when you achieve impervious to water will you come to me again. Taoist Chongyun finished, dismissively waving his hand, signaling Dongyue to continue practicing. Yes, yes, I will work hard, Dongyue replied dejectedly, moving to the other side of the training ground to silently practice his staff technique. Chiuyue, since you've joined our temple, I will treat you equally and teach you some martial skills for self-defense. Is there a particular martial skill you wish to learn? I am proficient in staff techniques, swordplay, and hand-to-hand combat. You can choose one to learn, Taoist Chongyun said, turning to Wong Yu with a slightly more gentle tone. Wong Yu felt a surge of determination, took a deep breath, and looked resolutely at Taoist Chongyun. I want to learn swordplay. Master, can I learn the skill that leaves handprints on stones? Wong Yu glanced at the stone lock not far away, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart, and he asked the Taoist. Oh, you have a keen eye? That's iron palm, a formidable hand technique. Chongyun Taoist nodded, then hesitated and shook his head. But this skill isn't suitable for you. You're too young, and this external technique can cause significant wear on the bones of your hands, affecting their development. Moreover, the training involves soaking in medicinal juices, which is extremely painful. Wang Yu felt a bit disappointed and tentatively asked, Can I learn senior brother Dongyue's Vajra staff technique instead? The Taoist furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, Come closer, let me examine your foundation. He stood up, walked over to Wang Yu, and began to assess him. Wang Yu did not resist, allowing the Taoist to check him. After a moment, Chongyun Taoist looked troubled and softly said, Your foundation is ordinary, and your vitality is somewhat weak. The Vajra staff is a fierce and powerful technique, but not suitable for you. It would only add to your burden. You should choose some lighter sword techniques. A sword technique is fine. Please teach me, Master. Wang Yu's disappointment slightly faded, and he had already decided. Since he couldn't learn the iron palm or Vajra staff, sword techniques were a good alternative. After all, he had only been in this world for a month, so what he learned wasn't that important. Chongyun Taoist nodded, walked over to the weapon rack, and picked up a light wooden sword. I'm best at hand-to-hand combat. My staff skills are not as strong, and my sword skills are basic. However, the Gale sword technique I will teach you is simple, but has a unique origin. In the past, someone used this technique to slay several demon beasts, the Taoist said, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. What are demon beasts? One you couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Chongyun Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Oh, I forgot you're from a remote place. It's no surprise you haven't seen demon beasts. Dongyue, come here and explain to Chiuyue. Upon hearing this, Dongyue eagerly ran over and explained to Wang Yu. Junior brother Chiuyue, demon beasts are well known in Huangshe City. They're actually unique variants of ordinary beasts, possessing special abilities that normal beasts don't have. Some have fur tough as iron, some are gigantic, and others can breathe fire or frost. Ordinary people encountering them would surely meet their end. Wang Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help but think, demon beasts? Aren't they like monsters? Dongyue quickly shifted gears, praising, these demon beasts. Only groups of hunters or experts like our master can handle them. Master is indeed a great expert. Chongyun Taoist smiled calmly and waved his hand. I'm not much of an expert. Let me demonstrate the Gale sword technique to you first, and then you can decide if you want to learn it. With that, the Taoist moved to the center of the training field, holding the wooden sword across his chest. Wang Yu held his breath, watching intently. This was the perfect opportunity to see if the Taoist truly possessed mysterious supernatural abilities, and he needed to observe carefully. The Taoist took 2 large steps forward, flicked his arm, and thrust the wooden sword straight ahead. He then moved lightly to the right, taking 2 steps sideways, and executed another thrust. Wang Yu watched his every move intently, yet a sense of doubt arose in his mind. The Gale sword technique seemed simple. No matter how the footwork changed, it was always a straightforward thrust, clean and efficient. But beyond that, he couldn't discern its intricacies. It even seemed less impressive than the martial arts routines of Blue Star's Hua Nation. Suddenly, the wooden sword flew from the Taoist's hand, tracing an arc through the air before landing heavily into the ground 2 zhang away, deeply embedding itself in the soil. This sight startled Wang Yu. The final move of the Gale sword technique disarming sword was unexpectedly powerful. But he knew this move was often a desperate one. If it failed to kill the enemy, one would be left defenseless, making it a move best avoided unless absolutely necessary. The Taoist walked over, pulled out the wooden sword, and turned around nonchalantly, saying calmly, Master, that's all there is to the Gale sword technique. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He asked, Is that all there is to the Gale sword technique? The Taoist chuckled, sensing Wong Yu's disappointment, and teased. Heh, does it seem too simple? The Gale Sword technique is not a profound sword art. However, it has one unmatched aspect: its potential is extremely high. The same moves in different hands yield vastly different power. The key to this sword technique is speed. What you saw just now was deliberately slowed down, so you could see clearly. Now, I'll increase the speed several times. Watch closely. Before he finished speaking, the Taoist bent his knees slightly and suddenly shot out like an arrow. The wooden sword in his hand flashed, producing a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air. The sword energy was like lightning, instantly cutting through the air. Wang Yu only saw the Taoist's figure blur and appear in front of a small tree at the edge of the training ground. The wooden sword pierced straight through the trunk, embedding itself deeply, almost passing through. Wang Yu was dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers, involuntarily drawing a sharp breath. Not far away, Dong Yu, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but gape, unable to close his mouth for a long time. The Taoist flicked his wrist, easily pulling out the wooden sword, now covered with bark and wood shavings. He turned to Wang Yu, his gaze still calm, and said in a detached tone, "The Gale Sword technique looks simple, but it's not easy to master. It requires a lot of practice to achieve proficiency. The faster the speed, the greater the power. Only when you can perform 13 successive moves without breaking a sweat can you be considered a beginner. To achieve what I did, piercing a tree with just a wooden sword, is to reach a minor level of mastery." Wang Yu hurried over to the tree, touching the newly made sword hole, indeed a fresh mark. He was astonished but suppressed his excitement, turning respectfully to say, "Master, the Gale Sword technique is incredible. I want to learn it." Dong Yu, equally excited, exclaimed, "I want to learn too. It looks way cooler than the Vajra staff technique." "You haven't even mastered the Vajra staff technique. What are you doing learning a sword technique? Go back to practicing your staff." Chong Yun Taoist scolded Dong Yu sternly, then turned to lead Wang Yu to another part of the training ground. "Qiu Yi, follow me." As Chong Yun Taoist walked, he began instructing Wang Yu in the Gale Sword technique. True to his word, the technique was quite simple, from posture to force application techniques, and even the adjustment of breathing rhythm. Chong Yun Taoist explained each aspect. By late morning, he had taught Wang Yu the first 7 moves. Finally, he reminded, "Practice your arm and leg strength. The faster your sword technique, the stronger its power. Remember, only after mastering the basics can you truly grasp the essence of the sword technique." With those words, the Taoist turned gracefully and disappeared to the other side of the training ground, leaving Wang Yu alone to quietly contemplate this new sword technique. Wang Yu practiced his swordsmanship alone, and after thrusting his sword dozens of times, his robe was drenched in sweat, and his arms felt sore and heavy, forcing him to stop and rest. It was then he realized that he might have been fooled by Taoist Changyan given his current weak physique. Mastering the Gale Sword technique seemed far-fetched, let alone even the most basic martial skills. "Junior brother Qiuyue, you do seem a bit frail," Dong Yue said with a cheerful smile, having appeared beside him unnoticed. "Let's call it a day. In a few days, I'll get you something good to help you recover, and then you can continue practicing." "Something good? What are you talking about, senior brother?" Wang Yu asked, intrigued. Dong Yue patted his chest with a mysterious grin. "Haha, you'll find out soon enough. As your senior brother, it's my duty to look after you. If it weren't for this good stuff, I wouldn't have been able to master the Vajra staff technique so quickly." Wang Yu looked at him, half believing. Over the next 2 days, Wang Yu persisted in practicing the Gale Sword technique morning and night, but each time he quickly became breathless and struggled to master even the first move. Frustrated, he gave up sword practice and instead, after finishing his chores at the temple and studying the Baiyun Sutra, began exploring the mountains. He did find some peculiar-looking plants that seemed unlike any species he knew from Earth. He showed these collected plants to Dong Yue, but according to him, they were just ordinary flora. As an amateur, Wang Yu could only note their appearance and names, planning to have them identified by experts back on Earth. He also tried to inquire about qi and inner power techniques from Dong Yue, only to be met with a blank stare. This dashed his hopes. Though the martial arts in this world were impressive, they weren't as mystical as he had imagined. On the 5th day around noon, after Wang Yu had finished his meal of pickled vegetables and steamed buns and was contemplating whether to head to the training grounds, a young Taoist entered through the main gate. This Taoist had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, fair skin, appeared to be in his early 20s, and carried a black iron staff along with 4 large bundles. "Are you senior brother Qingfeng?" Wang Yu hurriedly approached and asked respectfully. "Who are you? Where's that lazy Dong Yue?" the young Taoist asked with a frown. Before Wang Yu could respond, Dong Yue bounced out of the side room like a ball, shouting excitedly, "Senior brother, this is our new junior brother, Qiuyue. I've been waiting for you. Did you bring what my father asked?" "I had to take a long detour for this stuff," the young Taoist said, tossing a bundle to Dong Yue, then turned coldly to Wang Yu. "So your junior brother Qiuyue. I thought the master wouldn't take in any more new disciples. Since you're here, make sure you do your part." With that, he walked straight towards the main hall. Don't mind senior brother. He's always like that, Dong Yu said, clutching the bundle with a smile. He's actually warm-hearted despite his cold demeanor, or he wouldn't have brought so much for me. Come to my room, and I'll show you something good. Is it the tonic you mentioned? Wong Yu's spirits lifted. Haha, you guessed it, junior brother. Come on, Dong Yu said eagerly, carrying the bundle to the side room, with Wong Yu following closely behind. In the side room, Dong Yu opened the bundle, revealing a string of yellow copper coins, 2 simple garments, and a dark strip of jerky. Chioyi, here you go. Dong Yu swiftly picked up the jerky, snapped it in two with a quick motion, and handed one piece to Wong Yu. This is the good stuff you mentioned? Wong Yu asked, puzzled as he held the jerky. Junior brother, this isn't ordinary meat, the chubby Dong Yu whispered conspiratorially. It's a special beast whip soaked in medicinal liquor. A medicinal whip. Wong Yu examined the item with a curious expression. It was hard to the touch, emitted a faint medicinal aroma, and indeed looked whip-like. Dong Yu proudly explained. Beast whips are already very nourishing, and with added herbs, the effect is even better. This is specially made by my family. Eating this since childhood is why I'm so strong. He cautioned. Remember, just tear off a small piece with your porridge, too much might cause nosebleeds. Senior brother, this must be expensive, right? Wong Yu asked with a wry smile. My family runs a meat shop in Huangshe City, so this bit of medicinal meat is nothing. This piece should last you about a month. Dong Yu waved it off casually. After a moment's thought, Wong Yu decided to keep the jerky, bowing as he said, Thank you, senior brother Dong Yu. I won't stand on ceremony. That's the spirit. Dong Yu laughed heartily. Eat it for a few days, and I guarantee you'll feel like a new person. Dong Yu's confidence made Wong Yu even more eager to try the medicinal meat. By evening, Wong Yu had finished a bowl of porridge mixed with shredded meat and began stretching and doing light exercises around the room. Soon, a peculiar itch spread from his head to his entire body, and his skin started to feel hot. Rolling up his sleeves, he saw his arms were alarmingly red, and he guessed his face was probably the same. The reaction to the medicinal meat was far stronger than Wong Yu had anticipated. As the heat and itch intensified, his body temperature soared. Unable to contain himself, he dashed outside to the training grounds behind the temple. In the cool breeze, he began running with wide strides. Astonishingly, where he would usually be out of breath after a few laps, he now felt boundless energy. He ran faster and faster, his feet seemingly flying, and before he knew it, he had completed over 10 laps without any sign of fatigue. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Huang Yu let out a long breath, feeling the heat within him gradually subside. Standing in the center of the training ground, his gaze habitually swept towards the direction of the Taoist temple, when suddenly he shuddered and hurriedly called out, Senior Brother Qingfeng. In the moonlight, a figure stood quietly at the edge of the training ground. The faint moonlight outlined the fair face of Qingfeng, whom he had seen during the day. He was holding a small yellow jar, its mouth covered with thick gray cloth and tightly bound with several yellow strings. You've taken the medicinal meat, and it's your first time? Qingfeng's voice came coldly. Wang Yu quickly walked over and replied honestly, Yes, senior brother. Winter Month shared a piece with me. He was secretly puzzled as to why Qingfeng was there. Winter Month is quite generous, Qingfeng said indifferently. This medicinal meat could fetch its weight in silver outside. Since it's your first time, let me give you some pointers. The first few times are most effective. After that, you'll need to take it long-term to improve your physique. For the best results, exercise more over the next few days. Thank you for the advice, senior brother. Wang Yu nodded repeatedly, outwardly respectful but inwardly shocked by the value of the medicinal meat. In Wang Tieju's memory, an ounce of silver was enough to support a family for a month. Qingfeng gave Wang Yu a once-over and asked, I heard from the master that you also have spiritual sensitivity. The temple master did say that, but I still don't quite understand what spiritual sensitivity is. In that case, help me with something. Qingfeng's face showed a hint of something unusual as he handed the jar to Wang Yu. Hold this for me. Wang Yu instinctively took it, but immediately shivered. A biting cold seeped from the jar into his palm. Senior brother, what's inside? He couldn't help but ask. You'll find out soon enough. Hold it carefully and follow me. Qingfeng turned and walked towards the stone house at the edge of the training ground. Wang Yu suppressed the coldness in his hands and followed. The stone house loomed ominously, its large black door still sealed with 2 talismans on the copper lock. He noticed a similar but newer talisman pasted on the bottom of the jar he held. Qingfeng murmured an incantation in front of the door, casually swiping the copper lock, causing the talismans to silently float down, which he quickly tucked into his robe. The brief flash of pale light made Wang Yu's heart race. Qingfeng took out a rusty key to unlock the door. Come in, he said, stepping inside first. Wang Yu followed him in and immediately shivered as if he had stepped into a world of ice and snow. The space inside the stone house, although not large, was not as dark as one might expect. Directly ahead was a long altar table, upon which stood a statue of the Ju Tianshuyang celestial master, about a foot tall. On either side of the statue, an ancient oil lamp burned, its body etched with dark, aged patterns, as if it had withstood the test of countless years. Wong Yu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the jars arranged neatly below the altar. There were 2 or 3 dozen of them, identical to the one he held in his hand. As Wong Yu stood there dazed, Qingfeng quietly closed the door and affixed 2 yellow talismans, which he had previously removed from the brass lock outside. He then took something out from his robe and instructed, "Place the jar on the table, and hold this. Just follow my orders." Wang Yu placed the jar on the altar and took the object Qingfeng handed him. To his surprise, it was a small, black wooden sword, resembling a child's toy, about the length of a dagger, with a pitted surface that faintly emitted a scorched odor. Suppressing his doubts, Wang Yu obediently stood aside. The young Taoist retrieved a white ceramic basin from beneath the altar and placed it next to the jar. He then carefully unwrapped an oil paper package to reveal a piece of fresh, red meat. Without hesitation, Qingfeng tossed the meat into the basin and, with a serious expression, instructed Wang Yu, "When I say go, stab this thunderwood sword into the meat with all your strength. You must be quick." Wang Yu nodded repeatedly, his eyes drawn to the meat, which he suddenly realized seemed to be slightly writhing in the basin, sending a chill down his spine. Taking a deep breath, Qingfeng swiftly tore off the yellow talisman from the bottom of the jar and quickly stepped back. With a series of thuds, the previously calm jar began to shake, and the thick cloth covering its mouth started to bulge and dip, as if something inside was trying to break free. Wang Yu's heart raced, his grip on the wooden sword tightening involuntarily. With a ripping sound, the yellow string around the jar's mouth snapped, and whatever was inside finally burst through the thick cloth. Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. What flew out was a black mass, the size of a head, which immediately launched itself towards Qingfeng with a howling sound. Qingfeng seemed prepared, and with something in his hand, he punched at the oncoming black mass. A sharp crack echoed as a thin arc of electricity flashed from Qingfeng's fist, striking the black mass and causing it to shrink, though its howling grew louder. The mass turned in midair and headed straight for Wang Yu. A chilling wind rushed at Wang Yu, filling him with dread as he hesitated whether to use the wooden sword to defend himself. At that moment, Qingfeng darted in front of him, delivering another punch that sent the black mass flying once more. This time, the mass not only shrank further but also dimmed noticeably. After a few mournful cries, it reluctantly rushed toward the piece of meat on the altar, blurred for an instant, and then vanished into it. "Now do it!" Qingfeng shouted. Wang Yu rushed to the altar, gripping the miniature wooden sword tightly, and stabbed it into the meat. With a squelch, it felt as though he was piercing through decayed wood rather than flesh, requiring all his strength to penetrate just a few inches. Meanwhile, the surface of the meat began to emit wisps of green smoke, writhing furiously under the sword's tip. The smoke smelled foul, making Wang Yu gag, and a powerful force surged from beneath the sword, as if the meat was trying to break free. Filled with fear, he considered letting go of the sword and backing away. A sharp crack broke the silence. With quick reflexes, Qingfeng darted to the altar and firmly placed a yellow glowing talisman on the writhing mass of flesh. The previously struggling entity immediately calmed, as if bound by an invisible force, and ceased all movement. Wang Yu exhaled a long breath, releasing his grip on the small wooden sword that had turned his hands pale, and cautiously stepped back, his heart still racing. "Not bad. Thanks to your help. Sealing this Yin spirit would have been quite difficult otherwise," the young Taoist said, tossing the flesh back into a jar and skillfully sealing it with thick cloth. He smiled slightly and turned to Wang Yu. "Is this thing called a Yin spirit?" Wang Yu asked, still shaken, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, a Yin spirit is a low-level malevolent spirit born from Yin energy," Qingfeng explained as he carefully placed the jar among others. "Though it lacks intelligence and acts on instinct, it can cause severe illness or even death if it enters an ordinary person. Once captured, it must be sealed for purification later." "What is Yin energy?" Wang Yu frowned. "Are there many of these creatures? Why haven't I heard of them before?" His mind raced with thoughts, as the creature resembled ghosts from Earth legends. "I'll explain Yin energy when we have more time," Qingfeng replied while arranging the jars without looking up. "Yin spirits are rare and have only become more common recently, due to certain reasons. It's normal you haven't heard of them before. The other jars contain spirits my master and I captured over the past 2 years." He paused, giving Wang Yu a meaningful look. "These things, like the cloud patterns, aren't something ordinary people can encounter. Only those with spiritual sensitivity can see them. Otherwise, I would have asked Dongyue instead of you for help." Wang Yu suddenly understood, not surprised that Dongyue lacked spiritual sensitivity. After all, Master Chongyan had mentioned it was a rare talent. His gaze fell on the neatly arranged jars on the floor, and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, was that lightning in your hand a spell? Can these talismans really seal such things?" "I'm surprised you know about talismans," the young Taoist said with unexpected interest. The talismans on the jars are indeed different from ordinary ones. They are spirit talismans imbued with true power. Ordinary talismans can't suppress spirits. He raised a hand, revealing a dark wooden token with intricate patterns engraved on it. I know some spells, but what I used earlier wasn't a spell. I merely activated the lightning power of this token. It's made from wood struck by lightning 100 years ago and can conjure lightning when infused with spiritual power, perfect for dealing with evil entities like spirits. He pointed to the wooden sword in Wong Yu's hand. Your sword is also made from the leftover wood, though it can't summon lightning without engravings. It still wards off evil, so it's yours as thanks for your help. Thank you, senior brother, Wong Yu said, overjoyed, carefully tucking the sword into his robe while pondering the meaning of engravings. Real spells and magic. Seeing Wong Yu so pleased, the young Taoist appeared thoughtful, then asked after a moment. Would you like to learn how to seal and suppress spirits, junior brother Chuyue? What? You're willing to teach me? Wong Yu was stunned, then elated. Will the master agree? Rest assured, I'm not teaching you the secret techniques of Baiyun Temple, just a few methods to suppress spirits, Qingfeng said casually. There are more spirits appearing at the foot of the mountain, and I need a perceptive assistant. If you agree, I'll persuade the master. If the temple master has no objections, I'd be willing to learn. Wong Yu nodded eagerly, anticipation written all over his face. Good. Junior brother, wait for my news. The young Taoist glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. It's getting late. I need to check on other spirit seals. You should leave now. With that, he deftly tore the yellow talisman from the door, signaling Wong Yu to exit. Wong Yu bowed in farewell, and as he stepped out, the heavy stone door slowly closed behind him, sealing everything inside. He stood outside for a moment, eyes fixed on the door, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The unbearable heat he felt earlier had vanished, though a slight itch remained on his skin. That night, he fell into a long dream. Initially, he returned to Blue Star with a bounty of success, surrounded by friends and family, basking in their astonished gazes. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he found himself engulfed in flames. Strangely, as his skin melted in the fire, he felt no pain, only a cooling sensation, and he drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Wang Yu stood in the Baiyun Temple's guest room, holding half a clay cup, disbelief on his face. He had reached for the cup to quench his thirst, and it crumbled into dust in his hand. As he regained his senses, he lightly squeezed the remaining half, which also disintegrated into fragments. Impossible, he murmured, examining his hands. His palms were noticeably larger than the day before. Testing his strength, he gripped the edge of the table, and the sturdy wood tore away as easily as dough. Wang Yu gasped, realizing his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation overnight. Looking down, he noticed his legs had grown thicker, his once well-fitting pants now too short. With a light jump, he effortlessly reached the ceiling beams with one hand. He then did nearly 100 push-ups without feeling tired. This is the effect of the mystical meat. Wang Yu was astounded, attributing everything to the mysterious meat. Although Dongyue Qingfeng had mentioned the initial effects of the meat would be significant, such a dramatic overnight transformation seemed straight out of a fantasy novel on Blue Star. As someone familiar with modern human physiology, he couldn't help but worry about potential hidden dangers from such drastic changes. Wang Yu's excitement gradually faded, and he decided to find Dong to get some answers. Without delay, he pushed open the door and walked out quickly. Standing in the center of the square, a young Taoist was quietly standing, seemingly meditating. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes and immediately noticed Wang Yu rushing out. Senior brother, good morning, Wang Yu said, a bit surprised, clasping his hands in greeting. Qingfeng looked Wang Yu up and down, furrowing his brows in confusion. Qiu Yi, what's with your face? And how did you suddenly grow so much taller? My face. Wang Yu was taken aback and then looked down at himself in confusion. See for yourself. Qingfeng's mouth twitched slightly as he pulled out a bronze mirror from his robes and handed it to Wang Yu. Full of questions, Wang Yu took the mirror and looked down, seeing a strange face reflected back. The lower half looked normal, but the upper half of his skin was as red as a freshly cooked shrimp, with a somewhat twisted appearance. Curiously, he felt no discomfort. As for your height, Wang Yu looked down at Qingfeng and suddenly realized that the other seemed much shorter than him. I really did grow taller overnight. What on earth was happening? Holding the mirror, Wang Yu was filled with questions, unsure of what to do. Qingfeng looked at him with a more serious expression. After returning yesterday, did you encounter anything unusual or eat something strange? Last night, I went straight to bed without even drinking water, Wang Yu replied thoughtfully. As for unusual things, oh, I did eat some medicinal meat yesterday. Could that be related? The first time you consume medicinal meat, it does have a significant effect, making the body stronger, but it shouldn't cause such drastic changes. Qingfeng shook his head, frowning slightly. But my strength has suddenly increased a lot, Wang Yu said quietly. How much? Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Wang Yu hesitated, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to a stone cauldron nearby. He walked over, roughly estimating its weight, then grabbed the sides, and with a low shout, he lifted what seemed to be a 300 to 400 gene heavy stone cauldron with ease, carrying it around Qing Feng in a circle. Then, with a low grunt and a slightly flushed face, he placed the cauldron back down with a thud, the ground shaking with a booming sound. Qing Feng's smile froze. He quickly moved to the cauldron, grabbed its edge with one hand, took a deep breath, and tried to move it. The cauldron wobbled slightly, but didn't budge. What is this? Qing Feng looked at Wong Yu, his expression turning serious. We need to see the master. See the master? Wong Yu paused, but nodded in agreement. All right, senior brother. The two walked toward the main hall, passing through corridors and around the giant statue of Jiutian Xiaoyang Tianshi, arriving at the door of the quiet room. Qing Feng knocked twice on the door, speaking respectfully. Master, disciple, and Xiao Yi request an audience. Qing Feng, why come now? Didn't I already agree to your request yesterday? Came the voice of Chongyun Taoist from within the room. Master, this time it's about junior brother Qiao Yi. I would like to request that you personally accept him as a disciple, making him a direct disciple of Baiyun Temple. Qing Feng replied softly. Upon hearing this, not only was Wang Yu surprised, but the atmosphere inside also seemed to freeze momentarily. After a while, Chongyun Taoist's voice came again, with a hint of surprise. Qing Feng, you're usually so composed. You wouldn't say something like this without reason. Master, after consuming medicinal meat for the first time, it seems that junior brother Qiao Yi has awakened some kind of bloodline power. I'm not sure which bloodline it is yet. Qing Feng replied bluntly. What? Awakened a bloodline? Come in. Chongyun Taoist's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat, but urged by Qing Feng, he followed him into the quiet room with some trepidation. The room was spacious, with blue stone bricks lining the walls and only a single yellow meditation mat on the floor. Chongyun Taoist was seated on the mat, eyes slightly closed, breathing steadily, as if awaiting their arrival. As the two entered, Taoist Chongyun's gaze passed over Qing Feng and landed intently on Wang Yu behind him. He gestured for Qing Feng to step aside. Wang Yu was anxious inside but maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply to the Taoist. Master. Taoist Chongyun scrutinized the young man before him. He noticed that Wang Yu's head was enveloped in a mass of blood energy, but it only filled half of his skull. With a slight frown and a hint of regret, he remarked, the blood energy is concentrated and stable, which indeed suggests the initial awakening of a physical bloodline. However, having the energy concentrated in the head is rare, and only occupying half of it indicates that whatever bloodline it is has only partially awakened. This peculiar blood energy will dissipate in half a day, so there's no need for excessive concern. Qing Feng quickly chimed in. Master, even if Qiyue's bloodline is only half awakened, it's still far superior to those with mere spiritual sensitivity. Besides, having a physical bloodline awakened makes it easier to grasp certain techniques and secret arts. That is true. Taoist Chongyun nodded, then asked seriously. Qiyue, are you willing to become my disciple and a true member of this path? Wang Yu immediately knelt and bowed. Of course, I am willing. Disciple greets master. The Taoist, pleased, helped him up. Good, from today on, you are my second disciple. Qing Feng smiled. Congratulations, master, on accepting Qiao as your disciple. Since Qiao is now my disciple, the hasty methods you plan to teach him are no longer suitable. Taoist Chongyun instructed his senior disciple. He must first learn the fundamental techniques to build a solid foundation. Qing Feng respectfully replied, of course. Since master will personally teach him, I will take my leave. Hold on. The Taoist suddenly remembered something. Leave the mirror, I need it. Qing Feng handed over the small bronze mirror he carried and then exited the room, closing the door softly behind him. Qiyue, the Taoist said with a serious expression, I need to further test your bloodline power to make it more apparent and determine the specific bloodline that has awakened. Only then can I safely teach you the techniques. Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, Master, what exactly is a bloodline? Why do so few people awaken it? Realizing Wang Yu knew nothing about bloodline power, the Taoist patiently explained, bloodline, as the name suggests, refers to an alien lineage. It's said that in ancient times, some human cultivators, in pursuit of power, infused their bodies with the blood of powerful non-human races or beasts, gaining extraordinary abilities. When these individuals married with ordinary humans, their descendants had a certain chance of activating this innate ability, which is known as bloodline awakening. Wang Yu was greatly astonished. So, you mean my ancestors might have been descendants of these human cultivators? Hee, that's not entirely wrong. However, from ancient times to the present, after such a long period of bloodline transmission and proliferation, the power of the bloodline has spread throughout the entire human race and has truly become a part of it. It's not uncommon for someone to have multiple bloodline powers within them, but these ancient inherited bloodlines have become very faint. Nowadays, Awakening a bloodline and activating its innate abilities has become extremely difficult for humans. If having intuition is 1 in 1,000 for ordinary people, then awakening a bloodline is 1 in 10,000, and having both is even rarer, the Taoist said, looking intently at Wong Yu. That's why I immediately took you as my disciple when I saw you awaken your bloodline. The Taoist explained without holding back, as he took a palm-sized wooden box from his robe. When he opened the lid, the densely packed slender silver needles glinted coldly in the light, causing Wong Yu to shiver and instinctively lean back. Don't be afraid. This acupuncture technique is just to further stimulate your blood energy, and it won't cause any pain. The Taoist reassured him, gesturing for Wong Yu to remove his outer clothes and sit cross-legged with his back facing him. Despite his unease, Wong Yu complied. He took a deep breath, removed his shirt, and exposed his bare back, sitting as instructed. Soon, he felt slight pricks on several spots on his back, like gentle mosquito bites. Then, his blood began to flow rapidly through his body, causing him to heat up as a warm current spread from his spine to his limbs. At that moment, the Taoist struck Wong Yu's shoulder with just the right amount of force, causing him to involuntarily turn around to face the Taoist. In a flash of silver light, several more silver needles were inserted into various key points on his chest and abdomen. Boom! Wong Yu felt his blood surge to his head, making it feel as if it had expanded, with stars dancing before his eyes, almost causing him to faint. Break! The Taoist shouted softly, suddenly holding a faintly glowing yellow talisman between his fingers, which he pressed onto Wong Yu's crown. A cool sensation flowed from the talisman, refreshing Wong Yu's mind and clearing his dizziness. This is... The Taoist frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he glanced at Wong Yu's face. What is it, master? Wong Yu asked anxiously, feeling a bit uneasy. Well, take a look for yourself, the Taoist said, handing over a small copper mirror with a slightly serious expression. Wong Yu took the mirror and saw that his previously uneven facial features were gone, but a strange blood-red pattern had appeared on his brow, like an incomplete symbol, faintly visible on his skin. The pattern on your brow is a bloodline mark, or blood mark for short. Generally, each bloodline has a different blood mark, the Taoist explained, pointing to Wong Yu's brow. But since you've only awakened half of the bloodline power, the blood mark is incomplete, making it difficult to identify. So what do we do now? Wong Yu asked honestly, his fingers unconsciously touching the unusual mark on his brow. There's no easy way, but there is a method, the Taoist pondered for a moment. I once bought a book at a high price called the Blood Mark Compendium, which records many common complete blood mark illustrations. By comparing them, we should be able to identify your bloodline. Chuya, wait here, I'll be right back. The Taoist hurriedly left the quiet room, his footsteps quickly fading down the corridor. Wong Yu could only wait in place, occasionally touching the blood mark on his brow, feeling its slightly raised texture. Before long, the Taoist returned with a thick tome in his hands, sat on his cushion, and began to flip through it, occasionally glancing at Wong Yu's brow with a focused and inquisitive look. Wong Yu sat cross-legged facing the Taoist, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. He was eager to know what kind of bloodline he had awakened. Chongyun Taoist carefully flipped through the ancient texts in his hands, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Found it. This half of the blood pattern matches yours exactly. You have awakened the bloodline of the iron-devouring crocodile. Iron-devouring crocodile? Is this beast powerful? Wong Yu couldn't help but ask. As Chongyun Taoist continued to turn the yellowed pages, he explained in detail. According to the records, the iron-devouring crocodile is a low-tier beast, but its bloodline gifts are extremely practical. The most common is the copper skin and iron bones, which makes the awakened one's skin tough, greatly enhancing body cultivation techniques. There's also the stone armor ability, allowing direct control of stones to form natural armor. He handed the text to Wong Yu. Disciple, take a look for yourself. Wong Yu accepted the text and saw a blood-red pattern printed on the open page. The left half was indeed identical to the blood pattern between his brows. Below the pattern were densely written details, divided into two parts. One described the habits and abilities of the iron-devouring crocodile, and the other listed the potential talents for humans awakening this bloodline. In addition to the two common talents mentioned by his master, there were two rare abilities, one called Blood Rage, which could induce a berserk state using blood, and another called Gold Sensing, which allowed weak detection of metal deposits. Wong Yu memorized these, recognizing them as significant discoveries for the world of Blue Star. Just glance over these. Chongyun Taoist interrupted at the right moment. I hope you awaken the copper skin and iron bones or stone armor. The latter two talents offer limited power enhancement and could have side effects. Blood Rage can impair combat judgment, and Gold Sensing is practically useless given the advanced methods of mineral detection today. Your task now is to activate the full potential of your bloodline to awaken one of these talents. Reluctantly, Wong Yu closed the text and asked, Master, can I only awaken one talent? And why have I suddenly become so strong? Beasts are inherently powerful, and the iron-devouring crocodile, is known for this trait. Your body strengthening during awakening is normal, but it's a one-time thing, not a true talent, Chongyun Taoist explained. As for the number of talents, usually it's just one. Having multiple is extremely rare. Now, let me remove the silver needles from you. Before he finished speaking, the Taoist gently tapped Wang Yu's shoulder. With a swooshing sound, the silver needles embedded in Wang Yu's body shot out instantly. He felt the flow of his blood slow down, the blood pattern between his brows faded, and his face returned to normal. The Taoist's hands moved like lightning, catching all the scattered needles and placing them back into a wooden box. Such a display of skill left Wang Yu in silent awe. There are two ways to fully awaken your bloodline, said Chongyun Taoist with a piercing gaze. One is to use external means, such as taking medicines that aid in awakening. The other is to rely on oneself by practicing body-strengthening techniques to stimulate the bloodline. I will handle the matter of the medicine, but as for the body-strengthening techniques, they are rare and I need time to find them. He paused for a moment before continuing, but before that, I plan to teach you the basic technique of Baiyun Temple, the Yin Water technique. To learn this, you must first go through the Yin Force seedling phase. It so happens that I've just triggered your energy and blood, making this the optimal time for seedling. Yin Force seedling? Wang Yu furrowed his brow, showing a hint of confusion. Exactly, Chongyun Taoist replied solemnly. Although you have the sensitivity to truly embark on the path of cultivation, you must first implant a spiritual seed within your body. With a spiritual seed, you can then use techniques to cultivate it into a spiritual root. But be warned, the seedling process is extremely painful and requires immense perseverance. Failure can lead to severe injury or even death. You must endure it. I understand, Master. I will endure it, Wang Yu replied, though still puzzled about the spiritual seed and root. The mention of the dangers made his heart race, but he felt slightly reassured knowing this body wasn't his real one. Now close your eyes and relax completely. As soon as Wang Yu closed his eyes, he felt two cold palms press against his shoulders. Two streams of chilling energy surged into him. At first, it was just a slight chill, but it quickly became piercingly cold, like countless ice needles spreading along his back. As they passed, his muscles and blood vessels convulsed violently, and his back turned a dark blue. As a modern university student, Wang Yu had never experienced such inhuman pain. He gritted his teeth, holding on for a moment before he couldn't help but open his eyes to cry out. Chongyun Taoist, anticipating this, swiftly withdrew one hand and lightly tapped his back twice. Instantly, Wang Yu's body became numb and immobile, but the pain lessened significantly. I have used the meridian sealing technique to assist you, the Taoist said coldly. You just need to stay conscious. If you faint, the seedling will fail. Before the words were fully spoken, the two streams of cold energy converged below Wang Yu's abdomen and began to spin wildly. The initial needle-like pain transformed into the sensation of 1,000 knives twisting his intestines. Even though he couldn't make a sound, Wang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt like his eyes would burst as he cursed silently. This torment was simply life-threatening. If not for the enhanced physique after his bloodline awakening, he would have already passed out. Every second felt like a year, as if he had endured a century of agony. Finally, the excruciating pain in his abdomen gradually subsided, leaving only a faint coolness before disappearing completely. The Taoist practitioner finally lifted his hands from Wang Yu's shoulders and gave him 2 more pats on the back, a look of weariness appearing on his face. All right, your spiritual seed has been planted, the Taoist said with a hint of surprise in his voice. I truly didn't expect you to endure it so easily. When planting the clear wind seed, it was so painful that people nearly bit their tongues off to end it. Those with special bloodlines are indeed extraordinary. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Wang Yu felt a sudden release in his body, and his limbs regained their mobility. He managed to prop up his sore body and bowed deeply to the Taoist. That's enough for now. After helping you plant the seed, I am quite tired myself. The Taoist waved his hand. Come back tomorrow afternoon, and I will teach you the first 3 levels of the Yin Water technique. In the morning, go to Qingfeng to learn some basic cultivation knowledge. With that, he closed his eyes to rest. Wang Yu acknowledged his master and quietly left the meditation chamber, returning to his own quarters. The sheer volume of information he had taken in that morning was overwhelming, and he needed to process it. However, as soon as he stepped into his room, an unprecedented fatigue swept over him, as if every cell in his body had been drained of energy. The heavy drowsiness made his eyelids feel incredibly heavy. Wang Yu couldn't even finish his thought before his body collapsed onto the bed, plunging into a deep, sweet sleep. The next morning, Wang Yu was surprised at how long he had slept. But his first action upon waking was to carefully check the cold spot on his abdomen. Placing his hand there, he felt only a slight chill, with no other abnormalities. It seems this so-called spiritual seed is intangible, merely a metaphor, Wang Yu mused. Remembering the Taoist's instructions from the previous day, he quickly ate a little and rushed out. Halfway there, he ran into Dongyue. Seeing the noticeable change in Wang Yu's height, Dongyue exclaimed in surprise. It took quite an effort for Wang Yu to shake off the curious Dongyue and continue on his way to find Qingfeng. In one of the side rooms of the Taoist temple, Qingfeng pointed to a densely annotated diagram of the human body, earnestly explaining to Wang Yu. I heard from Master that you've successfully planted the spiritual seed, which is truly commendable, Qingfeng said sincerely. Master has instructed me to teach you cultivation knowledge, and I won't hold anything back. I'll first explain the meridians and acupoints you'll use in cultivation, then the basic things you need to be aware of, and most importantly, how to use the spiritual seed to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The meridians are divided into the main and extraordinary channels. Wang Yu listened intently, nodding occasionally to show his understanding. An hour later, Wang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground opposite Qingfeng, his hands cupped in front of him, eyes slightly closed. Qingfeng's clear voice reached his ears. Junior brother, now that you have a spiritual seed within you, your mind can naturally create a spiritual sea, also known as the sea of consciousness. Remember, spiritual perception is the tactile sense of the mind, and the mind is the source of spiritual perception. When the two combine, they form consciousness. Spiritual perception is consciousness, and consciousness is an active awareness that we can use or expend. As cultivators, we can sense the presence of spiritual energy in the world by using our divine consciousness to touch the surrounding void. Qingfeng patiently explained to Wang Yu. It's quite simple. Empty your mind and imagine yourself in a vast, empty space, carefully sensing the changes around you. Following the advice, Wang Yu closed his eyes and focused his mind. Although he was unsuccessful at first, he persisted and tried repeatedly. After several attempts, his divine consciousness finally detected something unusual. Tiny specks of light appeared in the void around him, varying in size from as large as soybeans to as small as ants, floating in a dazzling array of colors. The extraordinary sight left the young man awestruck. By the afternoon, Wang Yu eagerly arrived at the quiet chamber of Chongyun Taoist. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a rich herbal aroma. The Taoist sat cross-legged, with a large white porcelain bowl filled with green liquid in front of him, from which the fragrance emanated. This is a blood-refining soup I personally prepared. It will greatly aid in awakening your bloodline. Drink it while it's hot, the Taoist instructed directly. Without hesitation, Wang Yu picked up the bowl and drank the green liquid in one go. Surprisingly, the potion wasn't bitter but had a slight sweetness to it. Very good, the Taoist nodded. This blood-refining soup must be consumed within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea after preparation, or its effectiveness will diminish greatly. Before I teach you the cultivation technique, let me ask you, what kind of person do you think I am? Master, since the senior disciple can perform magic, you must be able to as well. I suppose only immortals possess such abilities? Wang Yu replied, blinking as he felt a slight fullness in his stomach. The Taoist laughed heartily. I am by no means an immortal. It's said that immortals live forever and are ageless. Who wouldn't want to achieve immortality? But for now, I am just a cultivator. Although our Baiyun temple has few members, we are among the few cultivation forces in the Huangshe city area. A cultivator. Wang Yu firmly remembered this term, finally understanding the source of supernatural power in this world. The Taoist continued to explain. Cultivators are those who can absorb and emit the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At advanced levels, they can control the forces of nature, extend their lifespan, and more. However, becoming a cultivator requires a natural aptitude for sensing spiritual energy, otherwise, it's impossible to perceive it. With this aptitude, you can then cultivate the breathing techniques to nurture a spiritual seed. Once the seed grows into a spiritual root, you become a true cultivator. Before that, one is just a pseudo-cultivator, capable only of minor tricks and barely able to use low-level magical tools. Now, I'll teach you the Yin water technique, the foundational breathing technique for cultivators. The first 3 levels will help you strengthen your spiritual seed, the Taoist said with a serious expression. The opening verse is, nothing in the world is softer than water. Nothing in the world is colder than cold. Wang Yu listened attentively, asking questions whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, and the Taoist patiently explained. Once Wang Yu memorized the 3 levels of the technique, he sat down with his eyes closed under the Taoist's watchful gaze, beginning his first true cultivation practice. Remember, the spiritual seed transforms into roots, spiritual sense serves as awareness, meridians must be clear, and the technique is your foundation. Follow the first level breathing technique, stay fully focused, and synchronize your breathing with the rhythm of heaven and earth, the Taoist reminded him. Following the first level instructions of the Yin water technique, Wang Yu concentrated fully. As he did, the points of spiritual light around him slowly approached with his breathing rhythm, transforming into cool strands that flowed into his dantian. Any lapse in concentration would cause the lights to drift away, prompting him to maintain his utmost focus at all times. After some time had passed, Wang Yu felt his head grow heavy, and his eyes opened involuntarily, interrupting his cultivation. He blinked, adjusting to the light in the quiet room. Not bad, not bad. Taoist Chong-yin nodded approvingly. For a first attempt, being able to sustain it for this long is commendable, just slightly less than Qing Feng. Remember, absorbing spiritual energy drains mental strength. Without enough mental strength, you can't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and thus can't continue cultivating. With your current mental strength, 1 incense stick's worth of time per day is your limit. Beyond that, it yields little benefit. Resume cultivation after your mental strength has recovered the next day. Wong Yu rubbed his temples, feeling as if his mind was weighed down with lead. He tried to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, but found himself too exhausted, grimacing as he asked, Master, how long did senior brother Qing Feng last on his first attempt? The Taoist stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. Qing Feng lasted only a third longer than you on his first try. But once your bloodline fully awakens, your cultivation time should increase. Although you have awakened a physical bloodline, it should also slightly benefit your mental strength. I see. Wong Yu ventured to ask, how long will it take for me to fully awaken this iron crocodile bloodline? As long as you continue taking the blood refining soup, and once I find a body strengthening technique for you, it shouldn't take too long, Taoist Chong-yin replied calmly. From now on, come to me every 3 days to drink a bowl of blood refining soup, and practice absorbing spiritual energy for 1 incense stick's worth of time every day. With your aptitude, you should be able to break through the first level of the Yin water technique and move to the second level in about a year. Feeling his head grow heavier, Wang Yu had to excuse himself. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will take my leave now. Yes, your current state isn't suitable for lingering. Go rest, the Taoist advised. Oh, and when you start feeling the effects of the blood refining soup, don't be too alarmed. Practice the Gale sword technique more, and you should see some gains. Also, don't focus on the cloud pattern in the white cloud scripture for now. Save your energy for cultivating the Yin water technique. His final words were laden with significance. Wang Yu acknowledged this and left the quiet room. On his way back, he saw Dong Yu sweeping the courtyard. The chubby boy immediately rushed over with his broom upon seeing Wang Yu emerge from the hall. Qiu Yi, Dong Yu whispered eagerly. I heard from the senior brother that the master has accepted you as a formal disciple. Is it true? The master did indeed take me in yesterday, Wang Yu replied with a smile. Did the senior brother tell you? Yes, Dong Yu nodded. The senior brother said you only need to focus on cultivating from now on and won't have to clean the temple anymore. Congratulations, junior brother. Since the master accepted you as a disciple, he will surely teach you some spells in time. He lamented, too bad I lack the inspiration to be accepted as a disciple myself. Otherwise, I could learn a thing or two and become an immortal master. Wang Yu blinked, somewhat surprised. Senior brother Dong Yu knows about inspiration and spells? Dong Yu rolled his eyes. Of course I do. Otherwise, why would my family, which is moderately wealthy in Huangshu City, donate so much silver to come all this way? It's a pity I have no talent. But even just being an acolyte at White Cloud Temple ties my family to the master, so the money isn't wasted. Wang Yu listened, feeling at a loss for words. After reluctantly agreeing to demonstrate his skills once he mastered them, he returned to his quarters under Dong Yue's envious gaze. That evening, in the biting cold of a Dong Yue night, Wang Yu stood in the training ground behind the Taoist temple, holding a wooden sword. His face flushed with determination as he practiced the Gale sword technique. Each move sent the sword slicing through the air, creating gusts of wind. He felt as if every drop of blood in his body was ignited, his stamina seemingly boundless. Moves that were once difficult now flowed effortlessly. He repeatedly executed the first 7 forms of the Gale sword technique, each time becoming more proficient, his speed increasing as he lost himself in the practice. His focus was unwavering, exuding a palpable sword aura as he forgot the passage of time. By the next morning, Wang Yu awoke on the grass beside the training ground, still clutching his wooden sword. He was surprised to find that he had practiced throughout the night without any soreness or fatigue, unlike after a strenuous workout. Reflecting on this, he returned to the training ground. With the wooden sword in front of him, he suddenly lunged forward, the sword tip whistling like an arrow towards a nearby sapling. As the sword tip struck the tree, it made a sharp crack, shattering the wooden sword and leaving a shallow dent in the tree trunk. Wang Yu remained in his thrusting stance, both shocked and thrilled. He had been emulating the scene where Chong-Yun Taoist pierced a tree with a single strike. Although his result was far from that level, he sensed that with continued training, he could one day reach Chong-Yun Taoist mastery. Was it the effect of the blood refinement soup or the awakening of his bloodline? During last night's practice, not only did he feel full of energy, but his agility and coordination had also improved remarkably. Each move of the Gale sword technique became smoother, as if aided by some divine force. In just one night, he had mastered the first 7 forms. He could clearly feel his strength increasing, each move of the sword technique swift and powerful, like a gale sweeping through. Yet, a faint sense of disappointment lingered in Wang Yu's heart. His time in this world was limited, and while his sword skills improved, their ultimate significance seemed diminished. This realization left him with a sense of regret. In the days that followed, Wang Yu continued his rigorous training. He practiced the Yin water technique or the Gale sword technique daily. His meals included medicinal meat, and every 3 days, he would drink a bowl of blood refinement soup from the Taoist, also seeking answers to his scholarly questions. As his bloodline further awakened, the effects of the medicinal meat waned, but the blood refinement soup continued to produce noticeable results. Each time he drank it, he felt his internal strength grow, and he noticed that he was gradually getting taller. His proficiency with the Gale sword technique also increased over time. He even learned the remaining 6 forms from the Taoist, making his movements more fierce and his sword aura sharper. However, the Taoist had yet to mention learning magic. According to him, the first level of the Yin water technique focuses on absorbing spiritual energy to nurture a spiritual seed, with only a small amount of energy converting into magical power. Therefore, only after reaching the second level of the Yin water technique and accumulating some magical power could one be eligible to learn basic magic tricks. Wang Yu learned from Chongyun Taoist that Qing Feng had advanced to the third level of the Yin water technique and successfully condensed his spiritual root. Once he perfected this level, he could progress to the fourth level of Qi refining and become a true cultivator. As for the level to which the Taoist himself had cultivated the Yin water technique, he did not reveal, and Wang Yu dared not ask. However, under Wang Yu's persistent questioning, Qing Feng revealed that the Yin water technique had 12 levels and demonstrated a trick called Firefly. With a chant, a small flame appeared on his fingertip, leaving Wang Yu disappointed. Since learning that Wang Yu had become a disciple of Chongyun Taoist, Dong Yue had become increasingly warm towards him. She not only insisted on giving him the remaining medicinal meat, but also promised to provide all the medicinal meat he would need in the future, making Wang Yu feel a bit embarrassed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. On this particular day at noon, Wang Yu went to the quiet room behind the main hall to find Chongyun Taoist, as usual. As soon as he entered, he noticed his master was entertaining a guestim middle-aged man with a pale face in a yellow robe. The two seemed to be in a heated discussion, and the atmosphere was tense. Upon seeing Wang Yu enter, the man immediately fell silent and examined him with surprise before asking, "Chongyun, is this your new disciple?" "Choya, come and meet your Uncle Huang," Chongyun Taoist said calmly. "Greetings, Uncle Huang." Wang Yu suppressed his curiosity and bowed courteously. The man in the yellow robe seemed surprised by Wang Yu's demeanor and remarked, "With Qing Feng as your nephew, I didn't expect you'd take another disciple. It seems Choya must be quite talented." "Yes, Choya has good potential and we share a bond, which is why I took him in," Chongyun Taoist replied nonchalantly. Then he asked, "Friend Huang, did you bring what I requested?" "Of course I brought it. This should meet your needs. But are you sure you won't reconsider my earlier proposal? The Huang family's promise is genuine, I assure you," the man in the yellow robe said earnestly, handing over a wooden box to Chongyun Taoist. "Joining the Huang family isn't for me. I'm used to a leisurely life now and just want to cultivate in peace here." The Taoist declined with a shake of his head. "Well, if that's your decision, so be it. But our agreement with the Huang family still stands. I have many matters to attend to in Huangshe City, so I'll take my leave." The man sighed regretfully and turned to leave. Chongyun Taoist held the wooden box in one hand, watching the man depart with an expressionless face, saying nothing for a while. Wang Yu stood by, completely puzzled and unsure whether to speak. "Come here and let me check your progress," the Taoist suddenly instructed Wang Yu. "Yes, master." Wang Yu quickly stepped forward. The Taoist placed a hand on Wang Yu's abdomen, and a cool sensation surged into his dantian, circled around, and swiftly returned to the Taoist's hand. The spiritual seed has only grown slightly. At this pace, if you can't increase the daily intake of spiritual energy, it might take over a year to break through the first level of the Yin water technique. Given the current situation, that might not be fast enough, the Taoist said with a hint of concern. "Master, what won't be fast enough?" Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. "It's a matter of timing. You need to break through to the second level of the Yin water technique within 6 months and learn some basic tricks to have a minimal ability to protect yourself," the Taoist said after a moment of contemplation, seemingly making a decision, as he tucked the wooden box into his robe and gestured for the young man to come closer. Wang Yu followed the Taoist out of the house, crossed the martial arts training ground, and arrived at the stone house in the back. The Taoist took out a key, unlocked the bronze lock, and led him inside. A bone-chilling cold hit Wang Yu, making him shiver. He keenly noticed that the temperature seemed even lower than the last time. The Taoist's gaze carefully swept over the ground in front of the altar. After a moment of thought, he walked to the corner and picked up a jar with a talisman attached to it. He shook the jar, put his ear to it, and listened, then showed a satisfied expression. The Yin spirits inside should be purified and ready for use. With that, he deftly tore off the talisman and lifted the lid. Wang Yu was startled by the sudden action and instinctively stepped back 2 paces, his hand unconsciously resting on the small wooden sword at his waist. This thunderstruck wood sword, given to him by Feng, had been his constant companion since he learned that Yin spirits truly existed in the world. What's there to fear? The Taoist glanced at him, placing the jar on the ground with a faint smile. You haven't practiced today, have you? Use the Yin water technique here. Master, I haven't learned any spells, so I always feel a bit uneasy about these things. Wong Yu smiled awkwardly and obediently sat cross-legged, releasing his spiritual awareness to begin practicing the first layer of the Yin water technique. After completing a small cycle, Wong Yu opened his eyes in surprise, staring intently at the jar before him. He discovered that during his practice, wisps of gray gas emerged from the jar, intertwining with multicolored light spots, and were absorbed into his body, entering his spiritual core. Seeing this, the Taoist explained, the purified Yin spirits transform into pure spiritual energy, which, although inclined towards coldness, is perfectly suitable for the Yin water technique. This way, the spiritual energy absorbed in the same amount of time can be several times greater, theoretically allowing you to break through to the second layer in 3 to 4 months. Master, is it really that amazing? But what do you mean by theoretically? Wang Yu asked, initially delighted but then puzzled. The Taoist explained in detail that the spiritual energy from Yin spirits, while pure, is not true heavenly spiritual energy. It contains impurities and is too cold to absorb daily, ideally only once every 4 or 5 days. Thus, the actual efficiency of practice can be roughly doubled, allowing him to reach the second layer in about 6 months. With that, the Taoist took out a wooden box from his robe and retrieved a small black bottle. He opened the lid, chanted an incantation, and aimed the bottle's mouth at the jar. Instantly, the gray gas was drawn into the bottle like threads. He repeated this process with 2 other jars and handed the bottle filled with Yin spirit energy to Wang Yu, saying, this Yin marrow bottle isn't exactly a magical artifact, but it can store Yin spirit energy for a short time without losing it. Keep it safe. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I will diligently cultivate my skills. Wang Yu bowed and accepted the small bottle, feeling its cool touch on his fingertips. He immediately realized its value and couldn't hide his delight, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Qiu Yi, as long as you advance the Yin water technique to the second level within 6 months, I will continue to provide Yin spirit qi to assist your cultivation, the Taoist said calmly. But if you can't achieve this, it means this item isn't suitable for you, and you'll need to cultivate step by step. As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoist turned and left the stone house with Wang Yu. Later, Wang Yu followed the Taoist, but he didn't take the warning seriously. He quietly calculated the time. He only had about 10 days left of his month-long stay in this otherworldly realm. It was time to think about leaving the temple and heading to Huangshe City to investigate. As the only city in this area, it surely held more valuable information about this world. Wang Yu pondered. The more information he could bring back to Blue Star, the greater the rewards from the government would be. Also, should he try to learn 1 or 2 spells from the Taoist or Feng? Even the most basic trick they mentioned would surely be a significant contribution if brought back. 2 more days passed. That afternoon, while Wang Yu and Dong Yue were practicing martial arts behind the temple, a sharp bird call suddenly broke the tranquility. A small green bird descended from the sky and landed steadily on the eaves of the main hall. Ah, it seems the abbot is going out, Dong Yue said with a grin upon seeing this. Brother Dong Yue, why do you say that? Wang Yu asked, puzzled. Since I came to the mountain, this bird has appeared at the temple 4 or 5 times, Dong Yue replied confidently. Each time, the abbot takes the senior brother and leaves the temple. It's likely the same this time. Wang Yu was skeptical, but soon enough, Chongyun Taoist called him over, gave him a few simple instructions, and then hurriedly left with Feng. That night, as Wang Yu was about to sleep after finishing his practice, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Someone was banging loudly on the temple's gate, the sound piercing the night. Startled, Wang Yu jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. Who would come to Baiyun Temple so late? Across the courtyard, Dong Yue also emerged in disarray, holding a lantern, yawning and complaining. The abbot and senior brother can't return so soon. How annoying. Reluctantly, the chubby boy moved toward the gate, but before he could remove the bar, the person outside seemed impatient. With a loud crash, the bar shattered, and the gate was forcibly flung open. Ah! Dong Yue screamed, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Thud! A round object was thrown in from outside, rolling a few times before stopping at Dong Yue's feet. Instinctively, he shone his lantern forward, and upon seeing what it was, he screamed sharply, his face draining of color. In the light, the round object was a blood-stained human head, eyes wide open, mouth agape, and the pain-distorted features unmistakably identified it as the head of senior brother Feng. What happened? Feng and Chongyun Taoist had only left that morning, yet by evening, Feng had been killed, his head severed and thrown back to the temple. Wang Yu saw everything clearly. His mind buzzed, and his blood seemed to freeze instantly. Before he could react, a sinister voice of a young man came from outside the Taoist temple. Heh. As expected, Baiyun Temple is hiding 2 remnants. Kill them all to prevent future troubles. Before he finished speaking, shadows flickered at the entrance. 7 or 8 people clad in black, their faces covered with thick black cloth, burst in. Their weapons gleamed coldly in the dim light. Who are you? Wong Yu, in a panic, tossed aside the lantern she was holding and backed away repeatedly. This is the temple of Immortal Chronicles. Aren't you afraid he'll come back to punish you? Just then, a young man with a flat nose and triangular eyes, dressed in white, entered the hall. He lightly shook a silver-glinting folding fan in his hand, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Old Chongyun can barely protect himself now. Who would fear him? Do it. Junior brother, run. Wong Yu screamed and turned to flee towards the back mountain. Wong Yu felt a jolt in his heart and immediately followed her. Brat, you can run, but you can't hide. The men in black swarmed in pursuit, leaving the young man in white standing alone. He snorted coldly. Just 2 mere mortals. His gaze turned towards the main hall, filled with greedy desire, and he strode inside. Moments later, the young man cursed as he rushed out of the hall, slapped a yellow talisman on his legs, and was instantly surrounded by a light breeze, allowing him to float swiftly towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, Wong Yu and Wong Yu had already gone their separate ways. As he passed the training ground, Wong Yu grabbed a rusty iron sword. His legs unleashed incredible power, propelling him several yards with each step. If it weren't for the trees and underbrush, he might have dashed down the mountain in one breath. Suddenly, a sound of something cutting through the air. Wong Yu instinctively swung his sword, deflecting a crossbow bolt that whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in a tree ahead. He turned sharply as 3 more arrows came at him. In a flurry, he managed to deflect 2, but the third pierced his left shoulder, causing him to stagger in pain. Brat, if we hadn't trained in light body techniques, you might have gotten away. 4 panting men in black emerged from the woods. The leader, holding an iron crossbow, saw Wong Yu was hit and immediately signaled his comrades to surround him. Wong Yu had never faced such a perilous situation before. His heart was filled with fear and anxiety as he gripped the iron sword tightly in his right hand, his eyes fixed on the leader of the masked men holding a small iron crossbow. The unshot bolt was clearly visible. Among the other 3 masked men, 2 wielded long knives, and 1 held a spear. Despite the severe wound on his left shoulder, which caused blood to flow like a fountain, he felt surprisingly no pain, as if the injury hadn't reached the bones, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. The problem was, how could he, someone who had only practiced swordsmanship for a few days, possibly survive against these 4 menacing individuals? Fortunately, this body wasn't his own, so even if he suffered a fatal injury, his real self on Blue Star wouldn't die. With this thought, Wong Yu's courage grew a bit, and he desperately recalled every move of the Gale sword technique. Be careful, this kid can run so fast, he might not be an ordinary Taoist novice, the masked man holding the crossbow said coldly, eyeing Wong Yu's tall and imposing figure. Then, he slightly tilted the crossbow forward, and the last bolt whistled through the air, aiming straight for Wong Yu's face. At the same time, the other 2 knife-wielding masked men charged at him. Only the one with the spear didn't advance, but instead retreated a dozen steps, blocking the way down the mountain. Clang! Wong Yu swung his iron sword in front of him, deflecting the incoming bolt. He took the opportunity to crouch and charge towards the masked man with the crossbow, ignoring the 2 with knives. You're courting death. The leader's expression changed, and he roared in anger. But with no more bolts to load, he had to discard the crossbow and draw 2 short blades to meet Wong Yu. First move, Wong Yu shouted, taking a deep breath and channeling all his strength into his legs. The iron sword thrust forward with such force that his body almost became a gust of wind, closing the distance in an instant and lunging at the enemy. The leader was taken aback by the sudden gust and the flash of the sword, quickly crossing his short blades in front of his chest. However, Wong Yu's attack was so powerful that the short blades flew out of his hands, and Wong Yu's iron sword mercilessly pierced his chest. With a loud bang, the masked man staggered back several steps, blood gushing from his chest as he was pinned to an ancient tree behind him, dying with his eyes wide open. Breathing heavily, Wong Yu pulled the iron sword from his body, swiftly slashing it across the man's neck, causing blood to spurt like a fountain. The leader's eyes widened, trying to speak, but he ultimately collapsed at the base of the tree. Taking a deep breath, Wong Yu held the sword in one hand and turned to face the 2 remaining knife-wielding masked men charging at him. The recent act of killing for the first time made his heart race like a drum, his face pale, but the fear within him was replaced by an inexplicable excitement, a thrill that made his heart tremble, erasing the fear completely. You brat, what did you do? Is Brotherly okay? He can't really be down for good, can he? 2 masked men with knives, filled with a mix of anger and astonishment, cursed furiously but did not slow their attack. One gripped his knife handle tightly and slashed ferociously at the young man's head, while the other swung his arm, sending his long knife sweeping like lightning toward Wong Yu's waist. Their coordination was seamless, and their attacks came in a relentless wave. Sensing the deadly strike, Wang Yu remained exceptionally clear-minded and reacted swiftly. He muttered a sword technique under his breath, took a quick step sideways to evade the fatal overhead slash, and without hesitation, his sword intercepted the blade aimed at his waist. With a loud clang, both weapons flew into the air, the long knife and half of the iron sword spinning away. Wang Yu's vision blurred momentarily, seeing the masked man retreat empty-handed, stumbling back 2 steps. But before he could catch his breath, the other masked man seized the opportunity to unleash 3 consecutive strikes. The blades gleamed bright as silver dragons, slashing down from above and nearly blinding Wang Yu. With no time to discern the reality of these strikes, Wang Yu swung his arm wildly, the half-sword slicing upward, while he charged toward his opponent like a storm. With a swift change in trajectory, the blade dodged the incoming iron sword and sliced into Wang Yu's arm. He winced in pain, his face paling, but he did not stop. He twisted and lunged, crashing his shoulder into the masked man's chest with the force of a raging storm. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the knife-wielding attacker flew backward like a sack, landing heavily on the ground, silent and motionless. "Brother Qian, help!" The other unarmed masked man cried out in terror at the sight, a chill running through him. Ignoring the weapons on the ground, he turned and dashed towards the masked man with the gun, shouting for help. Wang Yu turned around, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. Ignoring the searing pain in his arm, he hurled the half-sword with force. It sliced through the air, swiftly targeting the back of the fleeing, unarmed masked man. Just as he was sprinting forward, he felt a sharp pain in his back, stumbled, and fell face first in front of the gun-wielding masked man, a gaping wound in his back pouring blood. At this moment, Wang Yu finally acknowledged the intense pain in his arm, glancing down to see a deep wound exposing bone, with blood soaking his entire arm. Nevertheless, he didn't stop. He gritted his teeth, picked up a long knife, and kept his eyes locked on the masked man with the gun. The masked man with the gun turned pale, consumed by despair. What started as 4 trained fighters against a lone apprentice had quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving him alone. He felt Wang Yu's deadly gaze, and his heart raced, legs trembling. Instinctively, he turned to flee, running desperately down the mountain with his long gun in tow. Wang Yu hesitated but then sighed in relief, considering abandoning the chase. Just then, a silver disc-like weapon shot from the nearby woods, spinning around the gun-wielding masked man before abruptly reversing direction to slice into his waist. With a scream, the man's body was severed in 2, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed like a fountain. Wang Yu stared at the nearby forest as if facing a formidable enemy, his body tense, and his long knife trembling slightly in his hand. "Oomph, trying to escape? Did you think I'd let you get away after all these years?" A cold voice emanated from the woods. Soon after, a young man in white emerged, casually twirling a bloodstained silver folding fan, the same fan that had transformed into a deadly silver wheel earlier. "Are you really going to kill us all?" Wang Yu tightened his grip on the knife, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. The young man in white looked at Wang Yu with disdain. "Hand over the treasure of Chongyun Laodao, and I might spare your life. I've searched that old man's place thoroughly and found nothing. Given your skills at such a young age, you must be his new apprentice and know something. If you confess, I might let you live." "I know nothing," Wang Yu replied without hesitation, a flash of caution in his eyes. "Heh," the young man in white laughed angrily. "Not afraid of death, are you? That guy Qingfeng was just as stubborn before he died. I wonder if you'll still be so brave after I take your head. You killed Brother Qingfeng." Wang Yu's expression changed dramatically as he positioned his knife in front of him, ready for a life-and-death battle. After previously taking down 3 opponents, he felt confident in his newly awakened wind-splitting sword technique. However, the next moment, his vision blacked out, the world spun around him, and he fell to one knee, unable to control his body. Blood dripped from his arm, forming a dark red pool on the ground. Not good, too much blood loss, Wang Yu thought, realizing he was powerless and unable to stand. The young man in white was initially stunned, then burst into laughter. He held up the silver fan, letting it spin rapidly in his palm before flicking his arm, sending the fan, now a circular blade, toward Wang Yu's throat. At this critical moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Wang Yu's mind. "Beep, beep." Host's mental fluctuations are intense, signs of life detachment detected. Major danger identified. Taiyuan auxiliary system passively activated. In an instant, Wang Yu, who had been unable to move, rolled agilely, easily dodging the whistling silver blade. The blade traced a graceful arc and returned steadily to the young man in white's hand. The young man in white squinted, thoughtfully playing with the silver fan. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice continued in Wang Yu's mind. "System incomplete. Unknown energy detected. System repairing using unknown energy. System anomaly detected. Repair complete. Starting host body diagnostics. Blood loss critical, partial injuries, loss of physical control. Auxiliary system taking over body, initiating auto protection. Entering overclocked synchronization mode." Nerve pain sensation blocked, 99.8. Muscle contraction at wound sites to stop bleeding, 84. Adrenaline secretion stimulated, heart rate increased. Estimated maximum combat time, 3 minutes, 36 seconds. Wang Yu stood there in a daze, as if in a dream. The Taiyuan auxiliary system activated unexpectedly. However, what are this automatic protection mechanism and the overclock synchronization mode? These features were never mentioned during classes at the Blue Star base. And what was that evasion just now? It certainly wasn't him controlling his body. The intense pain in his shoulders and arms had inexplicably vanished. Although his mind was as clear as ever, he had lost all control and sensation of his body, as if another he was in charge, reminiscent of his first experience stepping into another world. Host self-defense weapon detection in progress. Detected. 1 low-grade steel long blade, length of 4 feet 3 inches. Searching for long blade usage techniques. No relevant skills found in host. Detected. Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance Grand Arsenal. Arsenal data incomplete. Found. 17th edition practical weapon killing technique Batajutsu, suitable for current host conditions. Loading Batajutsu technique. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned by the voices echoing in his mind, unable to comprehend what was happening. While he was bewildered, his body autonomously tucked the long blade into his left waist, gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand, pressed his left hand against the back of the blade, and began striding rapidly towards the young man in white across from him, quickening his pace until he was almost running. The young man in white, witnessing Wang Yu, who had seemed half-dead moments ago, now suddenly revitalized and charging at him with a fierce momentum, looked on in shock, muttering to himself. The strange pattern in the center of his folding fan flickered with white light, growing brighter. Just then, Wang Yu had closed in like lightning within a distance of Tu Zhang. The young man in white let out a low, angry shout, vigorously waved the silver folding fan in his hand towards Wang Yu. Instantly, a yellowish gale surged forth from the fan, engulfing Wang Yu completely, sending sand and dust swirling within several zhang, making it difficult to even open one's eyes. Simultaneously, the young man in white drew a slender silver sword from his waist. The 3-foot-long blade, as thin as silk, flickered with dense sword shadows as he twisted his wrist, casting a rain-like glow towards Wang Yu. The mechanical voice continued to echo in Wang Yu's mind. The 17th edition Batajutsu comprises 125 drawing angles, with the 54th being the optimal choice. This move has an 89.5 chance of creating an opening in the enemy, but a 100 chance of self-injury. Adrenaline levels skyrocketing, strength doubling, duration 3 seconds, legs rapidly gathering power, charging amplitude at 85. Right hand strength reaching maximum burst amplitude 120. As the voice faded, Wang Yu leapt into the air almost instantaneously and struck with his blade. In the midst of the tempest, his figure vanished like a phantom, followed by a blinding white light like snow. The sword shadows were shattered and dissipated like foam. In a flash, Wang Yu appeared behind the young man in white. The young man, terror-stricken, stood frozen for a moment, then spun around, trying to defend himself again, but he was powerless to react. He dropped his fan and sword, clutched his throat with both hands, trying to prevent the impending disaster. But it was too late. A thin line of blood appeared quietly, and the young man's head fell, rolling to the ground. His headless body swayed, then collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in death. Wang Yu stood straight in place, the long knife that was once tucked at his waist now gripped tightly in his hand, blade held upwards. His fingers were raw and bleeding from the intense battle, with blood slowly dripping down the handle, while his chest bore 3 or 4 thin, bleeding wounds. As the crisis subsided, a series of system notifications sounded in his mind. Adrenaline levels returning to normal. Heart rate adjusting. Nerve block deactivated. Recommend host to promptly treat injuries. Overclocked sync mode deactivated. System self-protection mechanism deactivating. Beep, beep. Energy insufficient. System entering sleep mode automatically. With the last notification, Wang Yu's legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. He finally regained control over his body, but was immediately met with the searing pain of his wounds. His head felt leaden, and his thoughts were sluggish, a sign of mental exhaustion as described by Chongyun Taoist. He rested briefly where he was, and once able to move, he began to address the situation at hand. Dragging his weary body, he ensured the masked men on the ground were truly dead by finishing them off. Then, he tore strips of clean cloth from their clothes to bandage his fingers and wounds, preventing further blood loss. While searching the bodies, he found only a few silver pieces and copper coins on the 4 masked men, but the headless body of the young man in white yielded more. 2 gold ingots, 3 yellow talismans inscribed with identical mysterious symbols, and a special piece of soft armor. The patterns on the talismans were simple, yet dizzying, clearly a cultivator's magical tools, which Wang Yu carefully stowed away. The soft armor was made of yellow metal rings woven with silver thread. When he tested it with his knife, the blade bounced off, leaving only a shallow mark. Realizing this was a rare piece of protective gear, he quickly put it on over his undershirt. He felt a sense of relief, knowing that if the system had not guided his strike to the young man's neck, the soft armor might have prevented a fatal blow. Finally, he picked up the silver folding fan and slender sword. The fan's edges were razor-sharp, covered in intricate patterns. The slender sword, though as thin as a finger, was exceptionally resilient, snapping back straight even when bent into a circle. He discovered a hidden slot in the young man's leather belt, perfect for concealing the sword. So he took the belt, inserted the sword, and fastened it around his waist, with the sword's tip and hilt perfectly aligned and hidden. As for the silver folding fan capable of summoning fierce winds, it was undoubtedly the valuable magical tool Chongyun Taoist had mentioned. He carefully tucked it into his clothes, unwilling to linger any longer in the area or return to the Taoist temple. Gripping his long knife, he quickly descended the mountain, planning to find a safe place to hide and await the moment he could return to Blue Star. When he finally reached the foot of the mountain, still hesitating about which direction to take, a sudden sound pierced the sky. A Taoist descended from above, landing steadily in front of him. "Master, you're okay? Thank goodness." Wong Yu exclaimed with overwhelming joy as he recognized the figure. It was none other than Chongyun Taoist. His once pristine robe was now mostly charred, with large patches of coagulated blood on his chest, and his face was as pale as paper. Despite this, wisps of white clouds still surrounded him, exuding an aura of mystique. "Whatever you have to say, save it for after we leave this place," Chongyun Taoist said calmly. "I used the Sky Dance talisman to find you quickly. Hold on to my arm." With that, he grabbed Wong Yu's robe, muttering an incantation. As clouds enveloped them, they soared into the sky, flying swiftly into the distance. The sheer speed of their flight made the wind roar in Wong Yu's ears, his heart racing. Suddenly, he remembered. "Master, Dong Yue and I split up. He should be nearby. Dong Yue is just an ordinary person. His family has some influence in Huangshe City. He will be fine." Chongyun Taoist replied indifferently, seemingly unconcerned. Hearing this, Wong Yu relaxed a bit, closing his mouth and remaining silent. After flying for over 2 hours, as the white clouds around Chongyun Taoist began to fade, they finally landed on a small hill near a town. The Taoist led Wong Yu to a rock face, feeling around until a rumbling sound echoed, and the rock slowly parted to reveal a hidden entrance. Astonished, Wong Yu quickly followed the Taoist inside. Soon after, the rock closed again, leaving no trace of the entrance. In the dim passage, their footsteps echoed as they walked a dozen steps into a spacious natural cave. Small holes in the ceiling allowed faint beams of light to illuminate a half-human-tall bronze cauldron at the center, exuding a heavy, oily smell. As Wong Yu examined the cauldron, Chongyun Taoist approached it, producing a fire starter. With a flick, it ignited and was thrown into the cauldron. Flames roared, illuminating the cave as if it were daylight. Wong Yu's attention was drawn to 4 reliefs on the cave walls, each depicting a wolf, a tiger, a bear, and an ape, so lifelike they seemed ready to leap out. "What is this?" Wong Yu muttered, stepping forward to examine the wolf relief more closely. "This place wasn't built by me. I stumbled upon it. The reliefs were already here," Chongyun Taoist explained calmly. "These carvings seem to hold some kind of martial technique. The original owner must have been a cultivator. I've studied them for a long time, but found nothing. I can only surmise that training begins with the wolf relief." Wong Yu listened intently, mentally noting, "If I have time, I should try to decipher it. I've also stored some provisions here, enough for us to last a while," Chongyun Taoist said, retrieving a large bag of hard rations from the cave's corner. Before he could open the rations, Chongyun Taoist suddenly coughed up a large amount of foul blood, streaked with black threads, emitting a nauseating stench. "Master, you're injured," Wong Yu exclaimed, rushing forward to support him. "I was poisoned during my travels. Although I took medicine to suppress it, I was then ambushed by several strong foes, and Xing Feng was slain. I am now at the end of my strength and won't last much longer," Chongyun Taoist said in a low voice, a tone of resignation in his words. "Master, with your profound skills, isn't there a way to save yourself?" Wang Yu asked anxiously. "There is a way, but unless a cultivator of Foundation establishment or above intervenes, or we obtain a legendary elixir, I cannot be saved." Chongyun Taoist shook his head, gently pushing Wang Yu aside as he staggered to another corner of the cave. With a light tap of his toe, the ground trembled, revealing a small pit. Chongyun Taoist leaned down, retrieving a bundle containing 4 items: a thick black leather book, a rectangular iron box, a jade green gourd, and a white jade pendant. The Taoist solemnly picked up the emerald green gourd, gently caressed it for a moment, and then, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, handed it to Wang Yu. "Qiu Yi," he began slowly, his voice deep and powerful, "listen carefully. Although I founded the Baiyun Temple, to be honest, my sect is not truly a place for cultivation. To this day, I've only taken you and Xing Feng as disciples. Your cultivation is just at the beginning stage of chi refining, and there is a long way to go on the true path of immortality. He paused, his gaze tinged with a trace of sorrow as if recalling past events. In fact, I come from the Li family in Liangzhou of the Wu Kingdom, which is tens of thousands of miles from here. I offended a powerful enemy because I obtained a foundational spiritual object. Eventually, I was set up, my cultivation greatly diminished, and I came to Huangshu City to escape. His tone was heavy, as if the memories were still painful. Unexpectedly, that enemy was immensely powerful and sent people after me. The local rogue cultivators in Huangshu City were bribed and suddenly attacked me. His eyes sharpened, as if reliving that moment. Back then, I only used half of the foundational spiritual object I found. The rest is in this gourd. With that, he handed the emerald green gourd to Wong Yu. Master, what is a foundational spiritual object? And what is foundation building? Wong Yu took the gourd, looking bewildered, his gaze falling on its surface, filled with questions. Foundation building is the second major realm on the path of immortality. The Taoist explained gently, looking at Wong Yu. The Qi refining stage is divided into 12 levels. If you can break through to above the 10th level in the small realm, you can attempt to enter the foundation building stage. Foundation building is a critical phase for cultivators and the first step on the path of immortality. Only by reaching the foundation building stage can your cultivation achieve a qualitative leap, greatly extending your lifespan, allowing you to live over 200 years. A foundational spiritual object is a miraculous item that assists Qi refining cultivators in breaking through and is extremely precious. Without the help of such objects, the difficulty of breaking through increases significantly, and failure is possible. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. I was forced into this position because of that foundational spiritual object. Wong Yu gently touched the gourd, feeling its smooth, hard surface and the subtle aura it emitted. The mouth of the gourd was tightly sealed, not a hint of its contents escaping, as if it held some powerful force. Remember, Wong Yu, the Taoist said sternly, looking at Wong Yu. Do not open the gourd until you are ready to break through. The liquid inside, Tongming's spiritual liquid, will evaporate upon contact with air, and once wasted, it cannot be replaced. Tongming's spiritual liquid, Wong Yu repeated softly, looking at the gourd in his hand, even more puzzled. Yes, this gourd is called the Tongming gourd, a rare spiritual material in itself, and can even be crafted into a magical tool, but gourd capable of producing Tongming spiritual liquid is 1 in a million, the Taoist continued. Also, here are my notes. He took out a black leather book from his bag and handed it to Wong Yu. The first part covers common knowledge in the cultivation world, while the latter part contains the 12-layer cultivation method of water technique and some recipes, including the formula for blood refining soup. Wong Yu accepted the black leather book, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Thank you, master. The Taoist nodded, a tinge of regret in his expression. Finally, these 2 items, the jade pendant is a token of my family. If you ever have the chance to go there, you can deliver it to the Li family. As for this box, its greatest value lies in the remaining half gourd of Tongming's spiritual liquid, which I prepared as a farewell gift for a friend. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned, his gaze sharp, fixed on the entrance of the cave passage. Friend Huang, wasn't I right? Wong Yu was startled, then quickly gathered himself, clutching the gourd and black book tightly to his chest, swiftly drawing his slender silver sword, eyes tense, staring at the cave entrance. It was dark and empty, with no sign of movement, as if nothing had happened. He looked at the Taoist in confusion, his mind filled with questions. At this moment, since Taoist Huang still refuses to show himself, I have no choice but to take action. Taoist Chongyun ignored Wong Yu, slowly raised a palm, and struck toward the entrance of the passage. With a low rumbling sound, a piercing white chill shot from the Taoist's palm, heading straight for the passage. Instantly, the surrounding air became exceptionally cold, as if the entire cave was engulfed in ice and snow. Ah, old friend Chongyun, is this really necessary? A voice emerged from the frost, followed by a faint apparition. It was Taoist Huang, whose body was suddenly surrounded by fiery red flames. As the flames spread, they quickly dispelled the chilling cold, and the temperature in the cave rose abruptly, becoming unbearably hot. It truly was Taoist Huang. Wang Yu felt a jolt in his heart, but he showed no sign of it on his face. He had already suspected that without the Huang family's permission, these rogue cultivators wouldn't dare to blatantly join forces against him. Taoist Chongyun's eyes narrowed as he coldly stared at Taoist Huang, his tone still calm. When I was attacked, I thought, without the support of the Huang family, who would dare to do such a thing? Taoist Huang remained unfazed, his gaze sharp as ice and fire intertwined. Friend, although I am the lord of Huangshu City, the true decision-makers of the Huang family are the elders. The decision made, I naturally cannot oppose. However, I did not participate in Old Su and the others teaming up against you. I came this time out of past friendship, intending to help you take care of some final matters. Taoist Chongyun sneered. his eyes like daggers fixed on the man in yellow robes. Helping me with final matters, could it be to obtain the treasure your friend covets? Taoist Huang smiled faintly and spoke softly. If you don't believe me, I can't force you. But this time, you traveled far, surely for the bright spirit elixir. Though it's not as potent as the foundation establishment pill, it aids in foundation building, and some have successfully entered the path with its help. Even so, I won't say more. As Taoist Huang spoke, his gaze gradually turned to Wong Yu, his greed barely concealed. Wong Yu felt a sudden shock, his grip on the silver fine sword tightening as tension spread through him. The lord of Huangshi City noticed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes, though his tone remained gentle. Young man, the soft sword in your hand is a special weapon crafted by my Huang family. It seems you killed my nephew. Quite interesting. My nephew's cultivation was shallow. Though he hadn't formed a spiritual root, he had mastered some low-level tricks. Moreover, he had the mysterious wind fan for protection. Wang Yu did not respond to the lord of Huangshi City, but his heart was in turmoil. The nephew mentioned was indeed the white-clad youth he had killed, not anticipating such entanglement from this matter. But now, with Taoist Chongyun seriously injured and Taoist Huang arriving with clear hostility, the situation seemed increasingly complex. Taoist Huang, you're no longer pretending nothing happened, are you? Very well, when I kill you later, I won't hesitate. Taoist Chongyun's gaze turned cold, showing disgust. With a wave of his hand, the talismans on the iron box fluttered down, disappearing into the air, leaving trails of white light. With a crisp, melodious sound, a delicate resonance emanated from the iron box, as if celestial music echoed. Could it be the spirit sword's call? Taoist Huang's expression changed drastically, clearly unable to believe it. Impossible, you're just a family outcast. How could you possess a spirit sword? Even if it is a spirit sword, with your current cultivation, how could you possibly wield it? The man in the yellow robe's face changed drastically as he stared intently at the iron box in Chong Yun Daoren's hand. His muscles tensed, as if facing a formidable enemy. Go ahead and try. Chong Yun Daoren sneered, lightly tapping a corner of the iron box with his slender fingers. With a crisp mechanical sound, the surface of the box slowly cracked open. At that very moment, the Yellowstone City Lord, who had been guarding the entrance, suddenly turned and sprinted down the passageway behind him, vanishing in an instant. This unexpected move left Wong Yu wide-eyed and speechless in disbelief. Master, don't speak. Chong Yun Daoren interrupted his disciple, still holding the iron box steadily, his gaze firmly fixed on the entrance. Wong Yu obediently closed his mouth, but couldn't resist peeking inside the box. To his surprise, it didn't contain any earth-shattering flying sword but a tattered old scabbard, less than half a foot long, with a scorched and mottled surface full of holes. Moments later, a figure appeared at the cave entrance. The Yellowstone City Lord reappeared, this time surrounded by a faint golden light, replacing the previous red flames, and holding a small black iron shield, about a foot in size. Chong Yun, my old friend, the Yellowstone City Lord sneered. I almost fell for your trap. If you truly had a spirit sword, you wouldn't have let me leave. Even if you have one last strike, with my golden shield and protective artifacts, what can you do to me? You should just surrender. Before he finished speaking, he raised his shield and advanced rapidly. In no time, he was within a yard of Chong Yun Daorun, his palm gathering a scorching fireball, his fingers wreathed in flames reaching for the Daorun. Yellow friend, farewell. Chong Yun Daorun suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the tattered scabbard. With a bang, the scabbard trembled, and a small, misty white sword shot out. After circling once, the sword light suddenly expanded to a 3-foot silver beam, heading straight for the man in the yellow robe. The Yellowstone City Lord was terrified, abandoning his attack on the Daorun and frantically wielding his iron shield. 3 white patterns on the shield lit up, transforming into a solid white light in defense. Simultaneously, he launched himself backward, desperately fleeing toward the passage entrance. However, the silver light pierced through the iron shield effortlessly, catching up with the Yellowstone City Lord. In his horrified gaze, the sword light circled his body. In an instant, the golden light on his body shattered. A pillar of fire shot up, but was quickly extinguished by the flashing silver light. All that remained on the ground was the shattered corpse of the man in the yellow robe, his innards scattered. The silver light circled a few times in the air before transforming back into a small white sword, disappearing into the scabbard, which then crumbled into dust. This breathtaking scene left Wang Yu utterly stunned. Good, good, good. Chong Yun Daoren laughed heartily. To witness the power of the spirit sword with my own eyes, even if it's just a shadow of its light, is worth exhausting half a lifetime's savings. As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted slightly, a smile on his face, but he was already dead. Master, don't scare me. Wang Yu hurriedly approached, placing his fingers under the Daoren's nose. Moments later, he grabbed his master's wrist, but felt no pulse. Chong Yun Daoren had passed away just like that. Behind the small hill, in a meadow blooming with flowers. Wong Yu stood quietly in front of a modest mound of freshly turned earth, holding a black leather-bound book in one hand. A gentle breeze rustled the flowers and grass, adding a touch of life to the tranquil graveyard. Master, you said you wanted to be buried whole in a place with flowers and grass after your death, and I have done as you wished, Wong Yu said softly, gazing at the mound. But master, did you foresee this day? Otherwise, why would you leave a will in your notes, hoping that the one who inherits your teachings would go to the Li family? He shook his head, frowning slightly. But I fear I cannot fulfill this wish. In a few days, he would return to Blue Star, making it impossible to travel to a place tens of thousands of miles away. However, the notebook did contain methods to leave the Huangshe City area. Baizhun Pavilion, Qishui River. Wang Yu murmured these names, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Just then, a crisp chirp echoed from above. A small emerald bird swooped down from the sky, landing lightly on a small tree near the mound. It chirped for a while on the branch before spreading its wings and flying off into the distance. That bird seems familiar. Wang Yu watched the bird's departure with a trace of puzzlement on his brow, but eventually, he left the graveyard with the black leather book. In truth, although Chongyun Taoist had only taken him as a disciple for a brief 10 days, he had treated him well. Because their time together was so short, it was hard to say he was deeply saddened by the loss. It felt more like the sudden passing of a well-regarded elder, leaving a slight ache in his heart. Wang Yu found a small stream outside, drank a few sips of its cool water, and returned to the cave. After eating some dry rations, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed, carefully going through the black leather book in his hands once more. As Chongyun Taoist had mentioned, the first part was filled with his casual notes. It included insights into the cultivation of water techniques and documented many travels and observations, providing detailed descriptions of matters and knowledge related to cultivators. This gave Wang Yu a rough understanding of the cultivation world. According to the notes, the speed at which a cultivator advances depends not only on their innate spiritual roots and the quality of the techniques they practice, but also on the concentration of spiritual energy in their training environment. For low-level cultivators, the first two factors are almost beyond choice. Spiritual roots, determined by fate, are largely unchangeable by external forces, and finding a technique that can reach the peak of the qi refining stage is a blessing. Therefore, choosing a place for cultivation is the only aspect within their control. The notes detailed that the first 3 levels of the qi refining stage are the pseudo-cultivation phase of the early qi refining period. As long as one possesses spiritual sensitivity and has been seeded with spiritual energy, they can progress anywhere. However, beyond the 3rd level, one must find a spiritual domain with spiritual veins to continue advancing, as insufficient spiritual energy will stall their progress. The 4th to 6th levels of qi refining are the mid-stage, while the 7th to 10th levels represent the late stage. After reaching the 10th level, one enters the peak of qi refining and can attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage, which also requires abundant spiritual energy or risk failure. However, spiritual veins are rare, often emerging in famous mountains and rivers, and may shift with the tides of spiritual energy. Areas devoid of spiritual veins are called spiritless lands, while regions where veins appear and disappear are known as residual spirit lands. The notes of Taoist Chongyun contain detailed records of the secrets of Huangshe City. This city is located in a renowned area of residual spiritual energy, where every decade a tidal wave of spiritual energy occurs, forming a temporary first-order spiritual vein at some location within the region. This vein naturally falls under the control of the Huang family, a clan of cultivators. They not only use it for their own cultivation but also force the common people in nearby towns to grow spirit rice, which requires a large amount of spiritual energy to aid their clan's cultivation. This is the truth behind the decennial spiritual labor in Huangshe City. Huangshe City is situated in an exceptionally unique geographical location. The entire city lies within a massive basin, surrounded by treacherous mountains and wild forests, teeming with countless ferocious beasts. This terrain makes it nearly impossible for ordinary people to escape by land, and even low-level cultivators face great peril entering it. To leave this area, one must take the Qishui River leading to Tongzhou in the Wu state. However, the river is turbulent, with unfathomable depths and numerous dangerous aquatic beasts, making it impassable for ordinary vessels. Only a cultivation power in Huangshe City, known as the Baizhun Pavilion, dispatches specially designed giant boats each year, charging high fees to transport people in and out. Taoist Chongyun himself arrived in Huangshe City aboard such a boat. The notes also reveal an important discovery. The cloud patterns he had seen in the Baiyun scripture are actually a type of spiritual pattern containing mysterious power. These patterns can form special designs, engraved onto objects to become inscriptions or glyphs, bestowing incredible abilities upon them and turning them into magical artifacts. The talismans used by cultivators also bear similar glyphs or runes, which are what activate various magical effects. Upon realizing this, Wang Yu took out 3 yellow talismans and the Xianfeng fan from his pocket. He carefully examined the identical patterns on the talismans and gently traced the uneven lines on the fan's surface, suddenly understanding that these were applications of spiritual patterns. The Taoist notes further document that beyond the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, there is an even higher stage known as the core formation stage, though his knowledge of higher stages seems limited. The latter part of the notes meticulously details the cultivation method for the 12 levels of Yin water technique, followed by 3 medicinal recipes: blood refining soup, muhua powder for treating mana disorders, and a deadly poison called bone corrosive water that can rot flesh and clothing into water instantly. Reading about the terrifying effects of bone corrosive water sent chills down Wang Yu's spine, making him realize his master's extraordinary nature. At the end of the notes, there is a recently added testament by Taoist Chongyun. He sensed a change in the Huang family's attitude towards him, with increasing probing, and thus planned to leave Huangshi City within half a year. However, if anything were to happen to him during this period, he wished to be buried in a place with flowers and grass, and his possessions to be passed on to whoever finds the notes. He specifically mentioned that if the finder is his disciple, they may use his identity token to join the Li family. Wang Yu gently closed the black book. The vast amount of information it contained would take time to digest. Unfortunately, the book offered no insights into magical tricks or spells, leaving him without a deeper understanding of how cultivators wield and control their powers. Placing the black book on the ground, his gaze wandered to the other items nearby: a jade pendant, a green gourd, an empty iron box left by Chongyun Taoist, a damaged iron shield with large holes, a gray cloth bag, and a thin, flesh-colored glove. These items were retrieved from the corpse of the Lord of Huangshi City, which had already been reduced to ashes in a bronze cauldron. Wang Yu first picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely. It was as white as snow, carved with simple leaf-like patterns and inscribed with the character Li on one side and clan on the other. As he turned it over a few times, he absent-mindedly waved it over the dust on the ground. Instantly, the 2 characters emitted a faint white glow, and the surrounding dust scattered, leaving the ground spotlessly clean. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. The jade pendant could repel dust without any magical power, suggesting it had more uses. He carefully tucked it into his robe, thinking it would keep him relatively clean even without frequent baths. Next, he picked up the damaged iron shield. Its blackened surface was unremarkable, but its weight surprised him. As he ran his hand over it, a chill emanated, and a light tap produced a dull, resonant hum. Wang Yu sensed the material was unusual, possibly the same as that of the empty iron box. Comparing the two, he concluded that the shield, adorned with 3 cloud-like spirit patterns, was of significant value, having been used by the Lord of Huangshi City as a defensive artifact. While pondering, Wang Yu drew a slender silver sword and struck the shield repeatedly. To his amazement, the shield bore no marks, while his hand tingled from the vibrations. Impressed, he thought that if weapons were made of this material, they would be as formidable as legendary blades. After attempting to wield the shield again without success, he set it down and picked up the green gourd. Gently shaking the gourd, he heard the faint sloshing of liquid, likely some foundational elixir. Placing it back, he turned to the flesh-colored glove. This glove had survived unscathed when the Lord's body was incinerated, indicating its uniqueness. Running his sword across its surface left only a faint white mark that vanished almost instantly, returning the glove to its original state. Thrilled, Wang Yu quickly donned the glove on his right hand, finding it soft, elastic, and breathable. Remarkably, it blended seamlessly with his skin, nearly indistinguishable unless closely inspected. Wang Yu marveled at the glove, made from some extraordinary material, impervious to blades and fire. The thought occurred to him that it would greatly enhance his combat abilities, especially in techniques like catching blades barehanded. As for the inconspicuous gray bag, Wang Yu felt a bit puzzled, unable to decide what it might contain. The pouch was found on the person of the Lord of Huangshi City, and Wang Yu was eager to open it to see what was inside. He picked up the seemingly ordinary gray pouch, but no matter how he tried, the opening wouldn't budge. It seemed as if it was naturally sealed. He tried prying it open with his fingers, biting it with his teeth, and even using a sharp dagger to cut it, but the blade left no mark on the surface. The small gray pouch looked unremarkable, but felt heavy, weighing about 10 pounds, which convinced Wang Yu that it contained something unusual. Frowning, he recalled reading about similar items in the notes of a Taoist he had come across. A storage pouch. Wang Yu's eyes lit up as he confirmed with the black book. According to the records of the Taoist Chongyun, this was a space artifact used by cultivators, only accessible through magical power and spiritual sense. The pouch's special material could even alter the weight or size of its contents, depending on its quality, making it far more practical than artifacts of the same level. Chongyun himself couldn't afford one because he invested all his resources into cultivation, yet the Lord of Huangshi City carried one, indicating his extraordinary status. Wang Yu caressed the surface of the pouch, letting out a wry smile. He couldn't open it now, likely due to his lack of magical power. Wong Yu had mentioned that one needed to reach the second level of the water technique to generate some magical power. With no other choice, Wong Yu carefully stored the gray pouch in his bosom. In the following days, Wong Yu decided to stay in the secluded cave, waiting for the day his consciousness would return to Blue Star. His master was still being hunted, and he couldn't risk going back to Baiyun Temple or his former home. If he died in this world, his real body on Blue Star might suffer mental damage. However, Wong Yu didn't intend to waste time idly. He sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, ready to explore the mysteries of the Taiyuan auxiliary system. During training on Blue Star, the instructors mentioned that the system could help them influence the behavior of people in other worlds, but they never mentioned a self-defense mechanism or its ability to directly control a foreign body's actions. What was the unknown energy that surged when the system activated? Taiyuan, activate the system, Wong Yu murmured, tapping his forehead. Beep, beep. Taiyuan auxiliary system activation in progress. Scanning. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host's mental state normal. Energy supply normal. System activation successful. Wong Yu was overjoyed. After the last passive activation, the system startup method had indeed returned to normal. He continued. Taiyuan, check the current system functions. There was no response. Taiyuan, search for information on the sword drawing technique. Still silence. Taiyuan, search for data from the Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance Grand Arsenal. No reaction. Wong Yu took a deep breath. Taiyuan, I have the granted permissions, answer my questions. What are the automatic protection mechanism and overclock synchronization mode? The system remained silent, and Wong Yu's forehead veins bulged with frustration, nearly cursing aloud. Clenching his teeth, he tried one last thing. Taiyuan, enter overclock synchronization mode. Overclock synchronization mode activated. Duration based on host's mental power, 33 minutes and 26 seconds. The mechanical voice finally spoke again. Wong Yu was overjoyed. In the next moment, his mind thundered with realization, his eyes widened, and a glimmer appeared deep within his pupils. His senses became heightened to an unimaginable degree. From several meters away, he could see every tiny vein on the leaves in the corner of the cave with astonishing clarity. He could even hear the sound of insects moving underground, as if each little motion echoed in his mind. Outside the cave, the air was filled with the scent of flowers and trees, and with a gentle sniff, he could distinguish the various fragrances and flavors. Wong Yu slowly raised his hands and clenched his fingers, slightly sensing the stretch and strength of each one. At that moment, he could clearly hear the blood flowing through his arms and even feel the pulse of every drop within his veins. He was acutely aware of the tension and relaxation of each muscle in his arms, as if he had become the master of his own body. Remarkably, he could even calculate the potential of each muscle, knowing the extent of their power and the impact they could withstand, which was truly astonishing. When he had activated the automatic protection mechanism earlier, he hadn't experienced anything like this. Now, Wong Yu felt as if he had become the god of his own body, possessing limitless power and precise control. More astonishingly, his mind seemed to be refreshed by some force, entering a state of near superhuman clarity, as if time had slowed 100-fold. His memory and logical analysis skills were greatly enhanced, and he felt that each thought was more precise and clear than ever. To verify the reality of this state, he instinctively challenged himself with a complex mathematical problem involving the nth power of a multi-digit number. With a focused gaze, a stream of numbers flooded his mind, and he completed the calculation almost instantaneously, with the answer perfectly accurate, without any conscious thought process. At that moment, he was completely convinced that his brain was indeed in a near superhuman state. Wang Yu was both shocked and thrilled, realizing that he needed to experiment to fully understand this state. So he walked out of the cave to the edge of a forest and focused on a massive boulder half buried in the soil. He approached it, placed one hand on the rock, and gave it a slight shake. Using the sensation of moving the rock and the changes in the surrounding soil, Wang Yu quickly performed a series of data analyses in his mind, accurately estimating the weight of the rock. He could even gauge the size and shape of the portion hidden beneath the soil. His own calculations startled him. To confirm the reality of it all, he stared at the boulder, his eyes gleaming for a moment, then bent down, tightly gripping the rock with both hands, and gave it a few vigorous shakes. Taking a deep breath, he let out a low growl and astonishingly lifted the massive boulder from the earth. With a powerful swing of his arms, he hurled the rock several meters away, where it crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, creating a large crater. As Wang Yu stood there, panting, with aching arms and trembling legs, he felt a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. Earlier, he had merely imagined how to move the rock in his mind, and now, through his calculations and strength, he had lifted it effortlessly. This feeling left him both terrified and exhilarated, making him deeply aware that his body, and even his entire brain, had entered an unprecedented realm. He calculated everything meticulously, even down to which part of the rock to grip and how many deep breaths to take to unleash his body's maximum strength. Wong Yu's mind was operating at high speed, with every detail precisely computed. He recalled the limit of his strength tested at the Taoist temple after partially awakening his bloodline 400 pounds, which was his maximum. Under normal circumstances, lifting something twice as heavy was impossible, but now, in the overclocked synchronization state, he managed it effortlessly. Wong Yu could understand this phenomenon that defied logic. He remembered news reports from Blue Star, mothers who were physically weak performing extraordinary feats, like pushing cars to save their children in moments of crisis. The human body can unleash unimaginable strength in extreme situations. His gaze shifted to a nearby clump of wild grass with small white flowers. Wang Yu tried to analyze it, but only the images of similar plants from Blue Star came to mind, providing no new information. He drew the silver soft sword from his waist, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the slender blade. Despite prolonged analysis, the conclusion remained unclear. It was made from an unknown metallic material. Just as I thought, Wang Yu realized. The analysis in the overclocked synchronization still relied on his own knowledge and experience. It couldn't create something from nothing. However, the automatic protection mechanism could search the so-called Blue Star Martial Arts Alliance's great arsenal, indicating that the system itself had a database inaccessible in this state. Taiyuan, secrete adrenaline, isolate some pain nerves, Wang Yu tentatively commanded. No response. This confirmed his suspicion the automatic protection mechanism that could take over his consciousness operated in a completely different mode. Wang Yu conducted several more tests, yielding similar results. He finally understood the essence of the overclocked synchronization mode. Taiyuan system's complete assistance to his consciousness. Unlike the automatic protection mechanism, it didn't affect his main consciousness, but significantly enhanced his senses and analytical abilities. Simply put, in this state, he remained himself, but with super senses and analysis capabilities, able to precisely control his muscle strength. If this body could return to Blue Star, I'd be like a mini Superman, Wang Yu thought with a knowing expression. He picked up the silver longsword again, swinging it in front of him with a slight frown. Previously, under the automatic protection mechanism, Taiyuan had used his body to perform a sword-drawing technique, but he retained no information about it. However, the enhanced senses in the overclocked synchronization mode revealed that his body still held the muscle memory of the technique. Wang Yu squinted in thought for a moment, then swiftly cut a thick tree branch with the silver sword, carving it into a makeshift wooden sword. Holding the wooden sword, he repeatedly practiced various sword-drawing movements based on the residual muscle memory, constantly adjusting and correcting his posture. After a dozen attempts, Wang Yu confidently stood before a small tree. He slowly inserted the wooden sword at his waist, one hand on the back of the blade and the other on the hilt, legs slightly bent, body leaning forward, and softly uttered the word slash. Whoosh. His figure shot out like a cannonball, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake and a half-foot deep pit in the ground. In the next instant, a sword shadow flickered, and Wang Yu appeared beside the small tree, the wooden sword deeply embedded in the trunk, plunging several inches deep. Bang! The wooden sword in Wang Yu's hand shattered, and countless splinters fell to the ground like raindrops. Frowning at the debris, he shook his head and swiftly drew his soft sword, skillfully crafting a new wooden sword. With the newly made wooden sword in hand, Wang Yu tirelessly practiced the same move over and over. After dozens of swings, he once again stood before the small tree, his eyes gleaming with focus. Under his gaze, the most vulnerable spot on the tree trunk was clearly visible. In an instant, a yellow blade shadow, several times larger than before, flashed at the edge of the forest. The blade light swept through, and the small tree broke with a crash, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the intact wooden sword in Wang Yu's hand shattered into pieces again, but his face lit up with a satisfied smile. That's the feeling. His instincts told him that this strike perfectly replicated the sword-drawing technique from that day. Just then, a wave of intense fatigue suddenly hit him, accompanied by a mechanical voice in his mind. Mental energy depletion approaching safe limit. System will forcibly exit in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. So soon, Wang Yu was startled and quickly shouted, "Exit overclock synchronization." As soon as he spoke, a loud noise echoed in his mind, as if something was forcibly extracted, followed by sharp pain. He immediately felt dizzy, struggling to think clearly. Can't sleep. He shook his head desperately, trying to stay awake. Suddenly, he felt a wetness under his nose. Instinctively wiping it, he found his fingers stained with bright red blood. Seeing the nosebleed, Wang Yu's heart tightened. He immediately sat cross-legged, emptied his thoughts, and entered a semi-conscious state. This was an effective method he had discovered for restoring mental energy during his training. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Though fatigue was still etched on his face, his mental state had visibly improved. Reflecting on the danger of having his mental energy completely drained, He reminded himself to always reserve enough mental energy safety margin when activating the overclock synchronization in the future. Stretching his muscles, Wang Yu mimicked the sword-drawing technique empty-handed, but noticed something unusual. Although he had perfectly executed it in the overclocked state and remembered it clearly, his body felt unfamiliar with the move, as if he had never practiced it. He realized that even with diligent practice, the power of the sword-drawing technique in a normal state might never match that of the overclocked mode. However, if the overclocked sword-drawing technique is this powerful, the overclocked Gale sword technique must also be worth anticipating, Wang Yu mused thoughtfully to himself. The next morning, Wang Yu awoke once more in the cave. With his energy restored, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the bas-reliefs on the cave walls. He walked closer, carefully examining the four mysterious stone carvings. The reliefs were vividly lifelike: a fierce wolf with taut muscles, seemingly ready to leap off the stone; a menacing tiger with outstretched claws, exuding an imposing aura; a bear with its arms wrapped around itself, solid and powerful; and a giant ape roaring with its head raised, muscles bulging with an overwhelming presence. Wang Yu recalled the words of Chong Yun: Taoist reliefs were left by ancient cultivators and contained some kind of cultivation technique. With enough patience and insight, one could decipher the mysteries within. The Taoists specifically advised starting with the wolf relief. If he could glean any knowledge from it, bringing it back to Blue Star would be a significant achievement. He stood before the wolf relief, eyes fixed on the carving, unmoving. Since it belonged to cultivators, Wang Yu naturally released his spiritual sense to explore it. In his perception, the wolf on the relief occasionally blurred and then became clear again, its limbs subtly exuding an eerie sense of movement. Yet, whenever he focused intently, the wolf's limbs reverted to a lifeless stillness. After several such cycles, Wang Yu grew restless and found it hard to concentrate, unable to comprehend anything concrete. This was not surprising. Chong Yun Taoist had studied it for years without success, so expecting quick results was unrealistic. However, Wang Yu possessed a unique ability in enhanced analytical and deduction capability known as overclock synchronization. Without hesitation, he activated the overclock synchronization. With a roar in his mind, his five senses intensified, and his thought processes sped up exponentially. When he once again used his spiritual sense on the relief, the previously blurred wolf relief became exceptionally clear. Every line on the relief, under the scrutiny of his supercharged mind, revealed hidden patterns and principles, leading to sudden realizations. Overjoyed, Wang Yu focused entirely on analyzing the relief. In his perception, the wolf relief began to deconstruct according to a certain logic, transforming into lines of varying lengths that formed a new picture. But moments later, something went awry, and the new image collapsed, the lines reassembling into a different pattern. In the depths of Wang Yu's eyes, faint glimmers of light flickered as a complete figure began to take shape in his mind, followed by the construction of a second figure. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu exited the overclock synchronization mode, but four complete images had already formed in his mind, four figures mimicking the wolf's different leaping postures from the relief. What Chong Yun Taoist had struggled to understand for years, Wang Yu had deduced in a short time with the aid of the system. It seemed that in the overclock synchronization state, he was as capable as those with extraordinary insight and photographic memory. Unfortunately, beyond the overclock synchronization mode, the Taiyuan auxiliary system offered no response to other exploratory queries, behaving like a simple system. This did not match the reputation of Blue Star's top-tier intelligences, and the unknown energy mentioned upon the system's first activation remained a mystery. These questions continued to linger in his mind. On the third day, before the wolf relief, Wang Yu placed his hands and feet on the ground, assuming a peculiar crouching posture, remaining perfectly still. In this posture, Wang Yu felt pain coursing through his entire body, his muscles trembling uncontrollably, and his heartbeat pounding like a drum. He gritted his teeth and persisted, then shifted into another strange stance, bending backward, squatting down, and stretching his arms forward. Sweat quickly soaked through his clothes, and his exposed skin turned a vivid red. After completing the fourth posture that appeared in his mind, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for several minutes before gritting his teeth and getting back up. Despite his extraordinary physique, this set of movements was still a significant challenge, and an average person would likely struggle to complete even the first move. However, the pain was worth it. Through this training, he clearly felt a noticeable increase in the strength of his body. Could this be the body strengthening technique that Chong Yun Taoist mentioned? Wang Yu pondered. If I can master this technique, could I fully awaken the iron crocodile bloodline within this body? Time was pressing, but his goal was clear: to deduce the remaining 3 relief patterns and bring them back to Blue Planet. With this in mind, he immediately approached the next relief of the tiger pounce and began the super synchronized deduction once again. Several days later, as Wang Yu stood before the last relief, for movements imitating the roar of a giant ape appeared in his mind, and he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had obtained the complete 4-beast diagram cultivation technique, totaling 16 postures, with each diagram breaking down into 4 training stances. However, he could only fully perform the 4 postures of the wolf leap diagram, barely managed the first 2 of the tiger pounce diagram, and was temporarily unable to train in the 8 postures of the bear hug and ape roar diagrams. Over the past few days, he repeatedly practiced the 4 postures of the wolf leap diagram, and both his strength and stamina had significantly improved. The value of this technique was evidently on par with the Een water technique and would undoubtedly be a major achievement upon returning to Blue Planet. Calculating the time, the 1-month period had arrived. Wong Yu suppressed his anticipation, prepared ample water with a makeshift wooden basin, then sealed the cave entrance, awaiting the moment his consciousness would return to Blue Planet. Though he had been in this world for only a month, he often reminisced about the happy life on Blue Planet in his dreams. Yet, day after day passed, and nothing happened. The initial disappointment turned into anxiety, which then evolved into an uncontrollable unease. On the 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day, until one morning, half a month later, the tightly closed inside of the mountain wall slowly opened, and a haggard figure stumbled out. It was Wong Yu. At this moment, Wong Yu's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled like a tangled mess of weeds, and he exuded an air of exhaustion from lack of rest. He stood outside the mountain wall, looking up at the blue sky he hadn't seen for what seemed like ages, his face pale to the point of transparency. 13 days in total, he murmured hoarsely to himself. I can't keep fooling myself. Even with errors, it shouldn't be this significant. Reality hit him like a punch to the chest. The time flow in this world was completely out of sync with blue stars, the discrepancy far exceeding the slight difference mentioned in training. Could it be that the way I arrived in this world is causing this situation? Wong Yu whispered, suddenly clenching his left fist and striking the mountain wall beside him. Boom. A dull thud echoed through the mountains, scattering shards of rock. A shallow dent was left in the mountain wall, and blood flowed freely from Wong Yu's fist, though he seemed oblivious to the pain. His eyes were bright, with a flicker of flames burning deep in his pupils. No matter where the problem lies, he gritted his teeth. I must return to Blue Star alive. That's my home, where my family and loved ones are. The warnings from training still echoed in his mind. If someone lost their life in this dream world, their spirit could suffer damage on Blue Star. His situation was even more unique, having directly replaced the consciousness of a person in this world. If he died here, the consequences would be more severe, likely causing significant issues to his original consciousness on Blue Star. Not knowing when he could return, staying alive became his top priority. Wong Yu surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his next move. This cave was suitable for short-term hiding, but the risks of staying long-term were too great. His knowledge of the methods of cultivators was limited, so caution was essential. If I'm going to hide, I should do it thoroughly. He decided to leave the Huangshe City area. After all, the lord of Huangshe City had died here, and as the ruler of this region, the Huang family would never let the murderer go. If he, the murderer's apprentice, fell into their hands, his fate would be dire. As for Wang family village, returning there was out of the question. Having made up his mind, Wang Yu softly said, overclock. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blood on his hands stopped flowing visibly, and the muscle tissue around the wound began to contract and heal itself. This didn't surprise him. During the latter part of these 10 days, when anxiety was unbearable, he had relied on occasionally activating the overclock sync mode to forcibly calm down. His mastery of overclock sync had grown far beyond what it was 10 days ago, enabling him to activate or deactivate it with just a few words. Wang Yu turned back into the cave and soon emerged carrying a bulging bag. He carefully activated a mechanism, sealing the mountain wall, then picked up a dry branch to meticulously sweep away any obvious traces on the ground. Once done, he took a deep breath and hurried down the mountain, heading towards the nearby town. 3 days later, a carriage loaded with high-quality timber moved slowly, pulled by 2 black mules. In the distance, a towering yellow city wall stood majestically, with the large white characters Huangshe City prominently displayed above the gate. On either side of the gate, a dozen guards in black iron armor were meticulously inspecting the incoming and outgoing carriages and pedestrians. The carriage came to a halt in the line entering the city, and a young man nimbly jumped down. This young man was Wong Yu. Though he had shed his Taoist robe for simple coarse clothing and had painted his face with colorful dyes to conceal his true appearance. Despite being only 13 or 14, his stature was much larger and more robust than his peers due to his awakened bloodline and consumption of a special elixir, often being mistaken for a youth of 17 or 18. Wong, little brother, this is Huangshe City, home to hundreds of thousands, remarked the thin, old driver, Zhao, flashing a grin full of yellowed teeth. Be careful on your first visit and don't offend any nobles here. That would be real trouble. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, for bringing me along, Wang Yu replied with a bow. I'm just here from the village to see the world and won't be causing any trouble. Haha, I'm here to sell goods too. Bringing you along was just on the way, Xiaobo chuckled as he continued driving the carriage forward. Wang Yu observed the guards at the city gate for a moment before confidently joining the line of pedestrians, having found nothing amiss. Entering the city was surprisingly easy, just providing the name of a randomly invented small town and paying a single copper coin sufficed. The scene within the city was dazzling. A broad stone street wide enough for 3 carriages abreast, buildings of varying heights lining the sides, and a bustling crowd dressed in diverse attire. Seeing this lively scene, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief. News of the Huangshi city lord's death had apparently not spread yet. Otherwise, the atmosphere wouldn't be so calm. As a disciple of the Baiyun Temple for only a month, no one besides the deceased city lord knew his identity, so his decision to venture into the city seemed to be the right one. He purchased a map from a general store and, after careful study, found his target in a secluded corner in the southwest of the Sitya shop marked with the character Zhan. Confirming the direction, he headed straight there. After more than half an hour, Wang Yu found himself on a quiet street in the southwest of Huangshi City. At that moment, he was standing in front of a street vendor, haggling over a small bag of candy-like snacks, insisting the vendor reduce the price by 2 more copper coins. In the midst of what appeared to be a fierce bargaining standoff, Wang Yu's gaze occasionally drifted toward a small shop across the street, partially obscured by a cloth curtain with a silver Zhan character that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. He eventually purchased the bag of sugar beans for a few copper coins, striding away without a backward glance at the mysterious shop. He then walked into a clothing store, soon emerging in a blue outfit, his face concealed by a black gauze cloak. He found a modest inn to stay for the night, and nothing else noteworthy occurred. The next morning, Wang Yu left the inn with a bundle on his back, wandering around Huangshi City, even deliberately passing by the city lord's mansion. Seeing no one paying him any attention, he felt a sense of relief. In the afternoon, he returned to the secluded street and paused in front of the shop with the Zhan curtain, hesitating briefly before stepping inside. "Welcome to Baijin Pavilion. What can I get for you?" The shop was small, with nothing but 2 worn wooden counters. A middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance was polishing a bronze lamp, looking up with a friendly smile as Wang Yu entered. "This is Baijin Pavilion, right? I want to buy a ticket for a ship to the Wu Kingdom," Wang Yu asked, lowering his voice. "So, you're looking to leave?" The middle-aged man replied calmly, setting down his work. "Our ship will arrive in a month, but due to the recent demand from those leaving the city, ticket prices have increased by 30%. Can you accept that?" "How did you know I'm a cultivator?" "I heard your ship often carries ordinary people," Wang Yu asked cautiously. "Huh, you misunderstood." The man chuckled, holding up the bronze lamp that glowed faintly. "The tickets are available to everyone, but only those like us can purchase them. If this lamp hadn't alerted me, I wouldn't have treated you this way." "I see. Then I'll take a ticket," Wang Yu said, slightly relaxing. "1 ticket costs 7 spirit stones or 100 taels of gold. Discounts are available for purchasing 5 or more. You can also trade items of equivalent value," the man said with a smile. Hearing the price, Wang Yu felt a sinking feeling. From the white-robed youth's body, he had only scavenged 2 gold ingots, each weighing about 10 taels, with the rest being insignificant copper and silver coins. As for the spirit stones used by cultivators, he had none. "Could you please assess how many spirit stones this item is worth?" After a moment's thought, Wang Yu handed over a yellow talisman. "Oh, a low-grade lightness talisman, which allows the bearer to move as lightly as a swallow. It's worth 3 spirit stones." The man appraised it at a glance. Upon hearing the price, Wang Yu finally felt relieved. He reached into his pocket and took out 2 more identical talismans, handing them to the man. 3 light body talismans, worth 9 spirit stones. "Here are the tickets and 2 spirit stones. Please keep them safe," the middle-aged man said with a smile, putting away the 3 talismans. He turned to retrieve 2 thumb-sized white crystal bars and a green paper crane from the counter behind him. "This is the ticket?" Wang Yu asked, taking the items and eyeing the paper crane with some confusion. "Yes, that's the ticket. Within a month, don't leave the area within 100 miles of Huangshi City. When the time comes, the paper crane will guide you to the location of the magic ship, and you must reach there within half a day. The ship won't wait long," the man explained matter-of-factly. Although still somewhat skeptical, Wang Yu nodded in understanding. "Since you're here, wouldn't you like to buy something else, like magical instruments or spells?" The man continued his enthusiastic sales pitch. "There are magical instruments and spell manuals here?" Wang Yu asked, surprised. "Of course. While we don't have official cultivation manuals, we do have a few chi refining instruments and some minor spells," the man replied. "What sort of minor spells?" Wang Yu inquired, intrigued. "Please wait a moment while I look for them. There aren't many fellow practitioners visiting here, so those items might be placed somewhere." The man muttered to himself, turning to search the shelves. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Found them. These are the 3 minor spells. Take a look." He placed 3 items on the counter in front of Wang Yu: a white short horn, a red piece of animal hide, and a small blue bone fragment. "You should know that all spells originally came from nature, and these items contain innate magical runes. They are gifted spiritual objects from low-level demon beasts, corresponding to the spells of lightning, firefly light, and water gathering. By using your spiritual sense, you can gradually comprehend these spells, and they are the original, unaltered forms, the man explained enthusiastically. Original spells? Wong Yu looked at the items on the counter, puzzled. Yes, compared to ordinary spell manuals, comprehending spells from these innate spiritual objects is more challenging. However, once you do, it signifies extraordinary insight and intelligence, making you highly sought after by major sections. Plus, they're much cheaper than spell manuals, making them perfect for you. The man explained, slightly embarrassed. So, these original spells are difficult to comprehend. What's the price? You know I don't have many spirit stones, Wang Yu asked slowly after quickly considering his options. The price is negotiable. How about I sell each of these items to you for 2 spirit stones? It's practically half selling, half giving, the man replied cheerfully. 2 spirit stones. I'll take this piece of animal hide then, Wang Yu decided, pleased with the price. He placed the 2 newly acquired spirit stones on the counter and took the red animal hide in his hand. Using his spiritual sense to probe it, he found a faint pattern of 5 red runes, indicating it was likely genuine. Wouldn't you consider the other 2 illusion techniques? The man asked with a sycophantic smile, leaning forward slightly. Honestly, at such a low price, it's hard to find anywhere else. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another like it. If you take them all, I'll even throw in a free introductory book on basic spells. As he spoke, he pulled out a thin, grimy book from beneath the counter, just about 10 pages thick. The white cover boldly read, Introduction to Spells. The edges of the pages were yellowed and curled, showing their age. An introduction to spells? Wang Yu took the book, the rough paper making a slight rustling sound under his fingers. After flipping through a couple of pages, he shook his head. I'd like to buy it, but I really don't have any spirit stones left. The man's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice a bit. Think about what else you might have to trade, like other talismans, cultivation manuals, artifact materials, or beast parts. He lightly tapped the counter with his right hand and made a gesture of assurance with his left. Rest assured, our 100 Treasures Pavilion is a centuries-old shop with a reputation for integrity. We would never disclose our customers' information. You accept artifact materials too. Wang Yu's gaze lingered between the 2 items on the counter, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. After a moment of thought, he retrieved a small iron box from his bag and handed it over. See how many spirit stones this can get me. This iron box was used by Wong Yu Taoist to seal a sword light that had slain the lord of Huang City. It seemed to be made of the same material as a small iron shield artifact, impervious to sharp blades. This is an iron essence box. The man's eyes gleamed as he received the box, his fingers greedily caressing its surface and feeling its weight. Such a crude crafting method is a bit of a shame. The box itself isn't worth much, but iron essence is one of the most used artifact materials among us cultivators. A piece this large is quite rare. I can offer you 14 spirit stones for it. With that, you can buy the other 2 illusion techniques and still have 10 spirit stones left. Agreed. Wang Yu silently noted the term, iron essence, and readily accepted the offer. As for the small iron essence shield, no matter how enticing the man made it sound, he wouldn't take it out. The man quickly stashed the iron box into his sleeve and took out 10 crystal-clear spirit stones from under the counter, handing them to Wang Yu. Wang Yu carefully stored the spirit stones, the book, and the 2 items from the counter, briefly checked them, and then turned to leave. Oh, I forgot to mention, the man called out with a cheerful reminder. These 3 beast innate items are so cheap because they were removed from the beast a long time ago and weren't properly soaked in spirit liquid. The spiritual patterns on them won't last long. You'd best comprehend the spells within a year, or the patterns might fade. But you're still getting a bargain. The price is indeed extremely low. Wang Yu paused at the door, inwardly cursing the shrewd merchant, and left the shop without looking back. Another young one trying to leave. I wonder how far they'll get on this path. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his fingers gently stroking the iron box he had just acquired. At least those 3 nearly expired items are finally off my hands. If they had stayed, I'd be in trouble during the next evaluation. I really hope to leave this wretched place soon. With that, he picked up the bronze lamp on the counter and began to leisurely wipe it clean. In the inn room, Wang Yu was intently examining several items on the table. A small, finger-sized white crystal, a thin book titled Introduction to Magic, a blue paper crane, and 3 innate spiritual objects marked with magical patterns. He picked up the translucent spiritual stone and scrutinized it closely. According to the notes of Wong Yu Taoist, this was a universal currency in the world of cultivation, containing pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Wang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Perhaps he could try using it directly for cultivation. Placing the spiritual stone against his dantian, he closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and began to operate the first level of the Yin water technique. Quickly, he noticed a significant difference. The spiritual energy he sensed during regular practice was like sparse dots of light. The energy emerging from the stone now was a dense, milky white mist. It filled his body with a stronger sense of coolness, and the Yin water technique easily guided this energy into his spiritual seed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Yu opened his eyes, unable to hide his delight. The effect of this brief cultivation period surpassed several days' worth of regular practice and was much more efficient than absorbing Yin spiritual energy. Based on this, if he had enough spiritual stones, he could advance the Yin water technique to the second level within a month. He suddenly wondered why Chongyun Taoist never mentioned this cultivation method. Looking down at the stone in his hand, he realized the white strands of light within the crystal had nearly disappeared, becoming increasingly transparent, likely to be completely exhausted after one more use. The stones must be too precious. Even Chongyun Taoist didn't have extras. After putting away the spiritual stone, Wang Yu sat quietly to regulate his breath for half a day. Once his spirit was restored, he picked up the blue paper crane for closer inspection. Aside from the blood-like patterns on its wings, this magical artifact, valued at 7 spiritual stones, seemed no different from an ordinary paper crane. Unwilling to dismantle it recklessly, he turned his attention to studying Introduction to Magic. Half an hour later, closing the thin booklet of about 10 pages, Wang Yu's eye showed a look of realization. The key to mastering magic, it turned out, was comprehending the magical patterns and transforming them into magical imprints within the sea of consciousness. With the corresponding incantation, one could resonate with magical power and cast the related spell. The book emphasized that regardless of one's innate talent or exceptional comprehension, understanding magic patterns could yield twice the results with half the effort. The effectiveness of a spell meditation mark primarily depends on a cultivator's control over their spiritual consciousness. As Wang Yu flipped through Introduction to Spells, his fingers gently brushed over the yellowed pages. The text clearly explained that aside from the control of spiritual consciousness, factors such as the complexity of the spell pattern, the compatibility between techniques and spell patterns, spiritual root attributes, and even timing and location could influence the meditation's effect. However, control over spiritual consciousness remained the most crucial factor. The book also detailed the classification of spells. Those composed of fewer than 6 spiritual patterns were simple to meditate on and had weak power, akin to tricks among mortals, hence called trick spells. In contrast, spells with more than 6 spiritual patterns could pose a threat to other cultivators, being practical spells that Qi refining stage cultivators could master, known as entry-level spells, or even higher-level spells. Wang Yu's gaze lingered on the passage about high-level spells. Such spells required astonishing magical power and were typically only within the grasp of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or higher. The spiritual consciousness C of an ordinary Qi refining stage cultivator could not bear such complex spell marks. Higher-level spells must be complex, composed of numerous spiritual patterns. Wang Yu speculated softly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. To master powerful spells, one must first learn a large number of basic spiritual patterns. He frowned, realizing that aside from the cloud pattern in the white cloud scripture, he had encountered very few spiritual patterns. I must seize any future opportunity to collect more, he resolved silently. Gently placing Introduction to Spells back on the table, Wang Yu picked up the piece of red beast hide and cautiously extended his spiritual consciousness into it. Firefly spell, the trick spell that Qing Feng had once performed naturally, became his first research choice. In his perception, 5 crimson spiritual patterns were distributed in the center of the beast hide. Each one constantly shifted and moved as if alive, with faint red threads linking them, making it difficult to capture the true form of the spiritual pattern diagram. Having experience with cloud patterns, Wang Yu wasn't surprised. He focused his spiritual consciousness, gazing intently at one of the crimson patterns, attempting to slowly discern its changing patterns. However, after just a moment, Wang Yu abruptly withdrew his spiritual consciousness, his face unusually pale, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The shopkeeper at the 100 Treasures Pavilion was right. The difficulty of comprehending the spiritual patterns of the Firefly spell far exceeded that of the cloud patterns in the White Cloud scripture. While comprehending cloud patterns required time and gradual insight, it was at least feasible. But the spell patterns on this beast hide caused dizziness and, in severe cases, nausea after only a brief attempt at understanding, making it impossible to proceed normally. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed. Is a trick spell truly so difficult to comprehend? Is my spiritual comprehension too low, or are original spells inherently this challenging to understand? Wang Yu found himself musing silently, thankful for his exceptional intuition and skills. He mentally activated the overclock sync mode, and as the mechanical response echoed in his mind, his senses heightened, and everything around him seemed to slow down. His mind entered a wondrous state. In this heightened state of awareness, the previously incomprehensible spirit pattern on the animal skin began to unravel with the system's assistance. A crimson spirit line swiftly disassembled into red light threads, then condensed into spherical clusters, morphing into triangular shapes, and eventually into a tangled web of light threads. After a short while, Wang Yu exhaled deeply and exited the overclock sync mode. In his mind's eye, the once blurry crimson spirit pattern now appeared vividly a crystalline, flame-like symbol, intricately detailed and dreamlike. Is this the true form of the crimson spirit pattern? He wondered, marveling at its complexity compared to the cloud pattern. The process seemed brief, but the time spent in overclock mode hinted at the difficulty of comprehending this magical pattern. For someone with average intuition, it would take much longer to grasp. No wonder the 100 Treasures Pavilion sold it so cheaply, he thought, cursing the merchant's cunning. Choosing not to delve into other crimson patterns, he quickly packed everything away and asked the shop assistant for some food. After a quick meal, he sat by the bed, contemplating his current situation. Compared to the modern world of Blue Star, this alien world was perilous. Just days ago, he was safely gathering information in a Taoist temple, only to be attacked by other cultivators, leaving him as the sole survivor of Bai Yun Temple. With a month left before his departure, he hoped to advance his skills significantly. The most crucial was the Yin water technique. Normally, even with Yin spirit energy, reaching the second level would take 6 months. But with spirit stones, he could achieve it within a month, allowing him to learn enchantments. The 4-beast diagram had proven effective for body strengthening, and combined with the blood refining decoction, it could awaken the devouring iron crocodile bloodline. He planned to visit the pharmacy to see if he could obtain the necessary ingredients. He also needed to practice the draw blade technique and wind-splitting sword technique. The former was a lethal combat technique from Blue Star, while the latter was an interworld sword art taught by Chong Yun Taoist. With practice, he believed their power in overclock mode would not disappoint. Finally, he considered external aids, the greatest being the Tai Yuan support system. His understanding of the system was limited due to the short time, but he planned to explore its potential further, especially the overclock sync mode as a potential trump card. The more detailed his exploration, the better. Other external forces would include things like armor and sharp weapons. Right now, he was wearing a soft armor close to his body, had a glove on his right hand that was impervious to blades and spears, and a silver rapier at his waist that could double as a weapon. Wong Yu touched his empty back, thinking that all he seemed to be missing now was a long sword suitable for his quick draw technique. With his current extraordinary strength, an ordinary sword might not withstand the power of his high-frequency quick-draw strikes. Oh, and there's that silver folding fan that can create a gust of wind. Wong Yu's eyes brightened. If I can master its use, it would be a great tool for survival. With this thought, excitement surged in Wong Yu's heart. He fumbled around in his robe for a moment, and soon retrieved the silver folding fan. Carefully, he opened it slowly, revealing the uneven silver patterns on the fan's surface, which shimmered faintly in the light. Through his spiritual sense, Wang Yu discovered that the patterns on the fan were not static, they were slowly shifting and changing, clearly some kind of unknown inscription. This discovery only piqued his curiosity about the true purpose of the item. Wang Yu exhaled softly, tightened his grip on the fan, and imitated the white-robed youth from the other day, giving a strong wave in front of him. Whoosh! Only a gentle breeze blew past, with no unusual phenomena occurring. Undeterred, Wang Yu pondered for a moment, then began to silently recite the incantation for the Yin water technique, carefully channeling the small amount of magic within him along the meridians of his arm into the fan. The silver fan trembled slightly the moment the magic entered, and some of the silver inscriptions on the fan's surface began to emit a white glow. However, when only 2/3 of the area had lit up, the fan abruptly stopped vibrating, and the glow on the inscriptions flickered and went out. Humph! Wang Yu grunted in dissatisfaction, his face turning pale as the scant magic within him was completely exhausted. Indeed, it's still not enough, he mused to himself. With my current magic, I can't fully activate this artifact. I must advance to the second level of the Yin water technique and increase my magic before trying again. This gave him yet another reason to quickly cultivate the Yin water technique to its second level. Disappointed, Wang Yu put the fan back in his robe and took out a black leather book. He carefully went through it, memorized the 3 recipes recorded on its pages, then donned his cloak and left the inn. Miaochuan Hall. Wang Yu stood in front of the pharmacy, his gaze fixed on the sign hanging above the entrance as he softly read the name. This pharmacy was the result of his careful selection. Among the dozen or so pharmacies in Huangshe City, he avoided the large ones that might have connections with the city lord's mansion and bypassed the smaller shops that might lack a complete range of herbs. Miaochuan Hall had a moderate storefront, with a steady stream of customers coming and going, indicating a rich variety of medicinal herbs. Wang Yu pulled his cloak tighter to conceal his face and stepped inside. Before long, he emerged with several packages of herbs and headed straight to his second target pharmacy without delay. After several hours, Wang Yu had visited 3 pharmacies. A small gold ingot in his hand had turned into various herbs, not only completing the ingredients for the blood refining soup, but also gathering enough materials for the bone corruption water. There was still a whole month until the Baijin Pavilion's law ship arrived. For safety reasons, Wang Yu did not plan to stay at the inn for long, nor did he want to linger in Huangshe City. Instead, he intended to find a secluded place outside the city to focus on his cultivation. There's one last thing to do, Wang Yu thought, hoisting the large bundle of herbs onto his back and heading swiftly down another street in Huangshe City. In a blacksmith shop in Huangshe City, a muscular, dark-skinned man stared wide-eyed at a small, black fragment in his hand, his face brimming with excitement. Do you know this is called iron essence? Wang Yu asked in a deliberately lowered voice, his cloak still concealing his identity. Yes. How could a blacksmith not know such a material? The dark-skinned man replied excitedly. Ordinary iron refined 10 times becomes 10 refined iron. Refined 100 times. It's called 100 refined iron. But only iron refined 1,000 times and further purified by a cultivator using earth fire can become iron essence. He paused. Even the most ordinary 1,000 refined iron takes a skilled blacksmith over a year to complete. And iron essence, even just a piece the size of a fingernail, can make a blade that cuts through iron like mud. The man's eyes sparkled with desire. Sir, however much iron essence you have, we will buy it all, and the price will surely satisfy you. This piece of iron essence, I acquired it by chance and plan to use it to forge a long knife. How much would you charge for that? Wang Yu replied calmly, though he was internally evaluating the situation. It didn't surprise him that the blacksmith knew about cultivators, but he seemed to have underestimated the true value of iron essence. This small piece of iron essence was a fragment that had flown off when a small iron shield artifact was pierced by a white sword light, which he had picked up afterward. After Baijin Pavilion purchased the iron essence box at a high price, he realized its significant value, prompting him to inquire at the blacksmith shop. Don't you have any more? That's really a pity, the blacksmith lamented, then continued seriously. To forge a long knife, this piece of iron essence is more than enough. However, melting it isn't easy. It needs to be combined with 100 refined iron to fuse properly. Plus, I'll need to hammer it day and night for 3 days and nights. The cost will be 100 taels of silver, with half paid up front. No problem. Will this suffice as a deposit? I'll come back for the long knife in 3 days. Wang Yu agreed readily, rummaging in his cloak for a moment before handing over a small gold ingot. Over the past couple of days, he had familiarized himself with the exchange rate in Huangshe City. 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for about 12 or 13 taels of silver. That's enough. You can come back in 3 days to collect your item, the dark-skinned blacksmith said as he took the gold, his fingers lightly tracing the fingerprints visible on its surface. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It seemed as if this gold had been forcibly torn from something. He quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully to Wang Yu. Wang Yu nodded slightly and turned to leave the blacksmith shop. He hadn't gone far when a commotion erupted down the street. A large crowd was gathering around a butcher's shop, and exclamations could be heard from the throng. Look at the size of it. I've never seen such a complete monster carcass in my life. Move over, let me see. A monster? Wang Yu's curiosity was piqued, and he pushed his way into the crowd. The sight before him made him gasp. On a filthy rag lay the rigid corpse of a monstrous creature. It was a giant rat, magnified several times over, with its belly a bloody mess. 2 yellow horns, each about a foot long, protruded from its head, and its 4 scythe-like claws gleamed menacingly, while its fangs were bared in a grotesque snarl. This isn't just any monster. It's a real ranked beast, someone in the crowd boasted. It's impervious to blades and arrows, and it can burrow underground to escape. I heard that an entire team of hunters lost their lives trying to capture it, and it took the intervention of the city lord's immortal master to finally subdue it. A ranked beast. No wonder it looks so strange, someone else agreed. I wonder if it had a monster core. That would be priceless. Didn't you see the gaping hole in its belly? If it had a core, the immortal master would have taken it already. TSK, the Lee family butcher is going to make a fortune from this. Hearing the words city lord's immortal master, Wang Yu's pupils contracted. He decided to return to the inn immediately and leave Huangshe City once he collected his custom-made refined iron sword. At that moment, people emerged from the butcher's shop. 2 burly workers cleared a path through the crowd, carrying the monster's carcass into the store. Following them were 2 plump figures, one large and one small. The larger man, around 40 years old, had layers of fat on his face that jiggled as he walked, yet he wore a broad smile and greeted the crowd with clasped hands. The smaller, worried-looking man was none other than Dong Yu. Wang Yu felt a surge of joy after their desperate escape from the back mountain of Baiyun Temple. He had been worried about Dong Yu's safety. It seemed that the former young Taoist acolyte was not only unharmed but also able to appear openly in Huangshe City, suggesting he had some powerful backing. With a clatter, the butcher shop's doors closed. Wang Yu took a long look at the shop door before quietly dispersing with the crowd. 3 days later, Wang Yu drove a donkey cart, blending in with the group leaving the city, and departed from Huangshe City. He traveled westward and soon arrived at a desolate pile of rocks 20 miles from Huangshe City. Here, he found several dilapidated stone houses and decided to take temporary shelter. In less than half a day, Wang Yu set up a makeshift stove inside one of the stone houses, placing a small iron pot on top. He took out the recipe for the blood refining soup recorded in Chongyun Taoist notes and began to prepare it step by step. First pouring in half a pot of clear water, then adding the pre-prepared herbal powders one by one, and finally adding a large amount of wood to the stove to simmer slowly. Before long, a familiar medicinal aroma wafted from the pot. Wang Yu scooped out a small bowl to taste and found the flavor nearly identical to what Chongyun Taoist had given him before, which finally put his mind at ease. He hadn't expected that this magical blood refining soup would be so simple to prepare. In the following days, Wang Yu established a regular training routine, using spirit stones to assist with cultivating the Yin water technique during the day, and switching to practice the 4 forms of the wolf gallop diagram once his spiritual intuition was exhausted. Every few days, he would harness the Yin spirit energy to train, while taking a dose of blood refining soup to practice the blade drawing technique and the wind splitting sword technique. With the powerful assistance of the spirit stones, his mastery of the Yin water technique advanced rapidly. After more than 20 days, when the last spirit stone was depleted of its energy, Wang Yu felt the bottleneck of the first level of the technique, and his cultivation speed abruptly slowed down. According to Chongyun Taoist's explanation, a bottleneck in cultivation is a barrier where the practitioner's internal energy cannot smoothly transform upon reaching a certain level. Breaking through this barrier results in a significant increase in skill until the next bottleneck is encountered. The Yin water technique has 12 levels, meaning Wang Yu must break through 12 bottlenecks to fully master it. Chongyun Taoist had mentioned that the first 6 bottlenecks of the Yin water technique are relatively easy to overcome. As long as one's aptitude isn't too poor and there are sufficient cultivation resources, one can naturally progress by honing their energy. However, the latter 6 levels depend on personal talent. Those with exceptional talent can advance rapidly, while those with average talent might stagnate on a level for years. Wang Yu was in no rush, continuing his diligent practice daily, patiently refining the faint energy within him. A few days later, one morning, as he sat cross-legged on the bed in the stone chamber, cultivating with the small bottle of Yin spirit energy, his body suddenly quivered, a circle of pale blue energy waves rippling out from within him and dissipating a foot away. He had broken through. Though it was his first experience, Wang Yu immediately understood what had happened. Overjoyed, he seamlessly transitioned the flow of the first level of the Yin water technique to the meridian path of the second level, the process smooth and unobstructed. Simultaneously, he sensed the spirit seed in his dantian continuously releasing a cool energy, transforming into strands of power that permeated his entire body. After a short while, the spirit seed returned to normal, but the energy within him had more than doubled. This was the realm of the second level of the qi refining stage. No wonder Chongyun Taoist had said that only by breaking through to the second level of the Yin water technique could one learn the art of illusions. Wang Yu carefully felt the abundant energy within him, realizing that not only had his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, but his spiritual awareness had also strengthened. This meant that with each future breakthrough, his cultivation time and the duration of his hypersynchronization mode would extend. Recalling the scene in the cave where Chongyun Taoist could casually summon a blanket of white cold air, Wang Yu couldn't contain his excitement and immediately activated the second level of the Yin water technique's mantra, channeling energy into his palm and striking towards the empty space in front of him. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Wang Yu released a wisp of white mist from his palm. It lingered in the air like a delicate plume of smoke, hovering half a foot in front of him. Light and ethereal, it seemed almost weightless. Intrigued, he cautiously extended a finger to touch the mist, feeling a chill that was cold but not biting. As he withdrew his hand, he noticed a faint frost clinging to his fingertip, nearly imperceptible. Within a few breaths, the mist dissipated like morning dew in the sunlight, vanishing without a trace. Wang Yu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, is this the power of the second level of Yin water technique? A tinge of disappointment crept into his heart. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he retrieved a small gray cloth pouch from his chest, a potential storage bag he had found on the body of the Lord of Huangshi City. Considering the Lord's status, it was surprising that apart from a damaged small shield artifact and an indestructible glove, no spirit stones were left behind. If this pouch was indeed a storage bag, it should contain all his valuable possessions. With a glint of anticipation in his eyes, Wang Yu held up the pouch, focusing his mind on its opening as he slowly infused it with his energy. The previously inert surface of the bag began to glow faintly, like tiny lights moving within. Concentrating, he increased the flow of energy. Soon, as his energy reserves dwindled to half, the tightly sealed opening of the bag loosened slightly. Feeling a surge of hope, Wang Yu poured his remaining energy into the bag and extended his consciousness inside. As soon as he made contact, he saw a small pile of glittering spirit stones, 2 green boxes, and a thin book. Just as he was about to inspect them further, his energy was abruptly depleted, causing the bag to tremble violently and the opening to snap shut, ejecting his consciousness. He stood there, perplexed and frustrated, unable to retrieve anything. It seemed his current energy level was insufficient to fully open the storage bag. Sighing in resignation, Wong Yu set the pouch aside and sat cross-legged, beginning the process of restoring his depleted energy. By noon, his energy was nearly replenished, and he attempted to open the bag again. Although the opening loosened slightly, it still wouldn't open enough to extract anything. Facing this impassable barrier, Wong Yu decided to postpone further attempts, carefully storing the pouch away. He murmured to himself, "It seems I'll have to wait until my water technique advances further." By evening, his energy had fully returned. Stepping outside his stone dwelling, he took out a silver folding fan from his sleeve. Gently stroking the fan's ribs, he infused it with energy. With a soft click, the fan unfolded quietly. The intricate patterns on the fan's surface seemed to awaken, pulsating with a brilliant light. "There's a reaction." Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gripped the fan tightly and swung it forcefully through the air. His internal energy surged outward, and in an instant, a fierce yellowish wind erupted from the fan, sweeping across the ground, stirring dust and stones, and engulfing an area several meters wide. Amidst the howling wind, the world seemed to change color. The gust lasted for 3 breaths before gradually subsiding. Standing with the fan in hand, Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, with the energy from the second level of the water technique, he could barely wield the mystic wind fan. However, he also realized that while powerful, this strike nearly exhausted most of his energy, making it a move reserved for critical moments. As he gently touched the intricate patterns on the fan with his fingers, he contemplated returning to his room. Inside, the bright light illuminated the space as Wang Yu made his way directly to the bed. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a yellowed book on the basics of magic and a piece of flexible red beast hide. Having advanced to the second level of the chi refining stage, he was finally qualified to delve into the practice of magic arts. He sat cross-legged on the bed, meticulously going through the book once more, savoring each page. He then set the book aside and unfurled the red beast hide, using his spiritual awareness to explore its secrets. Immediately, 5 fiery red symbols appeared on the surface of the hide, interconnected to form a sophisticated magical pattern, the core of the firefly trick. Thanks to his previous insights during an intense state of focus, he had already memorized the shapes of these symbols. The next crucial step was to condense a complete magical imprint in his sea of consciousness and synchronize it with his internal energy, enabling him to perform the magic. The book on basic magic clearly stated that even the simplest magical imprint was no easy feat for a chi refining practitioner. Beginners often needed dozens or even hundreds of attempts to succeed. Fortunately, the book provided detailed instructions on several hand gestures and a common incantation for meditating on the magical imprint, offering foundational guidance for practitioners. Essentially, this meditation process involved using gestures and incantations to visualize the magical symbols within the sea of consciousness. Each stroke required considerable mental energy, and any mistake meant starting over. The incomplete magical imprint could only withstand a limited number of adjustments. Excessive modifications would cause it to collapse, backfiring on the practitioner's consciousness. Fortunately, the firefly trick was a basic magic, and even if it failed, the backlash was manageable. As a college student with modern education, Wang Yu found this mystical art of constructing images in his mind fascinating. He committed the shapes and arrangement of the 5 red symbols to memory and, after mastering the related gestures and incantations, began his attempt. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, formed the hand seals, and softly chanted the incantation. As the fragmented incantation echoed, he felt his mental energy becoming more active and easier to control. Suddenly, a spark of red light appeared in his sea of consciousness. The spark elongated into a fine line, twisting and intertwining to gradually outline the beginnings of a symbol. However, simultaneously managing the hand gestures, incantation, and visualization proved to be exceedingly challenging. His mental energy became unusually heavy after initially forming the symbol, making every adjustment laborious. The symbol he was building frequently deviated, forcing him to repeatedly correct it. Ultimately, when the first red symbol was only 2/3 complete, it disintegrated due to excessive modifications. Boom! Wang Yu felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. A sharp pain surged through him, forcing him to open his eyes and clutch his head, grimacing in agony. It took a while before he could catch his breath, his face pale, as if he had crawled out of hell. The failure to condense a spell mark sounded trivial, but the backlash from the spell was indescribable, like a deep imprint on his mind, tormenting him so profoundly that he dared not attempt it again. This backlash nearly broke his mental strength and inexplicably drained some of his magical power. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yu suddenly realized that spell marks didn't appear out of nowhere. they required the consumption of magical power. This spell was evidently a fusion of mental strength and magical power, aligning with his understanding. He meditated for a long time to stabilize his mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu silently chanted super frequency in his mind and began the spell again. As the spell circulated, his senses amplified, and everything around him slowed down, as if time itself was syncing with him. His mind entered a wondrous state. In this synchronized super frequency, he felt like a precision machine, his consciousness the blueprint, magical power the energy source, and mental strength the raw material. In this virtual sea of consciousness, a high-precision creation began. The coordination of hand gestures and incantations seemed as though he had practiced it 1,000 times, flowing smoothly without any hitches or errors, as if everything had been honed in his mind. In a moment, a crimson rune symbol formed swiftly in his sea of consciousness, perfectly shaped like it was precisely printed, identical to the spell pattern on the beast's skin. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The consumption of mental strength accelerated dramatically, more than 10 times faster than before, rapidly depleting like a flood. Wang Yu's heart tightened, realizing the danger. "Stop! Exit super frequency," he exclaimed in alarm, halting the hand gestures and cutting off the incantation instantly. He forcefully exited the super frequency sync, but the rune symbol, mostly completed in his mind, shattered violently into intangible fragments. A strong backlash from the spell hit him again, the shock and anger evident on his face. In just a brief moment, nearly all of Wang Yu's mental strength was depleted, leaving only a third remaining. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain, meditating once more to restore his scant mental strength. This time, he refused to give up easily. Despite the late hour, Wang Yu resolved to try again. Re-entering the super frequency sync, he realized that as long as he didn't attempt to condense the spell mark, his mental strength functioned normally. But as soon as he cautiously tried to form the mark, the severe drain occurred again, mental strength collapsing like a flood, and the mark failed once more. After enduring another painful backlash, Wang Yu finally gave up. Though filled with questions, unable to understand why the super frequency caused such odd results, he decided to abandon the auxiliary system for now and opted to form the spell mark using traditional methods. 7 days later, Wang Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the complete spell mark floating in his sea of consciousness, feeling a wave of bittersweet emotion. After enduring 30 to 40 backlashes, despite knowing he wasn't a prodigy and his spellcasting aptitude was average, he had finally formed his first spell. He whispered an incantation, raising his finger slowly. His intent resonated with the spell mark in his consciousness. The mark shimmered slightly, responding to his call. Then, a thin red flame appeared at his fingertip, no more than 3 inches high, small yet vividly bright, flickering gently like a firefly. "This is the firefly I released myself." Wang Yu stared intently at the flickering flame on his fingertip, his expression full of wonder. The flame emitted a gentle glow without a trace of heat. He could clearly feel his magical power rapidly depleting, far more than he had anticipated. With his cultivation level at the second stage of the chi refining period, he estimated he could only perform this spell 5 or 6 times at most. Such a tiny flame must have limited power, Wang Yu thought, puffing his cheeks and blowing hard at the flame. It swayed gently on his fingertip, but didn't budge. He tried moving his finger, and the flame swayed along with it, as if there was a mysterious connection between them. Looking around the room, his gaze finally settled on a worn-out wooden chair. With a flick of his finger, the flame turned into a red dot and landed precisely on the chair. Instantly, roaring flames engulfed the chair. Within a few breaths, the fire dissipated, leaving only a pile of blackened ashes. At the same time, he sensed that the magical mark in his sea of consciousness had also vanished. This can't be," Wang Yu exclaimed, jumping off the bed in disbelief and quickly walking over to the ashes. Gently nudging them with his toe, he confirmed they were indeed the remains of the chair, and felt as though his understanding of reality had been overturned. Eagerly rushing into the courtyard, he quickly identified a new target, a rusty iron rod sticking out of the ground. After 2 failed attempts and enduring the stinging backlash, he finally managed to conjure a flame again on the 3rd try. The moment the flame touched the iron rod, it erupted into fierce flames. The rod turned red-hot at a visible pace, gradually softening until it melted into a puddle of red-hot iron. Even from a couple of steps away, the intense heat made Wang Yu's heart race. This isn't just any ordinary flame. It's a terrifying heat capable of melting metal and stone, he pondered. Are all magical arts this formidable, or does this firefly technique have some special qualities? In the following days, Wang Yu practiced the firefly technique diligently. He noticed that since his first success, his success rate had significantly improved, succeeding once every 2 or 3 attempts. Additionally, the backlash from failures became increasingly mild, as if his consciousness was gradually adapting to the impact of the spell. Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that although the firefly's power was astonishing, It had clear limitations. The flame's flight speed was slow, and it could only reach a distance of about 10 feet, making it easy for opponents to dodge in combat. Nevertheless, as the first spell he mastered, it was more than satisfactory. The next step for Wong Yu was to master this spell more proficiently and quickly learn the other two spells. Once he mastered all three tricks, he would be considered a pseudo-cultivator. This filled Wong Yu with anticipation for the upcoming lessons. One day, while he was meditating on his bed, he suddenly heard a sharp, low humming sound behind him. Wong Yu opened his eyes abruptly and rushed into the room. Above the bundle at the head of his bed, a blue paper crane was emitting a faint white glow, circling in the air. The paper crane suddenly darted towards the outside, but Wong Yu, with quick reflexes, grabbed it in his hand, carefully controlling his strength to avoid damaging this precious token. It's time to board the ship, Wong Yu thought with delight, instantly understanding the situation. He quickly pulled out a regular silk thread from the bundle at the head of his bed and securely tied the paper crane, fastening the other end to his wrist. This way, the paper crane could only circle within a 10-foot radius around him. He swiftly packed the bundle at the head of his bed, then retrieved a knife and a sword from under the bed. He tied the soft sword around his waist like a belt and sheathed the long knife in a black scabbard on his back. After finishing these preparations, he hurried out of the house and headed straight for a nearby carriage. About 20 miles west of Huang City, a massive ship about 70 to 80 feet long was docked beside a wide river. On the simple pier, barefoot crew members were busy loading wooden crates and burlap sacks of various sizes onto the ship. More than 20 carriages of different styles were parked by the pier, and people in diverse attire were gradually boarding the ship. At this moment, a small cart pulled by a donkey came racing down the dirt road towards the pier. Sitting at the front of the cart was a 17 or 18-year-old youth dressed in blue, carrying a long knife on his back. Wong Yu, who was coming to keep his appointment. Seeing the bustling pier, he hesitated briefly, then parked the cart nearby, took his bundle, and walked over. An elderly man in a gray robe, about 50 years old, approached him. His head was covered in messy short hair, and he held an oversized brown tobacco pipe. The old man took a puff, his gaze sweeping across the paper crane on Wong Yu's wrist, and exhaled a puff of yellow smoke as he asked, "Is there anyone else boarding with you? Let me see your ticket." The acrid smoke wafted towards Wong Yu. "Sir, I'm boarding alone," Wong Yu replied calmly, removing the paper crane from his wrist and handing it over. "Indeed, this is a ticket from our pavilion. You may board," the gray-robed elder confirmed after inspecting the paper crane and tucked it into his robe. "Remember, no fighting on the ship. Anyone causing trouble will be thrown overboard. Li Lao-san, take this young man to room B13 and explain the ship's rules." With that, he called over a barefoot crew member and left on his own. "This way, sir," said the barefoot crew member, about 27 or 28 years old, with a cheerful smile once the elder had walked away. Wong Yu followed Li Lao-san towards the giant ship, cautiously asking, "Is this Elder Feng from the 100 Treasures Pavilion? Does he have a lot of authority on the ship?" Elder Feng is the guardian immortal master of the Iron Arrow vessel, and naturally holds the greatest authority, Li Lao-san warned the young Wong Yu sternly. "Remember, young master, you can offend anyone on the ship except for Elder Feng, or he might just throw you into the river to feed the fish." After saying this, his face broke into a smile again. "I see." Wong Yu nodded, his eyes involuntarily drawn to the massive ship not far ahead. How long will it take to reach the state of Wu? The colossal ship stood about 50 or 60 feet high, with 3 exquisite pavilions rising from its deck. The entire vessel was jet black, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Along its sides, mysterious silver patterns wound and spiraled, captivating the gaze. "The Iron Arrow is a newly built magical ship of our Baijin pavilion," Li Lao-san explained proudly as they walked. "It's much faster than our previous ships, taking just a month to reach Tongzhou and Wu. Not only does it have an immortal master on board, but it's also equipped with new enchanted crossbows and a soul-calming banner for protection, so there's no need to worry about safety." He continued enthusiastically. "Once on board, you'll have your own room, and meals will be delivered to you." With Li Lao-san's guidance, Wang Yu stepped onto the massive vessel. Standing on the deck, he truly felt the ship's enormity had to tilt his head all the way back to see the topmost pavilion. Protruding from the pavilions were massive green crossbows, gleaming coldly. Most striking was the enormous yellow banner atop the highest pavilion, stretching 5 or 6 meters long, covered in twisting black spiritual patterns. Just one glance at it gave Wang Yu an inexplicable sense of oppression. So this must be the soul-calming banner, a real magical artifact. But how can it be so gigantic? Wang Yu thought to himself. Li Lao-san led him to a single room inside the ship, gave a few parting words, and left. The room was simple yet spacious, furnished with a single bed, a small table, and a chair. Wang Yu casually tucked his bundle under the bed, locked the door, and returned to the deck. Besides the busy crew, there were around 17 or 18 passengers on deck, a mix of men and women, young and old. most of whom were eagerly pointing and discussing. Wang Yu glanced at the sky, then quietly moved to the side of the ship to wait. Time passed quickly, and after over 2 hours, the sky began to darken, and most passengers retreated to their cabins. With a clear ringing of bells, all crew members boarded and took their positions. The gigantic ship trembled slightly, slowly departing the dock and heading toward the river's center. Though the ship had neither sails nor oars, the waves beneath it rippled gently, and the vessel glided smoothly into the distance. Seeing this, Wang Yu exhaled softly, his initial tension gradually easing. Just then, urgent hoofbeats echoed from the distant dock. A troop of cavalry kicked up dust as they sped to the dock's edge. Seeing the ship already adrift, 2 riders leaped from their horses, soaring toward the Iron Arrow. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat at the sight. The crew and remaining passengers on deck stirred with excitement, all eyes turning to the 2 figures flying toward them. In the quiet air, a cold voice echoed from the upper levels of the tower ship. Suddenly, a figure shot up like lightning, meeting 2 people heated in midair. It was none other than Elder Feng. The 3 hovered in the sky, tension thick in the air as they began a tense dialogue. Wang Yu silently uttered a spell, activating his hypersensitivity. His senses expanded immensely, and the surrounding movements slowed significantly. He focused intently on the interaction between the 3 in the sky, gradually hearing their conversation more clearly. "This won't do," Elder Feng said coldly. "Since they have purchased tickets and boarded the ship, they are guests of our 100 Treasures Pavilion. Outsiders cannot board and search at will." A middle-aged man in half-armor frowned, his tone cautious. "Are you really unwilling to give the Huang family some face? We only need to capture our target, and we'll leave immediately without disturbing others." Elder Feng sneered, resolute in his reply. "If this were a personal vendetta, I might consider it. But as the protector of this ship, allowing you to break the rules would damage the reputation of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. That's a responsibility I cannot bear." A young man in a white scholar's robe interjected. "Even if your 100 Treasures Pavilion is powerful, this area is under the jurisdiction of Huangshi City. Don't you think you're overstepping?" Elder Feng scoffed, unflinching. "What? Is this a surprise to the Huang family? If you don't wish to cooperate with us, I can report to higher authorities and withdraw our branch from Huangshi City. Our magic ships will also cease to visit this place." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 opponents turned sour. After some whispered discussion, they reluctantly turned away, flying towards the dock. Having listened to the entire exchange, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly fortunate. Although he wasn't sure if the 2 cultivators from the Huang family were after him, the fact that they couldn't board the ship was the best outcome. The 7 spirit stones spent on the ticket were well worth it. Elder Feng returned to the top of the tower ship, and the massive vessel sped along the river, quickly leaving the dock out of sight. Wang Yu released his hypersensitivity, set aside his worries, and left the deck, heading back to his cabin along the corridor. For the next 7 days, Wang Yu immersed himself in cultivation in his room. Without the aid of spirit stones, he relied on a limited supply of spirit energy to absorb spiritual energy, which noticeably slowed his progress. He focused mainly on practicing the Wolf Run Diagram 4 techniques and studying new spells. The cultivation of the water technique remained challenging and slow, but Wang Yu sensed that his physical potential could be further enhanced. After each session, he vaguely felt a stirring in his bloodline, reminiscent of the signs of a bloodline awakening described by Chongyun Taoist. This motivated him to concentrate even more on his body-refining techniques. His progress with new spells was similar to the Firefly technique, but forming the spell's imprint proved significantly more difficult. After 7 days, he hadn't succeeded even once, leaving him somewhat frustrated. At this moment, he opened his door, intending to get some fresh air on the deck. As his door opened, another door across the corridor did the same. A young girl in a green dress, around 13 or 14 years old, came bouncing out. Her round face was lit up by a pair of large eyes, and she was holding a handful of nut-like snacks, continuously stuffing them into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's. Upon seeing Wang Yu, she exclaimed, "Big brother," and immediately tossed her snacks aside, quickly turning around and dashing back into the house. Her voice could faintly be heard from behind the door. "Mom, hurry. Hurry out. I saw Big brother. Really, just outside the door." Wang Yu was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, a gentle woman's voice came from the opposite room. "Chiner, how could your brother be outside? You must be seeing things." Shortly after, a beautiful woman in her mid-30s followed the girl in the green dress out. Upon seeing Wang Yu, her eyes widened, but she quickly forced a slight smile. "You silly girl. This gentleman only bears some resemblance to your brother. How could he be your brother? Apologize quickly. You startled this gentleman." The girl in the green dress pouted, muttering, "Look at the nose, the mouth, and the eyes. They're just like big brothers, at least 70 to 80% similar, just taller. Otherwise, how could I have mistaken him?" Although she realized her mistake, she continued to steal glances at Wang Yu. Wang Yu finally understood the situation, Feeling a bit helpless, he decided not to say more. He nodded to the two and turned to leave. Behind him, the woman continued to scold her daughter. When will you stop worrying me? You're so clumsy at this age. What will you do when it's time to get married? Mom, I don't want to get married. I want to. Wang Yu turned a corner and could no longer hear the mother and daughter's conversation. He didn't dwell on the little incident and headed straight to the deck. On the deck, aside from a few busy crew members, there were several passengers taking a stroll for some fresh air. Among them was a young couple, the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a sturdy build, and a long sword hanging at his waist. The woman was a well-dressed young lady with delicate features and fair skin. They were conversing softly, looking very close. Nearby, a tall young man, around 27 or 28, was holding a long, slender package with one hand, half of his face hidden by a black mask. He seemed to be gazing at the rolling river, but his cold eyes glanced towards the young lady. The couple was clearly aware of his actions, the husband's face filled with anger, his hand on the hilt of his sword, while the young lady appeared flustered, holding tightly onto her husband's arm to stop him from leaving her side. The young man with the package grew increasingly brazen in his gaze, suggesting an unknown grudge between the three. Seeing this, Wang Yu quickly assessed the situation and decided not to get involved. He walked to an empty spot on the other side and looked out towards the distant shore. This section of the Qishui River stretches 3 to 4 miles wide, flanked by barren mining landscapes devoid of any vegetation. Occasionally, large herds of creatures resembling horses or cattle can be seen lowering their heads to drink by the riverbank, emphasizing the desolation of the area. The river's turbulent waters appear a murky red, swirling with eddies of various sizes. The iron arrow, with its massive hull, easily crushes through the smaller whirlpools and skillfully navigates around the larger ones, maintaining a steady course. As Wang Yu stood watching, the waters ahead suddenly erupted with splashes, and several dark shapes briefly appeared before vanishing below the surface. Focusing intently, he noticed increasing disturbances on the water, as black monstrous fish, each half a yard long, leaped out. These creatures had spiral horns of varying sizes atop their heads, and gaping mouths filled with sharp teeth, as they swarmed toward the large ship. Just as the monstrous fish were about to reach the vessel, a rapid beating sound echoed from beneath the ship. Instantly, a barrage of crossbow bolts poured out from protrusions in the hull, swiftly killing most of the fish. The few that survived fled in panic, leaving behind a bloody wake and floating carcasses. Those hornfish are just the most common creatures of the Qishui River. Besides their numbers and ability to ram prey with their horns, there's nothing special about them. A hoarse male voice suddenly spoke from behind. Wang Yu turned cautiously to find a gaunt man in his 40s, clad in gray, smiling at him. And you are? Wang Yu asked warily. You must be a celestial master, sir. My name is Gao Qi, in service to Master Yu Bintian, a prominent figure in Tongzhou. My master is also a celestial master and enjoys meeting talented individuals in the cultivation world. If you would honor us with your presence, might you join us tonight in room A3 on the ship? Several other celestial masters will be there, and my master has reserved the room, the gaunt man said, handing over a gold foil invitation card. One side bore a silver U character, and the other read A3 in black. Tongzhou, isn't that the destination of this ship in the land of Wu? Wang Yu pondered, wondering if this might be the gathering of independent cultivators mentioned in Chongyan Taoist notes. With such an invitation, I must certainly attend, he replied smoothly. Gao Qi, seeing him accept the invitation, exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. As he departed, Wang Yu noticed the young couple and the tall young man with the long package still locked in their standoff on the deck. Back in his room, Wang Yu focused on practicing the 4 forms of the wolf gallop diagram until nightfall, when he set out for the highest deck's room A3. 2 robust men at the entrance respectfully opened the door for him upon seeing his invitation. Wang Yu stepped inside slowly. Inside the gate was a hall more than 10 times larger than his own room. In the spacious area, 5 low tables were neatly arranged, with a main seat prominently placed at the front, and 2 tables on each side. Wang Yu glanced around and noticed that, except for one empty table, all the cushions behind the tables were occupied. The moment he stepped into the hall, everyone's gaze turned to him simultaneously. Seated at the main position was an elderly man in a purple robe, his hair and beard white as snow, but his face ruddy. Upon seeing Wang Yu, his eyes lit up, and he stood up, saying, "Is this young fellow Wang Taoist? Remarkable. Although I'm not clear about your cultivation, your vigorous energy is indeed rare. Please, take a seat. Your praise is too kind," Wang Yu replied, momentarily taken aback. He bowed respectfully before taking the only available seat. He looked around, carefully observing the other guests. At one table sat a fierce-looking monk with an iron headband. At another, the young couple he had seen on the deck, and at the last table, a kindly old woman dressed in a red and green skirt, with a simple black wooden hairpin in her gray hair. The elderly man in the purple robe sat back down, smiling as he explained, "There aren't many fellow practitioners on this ship. Half of them are already here. The rest prefer solitude, so I didn't invite them. He paused briefly and then casually asked, by the way, who is your master, Brother Wong? I'm sorry, but my master has instructed me not to mention their name while traveling, so I can't say much. Wong Yu stood up again, offering a gesture of apology to everyone around. Upon hearing this, the monk rolled his eyes and grumbled, quite cautious, aren't you? We're all leaving from Huangshi City. How many fellow practitioners can there be from there? If you don't want to say, that's fine. The old woman, however, agreed softly. People are treacherous these days. For someone so young to be so prudent, I truly admire it. The young couple recognized Wong Yu and exchanged surprised whispers. Haha, if Brother Wong doesn't want to say more, then so be it. The purple-robed elder, Yu Bintian, laughed, smoothing over the situation, and proceeded to introduce everyone. This is Master Iron Arm, known for his golden stone technique, which is quite famous during the chi refining stage. His arms are impervious to blades and fire, and he can even withstand magical weapons. This is Madame Yin, skilled in the art of controlling beasts and spirits, able to defeat opponents invisibly, definitely not to be offended. This is Brother Huang, a distinguished member of the Huang family over the past 2 decades, and beside him is his wife, Taoist Hu. Wong Yu respectfully greeted each in turn, feeling a twinge of caution upon learning the young man was from the Huang family, but outwardly he remained calm. Then Madame Yin asked, Taoist Yu, although we know each other only in passing, you've learned quite a bit about us. What did you mean by saying Brother Wang's vitality is unusually strong? To be honest, Yu Bintian glanced at the old woman and explained, I've cultivated a technique that allows me to sense strong vitality. When Brother Wong entered, it felt as if a furnace had entered the room. Such vigorous energy is something I've rarely encountered in my life. In my opinion, Brother Wong has either cultivated a special body-strengthening technique or awakened some kind of bloodline. Of course, this is only apparent because Brother Wong's cultivation is still shallow. Once his powers deepen, it will be hard for outsiders to discern. Awakened a bloodline. Upon hearing these words, Madame Yin didn't react immediately, but the monk and the young Huang couple both gasped softly in unison, and Wong Yu's expression changed as well. The art of reading auras. Wong Yu's heart tightened as he realized something was amiss. His bloodline power seemed more complex than he had imagined. He quickly replied evasively, You're too kind, senior. I haven't awakened any bloodline. I've just practiced some basic body refinement techniques. Although his iron crocodile bloodline was only half awakened, it wasn't entirely a lie. Body refinement techniques are extremely rare during the chi refining stage, and Wong Yu couldn't help but recall the golden stone technique he had once practiced, which also counted as a form of body refinement. So he said, actually, the golden stone technique I've practiced can be considered a partial body refinement method. If we get the chance, we could exchange some insights. Upon hearing this, the monk's expression shifted, and he nodded slightly at Wong Yu, indicating his acknowledgement. My wife and I are also quite interested in Brother Wong's body refinement techniques, the Huang family man added sincerely. Our family holds some lesser-known secret arts. If Brother Wong is willing, we could exchange some knowledge. He smiled slightly and clasped his hands in a polite and respectful gesture. Wong Yu responded to each of them, expressing his willingness to exchange knowledge. At this moment, Madame Yin watched everything with a faintly amused expression. She turned to the elderly man in the purple robe, Yu Bintian, and asked casually, Friend Yu, unlike us, you're a wealthy individual with numerous servants in the Tongzhou area, despite being a rogue cultivator. Why come to this resource-poor Huangshi City? And I've heard you're eager to return. May I ask why? Her tone carried a hint of inquiry. Yu Bintian smiled lightly, appearing quite relaxed. Oh, why would an old man like me travel far? It's nothing more than trying to earn some extra spirit stones for my unaccomplished descendants. Although Huangshi City is a land of diminished spirits, it is rich in iron ore. A third of the cargo on this Iron Arrow ship consists of top-grade refined iron I purchased for the Huang family. Once I return to Tongzhou, I'll have it further refined by blacksmiths before selling it at the market for a good price in spirit stones. Ah, I see. Madame E nodded gently, indicating her understanding. As rogue cultivators, we differ from those in sects or families. We must secure all our resources on our own. Friend you, besides cultivating, you also have to worry about your descendants, which must be quite burdensome. The monk concurred. Indeed, we often lament that had we been born into a major cultivation family, we wouldn't face such hardships. In smaller clans like the Huang family, resource competition is fiercer. One misstep, and you might offend a high-level cultivator, dragging the entire family down. However, Brother Huang has the Huang family to rely on, and his cultivation is steadily growing stronger, which is truly enviable. The Huang family man shook his head with a wry smile. While the family is a support, the path of cultivation isn't as easy as outsiders might think. To build a foundation, one must go to a spiritual domain with spiritual veins. Staying in Huangshi City won't allow for further advancement. Upon hearing this, the monk mused. Yes, after building a foundation, One embarks on a path with a lifespan of 200 years. Who wouldn't want to break through? Yet even so, we're ultimately limited by geography and resources. Wong Yu found himself moved by these words. Everyone's path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. As independent cultivators like us, we either find work in markets backed by powerful factions or serve as guest elders for some cultivation families. Yu Bintian said, stroking his graying beard with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I worked at Guanyuan Market for over 20 years, learned a bit about crafting spiritual materials, and only then did I manage to save up enough spirit stones to leave. The scar on Iron Tawachuo's face twisted with his expression as he spoke in a low voice. I wasn't as fortunate as friend Yu. I began my cultivation journey after inheriting the teachings of a senior independent cultivator, but the resources left by that senior only got me to the mid-stage of chi refinement. He clenched his rough fists, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Now, sects won't accept me, prestigious cultivation families won't take me as a guest elder, and I lack the skills to earn spirit stones by working in markets. I'm left to scrounge for spiritual energy in places like Huangsha City, just to barely maintain my level. Wang Yu listened quietly to the grievances of these cultivators, pondering to himself, is it really this hard for independent cultivators out there? I'm a bit better off than you too, Madame Yin's aged voice slowly echoed, her wrinkled face revealing traces of past events. I was once an outer disciple of a sect, but after making a grave mistake, I was expelled. What? Madame Yin was a sect disciple. Yu Bintian and Iron Tawachuo exclaimed in unison, reassessing the seemingly ordinary old woman. The Huang couple exchanged glances, equally surprised. Madame Yin lifted her chin slightly, unable to hide her pride. Compared to inner disciples, it's relatively easier to become an outer disciple. Don't be fooled by my current appearance. I had decent cultivation potential when I was younger. I regret it now only after being expelled did I realize how hard it is to cultivate outside. Over the decades, my cultivation has regressed instead of progressing. Madame Yin, may I ask which sect you were from? Iron Tawachuo couldn't help but inquire, curiosity shining in his eyes. Madame Yin shook her head, a hint of sadness on her face. The sect was kind to me, and now that I'm just an independent cultivator, I have no face to mention it. She turned to the young man from the Huang family, her tone softening. As for you, friend Huang, although your family isn't a major cultivation clan, you still have guaranteed basic cultivation resources, which is far better than ordinary independent cultivators. The young man from the Huang family humbly cupped his hands. Actually, you all are too modest. For us cultivators at the mid-stage of chi refinement, it's not hard to establish ourselves in major markets. Even with family resources, my wife and I have only just reached this stage. He paused before continuing. You all know how easy it is to cultivate before reaching the chi refinement stage, but after that, each stage becomes increasingly difficult and time-consuming. Iron Brother mentioned not being accepted by prominent cultivation families, but if you're willing to join a small family like ours as a guest elder, the Huang family would certainly welcome you. A rare smile appeared on Iron Tawachuo's fierce face. Oh, with Brother Huang's word, if I can't make it outside, I might just come to your family as a guest elder. Don't forget what you said today. The young Huang family member nodded eagerly, agreeing wholeheartedly. Wang Yu was engrossed in the conversation when he suddenly realized that everyone else was subtly focusing their attention on him. After a moment of thought, he cleared his throat and explained to the group, I come from a remote area in Huangsha City and have only been cultivating for a few years, so my skills are quite limited. This trip outside is with my master's permission, to see the world and find a spiritual vein to continue my cultivation. Brother Wong, your spiritual energy seems weak, indicating you haven't yet formed a spiritual root. Yu Bintian said warmly, a hint of kindness in his eyes. At your age, you should explore the world. Staying in a place with depleted spiritual energy like Huangsha City won't lead to much. Guanyuan Market is in Tongzhou, and I have some friends there. If you'd like to visit, I can introduce you. Wang Yu thanked him repeatedly, gratitude evident on his face. The group continued chatting, sharing interesting stories from the cultivation world, which Wang Yu and the young Huang couple listened to with fascination, occasionally expressing amazement. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, Madame Yin suddenly turned to the young man from the Huang family, a wary look in her eyes. Brother Huang, the two people who wanted to board the ship before setting sail, are they from your family? Are they here for you? As soon as Madame Yin spoke, everyone in the living room reacted differently, all eyes turning towards the young couple from the Huang family. Most of those present had witnessed the two aggressive cultivators attempting to board the ship when it set sail. In Huangsha City, such brazen cultivators were likely none other than those from the Huang family. The young man from the Huang family was initially taken aback by the comment, but then spread his hands in realization, explaining, You misunderstand. The people who came before the ship set sail were indeed from the Huang family, third uncle and seventh cousin. However, they are close to me, so they couldn't have come for my wife and me. I haven't received any messages from the family, so I'm also unaware of their purpose for boarding. Since fellow Taoist Huang is on the ship and the Huang family hasn't sent you a message, it probably isn't anything significant. Yu Bintian nodded in agreement. Besides, if it were truly important, a few words from Elder Feng wouldn't have deterred them. Madame Yin seemed satisfied with the explanation and did not pursue the matter further. However, Wong Yu, who had overheard the conversation between Elder Feng and the Huang family members, noticed a peculiar expression flash across the face of the elegant woman beside the Huang family man. As Wang Yu pondered the woman's expression, the living room door suddenly opened, and a gaunt man named Gao Qi entered, followed by several servants carrying wooden trays. Each tray held a wooden bowl and a small wooden spoon, from which a delightful aroma wafted. Under Gao Qi's direction, the servants placed the trays on the tables before everyone. Only then did Wang Yu notice that the bowls were filled with blue rice, each grain perfectly steamed and emitting an enticing fragrance that whetted the appetite. Spirit rice. Bluetooth rice. Both the monk and Madame Yin exclaimed simultaneously. Wang Yu realized with surprise that the rice in the bowls was the spirit rice mentioned in the notes of the Cloud-Piercer Taoist. I never expected that brother you could acquire the Huang family's exclusive Bluetooth rice. It seems your capabilities exceed our expectations, the monk remarked, looking at Yu Bintian with astonishment. Yu Bintian replied with a cheerful smile. Indeed, acquiring the Bluetooth rice cost me quite a bit. Since I'm hosting this gathering, it's only fitting to serve this rice to everyone. Unfortunately, spirit rice is too precious, so I can only offer a small bowl to each of you. You're too kind, brother Yu, Madame Yin responded, smiling at the sight of the blue rice. This Bluetooth rice is unique to the Huang family and is perfect for cultivators like us in the qi refining stage. Regular consumption could enhance our cultivation and greatly benefit our physical vitality. However, since Huangshe City is a place of depleted spirits, it can only be harvested during spiritual tide surges, making it the Huang family's lifeline and not available for sale. The young man from the Huang family seemed aware of Yu Bintian's purchase of the Bluetooth rice, and though his expression was complex, he spoke nonchalantly. Calling it a lifeline is a bit of an exaggeration, but we don't have enough of this rice even for ourselves, so we generally don't sell it. Gazing at the Bluetooth rice in the wooden bowl, Wang Yu's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, so, does this mean the spiritual labor in Huangshe City is mainly for cultivating this Bluetooth rice? If it were sold, how many spirit stones would it cost? The price of Qingya rice, Brother Wang, I can't directly tell you. However, in Guangyuan market, first-grade spiritual rice of the same quality costs 2 spirit stones per gene. Such rice is only affordable for disciples of major sects, Yu Bintian said with a wry smile. This bowl of spiritual rice must be worth half a spirit stone. Brother Yu, you're truly generous. I won't hold back. The monk couldn't resist any longer, grabbing the wooden bowl and pouring the rice into his mouth, not even bothering with a spoon. After thanking Yu Bintian, Madame Yin and the others began to taste the rice. Wang Yu picked up a spoon, scooped up a portion of the green rice, and put it in his mouth. As the grains entered his mouth, a rich aroma filled his senses. After a few chews, the rice dissolved into a warm liquid that flowed down his throat, spreading warmth throughout his body. This spiritual rice is truly extraordinary, Wang Yu remarked, quickly finishing the bowl of Qingya rice and looking around, still wanting more. By then, Madame Yin and the others had also finished, all expressing their admiration. The young couple from the Huang family exchanged a knowing smile. Yu Bintian gestured for a servant to clear the wooden bowls, and once the thin man stood behind him, he revealed the true purpose of the gathering. Fellow cultivators, besides wanting to get to know all of you, I also wish to hold a small exchange meeting. It's not easy for us rogue cultivators to gather like this, and with Elder Feng, who is at the late stage of qi condensation, overseeing the Baijin Pavilion's boat, there's no need to worry about forced transactions. What do you all think? Wang Yu thought to himself. Elder Feng, being at the late stage of qi condensation, must be at least at the 7th level or higher, according to the notes. No wonder he could easily deter the Huang family cultivators with just a few words. Count me in. I've got some items I don't need. The monk was the first to agree. An exchange meeting on the boat is indeed safe. I agree, Madame Yin stated after a moment's consideration. The young Huang couple whispered to each other before saying, we brought some spirit stones with us. If any of you have good items, we are open to direct purchase. Wang Yu looked troubled. You seniors are putting me in a tough spot. With my limited cultivation, what valuable items could I possibly offer? Haha, Brother Wang, you're too modest. Yu Bintian laughed heartily. Just your body refining technique alone is remarkable. If Brother Wang is willing to sell the body refining technique, I'd like to be the first to make an offer. The monk quickly chimed in. The Huang couple also appeared interested, though Madame Yin remained expressionless. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yu said, I could consider exchanging the body refining technique, but I'd like to see what items the seniors have prepared for exchange first. Great. I knew Brother Wang wasn't one to hoard his treasures. Since I initiated this exchange, I'll start by offering something. Whether anyone is interested or not, We'll move on to the next person until no one wishes to exchange anymore. Yu Binchen's face lit up with excitement as he deftly took out a delicate yellow wooden box from his pocket and placed it in the center of the table. Inside, 5 light yellow medicine packets were neatly arranged, glowing softly under the light. 5 packets of low-grade dust cleansing powder, suitable for refining mana below the mid-stage qi refining level. Anyone interested? His gaze swept over the attendees, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. Madame Yin frowned slightly, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. Dust cleansing powder is rare and just right for cultivators at our level, but if it's low grade, it might contain a lot of impurities. For someone like me, it's not very useful. There aren't many medicines that can refine mana. If it were of medium grade or higher, it wouldn't have come into our hands, said the monk, a glint of greed in his eyes as he leaned forward slightly. I'll take it. What does brother you want in exchange? Yu Bintian responded without hesitation. I'm looking for a cultivation-enhancing medicine, usable at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining, but it must be of medium grade or higher. The monk shook his head repeatedly, the eagerness on his face quickly cooling. Cultivation-enhancing medicines are even rarer than those for refining mana. Medium grade or above, regardless of the effect, are hard to come by. After all, our primary pursuit is cultivation level. While refining mana is important, it's secondary. Madame Yin remained silent, evidently agreeing with the monk's view. Wong Yu, sitting to the side, pondered the specific effects of the dust cleansing powder on refining mana, but felt it might be inappropriate to ask directly. He held back his curiosity. Seeing this, Yu Bintian adopted a more sincere tone. To be honest, the main purpose of organizing this exchange is to acquire cultivation resources for a younger family member. So, as long as it's suitable, I'm willing to take a loss. He paused briefly. How about this? I'll exchange these 5 packets of low-grade dust cleansing powder for just 2 medium-grade cultivation-enhancing medicines, and I'll throw in some extra spirit stones. The monk's eyes lit up and he quickly said, extra spirit stones. I have 3 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid, but they're low-grade. Would brother you consider exchanging for them? Low-grade is absolutely out of the question. It would significantly impact my younger's future cultivation. Yu Bintian firmly rejected. The monk furrowed his brow, his tone skeptical. Is brother you planning to nurture this junior directly to the later stages? Otherwise, low-grade medicines wouldn't have much impact before mid-stage qi refining. The purple-robed elder didn't deny the monk's guess, simply responding calmly. This junior has decent potential, and I do hope they can go further. Then there's nothing more I can do, the monk said, spreading his hands with a look of regret. Unable to resist, Wang Yu turned to the Huang family man beside him and asked quietly, Brother Huang, is there really such a big difference between low and medium grade? The Huang family man smiled slightly. Yeah, Brother Wang, your question shows you haven't used many cultivation medicines. Every medicine has some level of toxicity. Take cultivation-enhancing medicines, for example. Medium-grade ones not only support cultivation far better than low-grade, but they also contain much less toxicity. If used consistently, you won't need to worry about toxicity buildup until the later stages of qi refining. The woman sitting nearby joined the discussion, her voice melodious. Some self-taught cultivators, eager for quick early-stage gains, might recklessly use spirit stones for cultivation, unaware that the seemingly pure spiritual energy in spirit stones contains harmful impurities. If used long-term, they may progress quickly at first, but eventually, they'll face issues like meridian shrinkage and difficulty absorbing spiritual energy. The young man from the Huang family nodded in agreement. Cultivation-enhancing medicines do contain toxins, but compared to spirit stones, they're much milder. There are even ways to expel or mitigate those toxins. Hearing their explanations, Wang Yu was taken aback, realizing he shouldn't rely on spirit stones for cultivation. Although he had only used a dozen, it shouldn't be too problematic. This reminder, however, left him feeling uneasy and cautious. At this moment, Yu Bintian turned his gaze to Madame Yin. The old woman smiled slightly and said, I don't have any medicine to enhance cultivation, but I do have 2 protective talismans if you're interested in a trade. She paused before continuing. While protective talismans are valuable, I'm more in need of pills to advance my cultivation. Yu Bintian was tempted by Madame Yin's offer, but, after a moment's hesitation, shook his head. Never mind. Madame Yin smiled gently. That's all right. If you're ever interested, feel free to come to me for an exchange, even if it's just with spirit stones. Next, a young man from the Huang family whispered with the woman beside him, then spoke up. Yu Daoyu, I have 2 medium-grade concentration pills awarded by our family years ago. Although they've been stored for a while, they still offer some beneficial effects. However, additional spirit stones are needed. Concentration pills. Yu Binchen's eyes lit up with interest. I've heard of concentration pills, made from several refined spiritual herbs, providing amazing support during cultivation. May I take a look? The Huang family man nodded, took a small porcelain bottle from his wife's hand, and handed it to Gao Qi, who came over, indicating the box could be inspected. After both parties checked and found no issues, Yu Bintian was satisfied and immediately paid a few spirit stones, completing the exchange. Then, Madame Een retrieved a long item wrapped in red cloth from her sleeve. Unfolding it gently, she revealed a black branch as thick as a finger. I've recently acquired a piece of soul-nurturing wood. If made into an artifact, carrying it long-term offers incredible calming and soul-nurturing effects. I'm hoping to exchange it for medicine to treat soul depletion. As soon as she finished speaking, Hatua also presented a rejuvenation talisman. After some discussion, they traded the soul-nurturing wood for the rejuvenation talisman, plus a dozen spirit stones. The subsequent trades proceeded quickly. The young man from the Huang family exchanged the ice jade for 2 of Madame Yin's talismans. Immediately after, Yu Bintian traded 20 spirit stones for Hetua's 3 bottles of low-grade spirit-gathering liquid. Wong Yu stood by, watching in silence, feeling a surge of envy. Unfortunately, he had few spirit stones left, and the only thing he could offer in exchange was the 4-beast body refinement technique. Brother Wong, have you made up your mind? Yu Bintian asked with a smile. Are you ready to trade the body refinement technique? Wong Yu pondered for a moment before replying. I can trade the body refinement technique, but could I exchange it for your chi observation technique? Yu Bintian was slightly surprised but quickly agreed. Of course. However, I must warn you, while the chi observation technique is useful, it's quite challenging to master. If you can't learn it, it won't be my fault. Wong Yu nodded slightly, determined to master it no matter what. He then answered, if I can't learn it, that's on me. I'll need some time to organize the body refinement techniques diagrams. I'll bring them for the exchange tomorrow night. Yu Bintian laughed heartily. No problem, come tomorrow night, and I'll hand over the chi observation technique to you. Additionally, both Hitua and Huang Daoyu are very interested in your body refinement technique. Could you trade with them as well? Yu Bintian added, his words filled with anticipation. Hearing this, Wong Yu felt a surge of opportunity and replied, sure, they'll bring all the body refinement techniques tomorrow night. The monk touched the iron band on his head, his eyes flickering, and then made a request for an exchange. Wong Yu readily agreed, and after a detailed discussion with the others, they quickly reached a trade agreement. He obtained a concentration pill and a golden light talisman from the young man of the Huang family, and 3 bottles of low-grade spirit-gathering liquid and 5 spirit stones from the monk. Although he couldn't judge the profit or loss of this trade from others' expressions, these items were exactly what he needed, and Wong Yu felt quite satisfied. After enjoying a cup of freshly served tea, everyone took their leave. Upon returning to his quarters, Wong Yu spent some spare silver to have the ship's crew bring him the 4 treasures of the study. Although he wasn't skilled in painting, once he activated his hyperfrequency mode, it wasn't difficult for him to sketch the essence of the Wolf Run 4 techniques. He deliberately didn't reveal all 16 forms of the 4-beast diagram, knowing that Yu Bintian likely held back some of his own techniques, which was also why he didn't request any techniques from the monk or the young man of the Huang family. The following night, Wong Yu went out with his artwork, and upon his return, several treasures had appeared on the table. A pale yellow thin booklet, for small bottles 3 white, 1 green, a talisman, and 5 translucent white spirit stones. After Yu Bintian and the others practiced the Wolf Run 4 techniques, they happily completed the exchange. The golden light talisman was exactly what the Lord of Huangshi City used. The booklet contained Yu Bintian's chi observing technique, and the 4 porcelain bottles held spirit-gathering liquid and concentration pills. Following the monk's guidance, Wang Yu applied a drop of spirit-gathering liquid from the white porcelain bottle to his forehead, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate with his consciousness open. Moments later, he opened his eyes with delight. The effect of this low-grade spirit-gathering liquid was indeed similar to En's spirit liquid, significantly enhancing the efficiency of his meditation. Even more valuable, it could be used daily, with each bottle lasting over a month of cultivation. As he pondered, Wang Yu took out a pink pill from the green bottle, which emitted a fragrant aroma, a mid-grade concentration pill. After consuming it and resuming his meditation, he clearly felt his sensory range expand greatly. As he circulated the En water technique, spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide, and for the first time, his meridians felt full, forcing him to accelerate the technique's operation. No wonder it's a mid-grade spiritual medicine, Wang Yu thought with delight, focusing on his cultivation without distractions. He could distinctly feel the significant increase in his internal power with each breath. Time flew by, and after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he felt no fatigue, immersed in the wonderful sensation of his rapidly growing power. Several days later, Wang Yu closed his eyes slightly, forming a hand seal with one hand, as he silently chanted a spell. In front of him lay an open yellow book. Within his mind, for pale yellow symbols formed a spell mark, quietly suspended. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a mark identical to the one in his mind flashed deep within his pupils. The chi viewing technique had taken effect. The world around him transformed, everything cloaked in a faint yellow aura, even the air. As he raised his arm to inspect it, His heart skipped a beat in this world of yellow light. His arm emitted a faint, 2-inch high blood-red glow, flickering intensely. Looking down, his entire body was surrounded by this bloody light. Is this blood chi? Wong Yu marveled, noting the continuous drain on his internal energy. He formed another hand seal, and the spell mark in his mind dissipated silently, returning his vision to normal. Interesting, he mused. If I could use this at night, it would be like having infrared night vision. According to the book, the chi viewing technique could not only see a person's blood chi, but also reveal simple concealment spells. However, if the opponent's cultivation was significantly higher or they were skilled in aura concealing techniques, this chi viewing technique would likely be ineffective. Thinking of something, Wang Yu picked up the yellow book and quickly flipped to a certain page, gazing at the diagram composed of 4 yellow symbols, lost in thought. Although Yubintian said this spell was extremely difficult to comprehend, compared to the firefly technique on the animal skin, this spell could be understood under normal circumstances. In fact, after activating an overclocking synchronization mode, he mastered it completely in just half a day. Forming the spell mark was also exceptionally smooth, succeeding in his mind after only about 10 tries. It seemed that his previous inability to comprehend the firefly technique normally was indeed due to the nature of the original spell, and his aptitude wasn't that poor. If he had learned the firefly technique through normal spell manuals, it might have been much easier. However, the original firefly technique he learned was far more powerful than the version described in the introductory spell manual, which could be a characteristic of original spells. As Wang Yu pondered this, the entire room suddenly shook violently. From the hallway outside came the sound of hurried footsteps, as if someone was rushing about. He paused for a moment, quickly gathered the items from the table into his arms, and was about to open the door to check, when a stern old voice came from above the ship. All ordinary people stay in your rooms and don't move. Those with magical power, assemble on the deck. This ship has encountered an onsenadicade in Chi tide on the Chishui River, and we need everyone on board to overcome this crisis together. If any cultivator dares to hide, I will personally expel them from the Iron Arrow, leaving them to fend for themselves. The voice belonged to Elder Feng of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, his tone firm and uncompromising. Wang Yu was startled, for this latest chi refining cultivator to be so alarmed indicated the seriousness of the danger. What was this In Chi tide? Could it be related to In spirits? Various thoughts raced through his mind as he quickly assessed his condition, grabbed the iron essence long knife from his bedside, and flung open the door, rushing out. As Wang Yu rushed onto the deck, the sound of explosions and piercing screeches filled his ears like a tidal wave. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and the sight made him gasp. The entire tower ship was enveloped in a gray light curtain, resembling a massive protective shield. The deck was a scene of tense order. Crew members, armed with iron forks and crossbows, formed a circular array. They continuously fired wooden arrows wrapped in red talismans beyond the light curtain, each arrow transforming into an explosive fireball upon hitting the ground. The scene beyond the light curtain was even more terrifying. In the rolling black fog, countless white skeletal fish floated densely. Though stripped of flesh, these bone fish emitted eerie calls and madly rammed against the protective light curtain. Some were several feet long, while others were only the size of a fist, all shrouded in a sinister black aura. The fireballs could reduce the bone fish they struck to ashes, but those around them only tumbled briefly in the black mist before resuming their relentless assault on the light curtain. Fortunately, the tower ship's blue giant crossbows were incredibly powerful. The operators fired thick iron bolts that could pierce through several bone fish at once. Behind the crew array, over a dozen cultivators in various attires stood ready, including Yu Bintian, Madame Yin, the masked slender youth, the girl Chiner from the opposite cabin, and a few unfamiliar cultivators. Everyone wore expressions of extreme seriousness. From the top of the ship came the steady voice of Elder Feng. Fellow Taoists, heed my command. Although these filth-bone fish, driven by the tide of Yin energy, are numerous, they are not to be feared. I will use the soul-calming banner to open a gap, allowing you to eliminate them in batches. Once their numbers drop below a certain level, the tide of Yin energy will dissipate. The ordinary filth-bone fish can be handled by the crew, but if you encounter any variants, I hope you will all join forces. Wang Yu looked up to see Elder Feng seated cross-legged under the black soul-calming banner, one hand pressing on the banner pole and the other forming a seal. Gray mist continuously flowed from the banner, merging into the protective light curtain. His signature large smoking pipe was tucked into his waist at that moment. As Wang Yu pondered the meaning of filth-bone fish and variants, a thunderous crash sounded. A grotesque fish head the size of a water vat slammed into the light curtain, causing the entire tower ship to tremble. A massive black shadow, comparable to a small boat, flashed by and then vanished among the bonefish swarm. The sight sent shivers down Wang Yu's spine. Be careful, Brother Wang. The variant filth-bone fish are comparable to mid to latest stage chi refining cultivators. If you encounter danger, come closer to me. and I will surely assist you," Madame Yin said, approaching with her black cane. This concern left Wong Yu both grateful and puzzled. Suddenly, a cacophony of screeches erupted from the bone fish swarm, and a gap appeared in the light curtain ahead. Countless bone fish swarmed in. Though they lacked limbs, they floated eerily on the black mist, reaching the ship in an instant. The crew dropped their crossbows, drew their iron forks, and furiously lunged at the oncoming bonefish. The impaled, filthy bonefish emitted piercing screams as black mist billowed from their bodies, causing them to fall to the ground in violent struggles, instantly becoming motionless. The tip of Wang Yu's iron fork caught his attention, adorned with a white talisman that emitted a faint glow, appearing both mysterious and powerful. Meanwhile, the cultivators behind him sprang into action. Some formed hand seals, chanting incantations under their breath, while others quickly retrieved weapons, attaching talismans to them or slapping them onto their bodies. In an instant, magical lights appeared before them, dazzling and brilliant. Wang Yu gripped his iron essence long knife, feeling a pang of regret for not preparing more defensive talismans beforehand. He only had one golden light talisman left, reserved for a life or death situation. As for protective spells, he knew none, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Still, he had to do his best in this dire situation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu positioned the iron essence knife in front of him, quickly forming hand seals with his other hand while murmuring spells. Fortunately, his luck held, and after a slight ripple in his sea of consciousness, the spell mark successfully condensed in an instant. A flash of red light appeared on his fingertips, and a small spark of fire leapt forth, dancing in the air with a faint glow. However, the filthy bonefish did not relent. Several had already broken through the crew's defenses, lunging toward the cultivators. Spells shot from the hands of the cultivators, massive fireballs, the size of heads, engulfing the foremost bonefish. Ice spikes pierced their targets with precision. Wind blades, like scimitars, sliced through the bonefish, tearing them apart. Despite this, the remaining bonefish continued their frenzied charge toward the group. Wang Yu flicked his finger lightly, and the spark of fire shot out like a red, accurately striking a bonefish rushing toward him. With a resounding boom, the bonefish was instantly consumed by flames and vanished into a puff of smoke. But immediately, another bonefish sped toward him from another direction, its sharp mouth open, revealing its menacing white teeth as it lunged viciously. Wang Yu stepped back, his long knife glinting coldly as it sliced through the air, cleaving the bonefish in two. The severed half fell onto the deck, unable to fly again, yet still desperately flailing its remaining limbs, seemingly trying to escape the grip of death. Watching this scene, Wang Yu felt a chill, but there was no time to dwell on it. He swung his long knife again, cutting two bonefish into 4 pieces midair, blood splattering and turning into fragments that fell. Finally, he had a moment to glance around. After the initial wave of powerful spell attacks, the cultivators wasted no time, showcasing their skills to confront the fish swarm, leaving Wang Yu astonished. Beside him, Madame Yin had somehow summoned 2 shadowy black dogs behind her. Whenever a bonefish approached, they pounced, tearing their enemies into pieces. With a casual gesture from Madame Yin, frost enveloped the fallen bonefish, leaving them stiff and immobile. Not far away, the elder in purple, Yu Bintian, held a copper mirror in one hand, its surface emitting a hazy white light. Yellow light spheres shot out from the mirror, knocking down the advancing bonefish one by one. Nearby, the gaunt man, Gao Qi, wielded 2 dagger-like short blades, his figure flickering like a ghost. Around him, bonefish shattered into pieces, torn apart and reduced to fragments. On another side, the monk, with arms as thick as pillars, wielded a crescent-shaped staff with formidable power. Each strike sent the bonefish exploding into fragments, scattering in all directions, instantly turning into remnants. In the distance, the young couple from the Huang family stood side by side on the deck. The woman, with a calm expression, formed a gesture with one hand, conjuring a blue protective shield that enveloped them. Her palm glowed softly, creating a barrier of protection. Beside her, the man wielded a silver longsword, its blade shimmering coldly. The sword's shadow transformed into silver light blades, seamlessly merging attack and defense. Elsewhere, a masked young man stood at the edge of the ship, wielding a crimson spear that danced like the wind. Flames erupted wherever the spear tip passed, consuming everything nearby. As he fought, his gaze frequently flicked towards the Huang couple, as if seeking an opportunity. Other cultivators joined in, their various techniques creating a dazzling scene. Wang Yu watched in awe. The battle unfolding before him was a spectacle beyond his imagination. Suddenly, he realized someone was missing. Where's the girl in the green dress? She had been on the deck moments ago, but seemed to have vanished. Just as he was wondering, an urgent warning from old phone rang out. Watch out, something's coming in. A violent tremor shook the ship, and a gap in the gray barrier widened. A gigantic monstrous creature broke through the protection, resembling a whale as it emerged, its massive body crashing onto the deck. The swirling black aura and the terrifying force of its tail left the crew no time to react, and several were instantly reduced to bloody fragments. The surrounding crew screamed and scattered in panic, while the cultivators quickly focused their attention on the enormous creature. Old Feng stood above on the ship, his eyes sharp as he shouted, "I'll hold it for a few moments. The rest is up to you." With that, Old Feng chanted, and gray threads shot out from his soul-calming banner, forming a large net that ensnared the monstrous fish. The creature, like a small mountain, crashed heavily onto the deck. Despite its desperate thrashing, it was trapped and unable to move. The cultivators were thrilled and prepared to strike. Their magical artifacts flew, and talismans were thrown, while those skilled in close combat charged in to attack. The masked young man let out a shout, and his spear transformed into a crimson light, viciously piercing the monstrous fish. The giant creature's body glowed with fiery light, black vapor swirling around it, accompanied by deafening roars. Soon, its body was covered in wounds, its head pinned to the deck by the spear, on the verge of death. Seizing the moment, Wong Yu also attacked, slashing at the creature's body. Though he didn't use his full strength, he could feel the fish's tough skin and flesh, leaving only shallow cuts. In contrast, the masked youth's spear had pierced its head completely, leaving Wang Yu amazed. Was it the youth's exceptional strength or the extraordinary nature of the crimson spear? Ah, so this is an aberration. I feel like I could handle it by myself, a bald-headed monk exclaimed, laughing maniacally as he smashed his crescent staff onto the creature's tail. Some cultivators watched coldly, while others dismissed it lightly, not taking it too seriously. However, just as everyone thought the battle was nearing its end, the previously still giant fish suddenly let out a sharp cry. Its massive body began to swell rapidly, like a balloon being inflated. "Not good, it's going to explode," someone shouted in alarm. The crew and cultivators scrambled to escape the blast radius. But everything happened too fast, and it was clearly too late. Cursing under his breath, Wang Yu quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the danger. A thunderous explosion erupted, and a wave of force surged like a flood. Bone fragments rained down like a storm, accompanied by deafening screams from those nearby. One of the screams was eerily familiar, faintly resembling the voice of the monk. "Who are you? What do you want?" Feng Lao's angry voice resonated from the direction of the soul-calming banner. Wang Yu sprang to his feet, quickly turning his gaze toward the explosion site. He saw the shockwave gradually dissipate. The once massive and grotesque demon fish now vanished, and the gray barrier that had enveloped the ship was completely gone. In its place on the deck stood two figures, one tall and one short. The tall figure wore a gray Taoist robe adorned with the Bagua symbol, with a long sword strapped to his back and an old white lantern in one hand. His face appeared sickly, around 30 years old, and he looked incredibly frail, a Taoist priest. The shorter figure was a wrinkled dwarf with small eyes and gray braids hanging from his head. A black leather pouch hung from his waist, and golden rings encircled his arms. His gaze was venomous as he glared at the group. "Quite the trick," Feng Lao sneered, his eyes like daggers as they swept over the two. "You dared to hide inside the demon fish and quietly infiltrate our ship, even destroying the ship's protective artifact in one move." He glanced at the shattered soul-calming banner, its main pole riddled with cracks, rendering it unusable. Wang Yu scanned the area, noticing that nearly all the crew on deck were wiped out, and the remaining cultivators were mostly battered and terrified. The earlier explosion of the demon fish had been unimaginably powerful. If Wang Yu hadn't instinctively rolled to the ground at the moment of the blast, his fate might have been the same. Madame Yin was trembling, seemingly about to collapse, with two massive black dogs at her feet, both severely injured and unable to move. Yu Bintian looked pale, his copper mirror now dull and smaller in size. The young couple from the Huang family stood together, but the man's shoulder was bleeding profusely, and the blue shield around them was almost gone. Yet, the masked young man remained standing straight, holding a yellow short ruler in front of him, his eyes glinting, seemingly unscathed. The most grievously injured was the monk, who used his crescent staff to shield his arms, now a bloody mess, barely recognizable as limbs, with broken bone spikes lodged deep into one of his eyes. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the two intruders, almost as if they were on fire. "You've destroyed my body and ruined my path. I will kill you," the monk roared, launching into action before the Taoist and dwarf could respond to Feng Lao's questions. Two yellow spectral arms emerged from the shadow behind him, and all four arms formed a seal, thrusting the crescent staff forward. Instantly, the staff exploded in midair, showering the surroundings with a deep blue liquid, emitting a strong, fishy stench. "Ah, isn't that the venomous blood of the twin-tailed wolf?" the dwarf chuckled, as the black pouch on his waist suddenly flew up, emitting a white glow that swiftly gathered the blue liquid from the air. Moments later, the pouch returned securely to the dwarf's side. Feng Lao's pupils constricted as he gasped in a low voice. "A Qi refinement latestage little universe pouch. You're one of the four fiends of Lanshan Qian Kunzi." The mention of the four fiends of Lanshan made the other cultivators' faces turn pale instantly. As soon as the monk made his move, his body froze, and his face turned deathly pale. In that split second, the sickly-looking Taoist appeared like a phantom in front of the monk, holding a lantern in one hand. He had somehow already drawn the long sword from his back with the other. The sword's blade suddenly gleamed with a crescent moon, its cold light descending swiftly upon the monk. The monk was shocked and quickly raised his arms, which burst forth with dazzling yellow light to block the attack. Behind him, two phantom arms materialized, striking upward with a powerful gust of energy. However, the crescent sword light suddenly expanded several times, enveloping the monk completely. In a flash, the cold light vanished, and the monk lay decapitated in a pool of blood, his limbs severed and scattered beside his headless body. This mid-level finding cultivator couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent. The crescent moon sword. It's the Taoist of the falling moon, one of the four fiends of Lanshan. A nearby cultivator, dressed like an old farmer, shouted in terror. He turned to leap into the river to escape, but a giant mutated bonefish emerged from the black mist, devouring him whole, then disappeared back into the fog with a flick of its tail. Only then did everyone realize in horror that, with the soul-calming banner shattered and the gray light barrier gone, the black mist had spread to the edge of the deck. More and more bonefish surged onto the deck, with several giant mutants looming outside the ship, yet for some reason, they did not immediately attack, but instead surrounded the entire deck. You should know the rules of the four fiends of Lanshan. The dwarf threatened, patting a black leather pouch at his waist and tilting his head. Surrender and you might live. Resist, and none will be spared. The cultivators on the deck turned pale at these words. Wong Yu swallowed nervously, his heart racing. Though he had never heard of the four fiends of Lanshan, the reaction of the others made it clear how fearsome these two were. Humph, don't be fooled by them. Old Feng snorted coldly. The four fiends of Lanshan are notorious for their ruthlessness. When have they ever shown mercy? Only two of them have come, and I have a spare ship-hankering artifact that can hold one of them. If we work together, we can surely capture them. With that, Old Feng stomped heavily, and a circle of white light emanated from the wooden plank beneath his feet, raising a miniature flag a few inches high. Yellow runes flickered on the flag's surface. Seeing this, the spirits of Ubintian and others lifted, and some began chanting incantations, though most remained hesitant. Just as Old Feng reached for the flag, a blood-red sword tip suddenly pierced through his chest. The space behind him shimmered slightly, revealing the figure of a young girl in a green dress. It was the previously missing Chiner, holding a blood-red short sword. Her round face still wore that mischievous smile as she thrust the sword through the chest of the latest-stage finding cultivator from behind. With a shout from Feng Lauda, his waistbound smoking pipe shattered, releasing billowing smoke that enveloped the two of them like a living entity. Within the smoke, sparks flickered and crackled, interspersed with Feng Lao's angry shouts and the girl's bell-like laughter. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers dumbfounded, only to be jolted back to reality by the murderous words of a sickly-looking Taoist. Kill them all, leave no one. As soon as the words were spoken, the dwarf suddenly held a white horn, which he blew with great force. The eerie sound echoed all around, causing the swarm of filthy-boned fish within the black fog to become agitated and charge at the cultivators and the remaining ordinary crew members. Run, someone shouted, and immediately several figures soared into the sky, some surrounded by a glow, others stepping on clouds, and some, like the old farmer before, leaping directly into the water. Among them were Ubintian and the young couple from the Huang family. Having already retreated to a corner of the deck, Wong Yu had no time to think. He stomped down hard, smashing the deck beneath him to reveal a hole large enough for a person. He jumped through, landing in the cabin below. Several foot-long filthy-boned fish followed him through the hole, only to be sliced into pieces by Wong Yu's prepared strikes. He then exerted force with his feet again, breaking through the floor with a crack and dropping to the next level of the ship. Wong Yu had specifically observed this tower ship when he boarded, knowing it had 3 levels below the deck. Reaching the second level, he didn't continue downward but instead shouted, "Overclock sink." His senses instantly expanded, making everything around him slow down as his mind entered a supercharged state. Using the information he had gathered earlier, he quickly calculated his precise position within the ship to find the best escape route. In just 2 breaths, Wong Yu dashed through the corridor, sprinting toward the stern before slipping into a side room. He locked the door behind him, flipped his hand, and a yellow talisman appeared in his palm, the very same golden light talisman he had traded for earlier. Following the method taught by the young man from the Huang family, he channeled a small amount of mana into the talisman and slapped it onto himself. With a poof, a faint golden light enveloped his body, with spirit runes resembling text flickering across the light screen. Under normal circumstances, Wang Yu might have taken the time to study it, but with his life on the line, he didn't hesitate to swing his long knife, creating a large gash in the outer wall of the room. The river water gushed in like a flood. Prepared for this, Wang Yu clamped the iron essence knife in his mouth, took a deep breath, and held it. He gripped the edges of the hole firmly, stabilizing himself against the onrushing water. Once the room was filled, his body floated up, and he kicked off, swimming out of the room and away from the tower ship. Outside, the river water had less black fog, but filthy-boned fish still swam back and forth. Wang Yu quietly surfaced and immediately swam vigorously towards the shore. Crunch, crunch, he was soon surrounded by several filthy-boned fish, their sharp mouths biting at him, but the golden light on his body rippled, leaving him unharmed. Wang Yu ignored the boned fish entirely, continuing to swim desperately with them in tow. With the system's assistance, he reached a nuanced control over his body and muscles, achieving the effect of tenfold effort with just a fraction of the strength. He seemed to merge with the river, feeling a close connection with the surrounding water. The filthy-boned fish that had been biting at him were left far behind as his limbs blurred with movement. From a distance, the river water churned where he passed, leaving a long, white trail in his wake. With a burst of energy, Wang Yu leaped from the water of the Chishui River like a massive crocodile, landing heavily on the muddy bank. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. The golden glow that had enveloped his body had vanished, leaving his face flushed crimson. His body was burning with heat, and a blood-red mark flickered on his brow. His mind was hazy, his head heavy as lead. The bloodline has fully awakened. Wang Yu didn't need to guess what had happened. He realized that the stimulation from the river had unexpectedly triggered the full awakening of the iron-eating crocodile bloodline within him, explaining his earlier swift movements in the water. If not for the forced clarity provided by the hypersynchronous mode, he would have likely passed out. Now, he had to muster all his strength and quickly head towards a nearby grove. Boom. Wang Yu glanced back to see a massive fireball erupting from the center of the Chishui River. Through the rolling black mist, he could just make out the large tower ship slowly sinking below the water. Lanshan for fiends. Feng won't let you have your way. Expect retaliation from our Baijin pavilion, came the resolute voice of Elder Feng from the ship. You fool Feng, you're asking for death. A furious dwarf roared in response. A giant crescent-shaped shadow flashed through the mist, followed by a pained scream from Elder Feng, then silence. Terrified, Wang Yu pushed through his intense discomfort and sprinted into the dense forest. Faster, faster, he urged himself, darting between the trees. With the remarkable perception granted by the hypersynchronous mode, he spotted a hidden tree hollow concealed by thick underbrush, large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people. Rolling and crawling, Wang Yu parted the bushes and dove into the hollow. Thankfully, there were no wild animals or snakes inside, just a thick layer of dust. Using his last bit of consciousness, he restored the bushes to their original state and scattered some dust for camouflage. Then, he exited the hypersynchronous mode. His vision went dark, and he collapsed. Once again, he found himself in a long dream. In his dream, he transformed into a green crocodile with 4 short legs, born in a vast swamp. As a youngling, he was fed by a massive mother crocodile until he was old enough to hunt alone. Through countless life-and-death battles, devouring numerous swamp beasts, he grew larger, eventually becoming 7 or 8 times the size of an ordinary crocodile known on Blue Star. At some point, he began seeking cool, damp places to sleep for several days after accumulating enough fat. Each time he awoke, he could sense hard stones buried deep underground and developed an unusual craving to chew and swallow them. This habit formed tougher scales on his body, providing superior defense against fierce predators. Time passed until one day, he clashed with another gigantic crocodile during a hunt. This rival was even larger, with a black horn on its head. After a fierce struggle, it bit him at a critical spot. So dry, I need water. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Yu felt a sweet liquid flow into his mouth, relieving his parched throat. The cool sensation spread throughout his body, and every cell seemed to crave this sweetness. Instinctively, he smacked his lips and suddenly sat up, only to freeze in place. Beside him sat an elderly woman with gray hair adorned with a black wooden hairpin. She wore tattered red and green clothes and looked haggard, holding a small white bottle. It was Madame Yin. Signorine Yu. Wang Yu cautiously gripped his iron-long knife, but was interrupted by Madame Yin raising her hand. Brother Wang, you have just completed your bloodline awakening. You must sit and meditate immediately. Only when the anomalies in your body subside can you get up. Anomalies? Wang Yu looked down and was shocked. His exposed hands were covered with dense, light green markings. Hurriedly rolling up his sleeves, he saw that his entire arm was similarly marked, which was quite strange. Without further ado, Wang Yu sat cross-legged and began to practice the Yin water technique. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his body, and after a quarter of an hour, when he opened his eyes again, the green marks on his arms had disappeared, returning to normal. Thank you, Senior, for watching over me, Wang Yu said with relief, standing and bowing in thanks. Madame Yin coughed lightly and said, Brother Wang, you are indeed bold. daring to awaken your bloodline without anyone to guard you. This process greatly depletes your vitality, and if disturbed, you could easily suffer a backlash. If it weren't for my timely assistance with the stone essence milk, you might have been unconscious for several more days. Thank you for your help, Senior. I did not anticipate awakening my bloodline at this time, Wong Yu said, glancing at the white bottle, still feeling the craving for its contents within him. Is the stone essence what was in the bottle? It truly is miraculous. How did you find me, and how long was I unconscious? Only half a day, Madame Ian replied with a gentle smile. As for finding you, I owe it to my trained ghost dogs. They may not be powerful spirit beasts, but they are skilled at tracking. When I saw the iron arrow sinking and the Lawn Mountain four fiends leaving, I returned to the forest to search for you. Seeing you in the midst of a bloodline awakening, I happened to have stone essence milk with me and naturally had to assist. The Lawn Mountain four fiends have left. Do you know if any other companions escaped? Wang Yu checked his belongings and, seeing his soft sword was still there, felt completely at ease. I do not know if others escaped. Even if someone did, they likely wouldn't linger here, Madame Ian paused. I actually returned for another reason. Although the four fiends of Lanshan are notorious among rogue cultivators, daring to attack the Baijin Pavilion's magic ship is truly audacious. Madame Ian said with a grave expression. I've already used a secret technique to notify the pavilion, and the Elder Protector should be on their way. Her face suddenly turned fierce. The elders from the pavilion? Wang Yu caught the underlying meaning and was momentarily stunned. Madame Yin's lips curved slightly. I forgot to mention, Brother Wang. I am actually a secret guard of the Baijin Pavilion, responsible for the safety of the Iron Arrow alongside fellow Taoist Feng. She sighed. Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Feng was unlucky and was ambushed by the Blood Demoness, one of the four fiends of Lanshan. Otherwise, with his latest Qi refining cultivation, he would have escaped. So, Senior Ian is from the Baijin Pavilion. That puts my mind at ease, Wang Yu said with a sigh of relief. Although still shocked by her identity, he was more concerned about another issue. Who exactly are these four fiends of Lanshan, and why are they so bold as to hijack an entire magic ship? Madame Ian fell into contemplation. They are formidable rogue cultivators who have only appeared in the past 3 to 4 years. All four have latest Qi refining cultivation and practice demonic arts. Each possesses a powerful entry-level magical artifact, but they usually operate only in Xinglong Prefecture of the Yu Kingdom. This cross-border venture to the Wu Kingdom is indeed peculiar. She quickly waved her hand dismissively. But there are others to investigate such matters. As for you, Brother Wong, you've awakened your bloodline. She abruptly stopped herself. Forgive me, such matters shouldn't be casually discussed. Congratulations on awakening your bloodline power. As long as the spiritual root you form isn't too poor, you'll qualify to join an immortal cultivation sect. With that, she tossed a small vial to Wang Yu. This stone essence milk replenishes vitality and nourishes the body. There's more than half a bottle left. Consider it my gift to you. Wang Yu clumsily caught the vial. Senior, you've already done me a great favor by protecting me. How can I accept such a valuable item? No need to be polite, Madame Ian said with a smile. It's fate that brought us together. When I first met you, I knew you were destined for greatness, though I didn't expect your bloodline to awaken so quickly. You knew I would awaken my bloodline from the start? Wang Yu asked, puzzled, as he put the vial away. Madame Ian explained. You had already partially awakened your physical bloodline earlier, but it wasn't complete, causing some aura leakage, which my spirit dog detected. Now that it's fully awakened, this won't happen again. I see. Your spirit dog has such capabilities. Wang Yu recalled the 2 black dogs he had seen on the deck, a look of envy flashing in his eyes. It's merely a basic beast-controlling technique, Madame Ian said meaningfully. It's a pity I don't have a physical bloodline like yours, or I wouldn't be limited to controlling low-level canine spirit beasts. Those with awakened bloodlines are best suited to become powerful beast tamers. Senior Ian, what do you mean by that? Wang Yu was about to inquire further when a sudden explosion came from above. The entire tree hole shattered instantly, sending fragments flying and revealing the blue sky, white clouds, and glaring sunlight above. Alarmed, Wang Yu grabbed the iron essence knife beside him and leapt up, cautiously watching the sky. Elder Chui, you arrived so quickly. Madame Ian looked up to the sky, her face alight with a joyful smile. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned before noticing a green canoe floating high above, about a dozen yards off the ground. Standing on it was a burly man clad in a yellow robe, with a thick beard and an imposing demeanor. Most striking was the slowly rotating black iron mace suspended in front of him. I was nearby on business and came as soon as I received the message, the man said in a thunderous voice. Did the thieves escape? Madame Ian respectfully replied. Elder Chui, it was the 4 fiends of Lanshan. They struck half a day ago and fled eastward on a mechanized flying boat from the Tiangong Sect. So it was those 4 scoundrels. No wonder they dared to target our 100 Treasures Pavilion's ship. The bearded man snorted coldly. They must be heading back to their Lanshan lair. My azure light boat is fast, but not fast enough to catch them. I will have the Yugo branch issue a bounty and launch a thorough manhunt. Suddenly, the man's gaze fell on Wong Yu, his eyes glinting with cold light. An invisible pressure descended, enveloping Wong Yu. He felt his bones creak, and his legs gave way, causing him to kneel on the ground. Who is this boy? I'm just a passenger on the Iron Arrow, unrelated to the thieves. Wong Yu exclaimed in fear, hastily explaining. Madame Yin quickly added, Elder Chui, Brother Wong truly has no connection to this matter. A mere pseudo-cultivator escaping from the four fiends of Lanshan? Let me search his soul to uncover the truth. The man sneered, as the iron mace in front of him hummed. At that critical moment, the space behind the man suddenly rippled, and a blood-red short sword silently sliced through the air. Elder Chui twisted his waist at an unbelievable angle, narrowly avoiding a vital blow. Who dares attack? He roared in fury, swinging the iron mace backward. A gust of wind passed, revealing the figure of a green-robed girl, Chiner, who gracefully retreated a dozen yards, catching the returning blood-red short sword with a playful smile on her lips. The Blood Enchantress. The burly man with a bristly beard glared at the girl before him, his eyes glinting coldly. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Attacking me with just the power of a latest-stage chi condensation cultivator. I'll show you what a foundation establishment cultivator can do. The girl, Chiner, blinked her large, bright eyes and giggled softly. If it were just me, I wouldn't dare provoke you, sir. But we, the four fiends of Lanshan, never act alone. Luoyue, you should reveal yourselves too. There's no avoiding this fight. Before she had finished speaking, two clouds silently descended from the sky, transforming into two figures. On the left was a swordsman carrying an old lantern, none other than Taoist Luoyue. On the right stood a woman in a white palace dress, her face strikingly beautiful, the same woman who had been with Chiner on the magic boat earlier. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. 3 people had been hiding nearby, and he hadn't noticed a thing. What shocked him even more was that these were the infamous four fiends of Lanshan. Beside him, Madame Yin's expression flickered as she contemplated her next move. Humph, Taoist Luoyue, and even Madwoman Gu are here. Elder Chui remained unfazed. Let Qian Kunzi show himself too. Stop pretending. Taoist Luoyue rolled his eyes. You've fallen from the foundation establishment realm and are now just half a step into it. The 3 of us are more than enough to send you on your way. How did you know? The burly man was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned on him. I see now, you're here for me. There's a traitor in our midst. Chiner laughed playfully. If it weren't to lure you out, we wouldn't have bothered hijacking the magic boat. Now, hand over that item, or leave your life behind too. Haha, arrogant fools. Elder Chui laughed angrily. Let me show you the power of someone half a step into the foundation establishment realm. As he spoke, his small boat trembled beneath him, and a burst of azure light enveloped him, propelling him dozens of meters away like an arrow. Trying to escape? After him. Taoist Luoyue reacted swiftly, releasing a talisman from his sleeve that turned into a gust of wind, carrying the 3 of them in pursuit, ignoring Wang Yu and Madame Yin on the ground. We need to go too. Madame Yin's voice echoed in Wang Yu's mind. She produced a miniature wooden carriage sculpture, spoke an incantation, and tossed it to the ground. Amid swirling black smoke, a large wooden carriage appeared, harnessed to 4 giant black dogs. Just as Madame Yin gestured for Wang Yu to board, a strange howl erupted from the forest, and a beam of golden light shot out, striking the carriage. Boom. The carriage shattered into pieces, and a golden light swirled back, landing in the hands of a small figure emerging from the woods, instantly transforming into a golden ring. Qian Kunzi and Lady Yin paused, staring at the dwarf not far away, their faces pale. Wang Yu gripped his iron long sword tightly, inhaling sharply. Don't be afraid, your opponents aren't me, but them, the dwarf said with a slight smirk. Before he finished speaking, 3 more figures emerged slowly behind him, 2 men and a woman. Wang Yu focused his gaze and was stunned. It was Yu Bintian and the young couple from the Huang family. They all looked haggard and pale, and more shockingly, each had a foot-long filthy bone fish perched on their shoulders, its long tail tightly hooked around their necks. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The dwarf's voice was laced with malice. Kill these 3, and I'll let you go. He turned to Yu Bintian and the couple. Listen up, kill those 2, and I'll lift the restriction and spare you. Fail, and you know the consequences. The expressions of the 5 people changed drastically. Split up. Lady Yin commanded in a low voice, shrouded in black mist. She sank into the earth, fleeing deep underground. Wang Yu moved even faster, pressing his limbs to the ground, and with a powerful push, left 4 deep pits in the mud. He shot out like a cannonball, moving like a beast, disappearing into the dense forest in a few leaps. Haha, interesting. The dwarf laughed carelessly. If you don't chase them now, you won't catch up. Yu Bintian sighed, taking out a yellow talisman and sticking it on himself, then sank into the ground, pursuing Lady Yin. The young Huang couple exchanged glances. The woman removed a lotus-shaped jade hairpin from her head and tossed it. instantly transforming into a large azure lotus. The two leaped onto the lotus, soaring in the direction Wong Yu had vanished. The dwarf was left alone, his face flushed with excitement as a few braids stood on end. Marvelous, marvelous, can't wait. No, no, better wait a bit longer. If I go too early, they might hold back, and it won't be a fight to the death. Moments later, he pulled a white banner from his coat, giving it a gentle shake. The banner transformed into a white cloud, soared into the sky, circled once, then flew off in the opposite direction from Wong Yu. In the forest, Wong Yu moved like a wild wolf, his limbs working in harmony as he darted between towering trees. Each leap sent dirt flying several meters, exuding a raw, untamed power. Suddenly, the trees disappeared, revealing an open clearing. He abruptly halted, standing upright. Not far away, a young couple from the Huang family descended from a green jade lotus, landing steadily in the center of the clearing, directly blocking his path. Wong Yu's gaze was fixed on them, his iron blade held across his chest, his expression serious. Fellow cultivators, do we really have to fight? He knew he was in a perilous situation, facing two cultivators at the 4th and 5th levels of qi refining, whose magical tools and cultivation far surpassed his own. The Huang family man showed no emotion, speaking coldly. Brother Wong, at this point, what choice do we have? If you don't die, my wife and I won't survive the day. With that, he flicked his sleeve, and a slender silver sword flew into his hand, held firmly. The young woman sighed softly, her voice gentle, yet laced with undeniable coldness. Brother Wong, you haven't even formed your spiritual roots. You're no match for us. One death is better than two. You might as well end it yourself and die swiftly. My husband and I will ensure you have a proper burial. Her words carried a lethal intent, igniting Wong Yu's anger, nearly driving him to attack. Dream on. You want to live, and I don't want to die. Wong Yu gritted his teeth, his anger blazing as he struggled to control his emotions. He began chanting a spell, but found the magical imprints in his deep consciousness unable to gather. His face paled, and his heart sank. Enough talk, let's do this. The Huang family man sneered, stepping forward as his silver sword slashed out, and a green talisman was tossed into the air. Instantly, a green sword shadow hovered above him, and with a flicker, a sharp wind blade shot forth. Wong Yu's heart tightened as he quickly sidestepped to evade the two wind blades. Seeing the Huang family man's sword swing again, sending a dozen wind blades hurtling towards him like a storm, Wong Yu took a deep breath, lowering his body. His hands and feet touched the ground almost simultaneously, moving like an agile beast, leaping and dodging each wind blade with incredible speed. His movements were ghostly and nimble, narrowly avoiding each attack. Body refining technique. The Huang family man's eyes showed a hint of surprise as his sword slowed, realizing his opponent was no ordinary cultivator. His expression darkened. The young woman also paused momentarily, then smirked, raising a blue token in her hand. Chanting softly, the surface of the blue token shimmered with brilliant light. Ice spikes, like invisible creatures, quickly formed, inching towards Wong Yu. In moments, 7 or 8 icy spikes floated in front of her, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Damn it, Wong Yu cursed inwardly, standing up without hesitation and charging towards the Huang family man with his long blade. As he rushed forward, the man's eyes gleamed with cold light, his slender sword swinging, sending wind blades crashing down like raindrops. The iron blade trembled violently under the impact of the wind blades, each strike like a heavy hammer on his arm. The intense force nearly made Wong Yu lose grip of his blade, his hand hot and nearly dropping it. At the same time, a young woman shouted sharply, and the token in her hand flashed as several glistening ice spikes shot toward Wong Yu, forming a dazzling straight line in midair. Sensing danger, Wong Yu's expression turned serious. He swung his iron long knife several times, using it to block and cleverly employ a move from the Gale Sword technique. Amidst the loud clashing sounds, half of the ice spikes shattered, while the rest were deflected by his blade. However, with each deflection, he was forced to take a step back. Just as Wong Yu thought he had neutralized the threat, a piercing cold enveloped him. The shattered ice spikes had transformed into an icy aura surrounding him. At that moment, the green sword shadow above the Huang family man's head dissipated. He laughed heartily and advanced with large strides, his slender sword quivering, producing layers of sword shadows that enveloped Wong Yu. Overdrive! Wong Yu shouted internally. Instantly, his senses heightened, and everything around him seemed to slow down. His mind and body control reached their peak. He pushed off with his legs, shooting backward like an arrow for several meters, then sheathed his long knife, crouched slightly, and gripped the handle with his left hand, eyes locked on his opponent. The Huang family man hesitated momentarily, then sneered and chanted an incantation. A shriveled straw figure flew from his sleeve, landing and transforming into an identical clone, complete with a slender sword. The two figures moved back and forth, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, both attacking Wong Yu simultaneously. Meanwhile, the young woman chanted a spell, and the token in her hand glowed even brighter. Without hesitation, Wong Yu shouted, "Iato," and dashed like lightning toward the left Huang family man. His blade arced like a rainbow, striking the blue shield around the man's neck. Though blocked, the immense force pushed the opponent back, causing the shield to flicker and resonate with the woman's token. The young woman shrieked, pouring more magic into the token, while the other Huang family man dissolved into flames, leaving only a charred straw figure behind. The real Huang family man steadied himself, enraged, and lunged at Wong Yu with murderous intent, his slender sword flashing like lightning. Wong Yu caught the blade with lightning speed, twisting it with his fingers until it twisted like a pretzel, his hand unscathed. As the Huang family man lost his sword, he drew a short sword with his other hand, aiming for Wong Yu's abdomen. Wong Yu let out a loud shout, his arms swelling with power, and thrust forward. With a series of cracks, the blue shield shattered. The cold gleam of his blade passed, and a head tumbled to the ground, a fountain of blood following. The headless body swayed before collapsing with a thud. The young woman from the Huang family screamed in anguish at the sight, but Wong Yu, still in overdrive, remained calm. He leaped forward, knife aimed at the young woman. She cursed and wielded her token, releasing a barrage of ice spikes, but Wong Yu deftly dodged them. In an instant, Wong Yu reached the young woman and swept his knife horizontally. In desperation, she released a yellow ribbon from her sleeve, wrapping Wong Yu within it. Her beautiful face turned vicious as she cast a spell, hurling the blue token. It exploded in midair, transforming into countless ice needles that shot toward the trapped Wong Yu. With a sharp crack, the yellow ribbon was shattered into pieces under the glint of cold light. A fierce wind whipped up, casting sand and stones in every direction, sweeping away all the ice needles without a trace. Wong Yu emerged slowly from the vortex of wind, a knife in his right hand and a silver folding fan, the mystical Xianfeng fan, in his left. The woman's face turned deathly pale at the sight. Wong Yu snorted coldly, swinging his arm sharply. The long knife transformed into a piercing cold light, shooting straight at the woman's chest. She gasped, unable to react at such close range, watching helplessly as the cold light was about to pierce her body, her eyes filled with despair. At the critical moment, with a sharp bang, a shiny spearhead shot out from the ground, accurately striking the long knife and knocking it back. With a thud, dirt flew up as a figure wrapped in yellow light slowly emerged from the earth, holding a spear in one hand. Wong Yu sidestepped and deftly caught the returning long knife. But when he saw the true face of the figure in the yellow light, his expression turned odd. Before he could speak, the figure flickered and appeared right in front of Wong Yu. The figure's spear moved like a vicious snake, thrusting at Wong Yu 5 times in quick succession, each strike at a tricky angle that was hard to defend. In a hyper-synchronized state, Wong Yu's long knife clanged with each impact, slicing through the air like a storm, blocking each spear's strike precisely. Yet, with every block, he felt a strange vibration from the opponent's spear, forcing him to step back repeatedly despite his enhanced muscle control. After the spearman completed these thrusts and flickered back to his original spot, Wong Yu had retreated 5 or 6 steps, once again distanced from the woman. His arms were numb, and he looked at the spearman with a grim expression. The figure ignored Wong Yu and turned to the woman, speaking softly. "Rower, I'm here to take you away. Come with me." This figure was the masked youth from the magic ship, whose gaze was now filled with affection as he looked at the woman. "Brotherly, you won't kill me?" The woman looked at the masked youth. Her expression panicked, and asked timidly, "Why would I kill you?" The masked youth's expression remained unchanged. "We grew up together, childhood sweethearts, and shared a deep bond. I even gave you the Li family's heirloom as a betrothal gift. After the upheaval in the Li family, I went missing, and you remarried into the Huang family out of necessity, which I understand. I gave the Li family's heirloom as part of my dowry to the Huang family, and you don't blame me?" The woman bit her lip, seemingly still in disbelief. "I've always considered you the mistress of the Li family. Once I gave it to you, it was yours, and I won't blame you for how you handled it afterward," the masked youth replied softly without hesitation. The woman stood there, stunned by his words. Wong Yu, nearby, was also dumbfounded. This seemingly cool masked youth was quite the devoted admirer. After hearing the masked youth's words, the woman hesitated for a moment, but, glancing at Wong Yu, her heart filled with hatred once more. Without further hesitation, she said, "All right, brotherly, I'll go with you, but you must first help me kill this thief. I will only go with you if I see him dead before me." Upon hearing these words, Wong Yu cursed the young woman under his breath, gripping his long blade even tighter, his cold gaze fixed on the masked young man. The power of those few shots was truly astonishing. If he hadn't activated the overclock mode, he might have already been overwhelmed. "You want me to kill him?" The masked young man glanced at Wong Yu, his brow furrowed. "He's not weak. If we fight, it'll likely end in mutual destruction." The young woman, blinded by hatred, spoke with a hint of seduction in her voice. "Brotherly, I'm well aware of the power of the Li family's thunder spear. If you use your full strength, you can certainly take his life. I will assist you, and as long as you avenge my husband's death, I will be yours. The vengeance for your husband's death? The masked young man's gaze suddenly turned icy. Even now, you still consider yourself part of the Huang family. No, no, it's not that, the young woman hurriedly explained. Brotherly, I just want to fulfill my last duty as a wife to Huang Lang. If you help me kill this little thief, I will. Before she could finish, a flash of cold light zipped through the air. The tip of the masked young man's spear pierced her chest, and blood gushed out. She looked down at the red stain spreading across her chest, then up at the masked young man in disbelief, who was just inches away. You want to be with the Huang family, yet you can't forget your husband, the masked young man said coldly. They'll send you on your way. If I can't have your heart, better to erase you from my memory forever, so you won't haunt me and block my path. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the crimson spearhead erupted into flames, engulfing the young woman. Her screams pierced the air. Brotherly, I was wrong. Spare me, and I will dedicate myself to you. If you kill me, the Li family's ancestral item will never be recovered. No, I curse you. Her voice faded, eventually falling silent. Wong Yu watched this unfold, feeling a chill run down his spine. As a modern university student, he had never witnessed such a bloody scene, and all he wanted was to distance himself from this maniac. The masked young man retracted his spear and took out a golden yellow piece of wood about a foot long, gently stroking it. He spoke coldly to the young woman's remains. Rower, the Li family's heirloom is none of your concern. I infiltrated the Huang family to retrieve it long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have conducted a forced search before setting sail. Humph, a small family without even a foundation establishment cultivator dares covet the Li family's treasures. I will destroy the Huang family sooner or later. With that, he turned to Wong Yu, his gaze icy and indifferent. Wong Yu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly tucked the silver folding fan into his sleeve, pulled out a small iron shield for protection, sheathed his long blade at his waist, and cautiously said, At this point, are you still going to make a move? No need, the masked young man replied, glancing at the iron shield in Wong Yu's hand with a sudden smile. You took Huang Chiyu's iron essence shield and killed a member of the Huang family. To me, you're a friend, not a foe. Today, let's pretend we never met. With that, he turned and walked towards the dense forest. Wong Yu was initially surprised that he recognized the iron shield, but seeing him leave, he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave as well. Suddenly, the masked young man shot back to the center of the clearing, his expression dark as he stared into the woods. Wong Yu paused, stopping in his tracks. Clapping sounds echoed as a small figure emerged from the forest. A grotesque head hanging from his waist. It was the head of Yu Bintian. The newcomer was the dwarf Qian Kunzi, who clapped and greedily eyed the masked young man. I never expected to arrive just in time to witness such a spectacle. Kid, the Li family you mentioned, could it be the Firebird Li family of Yuezhou, wiped out a decade ago? And that piece of wood you have, it's the legendary Millennium Phoenix tree, isn't it? Upon seeing the dwarf's face clearly, Wong Yu felt his heart sink. The masked young man, upon hearing the mention of the millennium-old phoenix tree of the Li family, also darkened his expression. At this tense moment, a rustling emerged from the woods behind the dwarf. A massive, grotesque fish with 6 stout limbs on its belly, stretching about 10 feet long, slowly crawled out. On its back lay a woman in colorful clothes with gray hair, motionless and facing downward, resembling a corpse. Anyone who dares to spy on the millennium-old phoenix tree shall die, the masked young man declared, each word deliberate, before he transformed into a bolt, shooting towards the dwarf. Haha, just a mere spiritual root condensing novice, and you dare to challenge me? Since you're a remnant of the Li family, I'll be making a hefty fortune off you. The dwarf laughed wildly, patting a black leather pouch at his waist, which immediately emitted a dark mist. Over a dozen grotesque fish became faintly visible in the black fog, quickly surrounding the masked young man and snapping at him. The young man wielded his spear with such skill that it barely held off the fierce attacks. You brat, since you know about the Li family's remnants, you might as well leave your life here too. The dwarf sneered at Wong Yu, his arms shaking as 2 golden rings soared into the air, transforming into beams of light that crashed down towards Wong Yu and the masked young man. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals quickly, chanting under his breath. Bang! Instinctively, Wong Yu raised his shield to block, and with a dull sound, he staggered, his feet sinking into the ground. Realizing the danger, he swiftly slashed his long knife, but the agile golden rings easily evaded. The rings swiftly circled behind him for another fierce strike, forcing Wong Yu to raise his shield in defense again. In a hyper-focused state, Wong Yu barely dodged the golden ring's relentless barrage. Each strike carried immense force, and if not for his extraordinary physique, he would have been crushed to a pulp. This was evidently the weapon control technique mentioned in the notes of the Taoist Chongyun, a deadly skill mastered by cultivators in the late stage of qi refinement. Glancing at the masked young man's battle, Wong Yu's anxiety grew. The black mist had completely engulfed him, with the golden rings flickering within and accompanied by the shrill cries of the grotesque fish and clashing sounds. Fortunately, the dwarf was entirely focused on controlling the golden rings, leaving even the giant grotesque fish uncommanded. Wong Yu's mind raced in hyperdrive, seeking a strategy, when suddenly the masked young man let out a low shout. Fire come, followed by a whoosh sound. Suddenly, a blaze shot skyward from within the black mist. At the center of the flames, a massive fire serpent twisted and turned, its body writhing rapidly like a fiery snake, instantly clearing away the surrounding darkness. Several foul-boned fish were incinerated into wisps of smoke. The golden ring was struck violently by the fire serpent and hurled several yards away. The fire serpent then lunged towards the dwarf, revealing a glimpse of the masked youth behind it. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, his gaze quickly focusing. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a fire serpent, but the crimson spear from before. The spear was now engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a divine weapon, exuding an overwhelming aura. The masked youth gripped the spear tightly with both hands, surrounded by towering flames. After a few swift movements, he charged at the dwarf, the spear in his hands spinning wildly. The flames surged like a tide, engulfing everything in their path. The surrounding air distorted, and the temperature skyrocketed, as the dwarf was instantly consumed by fire. The flames rolled, growing ever more intense. The masked youth's movements never ceased, though beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, clearly exerting himself to the fullest. The legendary Li family's Firebird bloodline. Is this all it can do? Mocked the dwarf amidst the flames. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist began to churn, spreading rapidly through the fire. A wave of black mist surged forward, extinguishing the flames wherever it went. The dwarf, holding a black leather bag, formed a seal with one hand, causing the black mist to condense and unleash a towering black fog. A mere rogue cultivator dares to underestimate the Li family bloodline? The dwarf's figure slowly emerged from the black mist, his face stern, eyes filled with coldness. The leather bag continuously spewed dense black mist, seemingly harboring some mysterious power. The masked youth's face turned pale. He wanted to counterattack, but his body suddenly shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The flames on the spear's surface rapidly diminished, nearly extinguishing in an instant. Seeing this, the dwarf smirked and was about to cast a spell to deal with the masked youth, when he suddenly heard a low humming sound. The next moment, a streak of black light shot through the air, hurtling towards the dwarf. The dwarf's face twisted in anger as he activated his hand seal, causing the surrounding black mist to roil and solidify into a massive black hand that grasped the black light fiercely. The giant hand shattered into mist, but the black light wobbled in the air before being firmly suppressed by another wave of black mist, stopping in front of the dwarf and revealing its true form. It was a small iron shield. Wong Yu, seeing the golden rings slowing down, acted swiftly, hurling the iron shield with all his might. The shield sliced through the air with a fierce aura, crashing against the dwarf's black mist barrier. Watching the shield being easily blocked by the dwarf, Wong Yu's heart tightened. He quickly lunged backward, reaching out to grab the spiraling golden ring. The ring struggled violently in his grasp, twisting and turning with formidable power. Wong Yu let out a low growl, gripping the ring tightly with an iron-like grip, veins bulging, as his sleeve was shredded to pieces. The ring, once able to move, was now locked in place by the immense force, reduced to slight, unwilling tremors. In the distance, the dwarf, seeing this, was filled with rage. He shook the black leather bag in his hand, preparing to activate another artifact. But at that moment, the masked youth glared at the dwarf with a face full of malice. He tore off his mask, revealing a lifelike firebird tattoo. The tattoo's fiery phoenix seemed to burn, and the youth's voice turned hoarse and low, filled with chilling intent. Fire Phoenix Blaze. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man from the Li clan suddenly did something shocking. He raised his hand to the tattoo on his cheek and punched it 3 times, each blow heavier and more brutal than the last. Suddenly, something extraordinary happened. White flames erupted simultaneously from his 7 orifices, quickly gathering into a fist-sized fireball. The fireball spun gently in the air, emitting a clear and melodious sound, then expanded with the wind, transforming into a white firebird about a foot long. The firebird was lifelike, with lively eyes, dancing gracefully around the young man. Meanwhile, the young man himself stood motionless like a statue, holding his spear horizontally with his eyes closed, and the once prominent firebird tattoo on his cheek had mysteriously vanished. Soul spirit control. Impossible. The dwarf jumped up like a startled cat, his expression a mix of disbelief and fear. He shouted while throwing the leather bag in his hand high into the air. Black mist surged from the bag, forming layer upon layer of a protective barrier in front of him. At the same time, he quickly gestured with his other hand, calling back the golden ring that had been knocked away by the spear, sending it whistling towards the unmoving young man. At this critical moment, the golden ring in Wong Yu's hand suddenly burst with dazzling light. The inscriptions on its surface swelled frantically, and a tremendous force pried his fingers open. The ring shot out, also targeting the Li clan youth. Wong Yu reacted swiftly, instinctively hurling the long knife in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the knife collided with the flying golden ring at lightning speed. With a crisp clang, both magical tools fell to the ground. The golden ring lost its former luster, and the long knife was covered in cracks. The backlash from this collision caused the dwarf, who was in the midst of casting a spell, to show a pained expression. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Wong Yu's mind. Mental energy nearing safe limit. System will forcibly exit overclock sync mode in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Not good. I'm about to exit overclock mode. Wong Yu's face changed dramatically as he was forced to halt in place. Just then, the white firebird deftly spiraled, meeting the incoming golden ring with a sweep of its long tail feathers. With a roar, the surging white flames instantly engulfed the ring. In just 2 breaths, the seemingly indestructible golden ring melted into a pool of gold liquid. The dwarf, witnessing this scene, looked as if his eyes would pop out. Without hesitation, he pulled out a white horn and blew it, producing a wailing sound. The 6-legged giant foul-boned fish immediately shook its body, throwing the lady off its back and charging towards the young man with blurred legs. The dwarf rapidly formed hand seals and pointed to the black leather bag in the air. The black mist in front of him immediately reversed, wrapping around him and retreating into the void behind. This cunning old dwarf decisively chose to flee, with the black leather bag buzzing as it followed closely. Too late to escape now. The white firebird circling above suddenly spoke, its voice unmistakably that of the Li clan youth. With a powerful flap of its wings, it whipped up a gale and vanished instantly, followed by a deafening sonic boom. Above the massive foul-boned fish charging forward, a white firebird suddenly appeared. With a single grasp from its claws, white flames erupted from the fish's body. After a few agonizing screams, the enormous creature was reduced to ashes in an instant. Then, a deafening roar echoed as black smoke quickly emerged from several dozen feet away. A thick white pillar of fire shot into the sky, turning the entire void white. Under the glow of the white flames, the black smoke ignited like gasoline, followed by the shrill cries of a dwarf. However, as the flames swept through, the cries were quickly consumed and vanished without a trace. With a thud, the black leather pouch lost its momentum and fell from the sky, caught by the white firebird's claw. The firebird flapped its wings and swiftly returned the way it came, disappearing into the sky. Wong Yu finally regained a sliver of consciousness from his mental exhaustion. Watching the scene in the distance, his eyes twitched slightly. One of the 4 fiends of Lanshan, a latest-stage chi cultivator dwarf, had died just like that, and so effortlessly, as if it were all unreal. A shiver ran through him. What terrifying existence was this spirit master, to possess such fearsome power? At this moment, after a few flickers, the white firebird flew back beside the young man of the Li clan. It tossed the black leather pouch onto the ground, where it burst open with a roar, instantly transforming into wisps of white flame that entered the youth's 7 orifices. The firebird tattoo reappeared on the young man's cheek. He slowly opened his eyes, calm and composed. With his lance casually slung over his shoulder, he took a few steps towards the black pouch, picked it up, and then turned to look at Wong Yu in the distance. Wong Yu, enduring the excruciating pain of mental exhaustion, felt uneasy but forced himself to maintain a composed demeanor. Gripping the silver rapier at his waist, he slightly curled his lips and coldly said to the Li clan youth, "Aren't you afraid I might use the same secret technique to kill you?" Li Fengquan chuckled coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. "How much power do you have left? That last attack must have drained you. Even if you could perform such an attack again, it might not be of much use." With a light laugh, he raised his eyebrows. "Heh, such bravery. Remember my name, Li Fengquan. Since you've witnessed my spirit mastery, the next time we meet will be your last." Before the words were fully spoken, he turned without hesitation, leaping several times before disappearing into the depths of the forest. Wang Yu watched the direction of his departure, his expression remaining stern. Only after a long moment did he collapse to the ground, patting his chest with lingering fear that was terrifying. Could he really be gone? Catching his breath, he suddenly remembered something, hurriedly standing up and running to the nearby iron essence long knife. Picking it up, he frowned at the cracks on the blade but still tucked it into his waist. He then cautiously approached the still motionless Madame Yin, carefully turning her over to check her injuries. However, upon seeing her face, he was stunned, frozen in place, speechless. Madame Yin's colorful attire remained. The wooden hairpin in her gray-white bun was unchanged, and the sallow skin on her neck was the same, but her face had become astonishingly beautiful. It was a face as delicate as jade, with an oval shape, gently closed eyes, long lashes, and a petite nose. Features seemingly not of this world, strikingly beautiful. Who was this woman? Lady Yin? A master of disguise? Could this be one of those plots often seen in Blue Star's legendary stories? Wong Yu stared at the unfamiliar yet stunningly beautiful face before him, completely lost in thought. That face exquisitely perfect, with features harmoniously crafted as if by a divine hand, and skin as white as jade, still glowing faintly in the dim light. Wang Yu suddenly understood why Qian Kunzi hadn't killed Lady Yin, but chose to capture her alive. Such beauty indeed had an enchanting power that could soften hearts. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to break free from the overwhelming allure. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu carefully laid the mysterious woman on the ground and gently placed a finger under her nose. There was a faint warmth. She was alive, but showed no signs of waking. Wang Yu frowned, his mind racing with possibilities. Finally, he sighed, picked up the mysterious woman, bent down to retrieve something from the ground, and sprinted in the opposite direction of where Li Fengquan had vanished. He had no idea about the outcome of Elder Chui and Taoist Liu's fight, nor how long Qian Kunzi's fall would delay their pursuers, but staying here was not an option. Moreover, his head was pounding, and he urgently needed a safe place to meditate and recover. By late afternoon, as the sky began to darken, by the Qishui River, among a pile of scattered rocks, there was a massive boulder hollowed out by a sharp blade. Inside the rock, Wang Yu finally opened his eyes, a hint of vitality returning to them. Beside him, Lady Yin leaned motionless against the rock wall, her stunning face serene and peaceful, like a sacred statue in slumber. Wang Yu gazed at her for a long time, his eyes filled with both fascination and inner conflict. Suddenly, he raised his hand and placed it on the exquisite woman's waist, slowly exploring. Soft and fragrant, some areas full and curvaceous, his fingers lingered involuntarily. Suddenly, his movements froze, his gaze met a pair of fiery, beautiful eyes. What are you doing? The woman asked, her voice cold and sharp. Misunderstanding. Wang Yu stammered, his voice faltering from guilt. You hadn't woken up, and I was just trying to find some medicine to wake you. Girl. The woman was taken aback. Why is my voice like this? Who broke my secret technique? How did I revert to my original form? She first looked at her hands, then touched her face, her expression turning pale, though her voice remained exceptionally melodious, completely unlike Lady Yin's original tone. The woman hurriedly took out a small bronze mirror from her bosom and gazed at the reflection of her stunning face, momentarily stunned. Are you Lady Yin? Wang Yu blinked, cautiously asking. It's over. The woman seemed not to hear him, only muttering to herself as she stared into the mirror. This illusionary transformation art can only be used once. Once broken, it can never be restored. Yubin Tian must have used that one-time artifact with dispelling effects. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Her tone was full of disappointment and frustration. Ahem, Wang Yu coughed lightly out of helplessness. Miss, fellow Taoist, could you explain? After all, I did save your life and carried you quite a distance. You saved me. The stunning woman finally put down the mirror, looking at Wang Yu with a skeptical gaze. I did save you, Wang Yu replied, not feeling there was anything wrong with his answer. At least I did half the work. I remember that in the end, both Yu Bin and I ended up badly injured and fell into the hands of Qian Kunzi. You're telling me that you, a pseudo-cultivator, managed to drive away a powerful latest-stage chi refinement cultivator? The stunning woman glanced at Wang Yu with a half-smile, softly asking him. With a snap, Wang Yu pulled an item from his chest and threw it in front of the woman. Her beautiful eyes swept over it, and a flash of surprise crossed her face, changing her expression. She looked down and was momentarily stunned. Impossible, this thing is. Could it be that Qian Kunzi? She murmured. The item was a golden ring. That's right, Qian Kunzi is dead, Wang Yu said with a cold smile. Although I didn't do it myself, I witnessed it. The woman was silent for a moment, her expression shifting as if weighing her options. After studying Wang Yu intently, she suddenly spoke with determination. You have to take responsibility for me. From today on, you will marry into the Yin family and become my husband, Yin Linglong. What? Wang Yu's eyes widened in confusion and shock. Why should I marry into the Yin family? Have you forgotten? If I hadn't protected you and helped you take the last of our Yin family's Shuan elixir, you would have failed to awaken your bloodline and turned into a monster by now, Yin Linglong said calmly, her gaze firm. I also saved your life, so at best, we're even. Wang Yu shook his head repeatedly, looking at her in disbelief. You were touching me for so long. How could a pure and noble lady like me marry someone else? Before he finished speaking, Yin Linglong suddenly raised an eyebrow and tore her sleeve, revealing her jade-like white arm. Near her shoulder was a vivid red mark, clearly visible. A chastity mark? Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening with uncertainty. You don't believe me? A hint of challenge flashed in Yin Linglong's eyes as she stared directly at Wang Yu. I believe you. Of course I do. Wang Yu replied hastily, forcing a smile. It's just that it's the first time I've seen it. Seeing him like this, Yin Linglong's expression softened slightly, but her tone remained cold. Although the Yin family doesn't have many members left, We once produced a great foundation establishment cultivator and still maintain ties with the cultivation sections. If you agree to marry in, we can recommend you join a sect as a disciple. If you refuse." Her tone grew stern. "I agree," Wang Yu interrupted, cutting her off directly. Yin Linglong was momentarily taken aback, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. "You really agree?" "I can't think of a reason not to," Wang Yu replied without hesitation, a confident smile on his face. "With such a beautiful wife and the chance to join a cultivation sect in the future, why wouldn't I agree?" Yin Linglong gazed at him, falling silent. After a long pause, she spoke again, her voice turning serious. "Marrying into the Yin family, I need you to agree to one request as a dowry. Are you willing?" "What request?" Wang Yu blinked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "You don't need to know the specifics now. Just promise me that in the future, when I make this request, you won't refuse. And it will be something you can easily accomplish, without causing you any trouble," Yin Linglong said, each word solemn. "Haha, if I become your husband, your matters are my matters. Not just one request, even 10, I would agree." Wang Yu laughed, agreeing without hesitation, as if everything was within his expectations. "All right, it's a deal. From now on, you are my fiancé, Wang Yu," the woman said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Once we return to the Yin family, after paying respects to our ancestors and performing the formal rites, you'll become the son-in-law of the Yin family, my true husband." As she spoke, she retrieved a small black ring from her waist, her expression turning serious. "Hold out your hand. This is a family heirloom of the Yin family. Wearing it makes you one of us." Yin Linglong gently bit her finger, letting a drop of glistening blood fall onto the black ring. The ring emitted a humming sound and expanded slightly. Wang Yu, surprised, extended his hand. Yin Linglong deftly slipped the ring onto his finger. The ring, initially a bit loose, shrank to fit perfectly as soon as it touched his skin, emitting a black gleam. "Is this a magical artifact?" Wang Yu asked in astonishment. "It's just a family token passed down through generations, not an official magical artifact," Yin Linglong explained. "However, it only recognizes the blood of direct descendants of the Yin family. It can track people and verify identity. Make sure you don't lose it." Wang Yu tried to remove the ring, but it wouldn't budge, making him smile wryly. "Taking it off is actually simple," Yin Linglong said with a charming smile that could outshine any flower. "You need either the blood of a direct descendant of the Yin family, a cultivator of at least the foundation establishment stage, or you could, of course, cut off your finger." Wang Yu was so captivated by her beauty that he couldn't look away, staring at her almost perfect face. "What are you staring at?" Yin Linglong's cheeks flushed as she pretended to be angry. "Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Despite the harsh words, her tone was full of shyness. "Who can blame me when you smile so beautifully?" Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. "Besides, I'm your fiancé now, so why shouldn't I admire you a bit more? You don't look very old. How can you be so frivolous?" Yin Linglong changed the topic. "Tell me about yourself. What's your name? How old are you? Where do you come from?" "I'm 21, at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Lady Yin was actually my grandmother. She passed away 5 years ago, and I continued to act as the secret guardian of the 100 Treasures Pavilion for the Spirit Stones. My name is Wang Yu, and I think I'm about 14. I'm from the area around Huangsha City. I accidentally became the disciple of a wandering cultivator, which is how I learned about the world of cultivation." "What? That's impossible. You're that young." Yin Linglong was shocked. "Due to my partially awakened bloodline, I've developed faster in every aspect than others my age," Wang Yu said with a serious expression. "You can think of me as 18 or 19. But if you're thinking of backing out of the engagement now, that's not going to happen. I won't agree to it." Yin Linglong looked at Wang Yu, raised her delicate fingers, and gently pinched his cheek before he could react. A mischievous smile flashed in her eyes as she said in a soft, charming voice, "Having a little husband isn't bad, but you must listen to your elder sister from now on." Wang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This seemingly ethereal fiancé turned out to have such a difficult personality. He wasn't sure if she truly believed him or was just putting on an act. "By the way, Linglong," Wang Yu quickly changed the subject. "Your disguise as grandmother was so flawless that I couldn't see any flaw. And how did you end up unconscious earlier?" Hearing this affectionate address, Yin Linglong slightly frowned, clearly not quite used to it yet, but soon returned to normal. "That was the illusion transformation technique, a secret art combining magic power and medicine. It requires a latest stage Qi refinement level to perform and can only be used on others, not oneself. Although it lasts a long time, each person can only have it cast on them once in a lifetime. Once the spell is broken, there's no second chance. I was hit by Yubinshin's spell-breaking artifact, which caused the illusion transformation technique to lose control and backfire, leading to my unconsciousness. But I was fine once I woke up." "I see," Wang Yu marveled. "This illusion transformation technique sounds impressive. Does the Yin family have many such secret arts?" Yin Linglong shook her head and said, "The illusion transformation technique is just a third-rate, non-tiered spell. For a cultivator to protect themselves, it's better to master one or two tiered spells or acquire a tiered magic tool. With either, one can easily defeat peers, or even fight above their level. Just like the four fiends of Lanshan. Qian Kunxi's Qian Kuan bag is indeed formidable, and Luo Yu Daoist Luo Yu sword is not weak either. Wang Yu recalled the previous battle and asked, but are tiered spells really that useful? I don't remember them using any impressive spells. Qian Kunxi and Luo Yu Daoist spells are quite ordinary. Yin Linglong patiently explained, but blood shamanist blood concealment and mad hand ants plague control are tiered spells that strike fear into the hearts of rogue cultivators. Without a way to counter them, encountering such spells usually means certain death. Wang Yu remembered the green-robed girl's elusive presence and nodded repeatedly. At which stage of qi refinement can one learn tiered spells? No need to rush, Yin Linglong continued. Theoretically, mid-stage qi refinement can perform them, but to truly master and use them in battle, you need to reach the late stage of qi refinement. Otherwise, a single spell might drain all your magic power. More importantly, tiered spells require compatibility with your spiritual root and main cultivation technique. If they don't align, not only will learning be twice the effort for half the result, but the power will also be greatly reduced. I see. Wang Yu's spirit lifted, and he eagerly asked, Linglong, what is your spiritual root? I know there are many types, but most belong to the 5 elements. Also, could you tell me what to pay attention to when consolidating a spiritual root? As Yin Linglong mentioned, most cultivators have the common 5-element spiritual roots, while a few lucky ones can develop rare roots like wind, ice, or lightning, though such cases are uncommon. I possess water, wood, and earth spiritual roots, but they are all of a lower grade, nothing special. For cultivating spiritual roots, there aren't many precautions, but the key is to prepare for spiritual root formation when breaking through the bottleneck of the 2nd level of qi refining. Once you reach the 3rd level, the spiritual seeds will naturally begin to form spiritual roots. Yin Linglong had explained this carefully. Wang Yu frowned and asked, I know about rare spiritual roots, but what exactly is the grading of spiritual roots? Yin Linglong paused for a moment to gather her thoughts before continuing. The grade of a spiritual root refers to its compatibility boost with techniques of the same attribute, usually divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Most cultivators have spiritual roots of lower to middle grade, with only a few possessing upper grade roots. Supreme grade roots are almost 1 in 1,000. The grade of spiritual roots indeed determines the limit of techniques a cultivator can practice, but the number of roots is equally crucial. The number affects the speed of cultivation. Yin Linglong continued with a hint of pride. Generally, the more roots you have, the more mixed the spiritual energy you absorb, which slows down cultivation. Conversely, fewer roots mean purer spiritual energy intake, resulting in faster cultivation. For example, with my 3 roots, my cultivation speed is considered fast among rogue cultivators, but if I had a single root, my speed would be several times faster. Wang Yu felt a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask, so which is more important, the grade of the spiritual roots or their number? After pondering for a moment, Yin Linglong replied, high-grade spiritual roots are naturally better, but the number of roots shouldn't be overlooked. Most cultivation sects require at least 3 roots, with at least 1 being of middle grade for entry, especially upper grade roots, which pique their interest. However, if you have dual or rare roots, the standards might be slightly relaxed. Wang Yu seemed to understand and nodded. So your root grades weren't enough to enter those major sects? Yin Linglong scoffed, her lips curling slightly. I believe the number of roots is more important. No matter how high the grade, if you face an opponent even 1 realm higher, you'll still be crushed. Even with strong techniques, if your cultivation level isn't up to par, you'll eventually fall due to a lack of longevity, ending up as nothing but dust. Hearing this, Wang Yu seemed to realize something and lowered his head in deep thought. Yin Linglong's expression changed, as if a sensitive subject had been touched. She let out a faint hum, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Yu furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze thoughtful as he began to ponder what his Suntoba-formed spiritual root might be like. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. He broke the silence, changing the topic. Elder Chui, though once a foundation establishment cultivator, has fallen in rank due to severe injuries. Now, he's only at half of that level, and clearly no match for the combined forces of the other 3 of the 4 fiends of Lanshan. If they succeed, they will definitely come after Qian Kunzi, using magical artifacts and secret techniques to search the area. Our time to escape will be limited then. Upon hearing this, Yin Linglong's demeanor became even more serious, as if realizing something, her eyes flickering. Linglong, you mean? Wang Yu looked at her. Of course, we should leave here as soon as possible, and the faster, the better, Yin Linglong responded without hesitation. Wang Yu took a deep breath, his gaze steady. You and I lack the magical power to fly on artifacts, nor do we possess any flying artifacts. If we leave on foot, we probably won't get far before we're caught. Yin Linglong nodded, evidently having considered this as well. her brows slightly furrowed. But I have something, an heirloom from my ancestors, that can completely conceal our presence and form for a short time, Wang Yu said with a hint of confidence in his voice. A look of amazement flashed through Yin Linglong's eyes, followed by a light smile. With such a treasure, what are we waiting for? Wang Yu was delighted to hear this, immediately stood up, and his expression became resolute. Hours later, at the center of the Chishui River, a small pale yellow wooden boat floated quietly on the water, the hull gently swaying. The water's surface as calm as a mirror, without a ripple. At the bow, Wang Yu and Yin Linglong stood side by side, their expressions solemn, gazing into the distance. At the stern, a small white cauldron was placed, from which a faint purple mist rose slowly, lingering around without dispersing. The entire small boat was enveloped in thick fog, as if isolated from the world. Wang Yu looked down at the bottom of the boat, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The large black nails at the boat's bottom were lined up perfectly, almost flawless in size, thickness, and smoothness, exuding an air of refinement. Though they appeared ordinary, they evoked an inexplicable association in his mind. These black nails aren't handmade. Wang Yu mused silently, deep in thought. This is just a standard mechanical self-propelled boat produced by the Tiangong sect, not a magical artifact, nothing worth studying. Yin Linglong remarked coldly from the side, her tone tinged with impatience. Don't make a fuss. This is the Tiangong sect's mechanism technique, one of their most common series. Once spirit stones are added, even ordinary people can use it. There's nothing mysterious about it. Wang Yu replied softly, not even looking up. At that moment, a sudden whooshing sound came from afar, and a white light shot swiftly from the horizon, quickly passing above them. Wang Yu's face changed slightly, his gaze fixed on the sky. In the white light, a rectangular iron ship was faintly visible, about 3 to 4 zhang long, with sharp edges and a rounded tail, from which a silver cylindrical device emitted white light and a faint whistling sound. The ship wobbled, and the white light, like an arrow, swept over their heads, disappearing in an instant on the other side of the sky. Wang Yu only felt his vision blur, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. A jet plane. The thought flashed through Wang Yu's mind, a name known to everyone on Blue Star. His thoughts became instantly chaotic. The iron ship had an ancient design, and the figure standing at the front seemed to be Luo Yu Taoist, one of the 4 fiends of Lanshan. If not for these details, Wang Yu might have thought that Blue Star had already opened a passage between worlds, sending advanced aircraft to preemptively invade this other world. Indeed, the purple cloud miasma can truly confuse the senses of the 4 fiends of Lanshan. Now I can travel with peace of mind, Wang Yu sighed with relief. Beside him, Yin Linglong watched as the iron ship flew away without a pause, lightly patting her chest in relief, a look of joy on her face. With the protection of the purple cloud miasma, this journey should be safe and sound. But is that what you once referred to as a standard mechanism flying boat? Wang Yu asked after exhaling deeply, watching the direction the ship had taken. It seems different from Elder Chui's spirit boat and our automatic ship. Of course, it's different, Yin Linglong explained. Mechanism automatic ships and carriages are just the lowest grade standard series products produced by the Tiangong sect, mainly aimed at itinerant cultivators with limited spiritual stones and wealthy mortals. She continued, the mechanism flying boat is different. Although it's also a standard series product of the Tiangong sect, it's considered a magical artifact. They're made from inexpensive materials, have little defensive capability, and few spiritual patterns inscribed. Yet, they consume a considerable amount of spiritual stones. However, in terms of speed, they're not inferior to some low-tier flying artifacts crafted by artifact refiners. Yin Linglong, no longer surprised by her future husband's ignorance, patiently elaborated. Moreover, mechanism flying boats are cheap and abundant, generally costing only half as much as low-tier spirit boats. If they break, you only need to replace some components from a Tiangong sect shop to use them again, making them popular among low-tier cultivators. Is the Tiangong sect so formidable, located in the state of Wu? Wang Yu asked thoughtfully. I don't know. No one knows where the Tiangong sect's main gate is, just like no one knows the main cabinet of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Yin Linglong shook her head. Both appeared in the cultivation world of various countries hundreds of years ago, rapidly recruiting local cultivators and establishing branches in every state capital. The major sects have all accepted their presence and do not expel them. She speculated. So I guess that at least a golden core patriarch is behind them. Otherwise, those cultivation sects wouldn't be so accommodating. I see. If there's truly a golden core patriarch overseeing them, it would indeed be different. Wang Yu was moved at the mention of a golden core, asking longingly, Linglong, have you ever seen a golden core patriarch? Golden core patriarchs are like the cornerstones of their sects. Even ordinary disciples might not easily meet them. Yin Linglong said with a hint of a bitter smile. If our Yin family's foundation establishment ancestor were still around, I might have had the chance to meet one or two, but now there's no such opportunity. I just hope someone from the Yin family can join a sect, so we can be sheltered for another few decades. Her words were full of reluctance. Is the Yin family in trouble now? Wang Yu detected something in her tone and couldn't help but ask further. Yin Linglong hesitated for a moment before revealing the situation of the Yin family. It turned out that because the Yin family once had a foundation establishment cultivator, they received a sect token, becoming a vassal family of the sect. However, this token was only valid for 100 years. If no one in the family reached foundation establishment or joined the sect, the token would be reclaimed, and the Yin family would fall into the ranks of rogue cultivators. Wang Yu frowned, his tone turning cold. So, you're asking me to marry into your family and recommending me to join the sect just to keep this token? Humph. Yin Linglong's face turned pale, but her tone remained firm. If it weren't for your awakening bloodline and your suitable age, do you think I, Yin Linglong, would want to marry you at first sight? Do you think I can't find a suitable husband? If you regret it now, you can return the Yin family token to me, and we can call it off. Wang Yu suddenly smiled. Why would I regret it? This is clearly a win-win situation. I can join the sect and marry a beautiful woman, while the Yin family retains its protection. Isn't that wonderful? Yin Linglong's expression softened as she continued to explain. Rest assured, although a physical bloodline awakener isn't as good as dual or high-grade spiritual roots, it is comparable to a rare spiritual root. The Four Symbols Sect, which the Yin family is affiliated with, specializes in beast mastery. As long as you can form 3 spiritual roots or have a mid-grade spiritual root, you have a good chance of being accepted. She then suddenly made a solemn vow. Even if you don't pass the Four Symbols Sect's test, I, Yin Linglong, will always be your wife. If I break this promise, may I be pierced by 1,000 swords and struck by lightning. Moved by her words, Wang Yu stepped forward and gently held her delicate hand, speaking with deep emotion. Since Linglong has such intentions, why don't we bow to the heavens now, become husband and wife, and share a wonderful night together? What are you thinking? Yin Linglong's face instantly turned crimson as she hurriedly withdrew her jade-like hand. You're not of age yet, and should focus on cultivating. Even if we marry, we must wait until your vital energy is stable, at least 2 or 3 years from now, before we can consummate the marriage. So, it's just a nominal marriage without any benefits. Wang Yu's eyes clearly showed disappointment. Yin Linglong scolded. Instead of having such impure thoughts, you should focus on cultivating and forming your spiritual roots as soon as possible. Once you do, I can take you back to the Yin family and connect you with the Four Symbols Sect. For now, I need to meditate and restore my mana. This self-propelled boat is so small, and it's just the 2 of us. The path along the Chishui River is treacherous, so we must be careful. With that, she sat cross-legged on the boat and began to meditate. Seeing this, Wang Yu had no choice but to sit down as well, taking out a small vial, placing a drop of spiritual condensation liquid on his forehead, and starting to cultivate the second level of the Yin water technique. A few days later, by a river not far from the main road, Wang Yu stood silently by the riverbank, watching as the small boat carrying Yin Linglong gradually drifted away until it became a distant, blurry speck. Her parting words still echoed in his ears. Wang Lang, I need to first handle the matters of Baijin Pavilion's secret guards and some important affairs with the Yin family. Stay in Tongzhou City to cultivate for now. Once you reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement and condense your spiritual root, go to Guangyuan Market, 300 miles northeast of Tongzhou City, and find Wu the blacksmith. He is an old servant of my family and will take you to the Yin family. Remember, beyond Guangyuan Market is the Four Symbols Gate, which only allows entry to those above the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Instinctively, he touched the bulging package in his arms, which contained a few bottles of lower-grade spirit-gathering elixirs and protective talismans given to him by Yin Linglong before she left. The thought of having a wealthy and beautiful fiancée brought a slight smile to his lips. Living off her wealth isn't so bad, he mused. Tongzhou City was one of the 4 major cities in the Wu Kingdom's Daming province. According to Yu Bintian from the Iron Arrow, the city housed 1 million ordinary people and occasionally low-level cultivators. Wang Yu realized it was an excellent opportunity to gather detailed information about this world. With that in mind, he turned and walked briskly toward the main road. 6 months later, on a tidy street in Tongzhou City, inside the antique-style book fragrance house, a tall young man was engrossed in reading a book titled Compendium of Common Herbs. Wang, you've almost finished that book, said In, the blue-clad shopkeeper, as he put down a cloth after dusting the bookshelves, smiling. Don't worry, In, you'll get your payment, Wang Yu replied, closing the book and tossing a string of copper coins from his pocket. You're quite the bookworm, Wang. You've nearly bought out my entire collection of miscellaneous books, and said, his smile broadening as he caught the coins. So, starting tomorrow, I might have to look elsewhere, Wang Yu said, tucking the book into his pocket. If you have the time, be sure to visit again, and replied with a smile. Wang Yu nodded, turned, and left. A short while later, he arrived at a secluded courtyard on a quiet street. He unlocked and pushed open the gate to reveal a simple compound made up of 3-tiled houses. In the courtyard stood 2 large stone locks, half as tall as a person, and in front of one house was a simple wooden rack for swords and knives. Wang Yu paid no attention to the stone locks and other items in the courtyard and walked straight into a tiled house. Inside, rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged, each shelf crammed with books of varying thickness, leaving almost no gaps. He pulled out a copy of the Comprehensive Guide to Common Herbs from his pocket and whispered, "Overclock." Instantly, a strange gleam appeared in his eyes. With a swishing sound, the pages flipped rapidly under his fingertips as if driven by an invisible force. In just a few moments, Wang Yu closed the book and shut his eyes, seemingly processing the information he had just absorbed. After a few silent breaths, he opened his eyes, the gleam gone, and casually wedged the book back into a gap in the nearby shelves. 3 libraries, 157 books, Wang Yu calculated in his mind. This was all the useful miscellaneous books he could gather in a short time. If he continued to search other libraries, it might attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. He stepped out of the house and looked up at the sky, where a fiery red sun, indistinguishable from the one on Earth, loomed. He murmured softly to himself. Through these books, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of this world's common knowledge, all of which was firmly etched in his mind thanks to his overclocked state and photographic memory. Now he understood that besides the countries of Wu and Yu, there was a more powerful nation called Feng. The combined area of Wu and Yu was not even half of Feng's. Wu alone spanned millions of miles, divided into 12 prefectures and 48 state cities, with Tongzhou City falling under the jurisdiction of the westernmost Deepening prefecture. The area governed by Tongzhou City was 5 to 6 times larger than that of the Huangshe City region. The customs and culture of Tongzhou City were similar to those of Huangshe City, but the standard of living was noticeably higher. Here, people did not rely on bean porridge as a staple and could enjoy rice and flour-based foods. It was rare to see people in patched, tattered clothing. On the surface, Wu was ruled by the royal Shi family, but in reality, apart from the few cities directly governed by the Shi family, most of the other prefectures and states operated independently of central commands. What puzzled Wang Yu was that, according to the books, all 3 countries had historical records dating back 10,000 years. Despite frequent changes in dynasties and royal families, the names and territories of the 3 nations had remained largely unchanged. Even more baffling was the absence of any records of primitive technological evolution, as if human civilization in this world had suddenly emerged overnight 10,000 years ago. The books also mentioned 2 vast regions beyond the 3 countries, the Eastern Wilderness and the Northern Sea, said to be endless and unexplored. The Eastern Wilderness was a land of endless mountains and forests, teeming with fierce beasts and mythical creatures. The depths of the Northern Sea were plagued by perpetual hurricanes, and venturing a mere 10,000 miles from the coast often resulted in shipwrecks. Some even claimed to have seen towering beasts and numerous merfolk near the shore. If not for the existence of cultivators in this world, Wang Yu would have found these accounts incomprehensible. However, records about cultivators were extremely scarce, and even when mentioned, they were grouped with mythological stories under the term immortal masters, and only briefly touched upon. This gave Wang Yu the impression that some force was deliberately preventing ordinary people from learning about cultivators. Moreover, through these miscellaneous books, he confirmed that there must be some connection between this world and Earth. Many of the anecdotes, poems, and calendars recorded in the books felt eerily familiar. Even the illustrations and names of flora and fauna bore many similarities to those on Earth. If he could return to Earth, the information from these books would surely bring him fame and success. Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh, longing for Earth's cuisine and the joys of surfing the internet. But after a moment, he left the house and approached the 2 stone locks in the courtyard. He squatted down, grabbed the 2 stone locks weighing 300 pounds each, and with a slight exertion of his arms, tossed them into the air. As they fell heavily, he caught them effortlessly with a scoop of his hands, though the impact drove his feet into the ground, with the soil burying most of his calves. Too light, Wang Yu effortlessly tossed the 2 stone locks onto the ground beside him, pulling his feet out of the dirt and adjusting his stance slightly. Since fully awakening the bloodline of the iron-devouring crocodile, his strength and endurance had significantly surpassed what they were during partial awakening. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, his power was now far beyond that of ordinary people. Lifting objects weighing 600 to 700 pounds felt as easy as playing with toys. If he entered overdrive mode, his explosive power could increase exponentially, allowing him to lift over 1,000 pounds with ease. Next, Wang Yu walked over to the weapon rack, picked up a sharp wooden sword, and unhesitatingly stabbed it into his arm. With a dull thud, the sword's tip shattered instantly, and splinters flew everywhere. Wang Yu rolled up his sleeve to reveal his fair arm. The spot where the sword had struck only showed a tiny white. His skin was unharmed, without even a scratch. His eyes narrowed slightly as he realized that his skin had become exceptionally tough. Even wooden swords couldn't easily pierce it, and it would take significant effort to cut it with a small iron knife. Now, he was like a walking tyrannosaurus, able to defeat any beast on Blue Star with a single hand. But this wasn't the most astonishing change. Wong Yu knew that besides his physical enhancement, his mental strength had also noticeably increased. Though not as dramatic as his physical transformation, his mental capacity had grown by a quarter. However, these weren't the only abilities he gained after awakening. As this thought crossed his mind, he wore a peculiar expression and slowly closed his eyes, standing still and quietly sensing everything around him. In the corner of the courtyard, a faint tremor emanated from the soil. As time passed, a black-gray stone, the size of an egg, began to tremble more violently. Wong Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixated on the stone, his pupils dilating slightly as tension spread through him. Whoosh! The black-gray stone suddenly leaped out of the soil, hovering briefly in midair before slowly floating toward Wong Yu. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat beads appeared on his face, but he gritted his teeth and maintained his focus on the stone. Thud! The stone vibrated and finally fell to the ground half a meter away, making a dull sound. Wong Yu collapsed to the ground, looking extremely exhausted, nearly unable to support himself. After more than half a year of exploration, he finally confirmed that his awakened talent wasn't invulnerability or a defense like stone armor, but a unique alchemy, ability to sense and control metallic objects. This ability originated from the iron-devouring crocodile's bloodline, a rare and powerful trait, but as the monk Chongyun had said, it wasn't as practical as one might imagine. He could only roughly sense metallic objects within a 100-meter radius, and for metal deposits buried several kilometers deep, this ability was almost useless. Gradually, Wong Yu discovered that alchemy not only allowed him to sense metallic objects, but also move them over short distances similar to telekinesis on Blue Star. However, his ability had significant limitations. He could only control metallic objects weighing no more than 3 pounds, and within a distance of 7 to 8 meters. Moving that black-gray or just a few meters had already drained a large amount of his mental energy, nearly exhausting him. In actual combat, this ability seemed unlikely to be very effective. With his current physical condition, this short distance was hardly a challenge. One you could easily throw an object several times farther with a casual toss. Reflecting on his awakened alchemy skill, Wong Yu couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Compared to the ability to manipulate metal, he wished he had awakened with the life-saving skills of copper skin and iron bones or stone armor. Even the rare blood burst ability would have been preferable. These abilities could either render him invincible or give him a fighting chance in life-or-death situations. Sighing, Wong Yu stood up. Since awakening his alchemy skill, he had practiced it only a few times. Controlling metal was mentally exhausting, and he preferred to focus his mental energy on daily spiritual energy exercises. Thanks to his rapidly increasing spiritual awareness and the aid of spiritual gathering liquid, his water technique had advanced significantly over the past 6 months, nearing the second-level bottleneck. Unfortunately, the few bottles of low-grade gathering liquid and spiritual energy were depleted, slowing his progress to a tedious grind. Stretching his muscles, Wong Yu crouched down, limbs on the ground like a poised beast, and began practicing the wolf run sequence. Long-term practice had shown him that this technique was particularly effective at enhancing his reflexes and agility, key factors in evading attacks in previous battles. Although the blood-refining soup was now ineffective for his physique, the 4-beast body refining technique continued to steadily improve his physical condition, especially the stone essence gifted by Ling Long, which allowed him to recover most of his strength with just a drop after each practice, proving to be a cultivation treasure. Wong Yu resolved to find more of such valuable resources. After skillfully completing the wolf run sequence, Wong Yu transitioned directly into the first move of the tiger pounce sequence without resting. He lifted his head, drew in his chest, spread his legs straight apart, and formed claws with his hands, exuding a fierce demeanor like a tiger about to pounce. As he adopted the stance, his blood circulation accelerated, his arm tendons tingled, his fingers pulsed rhythmically, and his heartbeat fluctuated. 10 minutes later, Wong Yu's body glowed red, radiating heat. He abruptly changed his posture, arching his back like a drawn bow, shoulders hunched back, and hands clasped tightly. After an hour of training, Wong Yu lay exhausted in the courtyard, gasping for air. He was drenched in sweat, his body enveloped in a faint white mist that gradually dissipated. Wong Yu pondered the origins of the 4-beasts technique. Even with his awakened bloodline physique, he could only train up to the first 8 moves. He had attempted the bear hug sequence once in an overclocked state and quickly abandoned it, let alone the final ape roar sequence. According to his calculations, unless his physical strength increased 3 to 4 times, he could barely complete the bear hug sequence. Nevertheless, the tiger pounce sequence alone far surpassed the effects of the wolf run sequence, particularly in enhancing wrist and finger strength. After a brief rest, Wang Yu raised his arm, examining his seemingly ordinary hand. Suddenly, his fingers formed claws, and he thrust them into the ground, pulling out a brick. His fingers sank deep into the brick, and with a squeeze, it crumbled into dust, scattering on the ground. Wang Yu shook his hands, his 10 fingers unscathed. On Blue Star, breaking stones with one hand is not unheard of. The hard Qigong masters in Huang have trained for years, making their finger bones exceptionally thick and their skin as tough as sandpaper. Yet, he had easily achieved and even surpassed this level simply by practicing a few moves from the tiger pounce diagram. Thinking of Blue Star filled Wang Yu's heart with a sense of melancholy. So much time had passed, and his consciousness had still not been summoned back, making him worry that something might be wrong and whether he might truly never return. Feeling restless, he knew he couldn't continue his training, so he went back inside to rest. The next morning, Wang Yu left his residence and went to a nearby restaurant. He ordered 4 dishes and a soup, and after leisurely enjoying this sumptuous breakfast, he strolled over to an impressive building at the northwest corner of Tongzhou City. Black Tiger Boxing Gym. Wang Yu glanced at the silver plaque above the entrance and walked straight in. Brother Wang, you're here again? A young man at the door, dressed in a short-sleeved martial arts outfit with his arms crossed, greeted him warmly. Brotherly, it's your turn to be on duty today, Wang Yu replied with a smile. Yes, unlike you, Brother Wang, I can't afford to pay much tribute, so I have to do more for the gym to stay longer, the young man said with a sigh. The gym's monthly tribute of 30 taels of silver is a bit much for me too, Wang Yu responded, showing a pained expression. Haha, everyone knows Brother Wang is well off. You've been here for 4 or 5 months, and always make sure to have your fill of medicinal meals, Brotherly said, waving his hand, clearly not believing him. Brotherly, you're teasing me, Wang Yu said with a yawn, nodded in farewell, and walked inside. The Black Tiger Boxing Gym is one of the few places in Tongzhou City that teaches genuine martial arts skills for a price. The Black Tiger style taught here is a real combat technique, and the gym is said to have a deep-rooted history, existing in Tongzhou City for hundreds of years. Another thing that puzzled Wang Yu about Tongzhou City was the sheer number of martial arts gyms there were as many as 30 or 40. They range from those teaching flashy but ineffective techniques to established gyms like Black Tiger that taught real combat skills. Wang Yu chose this gym because he wanted to integrate the 4 beast diagram techniques into real combat. The Black Tiger style, which mimics the movements of a tiger, complemented his tiger pounce techniques perfectly. With his exceptional comprehension, in the past few months, he had successfully integrated the first 3 moves of the tiger pounce diagram into the Black Tiger style and was close to incorporating the final move. Today was the day the gym master personally explained the essence of the Black Tiger style, an event held once a month, and it would also be Wang Yu's last visit. He didn't plan to waste any more money. Over the past 6 months, everything from renting a place to buying books and learning skills required financial support. He had spent all his gold and even exchanged 2 spirit stones for gold at a knowledgeable pawnshop. As Wang Yu stepped into the gym, he could hear the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Behind the door lay a courtyard about an acre in size, covered in sandy soil. Nearly 100 young disciples were gathered around simple wooden stakes, their fists wrapped in thick cloth, punching vigorously. Each of them was drenched in sweat, and among them were a few slender women who, despite their delicate appearances, showed no sign of weakness. Wang Yu did not linger here. He moved gracefully through the crowd and onto a gravel path, heading straight to the other side of the courtyard. As he passed, the disciples paused their actions and called out loudly, "Senior Brother Wang." Most of these were outer courtyard disciples who had paid a small fee and were only able to learn basic stances and techniques. They needed to pass an assessment within 2 months to progress to the more advanced Black Tiger fist techniques. Wang Yu, however, was different. He had paid a large sum from the start, becoming a formal disciple, and was able to audit inner courtyard lessons and learn real martial skills from the day he entered the school. Ignoring the gazes around him, Wang Yu acknowledged each greeting but did not stop. He walked through another door into a small garden, where the environment was more rigorous and professional. There were stone locks and weapon racks neatly arranged, and in the center stood 7 or 8 wooden dummies thicker than those outside, marked with dense acupuncture points in white lines. Nearby, more than 20 men and women in training attire were practicing with swords and spears or holding static stances. A few were sparring barehanded. However, everyone's attention was focused on a burly man. He was broad and muscular, with a bare upper body, moving with agile grace. Each leap and twist exuded a fierce energy. His hands were like iron claws, with curved fingers seemingly able to tear through the air. He was demonstrating the Black Tiger fist, the wind from his punches whistling with force. His movements were powerful and fluid, displaying an impressive vigor. Suddenly, with a swift kick, the man snapped a wooden dummy in half, sending splinters flying. The surrounding disciples cheered and applauded. The man looked at the broken dummy, flexed his ankle, and showed a satisfied expression. He then turned to explain the key points and details of the Black Tiger Fist to the disciples nearby. Wong Yu stood among the crowd, watching the man's every move intently, his eyes occasionally flashing with insight as he entered a hypersynchronization mode. He observed every detail, noting each key point meticulously. It wasn't until the man finished his explanation and left the inner courtyard, dry-mouthed, that Wong Yu exited his hyper mode, a thoughtful look on his face. Without pausing, he headed to a corner of the courtyard, where another wooden dummy stood. He removed his shirt and began to circle the dummy, practicing the Black Tiger Fist. Though his movements mirrored the man's almost perfectly, Wang Yu's form was unusually relaxed, the transitions between moves somewhat awkward, creating a sense of discord. Some of the other formal disciples watched with pity or disdain, but none interrupted him. Wang Yu seemed oblivious, fully absorbed in his practice, focused on each move and stance. Occasionally, he paused to adjust his angle and posture, though these adjustments appeared clumsy and awkward. He practiced repeatedly, losing count of how many times. When he finally ended with a horse stance, his fists drawn back, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just then, a booming voice sounded nearby. Not bad, not bad. That Black Tiger Fist is quite interesting. I remember your name is Wong Yu, right? Wong Yu was slightly startled and quickly turned his head to see three people had appeared beside him without him noticing. The one who spoke was an ordinary-looking, lean old man at the front. His eyes were deep-set, and he held a pair of gleaming iron balls in one hand. Wong Yu immediately recognized him as the master of the Black Tiger boxing gym, known as Master Tian, or Iron Tiger. Behind Master Tian stood two people, a burly, broad-shouldered man, who was Instructor Zhu, who had left earlier, and a tall young woman about 18 or 19 years old. She wore a white training outfit, had a long braid, and her features were sharp with a distinct air of heroism. Wong Yu glanced around the training ground and noticed that the other formal disciples had all stopped practicing, each looking in their direction with respect. Greetings, Master Tian, Instructor Zhu, Wong Yu said, feeling curious but still stepping forward to bow courteously. Who taught you this Black Tiger Fist? Master Tian nodded, and then suddenly turned to the burly man beside him. Old Third, did you teach him? Master, how could I teach such a flawed technique? His Black Tiger Fist is full of mistakes, Instructor Zhu replied, shaking his head with a dismissive expression. Father, you mentioned something interesting earlier. Does this Brother Wong's Black Tiger Fist have some special quality? The tall young woman examined Wong Yu curiously. It dawned on Wong Yu that she was Master Tian's daughter. Though he had heard of her, it was his first time seeing her in the gym. Yeah, though I'm old, my eyes aren't that bad yet. Master Tian chuckled lightly, then instructed. You three come with me. The rest stay here and wait. With that, he turned and walked toward the courtyard gate. Instructor Zhu and the tall young woman hesitated for a moment before following. Wong Yu, after some contemplation, followed as well, pretending to be compliant. However, unbeknownst to them, a pale yellow spell pattern flashed in the depths of his pupils. He had quietly activated his aura sight. In the faint yellow glow, Wong Yu clearly saw the strong aura of blood energy emanating from the three. Master Tian's aura was more than 2 inches high. Instructor Zhu's was less than an inch, and the tall young woman's was 1.5 inches. Master Tian's vigorous aura was comparable to Wong Yu's own state when he was partially awakened. Wong Yu, who initially didn't think much of these ordinary people, immediately became alert. Master Tian seemed to be more than just a regular martial artist. Wong Yu glanced at himself, noting that his fully awakened bloodline aura was nearly 3 inches high. Behind them, the other formal disciples were confused and whispered among themselves. After arriving at a more secluded training courtyard, Master Tian turned to Wong Yu and instructed, Wong Yu, perform the Black Tiger Fist again, but this time, double the speed. Double the speed? Wong Yu looked surprised. The tall young woman and Instructor Zhu exchanged glances, also showing surprise. Yes, take off your shirt and double the speed. Start now, Master Tian said with a half-smile, leaving no room for refusal in his tone. Yes, Master. Wong Yu considered for a moment, then complied without further questions. He removed his shirt, got into position, and began demonstrating the Black Tiger Fist before the three of them, each move noticeably faster. Instructor Zhu and the tall young woman widened their eyes, but couldn't discern any hidden secrets. Make it twice as fast as now, Master Tian instructed again without hesitation. This time, Wong Yu didn't respond to Master Tian's words. Instead, he focused all his attention on practicing his martial arts. His movements became increasingly swift, and the initially awkward Black Tiger Fist gradually revealed its astonishing ferocity. Each move exuded a wild aura, with his muscles rhythmically trembling with his actions. The large muscle groups on his back twisted and contorted in a way that was both mesmerizing and intimidating. In the blink of an eye, Wong Yu's demeanor transformed, as if he had become a standing tiger. His 10 fingers sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. The muscles on his back contorted into the shape of a fierce tiger's head, complete with lifelike eyes, nose, and a gaping maw. as if he were truly possessed by a tiger's spirit. The true essence of the black tiger. Before Master Tian could speak, Instructor Zhu and the tall woman exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Master Tian's figure appeared behind Wong Yu like a phantom. His upper garments exploded, revealing muscles as hard as iron and a bluish-black hue. His upper body suddenly expanded. Taking a deep breath, the elder unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Wong Yu quickly turned and met the punch with his own. The collision sent shockwaves in all directions, stirring up dust. Under the impact, Wong Yu staggered back several steps before he could regain his footing, his arm completely numb. Although Master Tian remained unmoved, his feet were embedded half a foot into the ground, leaving 2 long trenches in the earth. A ghostly tiger's head also appeared on his back. Instructor Zhu and the tall woman were left speechless. The true essence of the black tiger? No, he has only mastered the black tiger martial form. Master Tian murmured with a peculiar expression as he retracted his fist. Father, isn't the black tiger martial form only achievable by comprehending the true essence of the black tiger? The tall woman couldn't help but ask. Not necessarily. Understanding the true essence of the black tiger can certainly form the martial form, but the reverse isn't always true, Master Tian explained, then turned to Wong Yu with a serious expression. You haven't learned the core technique of the dojo, the black tiger breathing method, let alone the derived true essence. How are you able to manifest the black tiger martial form? Wong Yu shook his numb arm and replied frankly, Master, I only paid to learn the black tiger fist at the dojo. I know nothing of the true essence or the martial form. Since there is a core technique, can I pay to learn it as well? Inwardly, he marveled at Master Tian's strength. As an awakened bloodline warrior, he had used all his power, yet could only draw even with Master Tian. This piqued his interest in the black tiger breathing method. Confirming that Master Tian was not a cultivator, he activated his chi observation technique again. This time, he noticed Master Tian's blood energy had risen to 5 inches above his body, while his own reached 4.5 inches, a discovery that left him astounded. The black tiger martial form is the image on our backs now. Master Tian turned and spread his arms, displaying the bluish-black tiger head pattern on his back. Being able to manifest this indicates you have reached a high level in the black tiger fist. Master, are you saying I have this on my back too? Wang Yu was taken aback and hurriedly reached behind him to feel around. Ziying, bring the large mirror from inside, Master Tian instructed. Still in shock, the tall woman quickly complied, running inside to bring out a large half-body bronze mirror, placing it behind Wang Yu. Wang Yu turned to look at his reflection in the mirror. A fierce tiger head pattern suddenly appeared before his eyes. This design bore some resemblance to the tiger head martial figure of Master Tian, yet it was larger and more menacing, exuding an aura that could captivate one's soul. Wang Yu couldn't tear his gaze away from the bronze mirror, utterly shaken. So, you're saying you managed to form the black tiger martial figure with just a set of black tiger fist techniques? Master Tian's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he closely examined Wang Yu. I noticed that the black tiger fist you performed differs significantly from what is taught here. It's hard to pinpoint the exact intricacies, but every modification you've made expertly addresses the original technique's shortcomings, especially in the mobilization of energy and blood. Wang Yu regained his composure and replied calmly, I did make some adjustments to the black tiger fist, incorporating elements from another technique I practiced earlier. As for how I managed to form the black tiger martial figure, I truly have no idea. Good. Good. That's precisely what I want to understand. Master Tian nodded with a smile, his upper body muscles subtly relaxing to their normal state. He then instructed, Ziying, Lao San, wait here. With that, he led Wang Yu to a room beside the courtyard. The tall woman and Lao San exchanged glances and could only stay put. Once inside the room, Master Tian donned a fresh garment and settled into a chair. His eyes were piercing as he looked at Wang Yu. Are you an awakened bloodline bearer? This question stunned Wang Yu. Seeing his surprise, Master Tian chuckled and explained, no need to be astonished. First, when you sparred with me, your whole body's energy and blood surged, revealing the presence of a bloodline. Second, it's rare for someone who hasn't grasped the true essence of the black tiger to be able to form a martial figure without an awakened bloodline. Wang Yu realized, indeed, I have awakened my bloodline. Is it a tiger bloodline? Master Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It's not a tiger bloodline. Wang Yu shook his head, denying it. Master Tian appeared slightly disappointed but quickly regained his enthusiasm. Even without a tiger bloodline, you managed to form the black tiger martial figure. The technique you integrated must be extraordinary. Wang Yu, if you're willing to teach me this technique, I can take you on as a personal disciple and impart to you the core secret technique of this school, the black tiger breathing method. You've already formed a martial figure, and with the aid of the breathing method, you'll certainly be unstoppable, perhaps even achieving the higher state of the black tiger fiend body. What exactly is the black tiger fiend body? Please explain further, Master. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before asking. Master Tion's expression turned proud. Yeah, yeah. The black tiger breathing method consists of 3 levels. The first level allows one to grasp the true essence of the black tiger, control muscles, and form a martial figure. The second level involves refining fiend energy into the body, exhaling with blade-like force. By the third level, one can attain the highest state, the black tiger fiend body, where fiend energy can be unleashed, refining energy into a protective force, enabling one to face countless foes alone. Is it truly that powerful? Although Wong Yu was somewhat skeptical, he couldn't resist the temptation and asked, with your status, you must know about cultivators, right? Master Tion smiled slightly, a glint in his eyes, and replied in a low voice, of course I do. I even have a few friends who are cultivators. Wong Yu nodded thoughtfully, his expression becoming more serious. Then I would like to ask, how many people in the dojo have mastered the black tiger fiend body? If I managed to cultivate it, would I be able to compete with high-level cultivators? This time, it was Master Tion's turn to be silent. He squinted, seemingly contemplating something. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. The black tiger breathing technique is passed down from the ancient Qi practitioners. It's extremely difficult to cultivate. I have only mastered the first level so far. Even so, I can hold my own against a mid-stage Qi practitioner. As for the black tiger fiend body, only the first-generation master fully cultivated all 3 levels. It's said that he managed to retreat unscathed in front of a foundation-building master using the black tiger fiend body. Wang Yu was deeply shocked upon hearing this, his face showing surprise. Is the black tiger breathing technique really that powerful? The first level can already contend with Qi practitioners. Then, what exactly were the ancient Qi practitioners? Were they the predecessors of cultivators? Master Tion's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly anticipating Wang Yu's question. He sighed softly and explained, Qi practitioners were not cultivators. To be precise, they were an ancient human race's method of cultivation, popular in ancient times before being replaced by cultivators. Although Qi practitioners couldn't summon spells, control the elements, or extend their lifespan, they could strengthen their bodies through cultivation. In ancient times, powerful Qi practitioners used this method to resist foreign deities and protect their clans. So, it's not surprising that cultivating the first level of the black tiger breathing technique gives one enough strength to fight a Qi practitioner. Moreover, the Qi stage of cultivation is named in honor of those ancient Qi practitioners' achievements. Wang Yu's amazement only deepened. So, apart from the first-generation master, has no one else in the Black Tiger Dojo mastered the Black Tiger Fiend body? Master Tion shook his head with a wry smile. That's correct. Although anyone can theoretically practice the Black Tiger breathing technique, talent is crucial for success, and the difficulty is immense. Besides the first-generation master, very few subsequent masters have reached the second level. However, since you are someone with awakened bloodline, your talent far exceeds that of ordinary people. Achieving the third level might be difficult, but mastering the second level should be within reach. Wang Yu pondered this, intrigued by the cultivation method, but a hint of hesitation crossed his eyes as he spoke. If that's the case, I may not be able to become your disciple. After all, I am more inclined to pursue the path of a cultivator. Master Tion looked at Wang Yu, a flash of understanding in his eyes, and then he smiled wryly. So, you are indeed a cultivator. This means you are not just a bloodline awakener, but also someone with spiritual insight. Wang Yu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he contemplated for a moment, then lightly tapped the air in front of him with a finger. He softly chanted a spell, and soon, a flicker of crimson flame appeared at his fingertip, gently dancing a display of the firefly technique. The entire room was suddenly suffused with a faint glow, as if even the air was tinged with the fire's color. You possess magical skills, so it's not surprising that you wouldn't want to join my school, Master Tion said with a hint of regret on his face. After all, the path of an immortal cultivator offers greater prospects. Once you become a high-level cultivator, your lifespan far exceeds that of ordinary people. If I had the talent, I would make the same choice. Wang Yu flicked his wrist lightly, and the flickering flame at his fingertips extinguished instantly. He looked directly into Master Tion's eyes and probed. Master, although I can't become your disciple, I'm very interested in the black tiger breathing technique. Could I trade my technique for it? Master Tion frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. The black tiger breathing technique cannot be passed on to anyone outside of direct disciples or family members. Even though I'm interested in your technique, I can't make an exception. That's truly a pity. I am quite sincere, Wang Yu said with a tone of disappointment. If Master Tion changes his mind, feel free to contact me anytime. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. Master Tion watched Wang Yu's departing figure and fell into deep thought. Just then, a figure silently appeared at the doorway, standing there without a sound. Back at his residence, Wang Yu's mind was still filled with thoughts of the power of the black tiger breathing technique, as described by Master Tion. Eagerly, he took off his shirt and began practicing the black tiger fist in the middle of the courtyard. With each swift movement, His upper body muscles swelled and tensed. Although he couldn't achieve the terrifying transformation of Master Tian, whose body expanded in an instant, his back muscles still formed into the shape of a tiger's head. Overclock. A bright gleam flashed in Wong Yu's eyes. After a brief shimmer, his figure blurred, and he quickly transitioned from a claw stance to a punch. His arms vanished before reappearing, marked with blood-stained lines, after two loud booms echoed in the air. What is this? The gleam had faded from his eyes as Wong Yu stared in surprise at the fine blood marks covering his arms. Given the toughness of his skin, it was hard to believe that just entering an overclocked state and delivering two straight punches could nearly tear his skin. Such an occurrence had never happened before. Could it be related to the black tiger martial image on my back? Wong Yu pondered. The improved black tiger fist, infused with the body training methods of the tiger pounce diagram's four forms, had a power vastly different from the original. In the overclocked state, both muscle control and nerve coordination reached an exaggerated level, maximizing his body's explosive strength. Instinctively, he reached to touch his back, but found nothing. After those punches, the martial image had vanished without a trace. After a moment of contemplation, Wong Yu turned towards a section of the courtyard wall and calmly said, Sister Tian, have you seen enough? Could you come down from the wall? Oh, you noticed? How did you see through my chameleon concealment technique? A clear female voice came from the wall. A tall figure, almost blending into the gray wall, lightly jumped down. It was Tianzing, Master Tian's daughter. She wore a gray cloak matching the wall's color, her face full of surprise. Your concealment technique is impressive, Sister Tian. I only just noticed, Wang Yu replied, looking directly at her. Is there something you need from me? Wang Yu glanced at the cloak on the tall woman's shoulders and said calmly, That's true. He thought to himself that Tianzing had indeed quietly perched on the wall without making a sound. If he hadn't activated his overclocking ability, which amplified his senses exponentially, he wouldn't have detected her presence. This realization made Wang Yu a bit wary, and he resolved to use his overclocking mode more frequently in the future to avoid being ambushed unknowingly. A single moment of carelessness could cost him his life. Junior brother Wong, you used the sonic boom fist earlier, Tianzing remarked, crossing her arms, her sharp eyes scanning Wang Yu's scarred arms with a faintly amused expression. That's a feat achieved only when both strength and speed reach a certain pinnacle. And considering you haven't even trained in breathing techniques, it's sheer luck your arms aren't crippled after that punch. Sonic boom fist. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, encountering another new term. The tall woman chuckled and explained, To my knowledge, there are only a handful of people in Tongzhou City who can perform the sonic boom fist. My father is one of them. But even he only managed it after mastering the black tiger martial image and soaking his arms in special concoctions for years. And he can only do it once before needing half a day to recover. The sonic boom fist does indeed place a tremendous burden on the arms. It's not something to be used lightly, Wang Yu agreed, nodding. He had a vague understanding that the sonic boom fist likely indicated a punch that broke the sound barrier. With your robust physique, junior brother, if you were to train in the black tiger breathing method, you could easily perform the sonic boom fist without harm. Tianzing hinted with a clear suggestion in her tone. Wang Yu immediately caught the implication and asked without hesitation, Does that mean the master has changed his mind, Sister Tian? This has nothing to do with my father. Tianzing admitted her intention directly. It's purely my idea to make an exchange with you. I can offer you the first 2 levels of the black tiger breathing method in exchange for your technique. Yeah, nothing to do with Master Tian. Wang Yu chuckled, showing a dissatisfied expression. Only the first 2 levels. The tall woman shook her head firmly. The black tiger breathing method is extremely difficult to cultivate. I've only obtained the first 2 levels from my father. Even if I wanted to exchange the entire method, I couldn't. That's quite the coincidence, Wang Yu replied, unwilling to back down. My technique also consists of 4 forms, and it's quite challenging to master without my personal guidance. How about I exchange the first 3 forms for the first 3 levels of the breathing method? That's not the same, Tianzing retorted, raising her eyebrows, refusing without hesitation. The Black Tiger Dojo has stood strong in Tongzhou City for centuries because of this breathing method. Its value is immeasurable. Offering you the first 2 levels is already a huge benefit for you, junior brother. Sister Tian, Wang Yu replied calmly, showing no intention of retreating. I'm a cultivator, and this technique is a body-strengthening method for cultivators. Even high-level immortal masters are willing to trade a large number of spirit stones for it. No matter how valuable the Black Tiger breathing method is, it's still a mortal technique. The tall woman was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause, she gritted her teeth. Fine. You win. Swear an oath. An oath? Wang Yu was taken aback by her words. If anyone presents fake items for the exchange, may their cultivation be ruined, and may they die without a resting place, Tianzing declared without hesitation, making Wang Yu break into a cold sweat. 2 hours later, Tianzing left the courtyard in a huff, holding a book. Wang Yu stayed behind, holding a yellowed book in his hand, his face filled with a satisfied smile. In the main hall of the Black Tiger Dojo's rear courtyard, Master Tian sat serenely in a grand armchair, leisurely sipping his tea with a calm gaze, seemingly indifferent to the urgency outside. It wasn't until a flurry of footsteps approached that he gently set his teacup aside, slightly raised his eyes, and spoke mildly. Hing, you're back. Father, I'm back, and I've brought the item. The tall woman stormed into the hall, clutching a scroll tightly in her hand, and handed it to her father without hesitation. Master Tian took the scroll, his expression unchanged, his tone calm, but with a hint of skepticism. You gave him the entire breathing technique? That kid was too cunning. He insisted that this technique was a body-strengthening method exclusive to cultivators, so I had no choice but to give him the incantation. Tianxing gritted her teeth, clearly unwilling. Master Tian merely chuckled, unsurprised. He's probably telling the truth. Only a cultivator's body-strengthening technique could achieve such results, elevating the Black Tiger Fist to this level. Tianxing frowned. If he's truly a cultivator, why didn't he just take us down directly? Why make such an exchange? Master Tian slowly opened the scroll, his gaze falling on the cover's depiction of the first move of the Tiger Pounce 4 styles, his lips curling slightly as he spoke calmly. What do you know? Despite his youth, with one strike, he matched me evenly. Moreover, if he is indeed a cultivator, even at a young age, he could be from some cultivator family. We have some backing, but we're merely mortals. It's best not to provoke them if we can avoid being enemies. Tianxing was puzzled, still not convinced. Father, I think it would be better to capture him and force him to talk. Master Tian shook his head, maintaining his unhurried demeanor. If he truly is a cultivator, although that strike made you wary, if he has such a background, we have support but don't want to take risks. It may seem insignificant, but offending them could lead to great trouble. He paused, pointing to the scroll as he continued. Besides, the second level of the Black Tiger breathing technique can only be cultivated with a secret potion. Even though he has the incantation, without the potion, he can't train the second level. Furthermore, the third level is even more unattainable. Tianxing suddenly laughed, a hint of smugness in her voice. We only mentioned exchanging the technique and incantation, but not the potion formula. As for the potion, he probably can't obtain it easily. Even if he is a cultivator, the formula is extremely precious and not easily acquired. Is it? Master Tian nodded slightly, then paused, his expression becoming somewhat grave. The second level indeed requires an extremely rare potion, but this technique seems truly extraordinary. On the scroll, the image of the first move of the Black Tiger Fist, the figure of a small man quietly unfolded under the gaze of the father and daughter. Master Tian casually flipped it, his expression gradually turning serious. His practice of this technique seems difficult, Tianxing asked, her tone puzzled. Yes, at least for now, I can't cultivate it. I seem to be struggling as well. Master Tian's expression grew increasingly solemn, his voice low, a hint of something unusual in his eyes. At that moment, Tianxing was suddenly stunned, as if realizing that something unusual was happening. 2 months later, outside Tongzhou City, atop an unremarkable hill, Wong Yu sat cross-legged on a massive rock, his upper body bare. His hands rested naturally on his knees, eyes closed, his face stern. His chest rose and fell with an odd rhythm, as if some mysterious force flowed within him, his abdomen occasionally emitting a muffled rumble, gradually intensifying. Suddenly, his mouth opened slightly, releasing a dense white breath, followed by a deep inhalation. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn in, swiftly swirling back, engulfing the previously expelled white stream and much of the surrounding air into his abdomen. Several thunderous booms erupted from his chest, echoing like thunder, his muscles writhing violently, veins bulging, his entire bare body swelling instantly. At this moment, a much larger tiger head pattern emerged on his back, majestic and seemingly brimming with boundless power. All these changes occurred silently, yet with the emergence of this pattern, the air in the mountains seemed to grow unusually heavy, as if heralding the awakening of some extraordinary power. He swiftly flipped to his feet, a crystalline light flickering deep in his eyes. His fists and feet lashed out like a violent storm, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. His body began to swell visibly, transforming into a small giant nearly 2 meters tall in an instant. Wang Yu firmly planted his stance, his shoulders suddenly shaking. His arms blurred into a flurry of shadows, and the air around him erupted with the sound of firecrackers. As his arms reappeared, a gale whipped up from the void, waves of air rippling outward in all directions. At that moment, in his enlarged form, he unleashed a dozen sonic boom punches in succession. Watching the scene unfold, a thought crossed his mind. The early-stage cultivators he had faced before, he could probably crush them with a single punch now. Wang Yu then exhaled deeply, a large cloud of white breath billowing from his mouth and nose as his swollen body quickly returned to normal. After exiting the overclock synchronization mode, the crystalline light in his eyes gradually faded, and his chest and lungs burned with heat. This is the power of the first level of the Black Tiger breathing technique, he marveled to himself. This breathing technique, which Master Tian described as extremely difficult to cultivate, he had mastered the first level of with the aid of the overclock synchronization mode in just 2 months. However, the results seemed different from what Master Tian had described. Although he hadn't grasped the so-called true essence of the Black Tiger, his body's explosive power had increased astonishingly. Sitting back on the rock, Wang Yu took out the yellowed book that recorded the Black Tiger breathing technique and studied it carefully. After a long time, he closed the book, deep in thought. To him, the essence of the first level of the Black Tiger breathing technique was to channel a large amount of air into the body through a special breathing rhythm, continuously honing the internal organs and strengthening the entire body. Simply put, it was like treating the body as a large balloon, repeatedly inflating and deflating it to enhance its resilience and thickness, thereby boosting durability and explosive power. According to scientists on Blue Star, this would be impossible. Human lung capacity is limited, and no amount of breathing could draw in such a vast quantity of air, nor could air permeate the entire body. Even martial artists on Blue Star, with their so-called hard qigong, only enhance the toughness of their body's exterior through training, having nothing to do with true qi, let alone internal energy cultivation. But in this world infused with supernatural powers, anything was possible. Initially, he merely followed the methods described in the book, trying those complex breathing rhythms, sometimes long, sometimes short, sometimes frequent, sometimes slow. To his surprise, after only a few attempts, he could indeed draw an astonishing amount of air into his body. This miraculous experience filled him with confidence in the cultivator's techniques, allowing him to persistently train over the following 2 months until he mastered the first level of the breathing technique. Of course, for ordinary people, such training would be nearly impossible. Without guidance from elders, even with the protection of the mysterious breathing technique, recklessly inhaling too much air could injure the body. Inhaling too little would yield no training effect. After all, the human internal organs are extremely delicate, and any misstep could cause irreparable damage. With the aid of overclocking mode, he could precisely adjust his breathing intensity according to his physical condition, keeping each inhalation within a certain limit. This allowed him to achieve the ultimate training effect without harming himself. Despite this, whenever he practiced the breathing technique, it felt as though his internal organs were being polished by the impact of the air, as if numerous tiny, sharp blades were lightly scraping over them, causing both pain and itchiness that almost made him want to give up several times. However, thanks to overclocking synchronization, although he couldn't directly sever the pain nerves like Taiyuan, he could control muscle contraction and blood flow to minimize part of the pain and barely hold on. After awakening his bloodline and enhancing it with the 4 beasts diagram, his body had become extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, by activating the first layer of the breathing technique, he could easily overpower Master Tian with sheer physical strength, even further enhancing muscle control by activating overclocking synchronization mode, making his physique more robust and his explosive power even stronger. What surprised Wong Yu even more was that when he activated the Black Tiger breathing technique, he discovered a thin, transparent air membrane forming on the surface of his skin. This membrane had an incredibly strong defense, like an invisible armor, completely transparent, colorless, and shapeless, covering his entire body and invisible to the naked eye. He once tried slicing his arm wrapped in the air membrane with a sharp blade, only to hear a crisp echo as the blade bounced off, unable to pierce through. Wang Yu was very pleased with this effect. It was as if he had gained an invisible shield impervious to swords and spears after activating the Black Tiger breathing technique. This made him even more eager to explore the power of the second layer of the breathing technique. However, although he had thoroughly understood the incantation of the Black Tiger breathing technique's second layer with the help of overclocking mode, he was puzzled by 2 things mentioned in it. The first was sha qi. From the second layer onwards, the air inhaled was no longer ordinary air, but this substance called sha qi, which needed to be nurtured within the body for a long time. According to the book's description, there are various types of sha qi, each offering different benefits. The second was the secret medicine and sha powder that accompanied sha qi. When practicing the second layer, these medicines must be taken. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to sha qi would directly corrode and decay the internal organs. Wang Yu had never heard of these 2 things, nor did his books have any related records, but Master Tian should know about them. However, he wasn't sure if he could get answers from Master Tian, who might deliberately withhold some information. Even if he asked, the result might not be favorable. Wang Yu sighed inwardly but found some comfort in recalling the difficulty he had when teaching Tianxing the 4 styles of the tiger pounce. After all, he had first practiced the 4 styles of the wolf run, then had his bloodline awakened, allowing him to barely practice the 4 styles of the tiger pounce. Master Tian and his daughter would find it quite difficult to practice the styles after obtaining them. With this in mind, Wang Yu abandoned the thought of returning to the Black Tiger Fist Hall and decided to act when he had clues about sha qi and the secret medicine. Having made up his mind, he descended the mountain and headed towards a small wooden cabin halfway down. Entering the cabin, he sat cross-legged on a simple wooden bed and began meditative breathing practice. After reaching an agreement with Tianxing that day, Wang Yu realized the other party might discover his inability to practice the four styles, causing trouble, so he left Tongzhou City overnight and came here to build this temporary shelter. Now, he planned to break through the bottleneck of the second layer of the Yin water technique that had been troubling him and strive to enter the third layer of the Qi refining stage as soon as possible. In the following days, he continued practicing the incantation of the Yin water technique, focusing on honing his magical power. Over 10 days later, while Wang Yu was meditating and breathing in the cabin, his body suddenly jolted, and a powerful wave of magical energy swept out. He quickly opened his eyes, a delighted smile appearing on his face. Had just successfully broken through the bottleneck of the second layer of the Yin water technique and entered the third layer of the Qi refining stage. However, before he could examine the changes within his body, his smile froze, and he hurriedly closed his eyes again to resume breathing. The originally stable spiritual seeds suddenly began to voraciously devour the magical energy within his body, as if undergoing some mysterious transformation on its own. Wang Yu was both surprised and excited, feeling a mix of unease and anticipation. If I'm not mistaken, the spirit seed within him is undergoing a transformation, turning into a spiritual root. He feels the spirit seed expanding continuously, like a swelling energy churning in his dantian, causing the magic within him to become restless and slightly out of control. Time quietly slips by, and after about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, there is a soft pop inside him, as if some kind of restraint has been broken. The spirit seed seems to be torn from within. A bone-chilling coldness surges through his body, sweeping from the depths of his meridians, only to vanish without a trace moments later. Is it over just like that? Has the spiritual root successfully formed? Yet, his body feels no significant difference, not even a clear sense of change. Wang Yu feels doubtful and instinctively operates his cultivation technique again, taking a gentle breath of spiritual energy. As he slightly inhales, the surrounding spiritual energy within several meters rushes towards him like a tidal wave, akin to a giant whale swallowing the sea, and is instantly devoured. His face changes dramatically. This efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy is something even early-stage Qi refinement cultivators can only dream of. Calming down to think, he realizes this might be related to him having reached the third layer of Qi refinement. He closes his eyes, focusing his divine sense, and begins a thorough examination of the changes within his body. The spirit seed has completely vanished, leaving his dantian clear, and his magic has returned to calm, though its total amount has increased by at least 2/3 compared to the second layer of Qi refinement. His divine sense has also slightly improved, clearly nourished during the formation of the spiritual root. But where exactly is the spiritual root hidden? Wang Yu examines his meridians, bones, and internal organs, yet finds no anomalies. Perplexed, he attempts to operate the third layer of the Yin water technique. Unfortunately, the surrounding spiritual energy is too thin, and even with enhanced absorption efficiency, he can only draw a small amount of weak spiritual power into his body. He furrows his brow, suddenly understanding why every cultivator above the third layer of Qi refinement emphasizes that only by entering a spiritual domain with spiritual veins can one continue to cultivate. The concentration of spiritual energy in this environment simply cannot match his current cultivation efficiency, let alone breaking through the third layer of Qi refinement. Without the aid of spiritual medicines, mere hard work may not yield results even after 3 or 4 years. His eyes narrow with determination. Staying in Tongzhou City is no longer an option. It's time to head to Guanyuan Market. On one hand, he can test his spiritual root attributes, and on the other, he can investigate the Yin family and fulfill his previous agreement with Yin Linglong. After all, according to her, the market has instruments specifically for detecting spiritual roots. As thoughts swirl in his mind, he reaches into his robe and pulls out a dusty cloth bag, the storage bag left behind by City Lord Huang after his death. At the second layer of Qi refinement, he could only unlock part of it, but now having reached the third layer, he might be able to fully unseal it. Holding the bag in one hand, he slowly injects magic into it. The tightly sealed opening begins to loosen amidst flashes of white light, and then fully opens. A gentle white light pours out from the bag's opening, and Wang Yu's divine sense probes inside, finally revealing its internal structure, a space about 2 meters square, small, but enough to store personal items. He turns the bag upside down, and with a flash of white light, a small pile of spirit stones, 2 green wooden boxes, and a book with a red cover pour out, landing neatly on the ground. Wang Yu counts them. There are about 30 spirit stones. He opens the 2 wooden boxes and finds a piece of lush green branch in each, their colors crystal clear and full of spiritual energy. Intrigued, he picks up one branch. But as soon as his fingers touch it, the entire branch shatters like porcelain with a crisp crack, instantly turning into a pool of verdant liquid that quickly evaporates in the wooden box, disappearing visibly into the air. Wong Yu is stunned, staring blankly at the now empty box, unable to react. He raises the hand that touched the branch to his nose and sniffs it, catching a strong medicinal fragrance with a hint of sweetness. He frowns slightly, realizing that this item seems quite extraordinary and probably very valuable. He muttered to himself, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart, and dared not touch the emerald branch again. Instead, he carefully closed the remaining wooden box and picked up the book with a crimson cover. It was a spell manual titled Splitting Flame Technique. Wong Yu was thrilled, his joy evident, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly opened the pages. The tome was hefty, its contents penned by a rogue cultivator named Yu Ming, detailing his experiences in the late stages of qi refinement. He boasted of his many years of spellcasting experience, eventually developing a secret technique to split flames. The first half of the book was filled with his self-aggrandizing tales of adventure, how he defeated formidable foes and survived life and death trials, which made Wong Yu frown. Yet, he patiently flipped to the middle, where the actual technique and a spell pattern composed of 3 spiritual runes were revealed. The book's conclusion recorded Yu Ming's practical insights from battles with other cultivators. After reading carefully, Wong Yu checked his limited mental strength, feeling resolute as he began to comprehend the technique with the help of the Taoist system. The so-called splitting flame technique was essentially a method that utilized clever techniques to split flame spell imprints. It tested the caster's control over their spiritual consciousness and spell imprints. With the aid of his superior thinking, Wong Yu quickly grasped the essence of the spell after just one read of the manual's relevant sections. His mind raced, swiftly entering the understanding of the splitting flame technique, his entire being immersed in the mysterious spell pattern. 2 days later, Wong Yu stood in front of his house, extending a finger to point into the empty space ahead. Poof! A faint flame appeared at his fingertip, resembling a firefly. Through half a year of practice, he had mastered the technique of condensing the firefly spell, rarely failing. He then silently chanted an incantation, forming a gesture with one hand, as a blurry spell imprint emerged on the firefly imprint in his mind. With a slight ripple, the original firefly imprint split into 2 smaller flame imprints, connected by a faint red thread. Poof! The external flame also changed, quickly splitting into 2 smaller flames. Seeing this, Wong Yu's face lit up with joy. He then flicked his fingers twice, and the 2 small flames shot out, landing accurately on 2 nearby small trees, instantly turning into blazing pillars of fire that mercilessly reduced them to smoke. Wong Yu was taken aback, an indescribable surprise welling up within him. Was it just his imagination? Why did he feel that the power of the firefly seemed stronger than before? He pondered, initially thinking it was merely a change in the spell pattern, but he hadn't expected such a noticeable difference. A few days ago, while comprehending the splitting flame technique, he sensed that this spell pattern was simpler than the original, allowing him to master it in a short time. Compared to the convoluted process of understanding the qi observation technique on the iron arrow, he had come to a clear realization. However, he couldn't help but wonder, why was the firefly so powerful? Did this skill, akin to the original spells, have some special attributes? Before he could delve deeper, he began chanting again, conjuring several firefly spell imprints. This time, he attempted more splits. With a series of 3 finger taps, 4 even smaller mini flames emerged. Yet, the 4 flames wavered, seemingly on the brink of extinguishing. Wong Yu knew clearly that his spiritual consciousness and magical power were insufficient to fully control these split flames, and he was nearing his limit. A few days later, one afternoon, Wong Yu stood on the same open ground outside his house, having just finished practicing the 4 tiger pounce techniques, drenched in sweat. His breathing was slightly rapid, but he maintained his composure, forming hand seals and chanting. With a wave of his hand, a flash of blue light appeared in the void, and a fist-sized water ball materialized, quickly descending and washing away most of his sweat. After tidying up a bit, he switched hand seals again, chanting continuously. He extended a hand, clenching his fingers tightly. Instantly, a flicker of electricity appeared on the surface of his fist, faint electric threads flickering briefly before vanishing. Wong Yu sighed slightly. These 2 new spells, water gathering and electric light, though useful, were too weak. The water gathering technique could resolve water source issues during long journeys, while the electric light's effect merely caused a mild tingling sensation, with almost no destructive power, utterly incomparable to the firefly spell. Why are these original spells so inferior? Wong Yu wondered, sinking into deep thought. Half a month later, in a certain mountain range, Wong Yu led a blue mule along a rugged and narrow mountain path. He had set out from Tongzhou City 2 days prior, embarking on a journey to find the Guangyuan market. Although he had a storage bag, its limited space necessitated the additional purchase of a mule to carry supplies. He only knew the market was generally northeast, so he headed straight for this unknown mountain range. Reaching a fork in the road, the view suddenly widened, but Wong Yu halted abruptly. At the junction lay over a dozen bodies, all dressed as guards with weapons still clutched in their hands. Nearby were the carcasses of 7 or 8 pack animals, heavily laden with bundles. Wong Yu immediately entered a heightened state of awareness, his senses amplifying. In this state, he clearly saw black blood flowing from the 7 orifices of each corpse, yet there were no visible wounds. More chilling was the eerie smile on each guard's face, as if they had died painlessly in an instant. He quickly drew the iron longsword from his waist, scanning his surroundings warily. Suddenly, his ears caught a sound, and his gaze fixed on the ground a few meters ahead, his expression turning to surprise. With a loud crash, earth scattered as 2 figures burst from the ground. The slender figure in front was suddenly struck by an invisible force, accompanied by a cry as she fell before Wong Yu. It was a beautiful young woman in a white dress, appearing in her early 20s, with bloodstains around her waist. The yellow short ruler she held was broken, and the faint yellow glow enveloping her was flickering. "Help me, fellow cultivator," the woman in the white dress pleaded, struggling to sit up and looking pitifully at Wong Yu. "This man is a bandit. My father is the Prince of Tianhe from the Tianhe Prefecture. If you help me, the Tianhe Palace will reward you greatly." Wong Yu was taken aback, thinking, the Prince of Tianhe? A member of the royal family of one of the 12 prefectures of the Wu Kingdom? At this moment, the other person emerged from the dust, an ugly man with disheveled hair and yellowed teeth, wielding a silver hammer. Seeing Wong Yu, he showed surprise, then grinned menacingly. Pointing the silver hammer casually at Wong Yu, he said, "Someone passing by at this moment? Either you're unlucky, or this girl's luck has turned." In his heightened state, Wong Yu's senses were keen. He immediately leaped to the side, while the woman in the white dress also fled in the opposite direction, her face pale with fear. With a boom, a half-meter-deep crater appeared where they had been standing. The woman in white staggered backward from the impact, her protective shield flickering twice before shattering completely. She fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. "You managed to dodge my attack?" The ugly man furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise on his face. The silver hammer in his hand was known for its ability to injure from a distance, and in the past, it had almost always succeeded in ambushing unsuspecting opponents. "My eyes aren't blind. I saw your distance attack technique clearly," Wong Yu said, his gaze sweeping over the gaping pit in the ground. He sensed the man's power, far surpassing his own, and his expression turned grim. The person before him was evidently a mid-stage cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement, wielding a formidable magical weapon. Otherwise, such destructive power would be impossible. "Fine. If you leave immediately and don't interfere with this girl's fate, I won't make things difficult for you," the ugly man said, squinting his eyes. He slammed the silver hammer into the ground with one hand, the head sinking halfway in, causing the ground to rumble. Wang Yu was secretly alarmed by the man's brute strength. After a brief moment of consideration, he sheathed his long knife and led his mule toward the side of the mountain path, intending to bypass the two. "Fellow cultivator," the woman in white called out anxiously, "don't listen to his lies. This man is despicable and has set an ambush here to murder fellow cultivators. He even used poison to assassinate my guard earlier. He has an escape talisman and will surely silence you after killing me. I have a powerful companion fighting his ally elsewhere. If the 3 of us join forces, we might stand a chance." Wang Yu paused briefly but quickly picked up his pace, clearly unwilling to get involved. "Haha, wise choice, my friend," the ugly man laughed. "This girl is just trying to drag you into this mess, hoping to escape while we fight." Wang Yu ignored him, striding forward and soon disappearing several yards away. The woman in white clutched her short ruler helplessly, despair etched on her beautiful face. At that moment, the ugly man's smile faded as he watched Wang Yu's retreating figure, his eyes suddenly cold. A yellow talisman in his sleeve ignited silently, its glow sinking into the ground. Simultaneously, he grabbed the silver hammer and swung it fiercely toward Wang Yu's back. Wang Yu, already on guard, turned swiftly, the iron long knife reappearing in his hand. However, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, trapping his legs. At the same time, an invisible wind pressure descended from above with great force. His pupils contracted as he let out a low shout, his legs exploding with immense strength, propelling him upward like a cannonball, reaching a height of several feet. In his free hand, a silver folding fan appeared, which he swung upward with force. A howling white gale surged skyward, colliding with the invisible wind pressure above, resulting in a deafening explosion. The wind scattered, swirling sand and stones into the air, making it difficult for anyone present to see. The ugly man's expression changed slightly, as he quickly activated a talisman to shield himself. As he chanted skillfully, a faint yellow light shield appeared around him. Wang Yu landed steadily amid the swirling sand, sheathing his long knife swiftly. His right hand gripped the hilt, and the veins on his right leg bulged. With a powerful push off the ground, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Draw blade technique. A A sharp cry rang out as a dazzling blade light suddenly blossomed in front of the ugly man. The ugly man was taken aback and instinctively raised his silver hammer in front of him, but it hit nothing. In that instant, he felt a sharp shock at his neck as a massive force struck Wong Yu had darted forward like lightning, his long blade striking fiercely against the yellow barrier. The clash of the blade and the barrier emitted a blinding light, forcing the man to stagger backward as the barrier flickered violently, making it hard for him to keep his footing. Fury surged through the ugly man, and he swiftly raised his arm, aiming his sleeve at Wong Yu's abdomen. With a click, a mechanism activated, and a flurry of cold glints shot out like rain. Wong Yu, quick-eyed and agile, sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack. The glints landed on the ground a few feet away, revealing themselves as dozens of blue steel needles, exuding a nauseating stench. Seizing this moment, the ugly man steadied himself with a couple of steps. But before he could swing his silver hammer again, Wong Yu was upon him with astonishing speed, delivering 3 rapid strikes with his long blade. Each strike was faster and more forceful than the last, giving his opponent no time to catch his breath. Bang! With the third strike, the long blade suddenly shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. Simultaneously, the yellow barrier wavered, on the brink of collapse. This unexpected turn left both Wong Yu, holding the broken handle, and the ugly man momentarily stunned. The ugly man was the first to recover, letting out a strange cry as he slammed his silver hammer into the ground. With a thunderous boom, a wave of energy erupted from him, causing the ground to crack and collapse into a large pit. Wong Yu, caught off guard, was forced to retreat by the blast, dust swirling around him in a yellow haze. The ugly man seized the opportunity, his face twisted with malice, and pulled out an intricate yellow talisman, muttering incantations as he began to sink silently into the ground. In this critical moment, Wong Yu regained his balance, launching himself into the air with a powerful leap, his vision seemingly unaffected by the dust, as he dove towards the sinking ugly man. The ugly man was startled, swinging his silver hammer upwards while simultaneously unleashing a spray of black liquid from his other hand. In midair, Wong Yu twisted his body with an almost animalistic agility, dodging both the hammer and the liquid, landing deftly on all fours near the man before lunging again. By now, the ugly man was mostly submerged, but he felt a sudden tightness around his wrist as Wong Yu firmly grasped the hand holding the hammer. Panic-stricken, he struggled desperately, yet it was as if he was locked in an iron grip, unable to budge. Wong Yu took a deep breath, his upper garment tearing apart as his body swelled with muscle, a tiger head pattern faintly appearing on his back. His arm, veins bulging, swung with tremendous force. With a thud, the ugly man's arm grew hot, and his body felt light as he was yanked from the ground like a turnip. The world spun, and with a resounding crash, he was slammed onto the ground. The yellow barrier around him flickered twice before shattering completely, with a pop. The ugly man, overwhelmed with shock and anger, attempted to retaliate, but his wrist was seized again with a grip like a vice. A crack signaled the shattering of his wrist bones, and his silver hammer fell uselessly to the ground. Before the man's scream could fully escape his lips, his body was lifted into the air once more and violently slammed onto the hard ground. Boom, boom. The enlarged Wong Yu, as if manipulating a puppet, firmly grasped the ugly man's arm with one hand and smashed him into the ground like a sack. Initially, the man's shrieks echoed, but by the 7th or 8th impact, he was silent. Wong Yu, however, did not stop. He continued to slam the man down a dozen more times until he was sure the opponent had become nothing more than a bloody pulp, then casually tossed the corpse aside. The power of the black tiger breathing technique exceeded his expectations, allowing him to easily kill a mid-stage chi refining cultivator in just a moment. Of course, without the precise control of the overclocking synchronization mode, he wouldn't have dared to use this technique recklessly in actual combat. Exit overclocking, Wong Yu murmured, and the gleam in his eyes faded as he exhaled a long, misty breath, his body returning to normal. He turned to look at the woman in white, only to find the princess of Tianhe staring in shock. Her once formidable mid-stage chi refining pursuer had been tossed around like a helpless chick and killed so effortlessly, so pathetically. The princess of Tianhe opened her mouth, as if wanting to speak, but Wong Yu was already busy collecting spoils. He quickly picked up the fallen silver hammer, and from the mutilated corpse, he retrieved a yellow storage bag, 2 talismans, and 2 black cylinders, then headed towards his mule, clearly not eager to engage further with the troublesome princess. Moreover, she had mentioned that the ugly man had a fellow bandit, and whether true or not, it was wiser to retreat for now. Impressive skills, young friend, an elderly voice suddenly called out from the woods. If I'm not mistaken, you just used a technique from the ancient chi refining lineage. Before the voice finished, an old man in a green robe, carrying a sword box, stepped out, dragging a bloody corpse dressed in black behind him. The corpse lay face down, its limbs missing. And who might you be? Wong Yu turned to the old man, his pupils narrowing slightly. Huang Lao, you're okay. Thank goodness, you've already dealt with the other villain. The princess of Tianhe exclaimed with joy upon seeing the old man in the green robe, leaping up as if reborn and rushing to him with a beaming smile. Thank you for your concern, princess, the old man smiled. This villain was only at the 5th level of chi refining, despite being mid-stage. Aside from his troublesome poisons and insects, he wasn't too difficult to handle. I'm sorry for frightening you. Of course, with Hua Lao's skills, dealing with a mere bandit is no challenge at all. The princess of Tianhe excitedly circled the old man. But I didn't expect someone to prepare an escape talisman specifically against the princess's earth movement ruler. I almost arrived too late. The old man turned to Wong Yu with a kind expression. Are you also heading to Guangyuan Market, young friend? Why not travel with us? Having saved the princess of Tianhe, the royal house will surely reward you handsomely. Wong Yu couldn't determine whether the old man, who could easily defeat a 5th-level chi refining opponent, was mid-stage or late-stage in his cultivation. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said, since the senior invites me, I'm happy to join. I was unsure of the exact location of Guangyuan Market. In front of a towering black mountain, a winding path stretched into the distance. The trees lining the road were robust, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. 3 individuals walked slowly, leading their mounts, occasionally engaging in conversation. At the front was an elder in a blue robe, his steps steady and expression calm, followed by Wong Yu and the princess of Tianhe. The ancient Qi cultivators represent the oldest and longest-standing method of cultivation among our people. The elder in the blue robe explained as he led the way. Though they have been largely replaced by immortal cultivators, because they do not require spiritual roots and can enhance physical prowess for formidable close combat abilities, some sects and families still adopt this practice to train guardian warriors. Listening intently, Wang Yu furrowed his brow. The elder continued, these guardian warriors do not practice spells, but focus solely on Qi cultivation. As long as they can get started and are willing to endure hardship, after 10 to 20 years, they can develop considerable combat strength to protect important figures within their sections. Unfortunately, the lifespan of these warriors is typically short, peaking only for 2 or 3 decades. Once they reach 50 or 60 years of age, their strength declines sharply. The princess of Tianhe couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder the cultivation world often says that cultivators are like rivers, while warriors are like grass and trees. Indeed, the elder nodded. Even so, there are some exceptionally gifted cultivators who practice both methods and even find ways to extend their lifespan. At the level of high-ranking guardian warriors, their power can surpass that of cultivators of the same rank. Even Foundation establishment cultivators and Golden Core elders would show them respect and avoid provoking them lightly. But the decline of ancient Qi cultivators has its reasons. The elder continued, his tone slightly somber. The entry threshold for Qi cultivation is extremely high, requiring a strong innate physique and vigorous vitality, conditions not commonly found among people. Moreover, the cultivation path is exceedingly brutal and perilous, akin to traversing a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. Consequently, Qi cultivation was once categorized as a demonic practice. High-ranking guardian warriors are exceedingly rare, even fewer than Foundation establishment or Golden Core stage cultivators. Wang Yu pondered silently before speaking. Then, the status of guardian warriors in cultivation sects and families must not be very high, right? That's correct, the elder sighed. Even if a guardian warrior has exceptional talent in Qi cultivation, they cannot escape the erosion of time. However, if some can extend their lifespan and practice other methods, at high levels, their strength is comparable to cultivators of the same rank. He paused, then added quietly, but high-ranking guardian warriors are incredibly rare, almost unheard of. Wang Yu looked ahead thoughtfully, feeling a stir in his heart. The elder, sensing his emotions, gently advised, young friend, if you truly intend to cultivate, it might be wise to abandon the path of Qi cultivation early and focus on developing your magical abilities. Like me, I split my focus in my early years, and now, as my lifespan wanes, I realize my regret too late. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully clasped his hands and said, thank you, Elder Hua, for your guidance. A wave of gratitude surged within him, his appreciation clearly evident. Elder Hua, I've heard of powerful cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and know they can live up to 200 years. But is it really true that those at the Golden Core stage can live for 600 or 700 years? The Duchess of Tianhe interrupted the conversation, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Elder Hua's expression was serious. He stroked his beard and said slowly, our sect's ancestor Ziguang has been alive for over 500 years. At the grand ceremony 30 years ago, I was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of him. He still looked like a middle-aged man with a full head of black hair. What? Elder Hua is a disciple of the sect, and Golden Core cultivators can really live that long. Wang Yu was so shocked he almost lost his balance, his hands clenching involuntarily. If one could truly live that long, an unprecedented thought began to take root in his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. Elder Hua smiled and explained, young friend Wong might not know that besides advancing to the golden core stage, which adds 500 years to one's lifespan, consuming longevity pills and spiritual items can add another 1 or 200 years. Although my cultivation is not very high, I am indeed an outer disciple of the Qianju sect. Compared to other sects, our entry requirements are relatively lenient. Indeed, Brother Wong. The Duchess of Tianhe smiled charmingly. I came to Guanyuan Market to join the Qianju sect. My uncle is an outer elder of the sect. As long as your spiritual roots aren't too poor, I can ask him to secure a spot for you, and we can take the entry test together. Wang Yu snapped back to reality and hesitated. Well, I'm embarrassed to admit I know very little about the Qianju sect. Isn't Guanyuan Market under the jurisdiction of the Four Symbols sect? Why did the Duchess come here? The Qianju sect is on par with the Four Symbols sect in terms of power, Elder Hua explained. However, our sect is located in Jingzhou, not Tongzhou. Although the two are not adjacent, Guanyuan Market has a spirit boat that directly connects to Jingzhou Market, which is why we chose this place. Wang Yu pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, to be honest, I've just condensed my spiritual roots and haven't tested their quality yet. It would be better to consider joining a sect after the test results. Elder Hua smiled knowingly. No worries, we'll be staying in the market for a while. If you decide to join our sect after testing your spiritual roots, you can find us anytime. With Elder Sure doting on the Duchess, as long as she asks, she will surely secure a chance for you. Consider it her way of repaying her life-saving debt. Wang Yu nodded silently, saying no more. The woman in white beside him frowned at Elder Hua, seemingly losing interest in the conversation. By this time, the three had reached the end of a small path, facing a massive black mountain wall. Without hesitation, the elder in the green robe led them directly into the mountain wall. With a soft poof, the wall transformed into gray mist and dissipated, revealing a vast plain. Neatly arranged farmlands and scattered houses spread across the landscape. In the distance, a large valley built against the mountain was densely packed with buildings. Wang Yu took a deep breath, immediately sensing the spiritual energy here was nearly double that of the outside world. He felt a surge of joy and continued following Elder Hua toward the valley. It seemed to be harvest season, as a faint fragrance of grains wafted from the fields on either side. Wang Yu glanced around and immediately noticed that most of the fields were planted with a special type of rice entirely jade green, with grains at the tips as large as a thumb, yet each stalk bore only 2 or 3 actual seeds, the rest being shriveled. Scattered beyond these rice fields were patches of land growing fruits and vegetables, noticeably larger than those commonly seen elsewhere. The fields were separated by simple fences and hedges, with people in various attires busy at work. The houses scattered among the fields were not grand, mostly consisting of modest homesteads made up of 2 or 3 stone houses. As Wang Yu followed the elder in the blue robe across a field, he caught sight of the bustling scene and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A scholar-like man, holding a net in one hand and a slender black sword in the other, was skillfully stabbing at something among the rice plants. Each thrust precisely hit a small black insect, which he swiftly flicked into the net. In the adjacent field, a robust warrior dressed in shining half-armor was vigorously tilling the land with a large bronze hoe, each strike on the ground producing a resounding, stone-like clunk. The trio continued along the path between the fields and saw a monk with a copper bowl floating above his head, constantly irrigating the land. Nearby, a young woman of striking beauty was swinging a large sickle to harvest the rice. Just as Wang Yu marveled at the scene, a black appeared in the distant sky, rapidly approaching and soon hovering above Thema giant crane, the size of an adult, with gray plumage, a green crest, and fiery red eyes. Atop the crane sat a middle-aged man in a black robe, carrying a sword on his back and with a bulging waist. Is this your first time visiting the Guanyuan market? I am the duty officer here. Only those who have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement are allowed to enter. Please activate your cultivation techniques for inspection, the man said from above, without dismounting the crane. He pulled a golden disc from his sleeve and aimed it at them before they could respond. Wang Yu felt the tangible wind pressure and faint stench from the crane's wing flaps. As he glanced around, he noticed several people in the nearby fields pointing and watching, seemingly accustomed to the scene. Follow the directions of this fellow Taoist. It's mandatory to undergo this inspection on your first visit to the market. The elder in the blue robe explained with familiarity, unfazed, as he performed a hand gesture, causing his aura to surge. The princess of Tianhe complied, activating her cultivation technique, her body emitting a green glow and a faint scent of vegetation. Seeing this, Wang Yu activated the 3rd level of his Yin water technique, a slight chill emanating from him. All clear, 1 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 4th, and 1 at the 6th. You meet the requirements to enter the market. You can proceed to the entrance for registration. If you don't have a permanent residence, you can only stay in the market for 3 days, the man announced. The middle-aged man glanced at the disc in his hand, nodded, gave a few reminders, and then turned his crane around to fly away. This elder Hua is only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement level 6. Wang Yu was somewhat surprised and took another look at the elder. At that moment, Elder Hua's gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure not far away, and his face immediately lit up with joy. He turned to Wang Yu, speaking faster. Young friend, it seems I've spotted an old acquaintance. I'll take the princess over to visit them briefly. You can head to the market first. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the valley. Before he finished speaking, Elder Hua was already striding quickly toward another field, his steps unusually hurried. Seeing this, the Tianhe princess hesitated for a moment, then took a talisman from her sleeve and tossed it lightly to Wang Yu. Her voice was soft yet clear. Fellow Taoist Wang, this is my communication talisman. As long as the distance isn't too great, you can use it to contact me if needed. With that, the woman in white turned and hurried after Elder Hua, her dress fluttering gently in the wind. Wang Yu caught the talisman, examined it briefly, and then looked up at their departing figures. After a moment of thought, he tucked the talisman into the storage pouch at his waist, took hold of his mule, and slowly made his way toward the valley. As he reached the entrance to the valley, a massive archway came into view. The three golden characters, Guangyuan Market, gleamed in the sunlight. Flanking the archway were several soldiers in silver armor, standing tall and alert, weapons in hand, their expressions solemn. Not far away, there was an eye-catching small wooden hut. Wang Yu extended his spiritual sense, but felt no magical fluctuations from these armored soldiers. He discreetly used his energy sensing technique to take a closer look and discovered that their vitality was extraordinarily strong, with a visible aura of blood energy surrounding them, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Each one seemed no less formidable than the instructors at the Black Tiger Martial Hall. Could these be the guardian warriors Elder Huang mentioned? Wang Yu speculated inwardly. After stabling his mule in a nearby makeshift shed, he headed straight for the small wooden hut. When he emerged from the hut, he had acquired two items, a white wooden plaque and a thin booklet. One side of the plaque bore a simple pattern, while the other was inscribed with the characters Guangyuan. The cover of the booklet read Guangyuan Guidelines. Obtaining these had cost him an entire spirit stone. Feeling a bit of a sting from the expense, Wang Yu nonetheless presented the plaque to the soldiers at the archway for inspection, then entered the valley with his large bundle. Upon entering the valley, a dense array of buildings greeted him. The front half of the valley was mostly filled with simple stone houses and the occasional rundown wooden pavilion, scattered haphazardly. The back half of the valley was delineated by an invisible boundary, with rows of neatly arranged blue-tiled houses stretching upward along the mountain slope, presenting a stark contrast in orderliness. The valley was of moderate size, capable of housing about 50 to 60,000 people. Several main roads traversed the area, but the streets were sparsely populated, and those present moved quickly, their steps hurried. Wang Yu opened the booklet he had received during registration and quickly skimmed through it. A moment later, a look of understanding crossed his face. He tucked the booklet into his chest pocket and began walking down the street, occasionally glancing at the buildings on either side, as if searching for a specific place. Soon, he stopped in front of a modest establishment named Yunlai Inn, deciding to stay there. It offered meals and lodging, with a rate of 1 spirit stone for 3 days. Standing at the inn's entrance, Wang Yu unconsciously touched the storage pouch in his sleeve, realizing for the first time that even basic necessities like food and shelter might become a concern in Guangyuan Market. In the following moments, Wang Yu leisurely strolled through the first half of the marketplace, utterly amazed by what he saw. The attire of the cultivators especially caught his attention. During this autumn season, the market was filled with cultivators dressed in a myriad of styles. Young women in light, short garments brushed past elderly men in heavy fur coats, while burly men with live snakes coiled around their waists stood in stark contrast to mysterious masked figures. Clearly, most of these people were cultivators, yet there were also quite a few ordinary mortals without any magical aura, although they were relatively fewer in number. Isn't it said that only those above the 3rd level of Qi refining can enter the market? How do these mortals manage to get in? Could they have some special status? Wang Yu pondered silently while his eyes continuously scanned the shops on either side. He quickly noticed that although there were many shops lining the street, they primarily sold everyday items, ironware, and clothing. Nothing related to the cultivation items he was most eager to learn about, such as talismans and techniques. These shops conducted their transactions using regular gold and silver, but the prices were 5 to 6 times higher than those in Tongzhou City. With questions lingering in his mind, Wang Yu unknowingly reached the boundary between the front and back sections of the marketplace. Before him, a spacious plaza unfolded. Although not bustling, it was populated with quite a few people. Around the plaza were stalls of varying sizes, and a team of armored soldiers, dressed in the same uniform as the gate guards, patrolled the area with vigilant eyes. Feeling invigorated, Wang Yu stepped into the plaza and glanced at the nearest stall. On a large spread-out black cloth, 3 items were neatly arranged. a small pouch emitting a faint red glow, a finely crafted antique dagger, and a dark brick with a few golden patterns engraved on its surface. Without revealing his thoughts, he continued to walk forward, observing the other stalls. He soon realized that most stalls displayed items that appeared mysterious and enigmatic. Yet strangely, few people stopped to inspect them. The stall owners sat silently behind their goods, seemingly waiting for the right person to come along. Thinking strategically, Wang Yu decided to stop aimlessly wandering and instead approach the stalls where people had paused, hoping to uncover some valuable clues. Curious about a stall where two people had just made purchases, Wang Yu approached it. When he saw the items displayed, his eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. The stall owner was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, exuding kindness, yet with sharp, bright eyes. The stall was neatly arranged with more than a dozen talismans of various sizes and colors, each emitting a faint aura of spiritual energy. A small banner next to the stall bore the bold characters, Gua's talismans. You seem new here, just arrived at the market, right? Would you like to buy some talismans for protection? The old man, having just served a customer, greeted Wang Yu warmly with the enthusiasm of a seasoned merchant. Senior, Wang Yu began, but the old man waved his hand. Hee, no need to call me senior. We're all in the chi refining stage. If you don't mind, just call me Old Gua, the old man said with a smile, the wrinkles around his eyes smoothing out. Friend Gua, did you craft these talismans? Could you tell me more about them? Wang Yu asked with a smile, his gaze shifting among the talismans. Of course, I made them. The old man straightened up, pride in his voice. I'm a certified talisman master here in the market. My Gua's talisman stall has been here for many years, with a reputation that speaks for itself. Pointing to several talismans, he explained, these are breeze talismans, which can release a breeze spell to dispel fog. Those green ones are minor rejuvenation talismans, which can perform a minor healing spell for external injuries. His voice rose as he gestured to two well-crafted blue talismans. And those two blue talismans are my signature, the entry-level wind blade talismans. The old man spoke animatedly, brimming with confidence. I'm not boasting, but my wind blade talismans are top-notch. I would never sell substandard talismans. In this market, there are only a few talisman masters who can sell entry-level talismans. You can craft entry-level talismans. What are the prices? Wang Yu was impressed, taking a closer look at the old man, surprise flickering in his eyes. He understood that entry-level talismans could release entry-level spells. I'm honest with my prices, Old Gui said with a broad smile. The Windblade talismans are 12 spirit stones each, and the other talismans are 4 spirit stones each. If you buy 10 or more, I can offer a 10% discount. That's expensive, Wang Yu thought to himself, but his attention was suddenly drawn to a talisman in the corner of the stall. Is this talisman also 4 spirit stones? He asked, pointing to a talisman resembling the minor rejuvenation talismans, but faintly glowing with a green light. This one is not 4 spirit stones, it's 15. The old man shook his head, speaking more solemnly. It's the only medium-grade talisman I've crafted recently. Although not an entry-level talisman, its healing effect and durability far surpass those of the minor rejuvenation talismans. A medium-grade talisman that's not entry-level, yet more expensive than an entry-level wind blade talisman? Wang Yu was astonished, but, to conceal his lack of knowledge, he exchanged a few words with Old Gua before making an excuse to leave. As he approached another stall, he stopped again. This stall had an array of bottles and jars, emitting a strong herbal fragrance that invigorated the senses. In front of the stall, 2 youths who looked alike were haggling with the stall owner. Eventually, they left happily with a small bottle of medicine after paying with a dozen spirit stones and a yellow spiritual herb. Detoxifying, healing, cultivation, all kinds of medicines available, custom orders and trades accepted, the stall owner announced loudly. But I'm just an apothecary, not an alchemist. I can only mix regular medicines, not concoct entry-level elixirs. The vendor was a woman wearing a thick cloth robe and a conical hat. When she saw Wang Yu, a new face approaching, she immediately spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Take a look, these are all top-quality medicines. Is there a big difference between regular medicines and elixirs? Wang Yu asked curiously, stopping in front of the stall. Of course, the woman replied briefly, her voice coming from beneath the hat. Most advanced medicines are elixirs, which can only be crafted by an alchemist. Regular apothecaries can only prepare standard medicines. I see. Wang Yu nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He then asked, have you heard of Hisha-san? Can you prepare it? The woman replied coldly. Yes, a bottle of Hisha-san costs 5 spirit stones. Really? You can make it. Wang Yu's eyes lit up with surprise. Hisha-san is a balancing medicine to neutralize the toxicity of baleful energy, the woman explained, tapping her fingers on the stall. Depending on the characteristics of the baleful energy that needs neutralizing, the raw materials differ, but it's not hard to prepare. There's nothing I can't make. With that, she fell silent. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Yu eagerly asked, since you can prepare Hisha-san, do you have any baleful energy for sale? Any type will do. Baleful energy is very rare. I don't have any here, the woman replied blandly, her face still obscured by the hat. Even if it were available, it would typically be found in major shops or auctions. Thank you for the advice. If I need anything in the future, I'll be sure to come to you for medicine preparation, Wong Yu said, remembering the mention of auctions as he politely took his leave. He then continued to browse several stalls with more foot traffic, most of which sold talismans and medicines. When he noticed a stall surrounded by 7 or 8 people, he instinctively moved closer. Before he got near, a loud, irritable voice boomed from the stall. Why are you crowding around? If you don't have spirit stones to buy, why stand so close? Suddenly, an imposing aura erupted from the center, forcefully pushing the crowd back. Wang Yu finally saw that the stall only displayed a half-broken, pale red whip. Behind the stall stood a man in leather armor, of medium build, exuding a fierce aura, with a bronze spear strapped to his back. He shouted like thunder. This is a genuine advanced-grade artifact, the red fire whip. It can activate the shadow of a fire serpent. Though it's damaged, it can still unleash over half of its original power. With that, the leather-armored man grabbed the half-whip and shook his wrist. Flames instantly surged along the whip, vaguely forming a faint red serpent shadow that flickered unpredictably. It's truly an advanced-grade artifact. Even damaged, it could be a family heirloom. Is someone really selling it? You don't understand. This man is the famous Chingaju. He cultivates metal element techniques and already has the advanced-grade artifact Goldenly Spear. The red fire whip is not only damaged but also mismatched in attributes, so it's better for him to exchange it for other cultivation resources. An advanced-grade artifact can fetch 4 to 500 spirit stones on the market. I wonder how much cheaper it is when damaged. The onlookers were abuzz with discussion, most casting longing glances at the whip in the man's hand. Chingaju swung the whip again and impatiently announced, I'll say it once more. The damaged red fire whip is 300 spirit stones, or I'll trade it for latest chi refining resources. I have other matters to attend to, and will only sell it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. If no one buys it, I'll just take it to Baijin Pavilion. Wang Yu gasped at the price, but was intrigued by the mention of Baijin Pavilion. Qinggu, this whip is only half intact. Shouldn't the price be half too? If it's 150 spirit stones, I'll take it, someone in the crowd called out. Even Baijin Pavilion wouldn't offer just that. Not selling, not selling. The man repeatedly shook his head, his brow furrowed. I'll offer a piece of glazed crystal and 100 spirit stones. 3 greenwood pills, and 120 spirit stones. Several people in the crowd made offers, but none satisfied Chingaju. In the end, he cursed at the crowd, calling them paupers, and left with the red whip without even packing up his stall. The nearby people watched his retreating figure, looked at each other, and then dispersed. Advanced grade artifact. 4 to 500 spirit stones. Even damaged, it's worth 300 spirit stones. I wonder how much a regular artifact would fetch. Wang Yu pondered as he left with the crowd, his thoughts racing. He immediately thought of the silver hammer artifact he had just acquired. It might also be an advanced grade artifact. Holding back the urge to take it out, he continued to wander around the square. After a while, Wang Yu stopped at a stall displaying 7 or 8 books and bamboo slips. After a quick glance, he shook his head subtly. These books are all miscellaneous ones, such as an illustrated guide to common beasts and a comprehensive list of refining materials, and there's even a herbal identification manual. Is there something specific you're looking for? I might have something that interests you. A scholarly-looking man in his 30s with a fair complexion looked up from the book he was engrossed in and directed his gaze at Wang Yu, asking in a gentle tone. Wang Yu glanced around, furrowed his brow, and after a moment of thought, asked, My friend, why is it that I don't see anyone selling spell manuals or cultivation techniques here? The fair-faced scholar smiled slightly at this and replied, Ah, you must be new to Guangyuan Market. That's right, I just arrived today, Wang Yu admitted readily. That explains it, the scholar chuckled softly. The spell manuals and cultivation techniques are sold in the inner market behind us. Only the big shops, backed by powerful sponsors, dare to sell those. This square is for independent cultivators to trade freely. You can't trust the spells and techniques sold here, and it's risky to practice them. Who knows if there's anything wrong with the manuals? I see. Wang Yu nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. The scholar pointed towards an exit at the edge of the square. If you want to go to the inner market, just head out through that exit. Although things there are generally pricier, you'll find many quality items. Wang Yu clasped his hands in thanks to the scholar and, without lingering in the square, headed directly toward the indicated exit. Passing through the exit, Wang Yu entered the street in the latter half of the valley. He observed the tall blue brick buildings and the sparse pedestrians on the street, pondering to himself, Is this the inner market? He paused, took a deep breath, and sensed that the spiritual energy here was indeed more refined than in the front half of the valley. Gently touching the storage pouch in his robe, Wang Yu didn't immediately enter any shop. Instead, he carefully observed the banners hanging at the entrances of the shops on both sides. These banners displayed simple symbols, clearly indicating the type of goods each shop offered. Under a banner marked with crossed swords, the faint sound of metalwork could be heard, suggesting a blacksmith shop related to weaponry. A shop with a herbal symbol was undoubtedly an apothecary. When his eyes landed on a banner marked with a bamboo scroll, his eyes lit up, and he immediately headed over. When Wong Yu emerged from the shop again, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Entry-level spell manuals cost 40 to 50 spirit stones, and even the most basic tricks required 7 to 8 spirit stones, far beyond his budget. He realized that the prices of the 3 primary spells he bought in Huangshe City were indeed surprisingly cheap. However, he did manage to find out where he could test his spiritual roots. After some searching on the street, he arrived at a shop with a banner marked with the word instruments, and he stepped inside. The shop's main hall was lavishly decorated. A short-haired man standing behind the counter straightened up immediately when he saw someone enter and asked expressionlessly, "What kind of magical instrument are you looking to buy?" Our Miaoqi Hall has a complete range of instruments for all 5 elements. If you need appraisal or pawn services, we offer those as well. Wang Yu scrutinized the man but couldn't discern his cultivation level, so he directly asked, "Can your shop test for spiritual roots?" "Certainly, we have specialized instruments for testing spiritual roots," the man replied calmly. "Testing your spiritual roots requires 10 spirit stones, half for activating the device and half as our service fee," said the short-haired man behind the counter, his tone indifferent as if he was used to such inquiries. Wang Yu's face froze at the price, and he couldn't help but try to bargain. "Can you make it cheaper?" "No," the short-haired man replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Testing spiritual roots requires special auxiliary devices that can only be powered by spirit stones. This price is the same for everyone." Wang Yu frowned, but eventually retrieved 10 spirit stones from a storage bag in his sleeve and placed them on the polished wooden counter. The short-haired man swiftly collected the stones and went upstairs, returning shortly with a disc-shaped device. "This is the spirit testing disc. Infuse it with your power, and it will accurately reveal the attributes and grade of your spiritual roots," he explained, placing the disc on the counter. Wang Yu carefully picked up the disc and examined it. It was about the size of a head, covered in multicolored spiritual patterns, with 5 holes around the edge, each embedded with a clear spirit stone. Taking a deep breath, he followed the instructions and slowly infused the disc with his power. Suddenly, the surface of the disc radiated with colorful lights, and a powerful suction force emerged, drawing out his energy like a breached dam. As Wang Yu stood in shock, the disc vibrated, and 4 of the 5 spirit stones lit up with gold, red, blue, and white flames. The red flame was the most brilliant, about the size of an egg, coloring most of the disc crimson. The other 3 flames were much smaller, about the size of a pea, and flickered weakly. "Wow," the short-haired man exclaimed in surprise. "Gold, fire, water, and wind spiritual roots, including wind. And your fire root is of high quality. What a pity, though. If your wind root were of high quality, even as a 4 root, major sects would be eager to recruit you." "Do I really have an unusual spiritual root and a high-quality fire root?" Wang Yu asked in disbelief. "Indeed," the short-haired man nodded. "Except for the fire root, the others are low-grade. A high-quality root combined with an unusual root, yet it's a 4-root combination. This is quite rare. It's the first time I've seen it." Wang Yu put down the disc and respectfully asked, "Friend, with your vast knowledge, do you think any sects would be willing to accept someone with these roots?" "Heh, I'm not affiliated with any sect, so how would I know?" The short-haired man shook his head. Wang Yu immediately took out 3 more spirit stones and placed them on the counter. "I'm new to spiritual roots and know little about sections. You frequent the market and must have great insight. I hope you can guide me." The short-haired man made the stones disappear with a wave of his hand, then cleared his throat. "Since you're sincerely asking, I'll share my thoughts. With your spiritual roots, entering a sect through regular channels might be challenging. However, I suggest you seek out a sect that specializes in fire attribute techniques. High-quality fire roots are rare, and focusing on fire techniques, even with 4 roots, can yield great results. As for the wind root, although unusual, its low grade makes it less promising." "I understand," Wang Yu said thoughtfully. "Do you know which sects are particularly skilled in fire attribute techniques?" "The sect most renowned for their fire-based techniques is undoubtedly the Sunset Sect," the short-haired man explained earnestly as he accepted the spirit stone. "Their Scarlet Sun technique, when mastered to its fullest, is said to be capable of melting mountains and boiling lakes, earning them widespread fame throughout the Wu Kingdom. The 4 Symbols Sect's blazing fire technique is also formidable, allowing a master to summon the true vermilion bird's flame. As for the Thousand Bamboo Sect and the Vajra Temple, they don't really have any notable fire techniques." Wang Yu expressed his gratitude repeatedly and, after a few more pleasantries, left the shop. Standing on the street, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. According to the short-haired man, relying solely on his spiritual root attribute to join a sect might be challenging. However, he also possessed the unique talent of Bloodline Awakening, which, combined, might make him more appealing to a sect. After some consideration, the four-symbol sect seemed to be the best choice. They excelled in beast control, valued bloodlines, and had a renowned fire technique. More importantly, with the Yin family as an introduction, joining might be much smoother. Of course, the authenticity of this information needed to be verified, and he needed a comprehensive understanding of the four major sects in Deepening Prefecture. For now, though, the priority was to find the blacksmith Wu and make contact with the Yin family. Wang Yu turned and headed toward the blacksmith shop he had seen earlier. What? Blacksmith Wu just passed away. Wang Yu stood in the weapon-filled shop, staring in disbelief at the burly man in front of him. Yes, the man sighed. The furnace exploded 3 days ago, and old Wu couldn't dodge in time. He died on the spot. His unique skill in forging iron might be lost forever. Does he have any family or relatives in the market? Wang Yu asked. The burly man shook his head. Old Wu was just an ordinary person, relying on his craft and the shop's guarantee to enter Guangyuan market. He was a solitary type, didn't have many friends here, and as for family, they couldn't even come in. With that, the man turned to attend to other customers, ignoring Wang Yu. Wang Yu left the shop in a daze, looking up at the sky with a bitter smile. This was indeed troublesome. Linglong had only given him this one contact. Perhaps he could directly inquire about the Yin family's residence. As a subordinate family of the four-symbol sect, someone in Guangyuan market must know. Just as he was deep in thought, his expression suddenly froze. He saw several dark shadows appearing beside the blazing sun in the azure sky, and these shadows were rapidly descending, growing larger and larger. The pedestrians on the street noticed the anomaly and looked up. Something's wrong. It's an enemy attack with magical devices. Activate the protective array now. A sudden shout pierced the air. As soon as the words were spoken, chaos erupted on the street. Shrill alarms blared like a rising tide, accompanied by colorful fireworks that shot up from the rooftops of various shops, streaking across the night sky like meteors. A low humming sound reverberated in the air, and 4 white beams of light simultaneously rose from the corners of the Guangyuan market, piercing the sky. Then, a translucent light shield appeared with a roar, covering the entire valley like an invisible net, trapping everything within. However, under this sudden light shield, several shadows transformed into massive objects as large as houses. These were large, dark, square seals, each inscribed with floating runes, shrouded in black mist, and swirling with dark currents. Good heavens, these were clearly second-tier magical artifacts. Black Soul seals. Even more alarming was that they were being wielded by Black Soul Sect's Foundation establishment cultivators, not just one. Screams of impending doom rang out again, but before anyone could react, these colossal objects crashed into the light shield like meteors. A series of deafening explosions echoed in the sky, as if the air itself was being torn apart. The sky above Guangyuan market rapidly darkened as the black spheres exploded upon contact with the light shield, sending shockwaves in all directions and filling the air with an overwhelming sense of oppression. In that instant, the light shield shattered like fragile glass. The Black Soul seals rained down mercilessly on various parts of the market. Wang Yu heard a thunderous roar in his ears as the ground shook violently, the entire land trembling. The ground cracked open with massive fissures, sending billowing dust into the air, and several figures fell into the chasms with anguished cries. Wang Yu quickly activated overclocking mode, shouted, and his body crouched low as he leaped with all his might, narrowly avoiding the sudden fissure. But he couldn't afford to pause. His gaze swept across the sky, where he saw more and more shadows rapidly approaching, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Wang Yu's heart tightened, a mix of anger and fear. Without hesitation, he pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket and stuck it onto himself. A breeze swept by, creating ripples as Wang Yu's body became light as a feather, swiftly leaping like a wild beast, almost instantly jumping over collapsed rooftops towards the slopes at the edge of the valley. The people in the market scattered like a tide, jumping onto flying artifacts and escaping into the sky. An angry roar came from the high mountain behind the market. Black Soul Sect, how dare you invade the Ming province so boldly? Don't you know the 4 sects will join forces to wipe you out completely? With the roar, a giant azure tiger leaped over the mountain peak like an arrow, carrying a man clad in golden armor swiftly into the air. Following the tiger, a dozen wolves and leopards, each ridden by armored cultivators, charged forward. From the opposite side, a sinister laugh echoed from above, accompanied by a voice. Unfortunately, there's only one Foundation establishment cultivator here. Today, 6 of our Black Soul Sect's Foundation establishment members strike together. No matter how skilled you are, you won't escape alive. By this time, the distant shadows had rapidly closed in, revealing themselves as enormous bone ships, each shrouded in black mist and crowded with people. The crowd on the bone ships cheered and leaped down, pouncing on the fleeing rogue cultivators. Simultaneously, the bone ships accelerated, rushing towards the airborne artifacts. At this moment, Wang Yu had already reached the slope at the edge of the valley. Looking back, he saw the Black Soul Sect's fleet rapidly approaching, and his heart tightened. Without stopping, he leaped over the slope, disappearing into the vast darkness. To the southwest of Guanyuan Market, a small, inconspicuous flying boat was gliding silently through the low sky, just a few yards above the ground. It employed special stealth techniques, almost blending seamlessly with the horizon. As the flying boat passed over a dense forest, an unexpected event unfolded. A sinister black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, revealing a massive bone ship amidst swirling black mist. Panic-stricken cries erupted from the small boat as 5 or 6 figures leapt off, desperately trying to escape in different directions. The bone ship trembled slightly, releasing billowing black fog from its hull, which quickly engulfed the space below. Within the fog, eerie winds howled, and ghostly wails echoed, accompanied by explosions and desperate screams. Once the fog retracted into the bone ship, the area below was left eerily empty, as if nothing had ever happened. The giant bone ship rumbled and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon as a barely perceptible black dot. In the forest, a seemingly ordinary thick tree branch twisted and transformed, revealing the form of Wong Yu. He had turned his green robe inside out, showing the specially designed camouflage lining, and clung to the tree trunk at a special angle, making him almost invisible to the untrained eye. Wong Yu exhaled deeply as he watched the bone ship disappear. Thanks to his quick reflexes and the deceptive cloak inspired by Tianxing, he had prepared this camouflage outfit in advance, avoiding a deadly fate. As long as he wasn't pursued by a high-level cultivator, his simple concealment method should allow him to escape. He pondered the origins of the Black Soul Sect, a group so ruthless that they dared to act openly near Guanyuan Market. In a 6-against-1 situation, the 4 symbols Sect cultivator on the Tiger Mount likely met a grim fate. Judging by their flying boat and weapons, the Black Soul Sect seemed to be the rumored demonic sect, notorious for their brutal methods. Wandering cultivators in their hands would surely meet a dire end. With this grim realization, Wang Yu felt a chill and quickly descended from the tree, running frantically away from the market. Even without the aid of the wind talisman, his stamina allowed him to run tirelessly for a day and night. After running for more than half an hour, Wang Yu abruptly stopped in another forest. The eerie silence around him heightened his alertness. Even the birds had ceased their song. He immediately entered a heightened state of awareness, his senses sharpened to their limits, his eyes gleaming with a crystalline light. In the next instant, Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. He dove to the side like a wild beast as a barrage of bone arrows, numbering 30 or 40, shot from the opposite forest, turning his previous location into a pincushion. What a bunch of incompetence, can't even handle a low-level rogue cultivator. A loud, rough shout came from the woods, and a dozen large trees crashed to the ground, revealing a vast open space. Standing prominently on the clearing was a line of about a dozen figures, with 2 men in black robes at the forefront. To the left was a burly bald man with a face full of scars, unarmed, with a blood-red pouch hanging on each side of his waist, glaring menacingly at Wang Yu. On the right was a thin, reed-like man, holding a black banner in one hand and a white bone token in the other, smiling obsequiously at the bald man. "Don't be angry, senior brother," the thin man whispered. "I didn't expect him to notice us beforehand. He might have a sensing artifact on him. These are quite rare, but once I capture him, it'll be a gift for you." Behind them, the line of figures was, in fact, a row of white, skeletal remains. Most of the skeletons had smooth bones with a faint black aura swirling around them, while a few had no black aura but instead had fresh flesh hanging from them. Each skeleton held a bone crossbow, all aimed at Wang Yu. What the hell are these things? Wang Yu scanned the skeletons, feeling a chill in his heart. He looked again at the corners of the black robes of the 2 men opposite, noticing a skull emblem imprinted on them. At this moment, the bald man snorted and continued to reprimand the thin man. "I told you before, those bone demons are resource-intensive to create and utterly useless. If they can handle an opponent, we can defeat them with a flick of our fingers. If we can't, they're even more useless." "Heh, I know, senior brother," the thin man grinned sycophantically. "But this time the opponents aren't just some weak rogue cultivators, so they might be of some use. Besides, they succeeded once before, allowing me to create a few more new bone demons." Hearing this, Wang Yu's face darkened. His gaze swept over the fresher-looking skeletons, and suddenly, he stamped his foot and leaped into the air. He jumped onto a nearby tree and, using his hands and feet, quickly disappeared among the branches of another tree. Did he just run off? The bald man was taken aback. "Looks like he did." The thin man was also stunned. "Then what are you waiting for? Go after him." The bald man snapped back to his senses, furious, and reached out with one hand to grab at the spot where Wang Yu had been standing. With a whoosh, a white bone spear shot up from the ground. If Wang Yu had still been there, he would have been pierced through. "Well, that was a waste of effort," the thin man sighed. "I was hoping to catch him off guard and take him out instantly." Now it'll take more work. The thin man waved the white bone token at the skeletons behind him, and suddenly a black mist flew out from the token, engulfing all the skeletons. With a hissing sound, a giant white-boned serpent, 4 or 5 yards long, emerged from the black mist, and the skeletons vanished without a trace. The two men jumped onto the serpent's back, and with a swirl of black mist, they rose into the air in pursuit of Wong Yu. Wong Yu leapt from tree to tree, using the elasticity of the branches, moving like a monkey. Although he hadn't yet mastered the 4 styles of monkey howl, his extraordinary physical strength and coordination in an overclocked state allowed him to mimic monkey movements without issue. Wind roared in his ears, and in a few breaths, he had escaped 50 or 60 yards away, but hearing the hissing behind him, his heart sank. Wong Yu quickly turned his head, using his enhanced vision to get a clear view of the bone serpent lurking in the distant dark mist. His mind raced as he made a swift decision. His body suddenly dropped, falling like a stone from the tree and landing firmly on the ground. After a rapid scan of his surroundings, Wong Yu dashed to a large tree, as thick as a person could hug. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. With a crisp crack, the tree snapped in half, and the upper part toppled over, but he caught it with one hand as his body swayed slightly. This guy's got some strength. What's he up to? The bald man pursuing him, riding the bone serpent with another man, was initially shocked by Wong Yu's actions, but then looked puzzled. Who cares what he's doing? Get down there and eat him. The skinny man sneered, urging the bone serpent forward with a white bone token in hand, directing it to charge downwards. The bald man frowned, but didn't stop his companion. Instead, he raised a bone trident, muttering under his breath, clearly preparing some sort of backup plan. Seeing this, Wong Yu let out a low shout, his fingers digging deep into the tree trunk. With a powerful swing of his arm, he hurled the half-tree into the air. Watch out, the bald man shouted, and his bone trident shot out as a white flash, striking the airborne tree first. With a muffled thud, the trident's power was immense, shattering the tree into countless flying splinters and leaves. But amidst the swirling debris, a flash of cold light streaked through like lightning, accurately striking the skull of the charging bone serpent. It was a small iron shield. With a clang, the shield rebounded, causing the bone serpent to writhe in pain and throw off the two riders, its massive body plummeting to the ground. In that split second, a massive figure, 2 meters tall, shot up like a cannonball. In midair, it raised a leg and delivered a fierce kick to the still falling bone serpent. With a thunderous crash, the bone serpent, several meters long, was sent flying, crashing through over 10 trees before coming to a halt. Its outer layer of dark mist had thinned considerably, and a large section of its midsection was shattered. Despite its desperate struggles and pained hissing, it couldn't rise again. At the same time, the massive figure landed heavily on the ground. It was Wong Yu. His body had expanded, with a tiger head pattern clearly visible on his back, indicating he had used the power of the black tiger breathing technique. Sonic Boom Fist. Protector Warrior, the bald man and the skinny man exclaimed simultaneously, landing slowly amidst the swirling dark mist. They seemed to recognize the significance of Wong Yu's current form, and their previously relaxed expressions vanished instantly. The skinny man looked grim, gripping a black flag tightly in one hand, while the token in his other hand showed a noticeable crack. The bald man placed both hands on the blood-red pouches at his waist, glaring at Wong Yu with a fierce, wary look. Seeing the two Black Soul Sect opponents react this way, Wong Yu paused for a moment. But after a quick analysis, he suddenly moved, picking up the iron shield from the ground. He turned and leaped up a tree, disappearing into the dense forest with agile jumps. This scene left the bald man and the skinny man frozen in place, bewildered. This time, the two of them exchanged glances, but neither made a move to give chase. The bald man let out a long sigh, his rough hands slowly rubbing over his smooth head, his brow furrowed. "Ah, what bad luck. Just picking a random spot to stake out, and we run into a tough nut like a guardian warrior." "Tell me about it," the skinny man said, examining the cracks on the token in his hand with a wry smile and shaking his head. "These guys have strong bodies and are always willing to fight to the death. Once they get close, it's a headache for anyone. And the worst part is, they're all dirt poor. Even if you manage to take one down, there's usually nothing to gain." A flicker of hesitation crossed the bald man's eyes. But this young guy, being so young and already a guardian warrior, might have been planted by the Four Symbols Sect in Guangyuan Market. Shouldn't we try to stop him? "If you want to go, count me out." The skinny one refused flatly, shaking his head repeatedly. "Instead of chasing after that kid, it's better to find easier targets. Once the Four Symbols Sect and other sects in the Daming Prefecture catch on, this kind of opportunity will vanish." The bald man pondered for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. "You have a point, let's go. I still have a spirit-seeking talisman. Let's see if we can find any other stragglers." As soon as Wong Yu emerged from the forest, he spotted a winding river not far off. He quickly calculated the river's flow and focused on a large, dead tree. He rushed forward, pushed the tree into the water with all his strength, and then leaped into the river. He skillfully hid beneath the floating log, clutching its rough surface tightly, silently drifting downstream. He had seen this trick on a famous wilderness survival show on Blue Star. Though unsure of its effectiveness, it was his best option at the moment. As dusk fell and darkness became his ally, Wong Yu clung to the log, floating in the icy water for an entire night. The current wasn't swift, and he estimated he'd drifted only about 30 miles. When the first light of dawn broke the horizon, Wong Yu calculated his distance and determined he was about 100 miles from Guanyuan Market. He cautiously released the log and crawled ashore, soaking wet. Shaking off the water, he found a small path and took off running again. No matter where he went, the further from the market, the better. However, he'd barely been running for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense when a piercing sound cut through the sky. Looking up, he saw a vast expanse of azure lights shooting across the sky from the horizon, a swarm of blue flying vessels darkening the heavens like a plague of locusts. Startled, Wang Yu immediately rolled to the side, hiding in the roadside bushes, holding his breath and focusing his attention to observe the situation. Just then, a golden light burst from one of the blue flying vessels, circling in the sky before transforming into a massive golden toad shadow. As soon as this shadow appeared, it let out a loud croak towards the ground. Wang Yu felt his mind buzz, as if his soul had been immobilized by an invisible force, unable to think. In the next instant, a golden thread-like shadow appeared on his body. As the thread tugged at the void, his body lifted uncontrollably, soaring towards the gaping mouth of the toad's shadow. It wasn't just Wang Yu. More than a dozen other figures were similarly ensnared by the golden threads, rising from the forests, rocks, and even the soil below, all vanishing into the toad's enormous mouth. After one more resonant croak, the golden toad shadow silently dissipated, transforming back into a golden light that flew to the blue vessel, landing in the hand of an elderly man in a golden robe with an extraordinary visage, turning into a miniature golden toad no more than 4 or 5 inches long. Wang Yu was in a daze, feeling shadows moving before his eyes and faintly hearing someone asking questions by his ear. It seemed like they were asking if he was a disciple of the Demon Soul Sect and why he was there. In his muddled state, he almost instinctively answered each question. Then, something was pushed into his mouth, a warm liquid flowed down his throat, and his consciousness sank into oblivion. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe 2 or 3 days, or perhaps 4 or 5. Suddenly, Wang Yu sat up abruptly in bed, breathing heavily as he looked around. He found himself in a clean and spacious room, decorated exquisitely. Besides the bed he lay on, there were carved tables and chairs, a wooden wardrobe, and even a pot of pink flowers by the window, their petals full and exuding a faint fragrance. Sunlight streamed in from outside, accompanied by the crisp chirping of birds, making the room feel especially peaceful and warm. Where is this place? His heart tightened as he quickly got out of bed to check his belongings. His 2 storage bags were intact, and the magical items inside hadn't been lost, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the window, about to open it to see the outside view, when footsteps suddenly approached from outside. The door creaked open, and 2 people walked in. Leading the way was a tall woman in a flowing purple dress, her figure graceful and her face stunningly beautiful like a fairy, yet her demeanor was calm and gentle. Behind her was a petite girl in a green dress, carrying a wooden tray that seemed to hold food. Wang Yu's gaze fixed on the woman in the purple dress, and he blurted out, "Linglong, you're finally awake." Linglong smiled softly, seeing that he could get out of bed, her voice as gentle as water. "Have some broth to replenish your strength. After all, you've been unconscious for days without eating anything." As she spoke, she gestured to the girl behind her. "Master Wong, please have your meal." The girl in the green dress quickly stepped forward, offering the tray with both hands. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she discreetly observed the newly awakened young cultivator. Wang Yu glanced at the tray, seeing a large bowl filled with rich, creamy broth that glistened with oil, its aroma indicating it had been simmered for a long time. Just as he was about to ask questions, his stomach growled loudly, the sound clear and unmistakable. "Haha," Linglong chuckled softly, her smile carrying a hint of teasing. Feeling embarrassed, Wang Yu coughed lightly and said no more. He picked up the bowl and drank the broth in one gulp. The soup was hot and flavorful, and after drinking it, warmth spread through his stomach, clearing his mind a bit. He placed the empty bowl back on the tray and looked at Linglong again. "Xiao Mei, you may leave now," Linglong instructed lightly. "Yes," the girl in the green dress replied, turning with the tray to leave the room. Linglong then spoke. "This is Tsiyun Mountain, where the ancestral home of the Yin family is located. You were brought here because of this Yin family token on your hand." Her tone shifted, her gaze falling on the black ring on Wang Yu's hand, her expression becoming serious. 2 days ago, several disciples from the Four Symbols Sect, who have ties with the Yin family, brought you to the mountain. They said you were affected by the spirit beast of the old ancestor Tianshan near the Guangyuan market, which caused your soul to temporarily fall into a slumber. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. You just need a few days of rest to recover. Wong Yu looked down at the ring, feeling a sense of realization, and nodded. I see. It seems I was lucky this time. Without this token, entering the Yin family wouldn't have been easy. Though his tone was calm, he had already begun to form some suspicions. Yin Linglong suddenly frowned slightly, as if pondering something, and asked, did you not see blacksmith Wu at the Guangyuan market? Wang Yu was taken aback by the question, then shook his head with a wry smile. No. By the time I got to the market, he had just passed away due to a furnace explosion. Is that so? Yin Linglong murmured in surprise, pausing briefly. Though blacksmith Wu was just a mortal, he had been loyal to our Yin family for years. It's unexpected and unfortunate that such an accident would claim his life. Even if that hadn't happened, he, as a mere mortal, would likely have been unable to escape the Black Soul Sect's invasion later on. Upon hearing this, Yin Linglong sighed softly, her gaze tinged with worry. Linglong, what's the situation at Guangyuan market now? Why did the Black Soul Sect suddenly invade across borders? Isn't the Tianshan Patriarch a golden core ancestor of the Four Symbols Sect? Wang Yu couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out a series of questions. I'm not sure about the specifics at Guangyuan market, and there's no definite news on why the Black Soul Sect came. Yin Linglong explained slowly, her expression collected. However, the Yin family has received intelligence indicating that it's not just the Black Soul Sect involved this time, and their invasion isn't limited to just Guangyuan market. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. Moreover, outside the Four Symbols Sect's mountain gate, there have been reports of a fierce battle between Golden Core ancestors. It's said that the battle directly destroyed nearly half of the mountain gate. A Golden Core battle. Wang Yu couldn't help but gasp. Although he had never witnessed the true power of a Golden Core, the oppressive force during the Tianshan Patriarch's spirit beast's divine abilities was still vivid in his mind. That kind of power felt as unfathomable as the might of the heavens. Seeing his reaction, Yin Linglong's expression softened, and she said gently, while this upheaval is shocking, it doesn't significantly affect our Yin family at present. In fact, in some ways, it might even be beneficial. Beneficial? Wang Yu looked at her in surprise. Yes. Yin Linglong's eyes shone with confidence. If a sect-level conflict truly erupts, the Four Symbols Sect will often temporarily relax their entry requirements to quickly bolster their strength and open up some resources for affiliated cultivators. This has happened before. So, joining the Four Symbols Sect is easier now than usual? Wang Yu mused, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. It should be, as long as your spiritual roots aren't too poor. Yin Linglong nodded, her eyes brightening as she looked at him. By the way, you've already condensed your spiritual roots, right? What attributes are they? Water, fire, metal, and wind, with the fire root being of superior quality. Wang Yu replied calmly, as if he had long come to terms with this outcome. For spiritual roots, plus an unusual root and a superior fire root. Yin Linglong was momentarily stunned, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Wang Yu chuckled. When I first discovered my spiritual roots, your expression was exactly like mine back then. That's wonderful. Yin Linglong's face blossomed into a smile as radiant as spring flowers. Even though you have 4 spiritual roots, just having a superior fire root, along with your bloodline talent, gives you a very high chance of joining the Four Symbols Sect. She grew more excited, her speech quickening. We can use the Yin family's token to directly summon a sect steward to test your aptitude. Once you pass, you can become a disciple of the sect. As she spoke, her smile was bright and serene, as if she were bathed in light, making it hard to look away. However, Wang Yu didn't immediately respond. Instead, he focused his gaze on her delicate face and suddenly asked, before that, isn't there something else we need to do? Something else? Do you mean? Yin Linglong was taken aback. Then her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded, what are you thinking about now? Hey, I'm not thinking anything improper, Wang Yu replied earnestly. Didn't you say that when we reach the Yin family, we should first honor your ancestors, and then get married, so I can truly become part of the Yin family? Hearing this, Yin Linglong's expression grew serious. These ceremonies indeed need to be completed before the sect steward arrives. You should rest here for a while. I still need to make some preparations, and perhaps persuade a few elders in the Yin family. Linglong, is there any trouble? Do you need me to do anything? Wang Yu noticed the slight concern in her words, and his tone became more serious. No need. Yin Linglong shook her head firmly. Don't worry, it won't take long. I'm the head of the Yin family now, and I have the highest cultivation. Even if someone has other plans, do they really think they can treat me, Yin Linglong, like a puppet? At the end of her statement, the stunning woman's eyes turned steely, her lips curving into a confident smile, revealing an undeniable sense of pride. You're the highest cultivator in the Yin family at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Wang Yu's face showed a hint of surprise as he raised his eyebrows slightly. Yin Linglong noticed his confusion, sighed softly, and a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. The Yin family suffered a great calamity years ago, and our Foundation establishment ancestors and elite clansmen perished in it. If not for that, how could our family have fallen to this state? Her voice gradually became firm. However, if you join the Four Symbols Sect, our Yin family can remain in the spirit domain of Tsiyun Mountain, with a chance to rise again in the future. Spirit domain? Wang Yu looked up suddenly, his eyes bright with interest. Does Tsiyun Mountain have a spirit vein? Of course, Yin Linglong nodded slightly. It's only a first-tier small spirit vein, but it's enough to meet a family's needs. She gestured around the room. This room is a side chamber of the family head's courtyard, where the spiritual energy is purer than anywhere else. You should cultivate here. I'll have Xiao Mei prepare some items to aid your cultivation. Every bit of progress in your cultivation will greatly benefit your entrance test. Wang Yu nodded repeatedly in agreement, and then expressed his desire to peruse the Yin family's collection of miscellaneous books. Yin Linglong pondered for a moment, then took out a delicate key from her waist and handed it to him. This is the key to the family head's library. You may browse at your leisure. The next day, Wang Yu sat cross-legged on a wooden bed, atop a brand-new light yellow meditation mat. Beside the bed was a blue incense burner with a brown incense stick, emitting a soothing sandalwood fragrance. With his eyes slightly closed and hands resting on his knees, a faint chill seemed to flow over his body, appearing and disappearing with his rhythmic breathing. The third day, spirit rice? Beast meat? Wang Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the bowl and plate on the table, murmuring to himself with a joyful smile. The bowl contained pale yellow grains of rice, each the size of a fingertip, glistening and full, giving off an enticing aroma. The plate held a palm-sized piece of red meat, drizzled with a layer of green liquid, exuding a rich medicinal scent. The fifth day, in a study room of 50 to 60 square meters, Wang Yu stood before densely packed bookshelves, quickly flipping through a thick book with focused attention, a crystalline glint occasionally flashing deep in his eyes. The book's cover prominently displayed the ancient words, Introduction to Apothecary. Half a month later, while Wang Yu was meditating and practicing breathing exercises in his room, feeling the subtle increase of magical power within him, a commotion of footsteps and arguing voices came from outside. Young Master Ming, you cannot go in. The guest of the family head is inside. The maid Xiao Mei's panicked voice was clearly audible. Get out of my way, a young man shouted angrily. I want to see what kind of guest made my sister use my cultivation resources for him. It's why my cultivation has stalled recently. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud crash as the door was kicked open. A young man with a face full of freckles stormed in, pointing at Wang Yu on the bed with wide eyes. You? Wang Yu didn't give him a chance to speak. In a flash, he moved like a phantom behind the young man, grabbed him by the collar, and casually tossed him backward. With a thud, the young man was thrown out like trash, landing heavily in the garden's flower bed, lying there in a sorry state, unable to get up for a while. Wang Yu walked forward expressionlessly, closed the door with a bang, and his cold voice came from inside the room. This time, it's just a warning. If you come in again, the first time I'll break your hand, the second time your leg, and if you dare make noise outside, I'll smash your mouth. Outside, silence fell, broken only by the low groans of a young man curled up on the ground, his body trembling slightly, clearly terrified by what had just happened. How audacious of you! A stranger's voice sounded from outside the door, barely suppressing his anger. Do you know who you just hit? Even if you're a guest of the family head, this can't be overlooked. Wang Yu had already returned to his seat on the bed, a cold smile playing on his lips. If you're unhappy, feel free to come in and try your luck. As someone capable of defeating mid-stage chi refinement opponents and escaping from Sect disciples, such threats left him unfazed. Fine, fine, fine. The man's voice outside was filled with fury. Then I'll be the first to teach you a lesson. Before the words had fully left his lips, the door was kicked open with force. A burly young man with a scarred face stormed in, brandishing a thick wooden club, exuding a murderous intent. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as he sprang from the bed. The scarred youth took a deep breath, his arm muscles suddenly bulging as he swung the club with a whooshing sound, aiming directly at Wang Yu's head. Seeing this familiar scene, Wang Yu's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't dodge. He raised his right hand, firmly grasping the end of the club. Ah! The scarred youth was shocked. He knew the strength behind his swing and immediately shouted, veins bulging on his arms, trying to fling Wang Yu away. But Wang Yu remained unmoved, letting out a cold snort, his fingers clenching tightly as he simultaneously kicked out like lightning. Bang! The front of the club shattered, and the scarred youth took a heavy blow to the abdomen, sent flying 7 or 8 meters out the door. Although he quickly flipped back onto his feet, his face was ashen. Third cousin Yu. The brocade-robed boy's voice trembled with fear, but before he could finish, the scarred youth had already turned and fled, disappearing outside the courtyard gate. Seeing this, the boy also forgot his pain, scrambling away in panic. The maid in the green dress stood outside, dumbfounded by the scene. glancing at the now-closed door, speechless. A meal's time later, Long entered the room. She got straight to the point. The first to come today was my useless brother, coaxed by others. The one who attacked later was my cousin, trained in body refinement. They wanted to test your strength. I've arranged a match with them in 3 days. If you can defeat their chosen representative, you can marry into the family. Great, couldn't be better, Wong Yu replied casually. I've always believed that whoever has the stronger fist makes the better argument. Aren't you curious about who your opponent is? Linglong's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Who is it? As my fiancé, I'm sure you'll tell me, Wang Yu said with a smile. A trace of anger appeared on Linglong's beautiful face. It's Yu Xiaoming from the Yu family, 26 years old, already at the 6th level of qi refinement. They've made me promise that if Yu Xiaoming defeats you, he will replace you, marry me, and join our family. How can you agree to such terms? Aren't you the head of the family? Wang Yu frowned upon hearing this, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Linglong sighed softly, her slender fingers gently brushing through her hair, a hint of helplessness appearing on her delicate face for the first time. I didn't expect them to contact the Yu family privately. I've dealt with those two severely, but Yu Xiaoming's cultivation is indeed above mine. If we don't agree to these terms, they might really drag out the matter of you marrying into the family indefinitely. Wang Yu's gaze was calm as he slowly asked, why does the Yu family want to get involved? Just to have Yu Xiaoming marry into the family too. The Yu family is different from ours. Linglong's eyes showed a trace of caution, her tone firm. The Yu family's ancestor is a true foundation establishment cultivator and is less than 100 years old. Sending people to meddle in this matter is most likely an attempt to take over. Wang Yu frowned, looking a bit puzzled. It's not surprising that the Yu family has such ideas, but what about the people in the family? Don't they realize how beneficial it would be for the family if I join the sect after marrying in? That would only benefit the family as a whole, Linglong analyzed calmly. You becoming a son-in-law and then joining the sect might temporarily secure the family, but it also requires a lot of cultivation resources from the family. Those greedy individuals are unlikely to part with most of the family's resources for an outsider like you. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. Moreover, the reason so many have stepped forward is likely due to being bribed by the Yu family. It's ridiculous that instead of uniting to overcome difficulties, they're scrambling for short-term gains, ready to abandon the family for personal gain. She snorted softly, a sharpness between her eyebrows. Umph. No matter how scheming the Yu family's ancestor is, as long as the family remains part of the four-symbol sect, he won't dare act recklessly. Once this matter is resolved, I'll naturally clean house. The family won't harbor parasites, regardless of their seniority. Wang Yu listened, a slight smile tugging at his lips. So, as long as I defeat Yu Xiaoming, everything will be resolved. Yes, Linglong looked directly into Wang Yu's eyes, speaking earnestly. If you win the duel, I'll have an excuse to purge the family and truly take control. The family will do its utmost to support your cultivation in the sect. The higher your status, the more prosperous our family can become. She paused, adding, but for this duel, neither side is allowed to take lives, use pills or talismans, and only one magical tool is permitted. I know you've awakened your physical bloodline and even teamed up to kill Qian Kunzi, who was in the late qi condensation stage, so you're certainly not weak. But Yu Xiaoming's cultivation is far superior, and he may have backup from a foundation establishment ancestor. I don't know how confident you are. Wang Yu didn't answer directly but thoughtfully touched his smooth chin, chuckling. I haven't fought many battles, but I can tell you that I've killed opponents in the mid-qi condensation stage. Even now, if it came to a life-and-death fight with Qian Kunzi, I'd say there's a 60 to 70% chance he'd be the one to die. That's wonderful. You're indeed the husband I've chosen. Linglong's tense expression relaxed, and she smiled. I was thinking if you weren't confident or lost the duel, I'd just take the family's treasures and elope with you to start a new family elsewhere. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. His fiancée, Linglong, was indeed no ordinary woman. As Wang Yu gazed at the stunning beauty before him, a wave of emotion surged within him. He couldn't help but step forward and gently embrace her slender waist. Staring into her alabaster-like face, he spoke with a hint of teasing in his voice. This competition is indeed quite risky. If I win, I have just one request before joining the sect. We must become a real couple. Otherwise, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Linglong's cheeks flushed slightly. You're always thinking about such things. I really can't deal with you. She sighed softly. All right, if you win, I'll agree to it on our wedding night. But remember, only once. Your vital energy is still unstable, and overexertion could greatly affect your future cultivation. Seeing her shy demeanor, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy, and his fighting spirit soared. He couldn't wait for the day of the competition. As for any potential impact on his cultivation, he had long dismissed it. As the old saying on Blue Star goes, a waste of youth if not flirtatious. Dying under a peony is still romantic. This was a creed he had always followed. Yin Long reminded him to conserve his energy over the next 3 days, while she would gather information on Yu Xiaoyang's preferred weapons and spells to increase their chances of success. Wang Yu readily agreed. 3 days later, the atmosphere was tense at a martial arts arena about an acre in size. Dozens of men and women in various attire gathered on both sides of the field, and further back, a dozen or so guards stood straight, armed with swords. Behind them was a stone platform 5 or 6 meters high, with 6 or 7 chairs on it. Seated in the central chair was Yin Long. Today, she wore a simple outfit and light makeup, clad in a silver robe, her expression impassive as she gazed into the distance. On her wrist was a black bracelet, and a pale green sheathed short sword hung at her waist. Beside her lay a large black dog, about a meter long. Wang Yu stood beside Yin Long, observing the others on the platform. The chairs were occupied by several elderly individuals in luxurious attire, the oldest appearing 70 or 80, the youngest around 50 or 60. Most of these elders showed signs of declining vitality, their faces lined with wrinkles, and only 3 or 4 emitted any magical aura. Behind each elder stood 1 or 2 younger members, all warily watching Wang Yu, including the scarred young man who had barged into the room that day. His face was still pale, evidence of the injury from the kick a few days ago. Wang Yu flashed a meaningful smile at the scarred young man, who glared back fiercely. The time is almost here. Where is Yu Xiaoming? Yin Long, who had been as still as a statue, suddenly spoke. Patriarch, Master Yu went to receive someone. He should be back soon. An elderly man, his eyes nearly obscured by wrinkles, replied with a cough. Receiving someone? Why was I not informed of this? Yin Long's face darkened, sensing something amiss. The black dog beside her immediately raised its head, its blood-red eyes ominously fixed on the speaking elder. The elder calmly explained. Master Yu wanted to show his respect and invited the Yu family patriarch to attend. After all, if he wins and marries into the Yin family, it wouldn't be proper without the patriarch's approval. The Yu family patriarch? That's Yu Xiaoming's father. Yin Long's eyes flashed with cold light. Very well, you invite the heads of other families without informing me. The family head? You misunderstand, Ling Long. Another elder in a black robe quickly interjected. We did this to alleviate Master Yu's concerns. He is deeply devoted to you, which we all understand. So we agreed. But if this young Master Wang wins, we have no objections to him marrying in. Yin Long was about to respond when a clear cry from above interrupted her. A black dot appeared on the horizon, rapidly descending. In moments, a massive gray bird landed on the martial arts field, bringing with it a gust of wind. 3 people disembarked from the bird's back. Seeing this, Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The 3 of them ignored the Yin family members around them and boldly made their way to the stone platform. Their presence was commanding, as if they viewed the Yin family as insignificant. Spirit birds? Could they be from the 4 symbols sect? Someone on the platform exclaimed in a mix of unease and awe. The elders seated on the chairs exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, clearly taken aback by these unexpected visitors. Let's go. We have distinguished guests. We should meet them, Yin Long said decisively after a moment of contemplation, despite her skeptical expression. She rose and, accompanied by Wang Yu, moved forward to greet them. The other elders exchanged knowing looks and followed silently. Among the 3 visitors, the first 2 were conversing quietly, while the third followed with a serene smile, exuding an air of calm confidence. As Yin Long descended the stone platform, she immediately recognized the 2 leading figures. She nodded towards the middle-aged man in the dark robe on the right, and then offered a slight bow to the fair-skinned man in his 30s on the left, asking, Master Yu, who might this fellow Taoist be? The fair-skinned man's eyes flickered with surprise as they briefly rested on Yin Long's striking beauty. He returned the gesture with a courteous bow. I am Sure Hai, the current outer sect deacon of the 4 symbols sect. I apologize for arriving unannounced, and hope Master Yin won't take offense. So you are indeed a high-ranking sect official. I apologize for the Yin family's lack of hospitality. Please, have a seat, Yin Long said, her heart sinking despite having anticipated this. She stepped aside, allowing the Yin family members behind her to bow respectfully. As Wang Yu bowed, his gaze unintentionally fell upon the last of the visitors. The young man, about 25 or 26, wore a blue robe and had an unremarkable appearance with a calm demeanor that conveyed a sense of steadfastness and resolve. This must be Yu Xiaoming, Wang Yu thought to himself. Sensing Wang Yu's gaze, the young man looked over. Their eyes met, and Yu Xiaoming suddenly smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Wang Yu's pupils contracted slightly. There was something about this man that felt extremely dangerous, like a dormant viper. By now, the members of the Yin family had surrounded Sure Hai as he ascended the stone platform. I happened to be passing by, Sure Hai explained with a smile after taking the seat Yin Long had vacated, because Master Yu used the family token to recommend Yu Xiaoming for the sect's entrance test. When I arrived at the Yu family, Master Yu mentioned that Yu Xiaoming intended to marry into the Yin family, and was going to compete with another for the marriage. Haha, I have few hobbies, but I do enjoy a good spectacle, and practical skills are part of the entrance test, so I asked you to bring me along. Who in the Yin family is set to duel with you, Xiaoming? Wong Yu, at your service, Deacon Sure. Wong Yu stepped forward from behind Yin Linglong, bowing with a calm demeanor. Sure Hai glanced at Wong Yu and asked casually, your surname is Wong, so you're not part of the Yin family? Why are you representing them to duel you, Xiaoming? I am Linglong's fiancé. Since fellow Taoist Yu seeks to win her affection, I have no choice but to fight. Wong Yu replied steadily, each word firm and resolute. Oh, but I heard it was you, Xiaoming, who intended to marry into the Yin family. And you were the one who won her over. Sure Hai laughed heartily, his tone teasing. Upon hearing this, Yin Linglong raised an eyebrow and stared directly at Sure Hai, her voice icy. Deacon Sure, when did I become you, Xiaoming's intended? Miss Linglong, ever since I met you 5 years ago, I've been enamored with you, deeply admiring you. To say you are my intended is no exaggeration, Yu Xiaoming explained from across the platform, his tone carrying a self-assured confidence. Master Yu stood by, smiling silently, his eyes gleaming with calculation. You, Yin Linglong's expression darkened with anger, her hand clenching slightly as she prepared to retort, but Sure Hai interrupted with a wave of his hand. Sure Yuanhai's gaze was sharp as he stared directly at Yin Linglong, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Master Yin, no matter what relations or agreements you had before, my purpose here is solely to witness this competition. So, I must ask you directly, is it true that whoever wins this competition will become your husband and join the Yin family? Wang Yu's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, casting a deep, cautious look at Shi Yuanhai. Yin Linglong's face turned slightly pale, as if she sensed some impending danger. Yet, she bit her lip and maintained her composure, saying, yes, whoever wins the competition will be my chosen husband. Good, good. Shi Yuanhai clapped his hands in satisfaction, a broad smile spreading across his face. As an outer sect steward of the Four Symbols Sect, I will witness this competition on their behalf. Whoever wins will surely leave a memorable story in the Tongzhou cultivation world. Can the competition begin? I'm eager to see it. The members of the Yin family exchanged whispers among themselves, while Yin Linglong and Master Yu shared a glance, neither of them objecting. Subsequently, Wong Yu and Yu Xiaoming stepped down from the stone platform and moved to the center of the martial arts arena. Wong Yu held a bluish-green long knife in his hand, a weapon Yin Linglong had specially retrieved from the Yin family treasury 2 days earlier. According to her, the Qingfeng knife was made from rare materials, lightweight and sturdy, but lacked any inscribed patterns, thus not classifying it as a magical weapon. In contrast, Yu Xiaoming stood empty-handed, appearing unconcerned about the upcoming duel. Wang Yu quickly recalled the information Yin Linglong had gathered about his opponent, a thoughtful look in his eyes. A male member of the Yin family floated above the arena, loudly announcing the rules. Neither side may use talismans or pills, nor leave the arena area. Only one magical weapon is allowed, but regular weapons are unlimited. The match ends when one side concedes or loses the ability to resist. With the announcement concluded, the competition officially began. Wang Yu was about to position his long knife for an attack when the young man's words interrupted him. Taoist Wang, I heard you're exceptionally strong and have awakened your physical bloodline. Is that true? Yu Xiaoming asked with a hint of curiosity. Yes, it is. Why do you ask? Wang Yu replied calmly, unsurprised. To convince the Yin family, Yin Linglong would have certainly shared his bloodline awakening with them, so it was no surprise the opponent knew. Yu Xiaoming smiled slightly. As it happens, I too have awakened a physical bloodline. So, how about this? To showcase our bloodline powers, why don't you attack while I defend? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying you'll only defend and not counterattack? Exactly, Yu Xiaoming explained confidently. I humbly believe my bloodline power excels in defense, and no one in the same realm in Tongzhou can break through my defense. Of course, given our limited cultivation, we should set a time limit. Let's say, if you can break my defense and seriously injure me within 1 incense stick's time, I lose. Otherwise, I win. Wang Yu stared at the young man opposite him for a moment, then suddenly smirked. Interesting, I have great confidence in my strength as well. Very well, it's settled. The surrounding Yin family members and those on the stone platform were left speechless by their conversation, stunned into silence. Interesting, interesting. Who would have thought that both individuals possess innate physical talents, one excelling in defense and the other in attack? Now, we'll see who will emerge victorious in this clash of contradictions. On the stone platform, Sure Hai's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight. Xiaoming, on the other hand, felt a bit helpless. He knew his bloodline was best at defense, almost impenetrable once his talent was activated. Wang Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to harm him within the span of burning incense. Beside him, the head of the Yu family smirked confidently and said, that's not necessarily true. I don't know about other things, but I know Wang Yu has at least defeated someone at the late stage of qi refinement like me. On the other side, Yin Linglong's eyes flashed coldly as she calmly said, what? defeated someone at the late stage of chi refinement. This statement surprised the Yu family head, causing a slight change in his expression. Defeating someone beyond one's level? Hai was also taken aback, his gaze involuntarily shifting towards Wong Yu in the martial arts arena, a thoughtful expression on his face. The elders of the Yin family who overheard the conversation had mixed reactions. Some remained expressionless while others frowned, each with different expressions. In the martial arts arena, a lit incense stick was already placed on the ground. Wang Yu held a long blade, staring coldly at the opponent. Yu Xiaoming smiled slightly, flicked his sleeve, and a golden bowl appeared in his hand, which he then tossed into the air while forming a hand seal with both hands. With a whoosh, the bowl trembled slightly and released a yellow whirlwind that instantly enveloped the young man, sweeping in all directions, forming a formidable yellow python-like force. Simultaneously, an inhuman roar erupted from the whirlwind, followed by a loud boom as the ground shook violently. Wang Yu's eyes flickered as he saw the arena tiles shatter beneath the whirlwind, countless fragments bouncing up to become part of the storm, sharp stones flying within the wind, producing eerie wailing sounds and creating an impressive scene. At the center of the whirlwind, a vaguely visible giant figure stood firm, like Mount Tai. Wang Yu looked at the green long blade in his hand, then at the terrifying whirlwind not far away, murmuring to himself. The next moment, he suddenly tossed the blade to the ground and strode towards the whirlwind. After taking more than 10 steps, he flipped his hand, producing a silver folding fan from thin air, and with a swift motion, fanned towards the whirlwind. Two white gusts of wind swept from the fan, merging into one and crashing into the whirlwind, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The intertwining forces of the winds immediately slowed the whirlwind's momentum, greatly reducing its power. At this moment, Wang Yu took a deep breath, his body suddenly expanding, his upper garments tearing apart, and with arms raised above his head, he stomped a foot, causing the ground to crack. Like a cannonball, he shot into the whirlwind. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, his body heated up, feeling countless stone fragments hitting him, but they were all deflected by the membrane covering his skin. Braving the fierce wind, his figure wavered a few times before his eyes brightened, finally breaking through the whirlwind. At this moment, Wang Yu realized that the so-called hurricane was merely a circular wind formation. Behind him, the wind still howled fiercely, but the center was eerily calm. What surprised him even more was that Yu Xiaoming had transformed into a giant creature over 10 feet tall. Yu Xiaoming's entire body, from head to limbs, was covered in a thick layer of pale red stone armor. Although the stones were rough on the surface, the outline of armor was faintly visible. Menacing stone horns extended from his shoulders and the sides of his helmet, giving the once gentle young man an imposing and formidable appearance. Yu Xiaoming chuckled with a hint of arrogance in his eyes, crossing his arms and saying, I didn't expect you to easily break my windstone barrier. But that's all right, the stone armor technique awakened by my bloodline is my real trump card. Just a friendly warning, this isn't ordinary stone. Even if I stand still, you won't leave a mark on it. Wang Yu responded calmly, is that so? Then I have to try to find out. Yet inside, he felt a wave of envy and jealousy. This stone armor technique was clearly a gift of his iron crocodile bloodline, and it was so impressive. As a fellow bloodline awakener, his opponent had awakened such a divine ability, while he was left with the rather lackluster alchemy technique. Taking a deep look at the pale red stone armor, Wang Yu swiftly drew a slender silver sword from his waist. His figure flickered as the sword light swept toward Yu Xiaoming like a torrential downpour. Amidst the clashing sounds, the slender sword struck the stone armor as if hitting steel, leaving only white marks without even chipping a piece of stone. Yu Xiaoming remained motionless, arms crossed, with a mocking smile on his lips. On the stone platform, the crowd watched as Wang Yu dashed into the yellow hurricane. The martial arts field was still filled with wild winds, but the scene inside was unclear, causing them to murmur among themselves. Yin Linglong frowned slightly, while only the Yu family head and Hai remained composed. Yu family head, Hai said with a faint smile. I remember your family's small universe mirror can project scenes from within. You brought it, didn't you? Of course, the Yu family head nodded. I know Xiaoming's skills the best, so I prepared this mirror. With that, he took out a silver mirror from his sleeve and activated it with a spell. Two pale white beams shot from the mirror, landing above the hurricane and the martial arts field, forming a vague but discernible image. In the scene, Wang Yu suddenly leaped into the air, flicked his wrist, and his slender sword enveloped in silver lights aimed for Yu Xiaoming's unarmored face. But Yu Xiaoming was prepared, raising a hand to deflect all the sword lights onto the stone armor. Wang Yu landed with an expressionless face, looking down at the chipped sword in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts. Haha, is that all you've got? How boring. Yu Xiaoming lowered his hand and laughed arrogantly from above. Boring, is it? Let's see if you still think so in a moment. Wang Yu retorted coldly, discarding the slender sword and rolling his neck and shoulders. He took a deep breath, inhaling the air around him into his body. Instantly, his body swelled, and the muscles on his back shifted to reveal a lifelike tiger head. The crowd of chi cultivators on the stone platform watched the battle intently. Master Yu and Sure Hai both let out exclamations. Master Yu's face showed concern, with a hint of unease in his eyes, while Sure Hai's expression was filled with shock and surprise. Yin Linglong remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, her hands gripping the corners of her sleeves, revealing her inner turmoil. Wong Yu moved suddenly, like a fierce tiger lunging at its prey, and in an instant, he was in front of Yu Xiaoming. As he swung his hand, his fingers clawed at Yu Xiaoming's pale red stone armor like talons, leaving deep, knife-like gouges. The sound of cracking echoed, and 5 deep claw marks appeared, shattering the once sturdy armor. A trace of panic flickered in Yu Xiaoming's eyes, but before he could react, Wang Yu was already circling him rapidly, growling like a tiger and launching a ferocious attack. His arms moved swiftly, creating terrifying arcs of claw shadows in the air. Each attack struck off large pieces of the pale red stone, and within moments, Yu Xiaoming's stone armor became increasingly fragile. Yu Xiaoming snorted, a strange green light flashing in his eyes. He stomped his foot, and countless shattered stones rose from the ground, quickly merging into his armor, transforming into pale red stones and repairing the damage. As the armor restored to its original state, Yu Xiaoming smirked, ready to taunt. However, Wang Yu silently mouthed "Activate Overdrive" in his mind, his eyes gleaming as his senses heightened, making the world seem to speed up before him. He took a deep breath, and his nearly 2-meter-tall frame swelled, growing more robust, with bulging veins and muscles that seemed ready to burst. Wang Yu charged forward, his momentum like a tiger descending a mountain. His arms blurred at his sides, then vanished. 2 piercing shrieks sounded, and Yu Xiaoming felt massive forces slam into his shoulders, nearly lifting him off his feet. His stone armor became as fragile as paper, shattering instantly, sending fragments flying. Impossible, Yu Xiaoming cried out, disbelief etched on his face, which quickly turned to madness. He formed a seal with his hands, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned a bizarre shade of green, with earthy scales appearing on his cheeks. A fierce wind followed, and scattered stones surged back, forming a new layer of heavy stone armor. This time, the armor turned blood red, covered with large, coarse stone spikes. The previously swirling yellow whirlwind compressed violently, converging towards Yu Xiaoming. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Yu launched another assault. Amidst continuous shrieks, Yu Xiaoming felt immense forces strike from all directions, and his stone armor burst into powder under the intense pressure. Yu Xiaoming felt a powerful gust, followed by intense pain in his abdomen as he was hurled several meters backward, crashing hard against the edge of the stone platform. On the platform, Master Yu's face turned ashen, his gaze deep. Sure Hai's brow furrowed, unable to hide his worry. Yin Linglong smiled slightly, though her smile carried an elusive meaning. The elders of the Yin family displayed varied expressions, some alarmed, others lost in deep thought. Around the martial arts arena, the expressions of the Yin family members varied widely. Some were excited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, while others appeared anxious, as if awaiting a decisive outcome. At that moment, the yellow whirlwind in the arena suddenly dissipated, revealing the lone figure still standing. Wang Yu, holding the unconscious young man with one hand, exhaled deeply, releasing a misty breath from his mouth and nose. His body rapidly shrank back to its normal size. He shifted his gaze to the stone platform, and, carrying his unconscious opponent, strode towards it. Along the way, members of the Yin family stepped aside, their complex expressions following this unexpected victor. Wang Yu leaped onto the stone platform and tossed Yu Xiaoming in front of the man in the black robe as if discarding trash. The head of the Yu family had a face like thunder, his mind quickly scanning his son's body. After confirming no serious harm, he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I never expected that someone at the early stage of chi refining could master the ancient breathing techniques and achieve the martial image body. My son has lost without shame." He turned to the others present. "Steward Sure, Master Yin, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Before he finished speaking, the man in the black robe had already picked up his son, summoned back the silver mirror from the air, and, with a gust of wind around him, soared into the sky, clearly eager to leave the Yin family as quickly as possible. Sure Hai watched the scene unfold, lost in thought. Steward Sure, Yin Linglong, suppressing her excitement, spoke politely. "It seems my husband is Wang Yu. Would you be willing to stay a few more days at the Yin family and attend our wedding? After all, you were a witness to this competition, and I intend to use the family token to apply for an entrance test for my husband after our marriage." With Taoist Wang's performance just now, even if his spiritual roots are slightly lacking, the sect will not turn him away. Sure Hai smiled, having apparently figured something out. As an outer sect steward, I cannot pass up such talent, and I should stay to personally test him. I will remain at the Yin family for a while. The expressions of the Yin family's elders and several other elders changed drastically at these words, with some even collapsing on the stone platform in fear. Yin Linglong ignored this, instead issuing orders with a radiant demeanor to her clansmen below. Someone, take the elders back to their rooms. Also, prepare to open the ancestral hall. Tomorrow, I will take Wang Lang to pay respects to our ancestors and formally join the Yin family. The next morning, accompanied by two elders, Yin Linglong led Wong Yu into a tall pavilion, where they offered incense and paid respects to hundreds of ancestral tablets. 7 days later, the entire Yin family was adorned with red decorations and lanterns. Under the watchful eyes of Shi Hai and the Yin family members, Wong Yu and Yin Linglong, veiled in a red headscarf, completed the wedding ceremony and were then sent to their bridal chamber. Ouch, why did you bite me? Wang Yu exclaimed as he removed the bride's red veil and moved in for an embrace, only to have Yin Linglong grab his arm and bite him hard. With Wang Yu's current physical strength, the bite left only a shallow mark, with not even a white imprint. Listen carefully. Yin Linglong's face, as smooth as jade, took on a solemn air as she spoke each word clearly. I, Yin Linglong, swear that since I have married you, I will stay with you for life. This pure body is for my husband alone. But if you ever advance in cultivation and think of abandoning me, I will drag you to the underworld with me, even at the cost of my life, so we can be a ghost couple. There's no need for such fierce vows on our wedding night. Wang Yu responded with a wry smile, cradling his arm. What are you afraid of? Yin Linglong glanced at Wang Yu, covering her mouth with a charming smile, her eyebrows perfectly arched, exuding allure. As long as you do not think of divorcing or abandoning me, if you wish to take concubines to carry on your bloodline, I, as your main wife, will not stand in your way. Wang Yu, never having seen such an expression on the beauty before him, was momentarily entranced. You silly man, now you play it honest, Yin Linglong teased, her eyes filled with affection as her cheeks flushed with color, making her look incredibly alluring. I only promised you this one night. A massive gray bird soared through the endless mountain range, its broad wings like two sharp blades slicing through the silence of the sky. 3 people stood steadily on its back. At the front was a man in his 30s, his fair face glistening slightly in the sunlight. Behind him were 2 young men, one around 25 or 26, and the other just 18 or 19. These 2 were Shi Hai, Wang Yu, and Yu Xiaoming. Shi Hai gazed ahead and slowly began to speak. Our Xixiang sect is renowned for our beast-controlling techniques. As he finished, he glanced at the 2 young men behind him. Within the sect, we have 4 main branches: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. Each branch is watched over by a golden core elder, and the sect leader position rotates among these elders. Disciples are divided into outer, inner, and true disciples. Outer disciples can join the sect by passing a test. If they can cultivate to the late stage of qi refining and are under 30, they still have the potential to break through to foundation establishment and can be promoted to inner disciples. Shi Hai paused, his eyes showing a hint of complexity. Inner disciples who succeed in establishing their foundation can become elders of one of the branches. Shi Hai then shifted the conversation. As for true disciples, each branch has at most 3, all personally selected by the branch elders as golden core seeds. This is the cultivation system of the Xixiang sect. He paused again before continuing. Every year, disciples receive a certain amount of cultivation resources. The difference in resources between outer and inner disciples is significant. The spiritual energy concentration in the inner disciples' training areas is several times that of the outer disciples. True disciples enjoy even richer resources, with specialized spirit gathering formations set up for their training, far surpassing ordinary cultivation environments. Hearing this, Shi Hai couldn't help but express a trace of envy in his voice. If you can enter the inner sect, you will feel the difference. Wang Yu frowned, clearly intrigued by this new information. Does that mean when we join the sect, we'll have to start as outer disciples? Shi Hai nodded, but didn't immediately respond. Beside him, Yu Xiaoming looked weak, his face still pale, with a lingering hint of exhaustion in his eyes. Your situation is somewhat special, Shi Hai sighed. Though your spiritual roots are ordinary, both of you have awakened physical bloodlines. He spoke lightly, but Wang Yu's eyes sharpened. I've heard the sect holds bloodline awakeners in high regard. Is that true? Heh. Shi Hai's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement in his words. Whether it's useful or not, you'll understand once you join the sect. What I can tell you is that many inner disciples in the 4 branches have awakened bloodlines. And Shi Hai's gaze deepened. Your bloodlines might indeed bring you unique opportunities. Hearing this, Wang Yu was filled with questions. He stared at Shi Hai, his tone somewhat urgent. So you're saying the advantage of having a bloodline is significant? Does it relate to beast control? Shi Hai chuckled, shaking his head. You'll find out how it works once you're in the sect. I can only say that bloodline awakeners do have a notable advantage in beast control. Yu Xiaoming spoke softly from the side, his voice carrying a bit of gravity. Steward Shi, Based on your experience, do we have much chance of being directly noticed by the four branches? Hai pondered briefly, his tone calm. In my view, your talent in combat arts gives you some edge, but your spiritual root aptitude is average, barely meeting the basic requirements for entry into the sect. Your ages are also a bit advanced. He paused, giving them a deep look. I can only advise you not to have overly high expectations to avoid disappointment later. Hai's words hit Wong Yu and Yu Xiaoming hard, and they exchanged a glance, a flicker of defiance passing through their eyes. Both of them believed they could battle opponents above their level, yet now it seemed unlikely they could even become inner disciples. This realization filled their hearts with a sense of frustration. All right, we're approaching the entrance of our Four Elephants sect. Hold on tight, Deacon Sure warned in a low voice, lightly tapping the back of the giant bird with one foot. The gray giant bird let out a cry, and then swooped down towards what appeared to be an ordinary small mountain. With a soft pop, Wang Yu felt a slight resistance as if passing through an invisible barrier. The scene before him changed abruptly, revealing lush forests stretching far and wide, with 8 towering peaks in the distance. More striking were 3 peaks that appeared broken midway, with the remaining parts charred black, as if they had been ravaged by thunder and fire. Could this be the legendary aftermath of a battle between Golden Core ancestors? Wang Yu pondered silently when Yu Xiaoming suddenly exclaimed, "Such pure spiritual energy. It truly is a second-tier spiritual vein." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu took a deep breath and immediately sensed the rich aroma of vegetation enveloping him. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several times that of the Yin family, causing the magical power within him to stir. The entire Four Elephants sect is comprised of 3 large second-tier spiritual veins, and this is just the beginning, Hai explained with a light laugh. Once you enter the inner training area of the sect, you'll understand what a true cultivation sanctuary is and why everyone aspires to become a disciple. Hai directed the giant bird towards the nearest peak. Before they got close, a dozen or so black, shiny birds with sharp claws emerged from the forest below. They circled a few times before cawing and returning to the woods. Don't worry, those are our fellow disciples on duty verifying identities. Without a sect token, you'd be stopped and alerted immediately. Hai reassured them, guiding the giant bird to land on a platform amidst a cluster of buildings on the mountainside. As they landed, another cry was heard. A large white crane descended from the sky, carrying 2 people, an elderly man with a ruddy complexion and a young girl. Hai greets Elder Lu. Hai quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully upon seeing the red-faced elder. So it's nephew bringing in new recruits. The elder, dressed in a yellow hemp robe with a bulbous nose, casually waved his hand, casting a glance at Wang Yu and the others. He was a Foundation Establishment Elder of the Four Elephants sect. Reporting to Elder Lu, I have encountered a new disciple with awakened physical bloodline, and I'm preparing to notify the 4 branches for selection. Awakened physical bloodline? Indeed, the old folks should have a look to avoid missing a good talent, Elder Lu remarked, turning to the young girl in the red dress beside him with a kind smile. I also need to bring someone into the Vermilion Bird Mountain, so let's go through the process together. At that moment, Wang Yu got a clear look at the girl's face, and his spine tingled with fear, his heart racing. This mischievous little face was unmistakably a younger version of the notorious Blood Maiden Chiner from the 4 evildoers of Lanshan. Why are you looking at me like that? Have we met before? The little girl in the red dress noticed Wang Yu's unusual gaze and blinked her dark eyes, asking innocently. Her voice was clear and sweet, like a refreshing mountain spring. Do you know my granddaughter, Xiaofeng? Elder Lu asked in surprise, turning his gaze to Wang Yu with a slightly furrowed brow. Wang Yu quickly composed himself, shaking his head repeatedly. Forgive me, Elder. I just found this young girl so adorable that I couldn't help but look. Haha, you have a good eye, young man. Elder Lu laughed heartily, a hint of approval in his eyes. You think Xiaofeng is well-behaved and cute, don't you? She is my own granddaughter. His tone was full of pride, and his gaze towards Wang Yu softened. Is the Blood Empress a descendant of the elders of the Four Symbols sect? That can't be right. Or is it just a coincidence in appearance? Wang Yu was shocked, and his previous assumptions began to waver. At that moment, Hai was already accompanying Elder Lu towards a nearby pavilion, with Wang Yu and Yu Xiaoming following closely behind. The girl named Xiaofeng skipped alongside the elder, her every movement radiating innocence. Inside the pavilion's first-floor hall, Elder Lu sat down on a row of chairs. After Hai sent out a transmission talisman, he stood respectfully by his side. By the way, nephew Elder Lu asked casually, how are their spiritual roots, and what bloodlines have they awakened? Hai promptly replied. Reporting to Elder Lu, one has 4 spiritual roots and has awakened the iron-devouring crocodile bloodline. The other has 3 spiritual roots and has awakened the stone-scale beast bloodline. Elder Lu frowned. Can someone with 4 spiritual roots meet the entrance requirements? When did the sect lower its standards? He looked at Hai suspiciously. Nephew you didn't take bribes to sneak people into the sect, did you? Elder Lu, please don't wrong me. Hai waved his hands hurriedly, explaining. Although Brother Wong has 4 spiritual roots, he has a high-grade wind root and fire root. What? A high-grade fire root? The elder, initially indifferent, showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Wong Yu again. Is it him? Wong Yu stepped forward respectfully. Elder, I do indeed have a high-grade fire root. Elder Lu sighed with regret in his voice. What a pity, such a pity. A high-grade fire root would be a perfect match for our Vermilion Bird Mountains techniques. Even with 3 spiritual roots, I would have immediately admitted you to the inner sect. But with 4 spiritual roots, the cultivation speed is just too slow, a bit of a waste. Hearing this, Wong Yu could only stand awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Hai added, that's true, but besides having a high-grade fire root, Brother Wong has also mastered the Qi practitioner's breathing technique and can even fight across ranks. The Qi practitioner's breathing technique? Elder Lu shook his head dismissively. It's difficult to master and requires a lot of time to cultivate. Even if it allows you to overpower others at lower levels, it doesn't increase our mana or extend our lifespan at higher levels, so what's the use? Hai chuckled. That's not entirely correct. If one masters the breathing technique to the 2nd tier, even we Foundation Establishment cultivators would have to be cautious. At least, we wouldn't want to encounter a 2nd-tier guardian warrior in a fight. At that moment, a loud voice echoed, accompanied by steady footsteps. An elderly man in a gray robe, thin and gaunt, strode in. Despite his frail appearance, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. Yes, indeed. A melodious female voice followed. If Iron Madman heard you, he'd come right over for a duel. His breathing technique has reached the mid-second stage. In a life-and-death fight, even 2 of you wouldn't be his match. With this voice, 2 figures entered one after the other. Leading was a beautiful woman in a colorful feathered robe, and following her was a burly man in black armor, carrying a heavy black shield and remaining silent. Nonsense. Elder Lu exploded in anger, his drink-reddened nose turning an even deeper shade of red. That Iron Madman may be tough-skinned, but I could burn him to ashes with a single fire. At this moment, another man in a bright red robe strolled in. He appeared to be around 40, most notable for his peculiar half-black, half-red hair. Brother Lu, he spoke calmly. Iron is our 4 symbols Sect's only 2nd-stage warrior. Best not to provoke him. Besides, I have important matters to attend to. Please quickly verify the disciple's aptitude. Brother Gu. Elder Lu was startled to see the red-haired man, and quickly stood to greet him. The other 3 also paid their respects, evidently holding Brother Gu in high esteem. Brother Gu took the central seat and said indifferently, I'm here on the Patriarch's orders. I've heard there's a new disciple with a superior fire root and a wind root. I'm here to confirm, and, if true, take them to see the Patriarch. This statement shocked everyone into silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Elder Lu's expression shifted several times, cautiously probing. Brother Gu, why does the Patriarch have this intent? The Patriarch's will is not for me to question. Brother Gu turned to Wong Yu. Are you the one with both wind and fire roots, the fire root being superior? Wong Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Being summoned by the Golden Core Patriarch, was it a blessing or a curse? All eyes were on him, as if trying to see through him. Yu Xiaoming was already dumbfounded with envy and jealousy. Being noticed by the Golden Core Patriarch was a rare opportunity. The little girl behind Elder Lu also widened her clear eyes, staring intently at Wong Yu. Stay still. I have a 2nd-stage spirit test talisman here. Brother Gu said, producing a silver talisman from his sleeve, which transformed into a silver light and landed on Wong Yu. With a bang, the talisman ignited, forming a half-human-sized silver disc that slowly rotated, sending multicolored threads of light through Wong Yu. He felt his mana leaking uncontrollably, causing him to shudder. 4 differently colored flames appeared on the disc, a fist-sized red one, with gold, blue, and green ones as tiny as beans, flickering weakly. Brother Gu pondered for a moment, then gestured at the disc. Instantly, dense red spiritual runes emerged on its surface, and the red flames suddenly surged, its color shifting to a blend of red and purple. Half-extreme spirit flame. Elder Lu, who had been doubtful, exclaimed in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. The other Foundation Establishment cultivators were taken aback upon hearing this, a flicker of varied emotions crossing their eyes as they turned their gaze toward Wong Yu. Before they could speak, Senior Brother Gu shook his head and said calmly, this isn't a true half-extreme spirit flame. It's merely the manifestation of potential triggered by a 2nd-tier spirit talisman, forcibly enhancing the spirit root's potential. Wong Yu's spirit root remains a superior grade 1 and hasn't reached the level of a half-step supreme grade. I see, just a display of potential. I almost misunderstood, nearly missing out on a disciple with a half-step supreme spirit root. The gaunt elder sighed in relief, clicking his tongue in wonder. High potential, indeed, but the gap between superior and half-step supreme spirit roots is vast. The man in black armor suddenly spoke, his voice as sharp and grating as metal scraping. Yet, this also indicates that the quality of this kid's spirit root is exceedingly high, nearing half-step supreme. Otherwise, such potential wouldn't show. If he hadn't already been singled out by the patriarch, I'd be inclined to offer him a place as an inner disciple to see how his future unfolds. The woman in colorful attire smiled slightly, scrutinizing Wong Yu with a thoughtful tone. Sister Yun, where would Qinglong Mountain have such powerful fire attribute techniques? Don't cause trouble. Besides, the status of an inner disciple is incredibly valuable and shouldn't be given lightly to someone with slow cultivation speed and little hope of advancing to foundation establishment. Slow cultivation can be compensated with spirit herbs, but a superior grade spirit root is rare, especially one with such immense potential. The woman in colorful attire retorted with a light laugh. As for techniques, Qinglong Mountain may not have the Lihua art, but the dragon flame technique is not much inferior. What for spirit roots? How much resources would it take to have even a slight chance of reaching foundation establishment? The gaunt elder shook his head repeatedly, full of disbelief. Elder Lu and the man in black armor remained silent, their attitudes toward granting Wong Yu inner disciple status ambiguous and noncommittal. Wong Yu felt a mix of emotions swirling inside him, his mana ceasing to flow into the disk's illusory light. Listening to the conversation of these foundation establishment cultivators, he felt both joy and disappointment. Joy because his fire spirit root seemed more exceptional than expected. Disappointment because, even so, becoming an inner disciple remained challenging, with the number of spirit roots proving more crucial than he initially imagined. Since this kid possesses both wind and fire spirit roots, along with a superior fire spirit root, he is undoubtedly the one the patriarch needs. It's beyond our purview to decide his fate. I must take him to see the patriarch. Senior Brother Gu's words interrupted the debate. With a wave of his hand, the disk's illusion shattered and dissipated. Instantly, a red glow flew from his sleeve, enveloping Wong Yu, and the two vanished from sight, soaring into the distance. Senior Brother Gu's fire escape technique has become increasingly refined. Elder Lu's voice echoed faintly in the hall. Wong Yu felt enveloped in a crimson haze, his body seemingly lifted by some force, as if in a dream. After several breaths, the red light dissipated, revealing a striking scene. A crimson pavilion stood before him, surrounded by cracked black-red earth, as if he had stepped into a volcanic crater. The air was so scorching it was nearly suffocating. Wong Yu glanced around, his heart jolting with shock, almost scaring him out of his wits. It was indeed a massive volcanic crater. In the distance, the glowing red lava continued to flow slowly, but at the center of this scorching area, there appeared a peculiar patch of black and red land. Upon it stood a bizarrely designed pavilion, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. I almost forgot, you're only at the early stage of chi refining, the red-haired man said, noticing Wong Yu's sweaty and disheveled appearance. He quickly took out a blue jade token from his robe and handed it to him. Take this fire-avoiding token. Wong Yu hurriedly accepted it and expressed his gratitude. The token emitted a refreshing coolness, instantly dispelling much of the heat. Although he finally caught his breath, his face remained pale as he gazed at the nearby rolling lava. The first floor of the pavilion had its door wide open, and inside, it was empty. Yet, the red-haired man respectfully bowed towards the interior, saying, Disciple Gu Xingming pays respect to the patriarch. The hall remained silent. Gu Xingming, however, maintained his calm demeanor and waited patiently. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a thin male voice resonated from within the pavilion. Enter. Only then did Gu Xingming lead Wong Yu inside. Wong Yu's heart pounded fiercely. The Golden Core Patriarch was known as the highest realm in the world of cultivators, with a lifespan spanning several centuries, akin to a deity. The first floor of the pavilion was a vast hall, approximately an acre in size, with over a dozen large white jade pillars standing tall. The pillars, as well as the surrounding red walls and the floor, were densely engraved with palm-sized light blue spiritual patterns, almost covering the entire space. At the center of the hall stood a light blue statue of a man, with a scholarly expression, one hand behind his back and the other holding a red orb, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Greetings, Patriarch. I have brought the person you requested. Gu Xingming bowed to the statue. The spiritual roots have been tested, indeed wind and fire roots, with the fire root being of high grade. It was only then that Wong Yu realized the statue before him was the Patriarch Lihua. He quickly followed suit and bowed. Thank you. Nephew Gu, you may leave now. Disciple takes his leave. Gu Xingming vanished in a flash of red light. Child, come a bit closer. Lihua Patriarch's voice softened. Wong Yu nervously stepped forward, stopping about a meter away from the statue. Suddenly, the blue statue shimmered and transformed into a living being. The unexpected change startled Wong Yu, prompting him to bow again, but the refined man raised his hand to stop him. Although Nephew Gu has already tested your spiritual roots, I still need to confirm it personally. Child, relax your mind and do not resist. Before he finished speaking, the red orb in the man's hand shot out a fiery shadow, entering Wong Yu's body. Wong Yu immediately lost control over his body as an unusual energy coursed through him, eventually rushing to his head. At that moment, a series of mechanical prompts echoed in his mind. Beep, beep detected unknown dangerous spiritual energy invasion, scanning host's entire body. Host has lost bodily control. Life-threatening risk at 61.5. Assisting system initiating takeover of host body. Activating automatic protection mechanism. Temporarily stimulating dopamine secretion. Adjusting mental power limit to 175.9. Constructing mental defense wall. Mental shockwave charging. Beginning expulsion of unknown dangerous spiritual energy. 10, 9, 8. A blinding white light made it impossible to keep his eyes open. Wong Yu suddenly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a murky, pale yellow liquid and faint spots of white light surrounding him. What is this? Instinctively, he moved his arm, only to hit a hard, smooth barrier. When he opened his mouth, a flurry of bubbles escaped. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded faintly from outside. Within less than a minute, the yellow liquid began to drain rapidly, revealing a transparent glass dome. Standing outside were several men and women in white uniforms, their faces visible through the glass, all looking excited. Back on Blue Star, Wang Yu was startled as he realized what had happened. Before he could fully process it, a loud ringing filled his head, as if struck by something heavy. His mind went blank, and his vision went dark as consciousness slipped away. The glass dome slowly opened, and urgent cries could be heard from outside. A voice called out urgently, "Quick, quick, doctor, don't move number one yet. Give him an injection of the latest sedative. Prepare the concentrated nutrient solution." Immediately, the area around the Zero Sleep pod was bustling with hurried figures. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes again. This time, he saw a pristine bed surrounded by the cold atmosphere of a medical facility. White medical wires were densely attached to his body, and the equipment beside the bed emitted a steady humming sound. Wang Yu felt utterly weak, his limbs limp and nearly immobile. Just then, the door gently opened, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt walked in. Smiling, the man asked Wang Yu, "Great, Ding, you're finally awake. How are you feeling?" Wang Yu immediately recognized him. It was Dr. Chen. He tried to sit up, but before he could move, Dr. Chen gently pressed him back down, saying, "Ding, you've been in the sleep pod for over 20 days without eating or drinking, relying solely on nutrient solutions. Your body is very weak, so just lie down." Dr. Chen's words were gentle yet firm, filled with concern. Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. "I was only there for over 20 days? He could hardly believe his ears. "What? Did you spend a long time in the other world?" Dr. Chen, noticing his expression, quickly sensed something was off and asked. "Yes, I remember spending about 6 months in that world." Wang Yu hesitated before slowly replying. "That long? The time flow difference between the two worlds is much greater than we anticipated." Dr. Chen frowned slightly, clearly pondering the issue. At that moment, the door opened again, and two burly men in black suits entered. One of them seemed familiar with Dr. Chen and respectfully greeted him before saying, "Dr. Chen, General Su heard that number one is awake and wishes to see him alone." "Seating alone? He's still very weak." Dr. Chen was slightly taken aback and blurted out. The man in the suit responded respectfully, "We don't know the specific reason either. We're just following orders." Dr. Chen paused, sighed, and said, "All right, but wait a moment. Let the medical staff give number one another nutrient injection before you take him." He reluctantly made the request, then turned to signal the medical staff. At that moment, hearing himself referred to as number one, Wang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. "Sure, but please hurry, doctor." The two men in suits exchanged a glance, and the one who spoke nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing this, Dr. Chung got up to call someone from outside. "Hold on." Suddenly, a hand quietly extended and grabbed his sleeve. "Ding, what are you doing?" Dr. Chun was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. But Wang Yu remained still, his gaze fixed on the two men in suits, his voice low and certain. "They have a strong scent of blood on them, as if they've just killed someone. More than one person." "What? They've killed someone?" Dr. Chen's face changed drastically, and he quickly reacted, turning sharply to shout, "Guards!" Almost simultaneously, the two suited men sprang into action. One flicked his sleeve, and a small handgun fell into his hand. Without hesitation, he raised it and pulled the trigger at Dr. Chen. The other man drew a half-foot-long dagger and lunged at Wang Yu on the hospital bed. Bang zzzt. A silver-white arc of light suddenly burst forth from Dr. Chen, precisely deflecting the bullet and instantly engulfing the gunman's body. The man didn't have time to react before he was charred by the high-voltage current, collapsing to the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Meanwhile, the other man, wielding the knife, was about to reach the bed when he was suddenly ensnared by a dozen white medical wires from Wang Yu's body. Caught off guard, the dagger slipped from his hand, and he fell heavily to the floor, unable to move. Seconds later, hurried footsteps were heard outside. 7 or 8 fully armed guards rushed in, quickly taking control of the situation, subduing the struggling man. Damn it! Knock out his teeth. He's taken poison. Someone noticed something unusual and shouted a warning. But it was too late. Black blood trickled from the man's mouth, his pupils dilated, and he died silently. The guards exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. 15 minutes later, in another meeting room at the base, General Su, dressed in military uniform, had a severe expression, clutching a freshly printed report. After reading the last line, he slammed the document onto the floor with a crisp sound. Transfer number 1 to Area A, and temporarily elevate the security level to S. From now on, no one is to contact number 1 without special permission. General Su commanded, his tone steely. Yes, sir. Several officers in the room responded solemnly, the atmosphere tense. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Wong Yu still lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on a small segment of medical wire slowly writhing on his body. Dr. Chen stood by, also intently watching the wire, the two of them locked in a long silence. You mean, you've brought the abilities of your otherworldly body back to this world? Dr. Chen finally broke the silence, disbelief in his voice. Yes. Wong Yu replied hesitantly, manipulating the wires with his sensing power. This is an ability I gained when my bloodline awakened in the other world, called alchemy. It was very weak over there, but back in this world, it feels much stronger. Alchemy. Can this ability control all metals? Dr. Chen's eyes lit up, instantly shifting into researcher mode, pressing on with questions. Probably yes. Wong Yu furrowed his brow in thought. At least I can sense things containing gold, silver, copper, and iron. If that's the case. Dr. Chen stroked his chin, growing more focused. This ability bears some resemblance to a supermagnetic field being researched in the Western world. Supermagnetic field? Wang Yu was puzzled, unable to hide his surprise. Is it that kind of superpower from the movies? Exactly. Dr. Chen nodded, his tone becoming serious. In fact, research into superpowers has long been underway in both the East and the West. However, the major Western powers are far ahead of us in Huagua. They've not only proven the existence of certain abilities, but have also applied them in specific fields. The atmosphere thickened with his words. Wang Yu silently looked at the still slightly wriggling wire in his hand, realizing that what he was involved in might be more than just the connection between two worlds. What level has the research on superpowers reached in the Western world? Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned forward slightly. Dr. Chen looked around to ensure no one was listening and then lowered his voice. The West has systematically categorized superpowers into 13 major types and 5 tiers. And S-level superpower, being the highest, hasn't emerged yet, but there are several A-level superhumans. He paused for a moment. Among the superhumans we've cultivated, the highest level reached is B, and we only have 2. Dr. Chen's expression turned serious as he leaned closer to Wang Yu. This is top secret information. Just keep it to yourself and don't disclose it to anyone. Of course, I understand. Wang Yu nodded solemnly, though a hint of curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Doctor, earlier I noticed a glowing electric ball around you. Does that mean you have superpowers too? Dr. Chen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, I'm just a researcher. How could I have superpowers? He retrieved a small silver disc from his belt and handed it to Wang Yu. This is an ion field generator, a passive defense device. The base will issue you one as well. Ion field. Wang Yu took the disc with disbelief and examined it closely. It was exceptionally light, with a smooth mirror-like surface. The center had a raised crystal screen displaying a series of numbers, surrounded by tiny circular holes. This is just an experimental model. It consumes a lot of power and is unreliable. I carry it just in case, and it turned out to be useful today, Dr. Chen explained. As for our technological level, due to certain special reasons, we've actually made many groundbreaking advancements over the years, but ordinary people are unaware. He gazed at Wang Yu meaningfully. All right, if you have more questions, I'll answer what I can. But starting tomorrow, we'll be the ones asking you. Wang Yu caught the implication and, after a moment of thought, asked, I want to know, besides me, who else has successfully returned from this exploration of the other world? No one. As of now, you're the only one who has returned, Dr. Chen replied without hesitation. Who were the 2 people that suddenly attacked us earlier? Wang Yu pressed on. A flash of wariness crossed Dr. Chen's eyes, though there's no concrete proof. Who else could it be but other countries? When can I go home? There was a hint of longing in Wang Yu's voice. Not for now, Dr. Chen shook his head. At least not until we complete the analysis of the other world's information here at the base. You saw it yourself. Even inside the base, there are people willing to go to great lengths to abduct you. Outside, the danger would only be greater. You wouldn't want to endanger your family and friends, would you? A wry smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. Looks like I'll have to stay at the base for a while longer. I hope the others wake up soon too. Indeed, if others wake up as well, the danger you face will decrease significantly. Dr. Chen nodded in agreement. Wang Yu suddenly changed the subject. Doctor, is the Taiyuan supercomputer very valuable? Dr. Chin's brow furrowed slightly. Taiyuan is one of the top supercomputers in the world, with very few equals, and it's the only supercomputer in our country. Why do you ask? Because the Taiyuan subsystem was a great help to me in the other world, and I'm a bit curious about it. Wang Yu replied calmly, meeting Dr. Chin's gaze. Oh, I see, Dr. Chin explained. Taiyuan can't be measured in monetary terms because some of the rare materials needed to make it can't be found on Blue Star anymore. Even if they could be found, it might not be possible to recreate another Taiyuan. He paused, his gaze resting on Wang Yu. All right, I have no more questions. Doctor, please prepare a drawing board and some pencils. I'll sketch some things first, and tomorrow I'll give you a detailed account of my journey to the other world. Dr. Chen readily agreed. No problem. Wang Yu nodded, then remembered something. By the way, has Xinghe been released for public testing? I'd like the most advanced gaming pod. Dr. Chen was slightly taken aback and asked with a hint of surprise, do you like the game Xinghe? Wang Yu smiled and replied, more than just like it. I was one of the first beta testers. What about you, Doctor? Do you play this globally popular game too? Dr. Chen was silent for a moment before responding with a slightly strange expression. I'm a researcher. I occasionally go into play. Wang Yu found this a bit odd. The doctor plays games too? Dr. Chen's eyes flickered, and his voice lowered. Ding, if you truly like this game, take my advice. Try to treat everything in the game as if it were real. Wang Yu was taken aback, feeling puzzled. What do you mean by that, Dr. Chen? Dr. Chen's expression turned serious, and he said slowly, you don't have the clearance for too much information. I can only say one thing. The things in Xinghe might come in handy someday. Wang Yu was left in bewilderment. How could playing a space game be connected to reality? Moreover, how could things like mechs and spaceships be of use in the real world? Dr. Chen seemed unwilling to say more. He suddenly pressed a communicator on his collar, spoke a few words, and soon a set of white drawing boards and pencils were brought in. Wang Yu collected himself, picked up a pencil, and began sketching the For Beasts Chart 16 styles, under Dr. Chen's watchful eyes. The room was filled with the soft scratching of pencil on paper as Dr. Chen stood behind Wang Yu, intently observing the little figures taking shape. Late at night, Wang Yu lay in bed with his eyes closed, appearing to be fast asleep. But suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Taiyuan, initiating supersync mode. Beep beep. Supersync mode activation failed. Host system detected. System reset and integration in progress. Current reset integration completion at 32. Estimated completion time. 58 hours, 46 minutes, 29 seconds. Wang Yu frowned slightly, feeling speechless. He had initially thought he subdued the suit-clad man with a knife using a touch of alchemy and was checking his own physical state. However, he quickly realized that the powerful body granted by his awakened bloodline had vanished, and his internal magical power was completely gone. Although his formidable mental strength acquired in the other world remained, he couldn't sense the surrounding void's spiritual energy or cast any spells. When he tried to enter supersync mode, the system issued this string of cold prompts. Host system. Wang Yu vaguely understood that this likely referred to the Taiyuan brain on Blue Star, but what did reset integration mean? And what would happen once it was complete? A series of alarming images flashed in Wang Yu's mind. If Dr. Chun and the others discovered that he had a Taiyuan system from another world hidden in his mind, and that some mutations might have occurred within it, he feared he would be confined to the base for life, becoming a research subject, studied by them every day. This thought immediately dampened Wang Yu's spirits. In a silver room so secure that not even a fly could enter, Wang Yu sat on a cold metal chair, facing Dr. Chun across the table, recounting in detail his recent experience of entering an alternate world. Next to Dr. Chun, a short-haired woman was rapidly taking notes on an electronic pad, capturing every detail of his story. Around the room, several high-definition cameras emitted faint red lights, silently recording everything that transpired. This time, I didn't just dream myself into another person's world, Wang Yu said calmly, his hands clasped on his knees. I actually replaced their consciousness, taking full control of the person's body in that world. What's stranger is that I couldn't connect with the system. He continued, his voice echoing in the confined silver room. Assassins suddenly appeared outside the Taoist temple, and I was chased to the back of Baiyun Temple Mountain. When I was exhausted and about to be captured, the Taiyuanzi system activated passively, initiating an automatic protection mechanism that forcibly controlled my body to defeat the attackers. Wang Yu deliberately glossed over the part where the system was invaded by an unknown energy, potentially causing a mutation, and he barely mentioned the system's overclocking synchronization mode. Dr. Chin squinted, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, nodding thoughtfully. The self-protection mechanism was indeed a fundamental function of the Taiyuanzi system, but it was usually not activated in the zero-type sleep pod. Clearly, replacing the consciousness of the otherworldly person inadvertently triggered this function. I thought I couldn't return to Blue Star for a while. Wang Yu continued, looking directly at Dr. Chun. So I plan to increase my own strength to protect myself by joining a cultivation sect in Tongzhou. He paused, took a sip of water from the table, and added, when I met the Golden Core Patriarch of the Four Symbols sect, he released a ball of fire from his hand that invaded my body. This activated the subsystem's self-protection mechanism again, and then I saw a blinding white light, and suddenly my consciousness returned to Blue Star. The next day, the atmosphere in the same silver room was even more tense. 7 or 8 experts in various attires sat around Wong Yu, each holding a featherlight electronic notebook, taking turns asking him about different aspects of the alternate world. Mr. Ding, an elderly man with white hair, leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Did you notice any difference in gravity compared to Earth when you arrived in the other world? Did you feel heavier or lighter, or did the air have any unusual smell? Wong Yu shook his head, his expression calm. No, everything felt normal. A middle-aged female expert immediately picked up the conversation, turning her electronic notebook toward Wong Yu. A series of bizarre plant images flashed across the screen, vibrant and strange. Mr. Ding, did you see any plants like these in the other world? Her eyes were fixed intently on Wong Yu's reaction. I didn't see any of them. Wong Yu answered honestly, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar plants. A burly old man stood up and gestured to his assistant. The assistant promptly brought over a light red, semi-transparent helmet, carefully placing it on Wong Yu's head. Wong Yu watched in surprise as a multicolored beam of light projected from the glass aperture at the top of the helmet, forming a holographic image of a silver longsword a meter in front of him. You mentioned seeing many ancient weapons like swords and knives in the other world, some of which could cut through iron like mud. The burly old man eagerly leaned in, pointing at the virtual sword with a silver rod in his hand. Can you imagine all the details of those weapons, their design, color, and surface patterns as vividly as possible? The old man controlled the silver sword to rotate slowly, observing it from every angle, his eyes focused and intent, as if trying to imprint every detail of the virtual sword into his memory. A quarter of an hour later, Wong Yu was wearing the same helmet as before, and in front of him, a terrifyingly large ghost-bone fish appeared in the light and shadows. It had a single horn on its head, was shrouded in a black aura, and its appearance was frightening. Meanwhile, in a spacious room next door, over 30 people from various professions were seated on either side of a long table. They were engrossed in the newly collected information from another world, occasionally engaging in heated debates over certain issues, their discussions echoing throughout the room. On the third day, Wong Yu sat upright, with his hands placed on the white display screen buttons in front of him. As he touched them, lines of black script gradually appeared on the screen. These were the various texts he had collected from the world of cultivation. At that moment, behind a one-way transparent monitoring glass in the adjacent room, General Su and Dr. Chun were intently observing Wong Yu, exchanging opinions in hushed tones. Behind them, 7 or 8 researchers in white lab coats were facing a row of precision instruments, continuously reporting data. Blood pressure fluctuation is normal. Heart rate is normal. Brain waves remain in a high-frequency state. Pupils show slight, abnormal changes. Body temperature is normal. On the 4th day, the monitor in front of Wong Yu began displaying lines of the Yin water technique's mantras, along with a series of peculiar spirit rune patterns. Behind the glass, General Su and Dr. Chun watched with grim expressions. At the same time, deep within the base in a heavily guarded massive server room, an operator was working under the watchful eyes of several fully armed soldiers. He was checking the small screen in his hand, which was synchronously displaying the Yin water technique's mantras, and using a specially designed keyboard to input these contents verbatim into the giant screen at the center of the room. The words, Taiyuan simulation function preparing, flashed at the bottom of the screen. That evening, back in his temporary quarters, Wong Yu lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and muttered, "Activate overclock sync mode." Overclock sync mode activation failed. System reset. Integration at 100%. Reset system? Reset system? The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, yet Wong Yu remained motionless on the bed, offering no response. After an indeterminate amount of time, the mechanical voice gradually faded away, eventually disappearing without a trace. Only then did a soft sigh escape from him in the room. On the 5th day, Wong Yu stood in the center of a specially designed room, surrounded by various metal spheres of different sizes. With his eyes slightly closed and arms open, the metal spheres floated up one by one, from smallest to largest, before falling back down. As his complexion grew paler and sweat appeared on his forehead, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a larger metal sphere labeled 50 kilograms rose abruptly, but then crashed back to the ground. Wong Yu sat down on the floor, gazing at the golden metal sphere with a mix of surprise and delight on his face. Not bad, not bad. Dr. Chun emerged from the corner of the room, clapping his hands in praise. Your magnetic field can lift 100 pounds of metal, which qualifies you as a level ability user. The key is there's still potential to tap into. With specialized training at the base, Reaching level isn't out of the question. Previously, you mentioned you could only lift around 10 pounds in the other world, so it seems your metal manipulation has been amplified significantly here. He turned to a muscular man with a white tank top, standing beside him. Zhao Jun, I'll leave the training of Ding's superpower to you. Don't worry, doctor, the muscular man said, staring intently at Wong Yu. Although my telekinesis is also at level, it's part of the same mental power series, so teaching Ding how to develop his abilities shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, training against someone with similar abilities at the same level is the best way to enhance both parties' skills. As he spoke, he gestured at the same metal sphere, which floated up with a swoosh. Feeling uncomfortable under the muscular man's gaze, Wang Yu cleared his throat and asked, Doctor, when will my gaming pod arrive? The Galaxy Gaming Pod will be delivered to your room tonight, Dr. Chen replied solemnly. Additionally, the base has selected 2 groups of personnel. Starting tomorrow, you'll need to teach one group the 4 beasts technique and the black tiger breathing method. The other group will need your guidance on understanding spirit runes and practicing the Yin water technique. Wang Yu naturally agreed without hesitation. That evening, when he returned to his accommodation, he found a black gaming pod resembling a zero-gravity sleep pod by his bed, with a neatly placed instruction manual beside it. He quickly scanned through the instructions, eagerly lifted the lid, and climbed in without a second thought. As the dark lid closed, complete darkness enveloped him, with no light penetrating through. Suddenly, a jelly-like substance sprayed from all directions, instantly wrapping around his body. At the same time, he felt a numbing sensation at the back of his head and neck, as something cold pressed against them. A blinding white light flashed before Wang Yu's eyes, and he felt as if he were being tossed into a boundless void. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a vast desert landscape, with dry, pale red sand beneath his feet, and a bustling crowd all around. The crowd, numbering at least 1,000, stood on the barren land, all dressed in identical dark green tight-fitting military uniforms and wearing fully enclosed silver helmets, each with a badge depicting a blue planet on the side. Even more striking were the 6 to 7 maternal black mechas standing around the perimeter of the crowd. They had rounded heads, boxy, bulging torsos, and long, slender limbs, each equipped with different gear. Some bore golden, saw-like blades on their backs, while others held silver spears with barrels extending 2 to 3 meters. Various voices rose around him. Xiong, you're back for the recruit training again. This time I spent a lot of money to hire a certified mecha pilot for a week's training. I refuse to believe I can't pass the recruit training camp. The Mecha God Guild is gathering newcomers. The guild leaders are organizing us, aiming to form teams to pass together. Haha, Earth Dragon Type 1, here I come. I've studied the strategies for 3 days and nights, predicting every possible scenario. I refuse to believe I can't pass the recruit training camp. Earth Dragon Type 1, the dream of a real man. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Even if it means dying 10 or 20 more times, I must have you. I want to file a complaint. The game company is too much, making the beginner's level so difficult, forcing us to refresh the recruit training camp over and over. Let's all complain together. They've traumatized our young minds and owe us compensation for emotional distress. In the crowd, only about 1/5 of the soldiers had the glowing words player above their helmets. Wow, this gaming pod is truly high-end, Wang Yu marveled to himself. The virtual effects are 100 times better than the initial VR glasses, almost indistinguishable from the real world. He skillfully reached up to touch the silver helmet on his head, and with a sizzle, a small white screen appeared before him. He tapped a few times on the screen, and the noisy player chatter around him instantly vanished, leaving only a pleasant female voice echoing in his ear. Blue Star Alliance's 146th Mecha Division, please assemble quickly. Departure for Mars base support is in 10 minutes. Auxiliary personnel, please complete the final checks on the mechas and prepare for departure. Around him, the soldiers without the player label on their helmets gathered in groups of 3 or 4 around the black mechas, expertly operating various instruments for the final pre-departure checks. Wang Yu suddenly let out a surprised as he noticed that the options for adjusting the gore filter and pain reduction had disappeared from the system interface. He searched meticulously on the white light screen, but eventually, he could only wave his hand in confusion to close the interface. Looking down at his hand, he saw a black 18 symbol prominently printed on the back of his silver-white glove. He muttered to himself, pondering. Other than these changes, everything seems pretty similar to the beta test. Could it be that the difficulty of the rookie level has increased? Why are so many people complaining about the newbie training camp? I remember passing it quite easily back then. Suddenly recalling something, Wang Yu looked up at the sky. High above, at several hundred meters, a massive gray spaceship, about 300 to 400 meters long, was silently ascending. He noticed the emblem of a blue planet printed on the bottom of the ship, and, recalling Dr. Chen's instructions, his eyes flickered with thought. Surveying the surrounding mecha units, he quickly identified a black mecha also marked with the number 18, and strode towards it. In front of this mecha, which bore a large golden serrated blade on its back, 3 male and 1 female soldier were busy pouring liquid from blue crystal rods into the round interface on the mecha's leg. As Wong Yu approached, the graceful female soldier immediately stepped forward, delivered a crisp salute, and reported, "Ding Yu, Reserve Mecha Pilot. The mecha has been checked and is currently being refueled. All preparations for departure are expected to be completed in 1 minute. Thank you for your hard work. I'll board now," Wong Yu responded, returning the salute and observing her face, which was partially obscured by a pale mask. The female soldier saluted once more and quickly returned to her task. Wong Yu watched her retreating figure for a moment, then approached the black mecha, reaching out to touch its shin. The cold, smooth surface met his touch, but tapping it with his gloved hand produced no sound. He raised an eyebrow at this and then tapped his helmet. With a swift whoosh, countless silver-white threads shot out from the helmet, instantly enveloping him in a sleek, sci-fi bodysuit. This lightweight, silver-white suit featured hundreds of circular interfaces of varying sizes, extending from his back down to his feet. Number 18, open the boarding hatch, Wong Yu commanded the mecha. The mecha's head lowered slowly, and although its face had no features, a red light projected over Wong Yu. A mechanical voice announced, "Voice match perfect, biological signature match perfect. Ding Yu, Reserve Mecha Pilot, please board." With a heavy clunk, the mecha knelt, a red-lit, person-sized circular entryway opening in its abdomen. Wong Yu adeptly climbed up the mecha's leg, leaping twice to slip inside. As he entered the glowing red cavity of the mecha, countless transparent light threads shot out from all directions, instantly connecting to every interface on his suit. With a clang, the entry sealed, and his body began to float inside the cockpit. The mechanical voice inside the mecha announced, "Artificial gravity traction successfully activated, light particle neural interface successfully connected, human-machine neural synchronization beginning." Rumble. The black mech slowly rose from a crouched position, its immense weight causing the surrounding sandy ground to tremble slightly. Nearby, 3 men and a woman scattered in panic, trying to maintain a safe distance from the mech. It wasn't just Mech 18. Hundreds of other mechs on the battlefield were also coming to life, each piloted by their respective operators. Wong Yu surveyed his surroundings through the high-definition, synchronized images transmitted by his helmet visor. As he attempted to lift the mech's feet and move forward, he found its response unusually sluggish, each step heavy and awkward. This was in stark contrast to the agile control experienced during testing. The synchronization was noticeably delayed. He tried swinging the mech's arms as a test, but it lagged behind his commands, causing him to frown. As he pondered this, a pleasant female voice announced, "Time's up. New recruits of the 146th Mech Division, prepare to depart. Mission destination, Mars base, 15 miles away, invaded by nebula beasts. Mission objective, clear all nebula beasts along the path to open a route for subsequent mech divisions. Activate sand terrain running mode, power consumption at 50%, Wong Yu commanded excitedly. The black mech then knelt, extending roller tracks from the sides of its legs. Propelled by these tracks, the massive humanoid tank surged forward. Over 200 other mechs transformed similarly, forming a winding black dragon as they advanced toward their mission target. Accidents occurred frequently. En route, one mech to Wong Yu's left hit a protruding boulder and rolled away. He narrowly avoided another half-buried rock, only to see a mech behind him crash heavily. They hadn't even encountered the enemy yet, and already the team had lost nearly a tenth of its combat strength. Suddenly, the female voice issued a warning. Large numbers of nebula beasts detected ahead, confirmed as a swarm of small yellow lizard beasts. Switch to combat formation. All mech operators prepare for battle. Before the words had fully registered, a dozen black mechs at the front exploded into fireballs. The rear mech scattered, switching to bipedal mode. Meanwhile, eerie howls, resembling wolves or ghosts, echoed from the front as countless sand-colored beasts emerged from the ground, charging at the black mech formation. Though their sizes varied greatly from 5 or 6 feet to over 10 feet, they all shared the same distinctive features. Their bodies are smooth like glass, with triangular heads resembling lizards, giving off a cold metallic sheen. On either side of their waists, 2 ribbon-like white light bands float gently, emitting a faint white glow. Their limbs are sturdy and powerful, firmly supporting their heavy bodies, while their tails are long and slender, as agile as a snake, stirring up dust with each movement. Whoosh, whoosh. The light bands flickered, releasing dozens of dazzling white beams in rapid succession, shooting out like arrows. Several black mechs were pierced through one by one, subsequently exploding into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. In an instant, the battlefield was ablaze, with iron shards tumbling. At that moment, rows of silver spear-wielding mechs raised their weapons, targeting the swift yellow creatures and pulling the triggers. Zzz, red particle beams shot out, slicing through the air, but most were deftly dodged by the creatures, with only 5 or 6 hit, tumbling to the ground. However, they quickly shook their heads, seemingly only suffering superficial wounds, and soon stood up again. In the next moment, the mech units and the yellow creatures were fully engaged in battle. Dozens of yellow creatures lunged at the front line of black mechs like tigers descending a mountain. One mech barely had time to react before a yellow creature tackled it to the ground, its sharp teeth tearing into the mech's head and abdomen with an ear-piercing metallic screech. In an instant, a dozen mechs lost power and were immobilized. Nevertheless, some mechs fought back with determination. One black mech drew a golden serrated blade, slicing through an oncoming yellow creature, splitting it in two, with white fluid spraying like rain. Yet such victories were rare. Most mechs could only join forces to attack a single creature, only to be picked off one by the agile beasts. The battle grew increasingly chaotic, with the player's squad channel filled with cries and shouts. "Hurry up, I can't hold them off much longer. Why are you still using the beam gun, you idiot? The yellow creatures are immune to particle beams. Switch to your backup alloy dagger. Don't aim for the head. The weak spot is the abdomen, didn't you read the guide? Quick, flank them and trap them. Damn, it's running away again. This mech is too heavy, it can't keep up. We're doomed, they're coming for me. We're going to be wiped out again." As the battle teetered on the brink of collapse, Wong Yu's black mech suddenly crouched, raising its golden serrated blade from below. A yellow creature leaped from above, and in an instant, its belly was sliced open, white fluid spilling out with a scream as its body tumbled to the sand. Immediately after, the mech's elbow struck another yellow creature's neck, sending it rolling with a wail. A flash of cold light, and the serrated blade slashed again, cutting it in two at the waist. Nearby, the last two black mechs around Huang exploded in succession, debris flying. Wong Yu stood in his mech, surveying the surroundings with a wry smile. Off the original 200-strong mech squad, only 7 or 8 battered units remained, each heavily damaged and on the verge of breaking down. Yet there were still a dozen yellow creatures, large and menacing. 7 or 8 of them had surrounded Wong Yu, closing in step by step. Strangely, Wong Yu found this mech cumbersome and slow to respond, far less agile than during the beta test. Yet in battle, every strike seemed effortless, achieving results even more impressive than during testing. Alert, alert. Energy consumption is excessive, remaining energy is insufficient, the mech will cease operation shortly, countdown starting. The electronic voice echoed within the mech, and Wong Yu grinned, clearly accustomed to such dire situations. At that moment, the 7 or 8 yellow creatures surrounding him simultaneously whipped their light bands, sending dozens of white beams shooting toward him. Wong Yu let out a low hum, swinging his arms forcefully, and hurled the golden serrated blade with all his might at the nearest yellow creature. The blade soared through the air, carrying the full force of his final strike. Boom! The black mech was instantly torn apart by the claws of several yellow beasts, exploding in a burst of flames. Wong Yu felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, and as darkness enveloped him, he found himself back in the pitch-black gaming pod, still feeling a faint burning sensation on his skin. As he tried to calm down, a beeping sound echoed in his ears, and a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, revealing an envelope icon. What is this? Wong Yu wondered, instinctively reaching out to tap it. With a pop, the envelope shattered, revealing a golden certificate emblazoned with the large red characters, "Excellent." At the same time, a graceful female voice from the game announced, "Citizen Ding Yu of Blue Star Huagua, you have passed the Star River new recruit system test with excellent results. You are now entering the hidden training scenario." As soon as the words were spoken, the golden certificate emitted a dazzling light. Wong Yu's vision was engulfed in golden brilliance, and the surroundings emerged once more. He found himself inside a transparent glass room, surrounded by deep blue ocean water, as if he were submerged in the sea. In the center of the room stood a flat metal platform, from which a white light beam about a meter in diameter was projected. Within the beam stood a vivid projection of an old man in a white robe. The old man's appearance was peculiar, with features somewhat resembling a Western Caucasian, but his head was twice the size of a normal person's, bald and covered in deep wrinkles. His body was short and emaciated, resembling a big-head doll. Wong Yu stood there, staring blankly at the old man's projection. The white-robed elder began to speak on his own. Star Thought Technique, also known as Mind Energy Technique, was developed by the Blue Star Alliance government by enlisting 5th-level psychic ability users. It was completed over 30 years, based on the royal psychic secrets of the Klee Empire, as a specialized training method for mecha masters. Mecha masters practicing this technique can significantly increase their mental power limit, better control advanced mechs, and even use psychic abilities to attack enemies directly through the mechs. It is a must-learn skill for every star-level mecha master. Star Thought power is divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to a specific level of mecha. Theoretically, a 9-star mech master can even use the mech's amplification to disrupt the planet's gravity with Star Thought power, pulling large meteorite streams to attack enemies. Not everyone can practice star thought power. Those who cannot pass the mental power test are not qualified to practice. The test begins now. As soon as the white-robed elder finished speaking, the previously hidden eyes under layers of eyelids suddenly widened, emitting a misty white glow. As Wong Yu's eyes met the glow, he felt a heaviness in his head, his gaze fixed, unable to think. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when Wong Yu suddenly regained his senses, finding himself still in the glass room. The projection of the white-robed elder before him had returned to normal, and he calmly said, "You have passed the mental power test and have been implanted with the training methods for the first 3 levels of Star Thought Power and the Star Thought Power Lock. According to the Blue Star Alliance's Special Ability Confidentiality Law, you must not disclose anything related to Star Thought Power to anyone other than Mecha Masters. You must not reveal training methods for Star Thought Power levels higher than those of lower-ranked Mecha Masters. You must not use Star Thought Power in violation of regulations in front of ordinary citizens of the Blue Star Alliance." The elder in the white robe quickly read through a dozen decrees, each one indicating that if violated, the mental power lock implanted in Wong Yu would trigger an explosion of his astral power. This barrage of rules left Wong Yu somewhat bewildered. Before he could fully process what he had heard, the elder waved his hand, causing the projection to vanish. In its place within the light beam, a new figure appeared, a middle-aged military officer wearing the standard uniform of the Blue Star Alliance. He sat behind a silver metallic desk, his expression stern and eyes sharp. "Congratulations, code GLX16345, the officer began abruptly. "You have been secretly conscripted by the Blue Star Alliance government as a special reserve member, assigned to the Interstellar Tactical Mech Squad. This conscription is compulsory, non-negotiable, and confidential. Your service is scheduled to commence on October 10th, 10 years from now." Before he finished speaking, the officer grabbed a stamp from the desk and slammed it onto a document, casually tossing it toward Wong Yu. Surprisingly, the document passed through the light beam and manifested as a virtual image before Wong Yu. When he reached out to touch it, the document transformed into a ball of white light, which coalesced on his wrist, turning into a futuristic, translucent wristwatch. The rectangular screen of the watch displayed a countdown timer, starting from today and ending precisely 10 years later. As Wong Yu was about to speak, the officer gestured for silence and dissolved into particles of white light. In the next moment, the glass cover of the black gaming pod opened slowly. Wong Yu stepped out with a puzzled expression, glancing at the electronic clock on the tabline. Entire night had passed. Instinctively, he looked at his wrist, finding it bare. However, whenever he closed his eyes, a method for cultivating astral techniques would automatically appear in his mind. This practice, though simple and easy to understand, required extremely rare auxiliary items that ordinary people could not obtain. Just then, Zhao Jun's voice came from outside. "Ding, it's time to get up and eat. After breakfast, meet in the training hall. I'll train you in the morning, and you'll guide others in the afternoon." Temporarily setting aside his curiosity about the bizarre events in the game, Wong Yu hurriedly left the room. In the silver training hall, Wong Yu and Zhao Jun faced each other from a distance, both focusing on the floating metal ball between them. Under the tug-of-war of their abilities, the metal ball swayed back and forth until Wong Yu collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, allowing the ball to fly steadily towards Zhao Jun. "Haha. Even though you're both level ability users, it's clear, ding, that you're undertrained and don't know how to use technique." Zhao Jun laughed, gently placing the metal ball on the ground. "Technique?" Wang Yu asked, puzzled. "Do you think mental abilities are all about brute force?" Zhao Jun smiled, pulling a short wooden stick from his pocket and tossing it into the air. His eyes widened, and the stick began to spin rapidly, its front end shedding tiny wood chips. With a swift motion, Zhao Jun's voice cut through the air as the wooden stick transformed into a shadow, stopping precisely at Wang Yu's throat. This seemingly ordinary stick had been sharpened to a deadly point, turning it into a lethal weapon. When it comes to controlling objects from a distance to deal with enemies, it's not about the size or weight of the object. Sometimes, modifying something small can be more effective for a quick, lethal strike, Zhao Jun explained calmly and professionally. The same goes for defense. While I can create small mental shields, wearing a bulletproof vest is far more reliable. As he finished speaking, Zhao Jun clapped his hands together sharply, and the air rippled with an unusual wave. The space in front of him shimmered, hinting at the presence of some transparent object. Wang Yu's eyes lit up with interest, invigorated by the display. "This is fascinating. If there's a mental shield, there must be something like a mental impact, right? You mean a psychic shockwave?" Zhao Jun raised an eyebrow. Every psychic user knows it, but if the opponent is prepared, it usually doesn't have much effect. However, if you want to learn, I can teach you. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Wang Yu responded with joy, his eyes shining with anticipation. Ever since returning to Earth, he had felt a lack of security without his powerful body, tools, and spells. Further developing his transmutation ability seemed like a promising option. Just then, Zhao Jun suddenly struck the mental shield before him with one hand. The transparent shield shattered instantly, but an intangible wave rippled through the surrounding space, as if an invisible barrier had been erected. I've set up a mental ring that blocks sound transmission, so no one can eavesdrop on our conversation now, Zhao Jun said in a lowered voice, a mysterious expression on his face. Wong Yu, let me ask you, did you play the Star River game last night after receiving your game pod? Did you pass the beginner level and enter the hidden training scenario? Simultaneously, he gestured with his hand, and the wooden spike began to orbit around Wong Yu, as if demonstrating how to use the ability. Brother Zhao, how did you know? Could it be that you? Wong Yu's eyes widened in surprise. You also passed the test, and were specially recruited by the Earth Alliance to learn the methods of cultivating star energy, Zhao Jun said with a peculiar expression. He then revealed his wrist, holding it with his other hand. Moments later, a semi-transparent holographic watch appeared on his wrist, displaying a countdown timer. Wong Yu's pupils narrowed as he urgently pointed to Zhao Jun's wrist. How did you do that? It's simple, Zhao Jun chuckled. I just converted my mental energy into star energy, allowing me to replicate this. It's not real, but a condensation of star energy. Only in the Star River game can it be seen. Ordinary people can't perceive it. Mental energy and star energy aren't the same thing? Wang Yu questioned, frowning slightly. Of course, they're not the same, Zhao Jun explained. Though I've only been cultivating star energy for half a month, I've discovered that all my mental energy can be converted into star energy, but not all star energy can be converted back. They're like a basket and a warehouse. You can take things from the basket as needed and refill it from the warehouse, but you can't fit everything from the warehouse into the basket. Based on my and a few friends' assessment, star power seems more like a highly compressed form of mental energy, although it also contains some unknown components. Zhao Jun speculated. Friends? Brother Zhao, do you know other mech pilots summoned by the game? Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully and asked with some emotion. Of course, although there aren't many psychic ability users in Huagua, most are concentrated in a few bases. You've noticed that almost all of us with psychic abilities are naturally mech pilots. Once our ability level reaches D, we're almost all recruited into the game's hidden scenarios and learn star power. Zhao Jun's tone became serious. This galaxy game is clearly not just a game. We have a few plausible theories about the Blue Star Alliance, mech pilots, star power, and even the military service 10 years from now. If you're interested, I can bring you along to our next gathering. Sure, as long as it's within the base, I'll definitely join the next meeting, Wang Yu responded decisively. Haha, great. I knew Brother Ding, having survived another world, was no ordinary person and understands the benefits of sticking together. Zhao Jun laughed, then became earnest. Now, let me teach you a few practical superpower techniques. Zhao Jun clapped his hands excitedly, causing things in the surrounding void to disappear with a ripple. Brother Zhao, do you know how to contact the AI Taiyuan? I want to look up some information, Wang Yu asked opportunistically. Taiyuan is the treasure of the entire base. You can contact it through a specific webpage on the base network, but Taiyuan has the highest level of access permissions. Without authorization, it won't respond to you even if you log in, Zhao Jun replied, a bit surprised but nonetheless informative. Could you give me the webpage address? Wang Yu's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Zhao Jun nodded and then provided him with the webpage address. In the afternoon, in another sand-covered room, a group of broad-shouldered youths in their 20s were lying on the ground in front of a projected virtual image, practicing the first form of the wolf run diagram. These individuals, specially selected by the base, were indeed elite. Despite being flushed and drenched in sweat, they could nearly perfect the movements. Wang Yu walked by, occasionally making slight adjustments to their actions to ensure they met the standard. An hour later, in another larger room filled with flowers and plants, a group of teenagers, around 10 years old, were divided into two groups, sitting cross-legged in two rows, each with 10 people. One row focused intently on strange symbols and patterns on the drawing boards in front of them, scratching their heads in frustration. The other row sat with eyes closed, meditating silently. As Wang Yu walked past these teenagers, he repeatedly spoke words once said by Qing Feng. Inspiration is the touch of the spirit. Spirit is the source of inspiration. The two together form consciousness. Inspiration is consciousness, and consciousness is an active awareness that can be mobilized and consumed. Cultivators, by using consciousness to touch the surrounding void, can sense the presence of spiritual energy in the world. The method is to not think about any other distractions, just imagine yourself in a void space, carefully sensing whether anything exists around you. Can't sense it? If it doesn't work once, try repeatedly. Wang Yu's voice echoed in the room, motivating each striving boy and girl. In the room behind the one-way glass wall, Dr. Chun and General Su stood side by side, their gaze fixed on the events unfolding in the adjacent room. General Su's expression was stern, his brow slightly furrowed. These mystical patterns from the Sitan world are nothing more than strange symbols. Despite our research, we haven't discovered the extraordinary effects that Ding Yu mentioned. Now it depends on whether these selected individuals can spark the inspiration he talked about and gain some understanding, General Su said, his tone laced with skepticism. Dr. Chen adjusted his glasses, his demeanor calm. It's not surprising. The Sitan world is clearly different from our blue planet, yet there is some level of connectivity. For instance, the peculiar patterns on the weapons Ding Yu brought back inspired our researchers to develop a promising alloy material. Many of the things in those miscellaneous books also hold research value, and more people are analyzing them. I believe we will see some results soon. General Su turned to face Dr. Chun, his gaze sharp. You know what our blue planet needs most right now? We need the power of the Sitan world's cultivators. This supernatural force is crucial for the impending catastrophe facing our planet, and it's the primary reason for establishing this base. Our government even moved the Taiyuan intelligence to the base for this purpose. Isn't that why you're here as well? Of course, I'm aware of that, Dr. Chen nodded, tapping lightly on the control panel. The cultivation system of the Sitan world has been evaluated by Taiyuan, and its potential is indeed significant. The techniques and magical artifacts mentioned possess incredible power. In Huang, we can also find traces of these spells and talismans. He paused before continuing. I've already dispatched personnel to various temples and monasteries across Huang to collect similar items that might be related. We'll compare them with the Sitan world materials to uncover any real connections between the two worlds. Additionally, Taiyuan is searching through domestic databases to predict the most likely locations where spiritual energy might exist. According to current data, spiritual energy is the foundation of the cultivator system. If we have spiritual veins, theoretically, we should be able to cultivate our own cultivators on Blue Planet. Dr. Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. General Su's eyes widened. Blue Planet has spiritual energy too. Dr. Chen spread his hands. Whether we have it or not, we have to look for it. We'll search domestically first, then abroad. If Blue Planet truly lacks spiritual energy, we'll have to consider alternative methods to continue studying the cultivation system. His tone conveyed confidence. Alternative methods? Such as? General Su glanced at Dr. Chen, raising an eyebrow slightly. Dr. Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Such as artificial spiritual veins, artificial spiritual energy. Is it really possible to artificially create spiritual veins? General Su leaned forward slightly, visibly invigorated. I don't know, but it's a direction to address the spiritual energy challenge. Dr. Chen's expression turned serious again. The current issue is that only Ding Yu has returned from Sitan. There's too little information on the cultivation system, especially for advanced cultivators above the foundation building stage. Without this data, Taiyuan can't conduct simulations. General Su was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the monitoring screen, his expression shifting. Tomorrow marks nearly a month. It's time to recall Su Ting and Qian Xian. Dr. Chen frowned and reminded him. Recalling them is possible, but the Sitan passage's celestial phenomena have already disappeared prematurely. Recalling them might result in unexpected issues, so you should be mentally prepared. Dr. Chen cleared his throat and spoke with a serious expression. Su Ting knew the risks when she signed up for this mission. Su Zhang's face darkened slightly, and he waved his hand decisively, cutting off the conversation. Seeing this, Dr. Chen nodded silently and said no more. As night fell, Wong Yu once again stepped into the elegantly designed black gaming pod. This device, representing the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology, truly lived up to its reputation after an entire night of gaming previously. He felt no fatigue the next day. The promotional phrase, integrated game sleep synchronization, on the instruction manual was indeed genuine. This time, instead of entering the game directly, he brought up a white light screen interface. After inputting a specific address, the scene before him changed dramatically, and his consciousness was transported to a silver hall. At the front of the hall, a giant screen and a black metal chair stood out prominently. After a moment's hesitation, Wong Yu approached and sat in the chair. Instantly, a red light descended from above, enveloping him completely. A graceful female voice echoed in the hall. Citizen Ding Yu of Blue Star Huagua, Blue Star Alliance Special Reserve, member of the Interstellar Tactical Mech Squad, ID GLX 16345, no special authorization level. You will be forcibly ejected from the login interface in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The voice was identical to the system sound from the Galaxy game. Before Wong Yu could react, the countdown ended, and he vanished from the Silver Hall without a trace. Back in the gaming pod, Wong Yu was momentarily speechless, resigned to entering the Galaxy game. He appeared directly at the Mars base, where a semi-transparent wristwatch materialized on his wrist. Unlike during the beta test, this time he was equipped with a more advanced Earth Dragon 2 mech, joining other mech pilots who had passed the beginner level in clearing out nebula beasts around the base. There was no guidance throughout the process. It was clear the system intended for them to gain combat experience through real battles. The next morning, as Wang Yu exited the gaming pod, he was suddenly overcome with a sense of unease, as if something was calling to him from the void, a feeling that grew stronger over time. Just as he was about to seek Dr. Chen for a checkup, the doorbell rang, and Zhao Jun's voice came from outside. Ding, come out quickly. Something's happened. Dr. Chen asked me to get you. There's been an issue with the other's recall. Hurry to the zero-type sleep pod hall. Startled by the news, Wang Yu immediately opened the metal door. However, outside, Zhao Jun grabbed his arm without explanation and pushed him back inside the room. Before Wang Yu could react, Zhao Jun shot a translucent orb from his mouth, striking Wang Yu's chest. With a bang, dense electric wires burst from the orb, paralyzing Wang Yu instantly and leaving him collapsed on the ground. He felt a violent disturbance in his consciousness, unable to summon his alchemy skills. Zhao Jun closed the door with a wave and simultaneously disabled the room's surveillance devices. He retrieved 2 golden orbs from his person, and with a gentle rub, they transformed into 2 golden helmets amidst flashing electricity. Zhao Jun quickly placed one helmet on Wang Yu and donned the other himself, then lifted Wang Yu to face him. Suddenly, Zhao Jun's body sparked with electricity, his form blurred, and in an instant, he transformed into a stunning woman in a dark green uniform, with golden hair and blue eyes. She stared intently into Wang Yu's eyes, her blue irises turning a burning white, while electric arcs danced between the 2 golden helmets. Wang Yu felt something invade his mind, rapidly scanning through his memories. Memory extraction. Wang Yu's mind was filled with shock and anger. If he still had the incredibly strong body from the world of cultivation, how could he be restrained by such a mere force of lightning? However, his memories must not be forcibly extracted by any external means. If that happened, it wouldn't just be about the leakage of information. Any mistake in the process could turn his brain into a muddled mess. Initiate overclock synchronization mode, Wang Yu decisively commanded in his mind. However, a mechanical voice echoed in his head immediately. Overclock synchronization mode activation failed. System reset integration at 100%. Would you like to reset the system? Without hesitation, Wang Yu replied. Reset the system immediately. System resetting. Reset successful. Unknown dangerous energy detected invading host's brain. Scanning host's entire body. Host has lost control over bodily functions. Host is in life-threatening danger. Activating automatic protection mechanism. System taking over host's body. Activating overclock synchronization mode. Temporarily stimulating dopamine secretion. Temporarily adjusting mental power limit by 215.9%. Mental shockwave charging at full capacity. Commencing forceful expulsion of unknown dangerous energy. 10-9-8. What are you doing? The blonde woman suddenly screamed in terror, her voice filled with extreme fear. Stop, stop immediately. Our minds are linked right now. If you do this, we'll both end up brain dead. But by then, Wang Yu could no longer stop. As soon as the countdown reached 0, a powerful shockwave transformed into 2 piercing white beams from his eyes, directly entering the blonde woman's bright eyes. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. Wang Yu felt his body heat up, his vision was overwhelmed by endless white light, and then he lost consciousness. Shortly after, at a secret international meeting on Blue Star, representatives from a major Western nation and China were vehemently arguing, their faces flushed with anger, saliva flying. The Western representative accused, China kidnapped our country's only A-class ability user. We demand their immediate return. The Chinese representative stood their ground. Your country sent an A-class ability user to secretly infiltrate our secret base and killed a critically important researcher. We demand a hefty compensation. In the end, the matter was left unresolved under the mediation of other countries, but both representatives looked as if they had suffered significant losses. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing his surroundings, he gasped and immediately sat up straight. He found himself lying on a stone bed inside a simple stone house. The room was sparsely furnished, with only the stone bed, a set of stone tables and chairs, and a simple wooden bookshelf. This place is, Wang Yu instinctively took a deep breath, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He had exhaled a misty white breath from his mouth. He quickly jumped off the bed and examined himself from head to toe, a green robe, a tall physique. Still in disbelief, Wang Yu formed a hand seal and muttered a few words. With a puff, a small flame a few inches high appeared in front of him out of thin air. I can use magic again. He was both surprised and delighted, quickly checking his body inside and out. He then took out 2 storage bags from his robe, one gray and one yellow, which belonged to the city lord of Huang and the ugly man he had robbed. Wang Yu used his spiritual sense to scan through 2 storage bags, and his expression turned strange. He tucked the gray storage bag into his robe and injected his mana into the yellow storage bag. With a quick flip, a small pile of items poured out from the bag's opening. He frowned slightly, remembering clearly that when he left this world, the storage bag should have contained only a silver hammer artifact, 2 black cylinders filled with poison, some unknown medicinal powders, and a few talismans. However, among the items before him, there was now an additional red-covered book and 7 or 8 red bottles, which were clearly not placed there by him. Wang Yu picked up the red-covered book and instinctively opened the first page, his eyes glancing over a few lines of text. Huh, he exclaimed softly. The cultivation technique was surprisingly simple and easy to understand, almost self-explanatory. As he read, his internal mana began to circulate according to the book's instructions on its own, completing a full cycle without any hindrance. An indescribable shock surged through him. Wong Yu quickly turned to the second level of the fire spirit technique, and his internal mana continued to circulate smoothly according to the new instructions, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. The third level of the fire spirit technique was the same, easy to grasp, with mana flowing without any obstruction. His hand trembled, almost causing him to drop the book. At that moment, he finally understood during the time his consciousness was absent. This body had switched to practicing the fire spirit technique and had already reached the third level of chi refinement, with mana purer than before. Calculating the time flow, his consciousness had been absent from this body for nearly 2 months. During this time, who had been in control of his body? This thought sent a chill down Wong Yu's spine. He tossed the book back onto the ground, picked up a red bottle, and poured out a crimson pill. The pill was smooth as jade with a distinct pale white pattern, emitting a faint red glow as soon as it touched his hand. A foundational elixir. Although Wong Yu had never seen one in person, his years of reading miscellaneous books allowed him to instantly recognize its origin. He quickly returned the pill to the bottle, recalling that elixirs above a certain grade must be stored in special containers to prevent the loss of their properties. He turned the bottle over, and 3 small black characters at the bottom caught his eye: Fire Cloud Elixir. Indeed, it was a foundational elixir. Wong Yu exhaled deeply, but instead of feeling joy, his suspicion grew. He vividly remembered how his consciousness had returned to Blue Star, and wondered if all of this was connected to the mysterious Li Hua old ancestor. If true, his current situation might still be fraught with danger. As he pondered, Wang Yu placed all the items back into the storage bag and pushed open the stone house door. Before him stretched an endless sea of green forest, surrounded on 3 sides by steep cliffs. The stone house stood alone on a protruding cliff, with nothing else in sight. However, these scenes were not what captivated Wang Yu's attention. His gaze was entirely drawn to an extraordinary sight in the distant sky: a huge, yellowish celestial body, floating beside a crimson sun. Saturn, Wang Yu murmured almost in a whisper, completely lost in thought. In this mystical world of cultivation, he had once again seen a celestial phenomenon identical to that of Blue Star's Saturn, like a twin. After a while, Wang Yu finally withdrew his gaze from the horizon, a faint suspicion about the celestial events stirring in his mind. However, he didn't act hastily. Instead, he circled the stone house. Soon, he discovered a long passage behind the mountain wall extending downward, seemingly leading deep into the mountain's core. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to enter rashly, but returned to the stone house to inspect it more thoroughly. Eventually, he found another set of pale red uniform clothing on a wooden rack. Upon closer inspection, the corner of the garment was embroidered with the black characters Zhu Quebec. In addition, there was a crimson wooden plaque placed silently beside the clothing. One side of the plaque was engraved with a fiery spiritual pattern, while the other bore several large characters in silver, clear and striking. As Wang Yu fiddled with the plaque, a subtle feeling of bloodline connection, as if a mysterious link to himself, began to surface. Clearly, during the time he had lost consciousness, not only had his fire spirit skills been altered, but he had also received a reward of a rank-enhancing elixir and had become an inner disciple of Zhu Ke Mountain. All these changes were undoubtedly orchestrated by the Li Hua Patriarch. However, what puzzled him was why such a venerable figure at the Golden Core stage was giving him so much attention. Initially, the fire light from that magical artifact forced him to leave this world, and during his unconscious period, his body was taken over by another unknown consciousness, enjoying such generous treatment. This thought sent a chill down his spine, filling him with deep-seated fear. Now, it seems I can't leave immediately. I'll have to observe the situation and take it one step at a time, he murmured to himself, then tucked the plaque into his robe and exited the stone house, entering the passage. The passage wasn't long. After walking about 100 meters, Wang Yu found himself in a massive cavern. The cavern was intricate, with numerous intersecting passages dividing the space. Each passage's exit was marked by a wooden plaque indicating its direction. Wang Yu glanced back at the passage he had come from. The plaque boldly read, Inner Gate 118. Scanning the other passages, he noticed some also marked with the Inner Gate designation, with numbers ranging from 26 to 103, indicating that his 118 was indeed the last. As Wang Yu pondered this, footsteps echoed. A man in his 30s, dressed in a yellow robe, emerged from a passage marked Inner Gate 45. On the man's shoulder perched a long-eared rabbit with fiery red fur, its elongated forelimbs ending in sharp claws. The man looked surprised to see Wang Yu but quickly smiled and approached to greet him. Brother Wang, what a coincidence. You've been in seclusion since entering the inner gate. How are you adjusting? Although Wang Yu didn't recognize the man, he smiled and clasped his hands in response. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I've been studying new techniques, which has kept me from visiting you all. That's perfectly normal, the man chuckled. I heard you recently formed your spiritual root. Adjusting your cultivation techniques accordingly is indeed wise. Although the speed of training during the chi refinement stage is similar, finding techniques that align with your spiritual root will naturally enhance your efficiency. But Brother Wong, your emergence from seclusion must mean you heard about the new batch of young beasts at the Spirit Beast Hall, right? I remember that new inner disciples are entitled to a free claim. The man in the yellow robe nodded and suddenly gave a strange smile, saying, the Spirit Beast Hall? Free claim? Wang Yu was taken aback and looked puzzled. What? Brother Wong, you really don't know. It seems the steward who handled your admission was indeed careless. The man in the yellow robe looked a bit surprised and then explained, according to the sect's rules, every new inner disciple has the chance to choose a spirit beast for free within the first 3 months. You know, our 4-elephant sect is renowned for its beast taming skills, and an inner disciple without a spirit beast is simply laughable. He smiled slightly and added, you must have envied those spirit beasts too, right? I see. But where is the Spirit Beast Hall? I'd like to take a look. A hint of desire flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as he made up his mind. Whether it was the ghost dog of Yinling Long or the bone python he saw at the Guanyuan market, they were all spirit beasts he coveted. Coincidentally, I have some business to attend to at the Spirit Beast Hall as well. Let's go together, the man in the yellow robe suggested without hesitation. Wang Yu naturally agreed. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Wang Yu and the man in the yellow robe arrived in front of a large hall located halfway up the mountain. The front hall was empty, with only a few tables, making it exceptionally quiet. The man in the yellow robe glanced around and casually knocked on a small golden bell hanging in the center of the hall. Moments later, footsteps were heard from the back of the hall, and an elderly man emerged, looking displeased. Zhou Chu, it's you again, you rascal, the elder complained as soon as he appeared. Didn't I tell you? Your long-armed rabbit's lack of appetite is because it's about to advance. You just need to let it consume more fire-attributed spiritual items, and it will be fine. The elder was tall and thin, with an aged face and snow-white eyebrows that nearly covered his eyes. He wore a loose hemp robe, looking somewhat unkempt. The man in the yellow robe shrugged helplessly and smiled wryly. Uncle Lee, the price of fire-attributed spiritual items has skyrocketed. How can I afford them? Could you sell me some fire-attributed beast feed at a lower price? There isn't much fire-attributed beast feed left either. How much do you need? Uncle Lee replied with a hint of impatience. Give me 30 pounds, the man in the yellow robe muttered, pulling out a handful of spirit stones from his pocket and handing them to the elder. Ever since I started raising spirit beasts, I've turned into a pauper. The elder took the spirit stones, rolled his eyes, and went straight into the inner hall. Shortly after, he returned to the front hall with a bulging small bag. Here, take it, he said, handing the bag to the man in the yellow robe. By the way, Uncle Lee, this is our new inner disciple from Zhuke Mountain, Brother Wong. He's here to use that free claim. The man in the yellow robe added with a smile, pointing to Wang Yu. The elder paused upon hearing this, scrutinizing Wang Yu with a hint of surprise. Are you the disciple personally named by the patriarch? He frowned, looking Wang Yu up and down with a trace of doubt in his eyes. If the patriarch hasn't allowed anyone else to join recently, then it should be you. Wang Yu respectfully cupped his hands. Yes, I am the disciple. Uncle Lee nodded, clearly reluctant, but still motioned for him to follow. Since the patriarch named you, come with me. Wang Yu felt a stir in his heart and gratefully followed, while the man in the yellow robe, looking eager to watch the proceedings, trailed behind. They passed through the front hall and entered a dim corridor. Uncle Lee began to speak. Beast taming is the founding skill of our 4-elephant sect, passed down through generations. Back in the day, our sect's founder established a foothold in Tongzhou City by defeating 3 latest-stage Golden Core sects with a single Cloud Mountain Jiao at the peak of the Golden Core stage. While other sects can only fight Unknown, we can fight Tunknown or even 3-known. How could we not win? Zhou Chu listened, a hint of resignation in his eyes, and then rolled his eyes, replying, what do you know? You young people haven't grasped the essence of beast taming. Uncle Lee snorted dismissively, exuding an air of arrogance. Uncle Lee, you're trying to fool us juniors again, looking for someone to test that beast fusion technique of yours, Zhou Chu said with a helpless shake of his head, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Beast fusion? Wang Yu was taken aback, his brows furrowing at the unfamiliar term, clearly surprised by this unknown technique. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Chu chuckled and explained, it's a secret technique Uncle Lee has been working on. It allows cultivators to temporarily borrow the power of spiritual beasts. However, it's not yet perfected, and several of our senior brothers have been seriously injured by backlash during trials. The patriarch has strictly forbidden Uncle Lee from further testing it on people. The old man snorted in dissatisfaction, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If not for the patriarch's orders, I would have perfected this return to origin technique long ago. It's such a pity just one step away. Wang Yu, Hearing that Uncle Lee could create his own secret techniques showed a flash of admiration in his eyes and said earnestly, "Uncle Lee, your ability to create secret techniques is truly admirable. Yeah, you know how to speak well." Uncle Lee turned to scrutinize Wong Yu, his gaze shifting from critical to approving. "I remember, you're one of those with a powerful physical bloodline, right? What bloodline have you awakened? What spiritual roots do you have, and which cultivation method are you primarily practicing? When selecting young beasts, I can offer you some guidance." Delighted, Wong Yu quickly clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Uncle. I've awakened the iron-eating crocodile bloodline, with water, fire, metal, and wind spiritual roots. I originally practiced the water shadow technique, but recently switched to the fire spirit technique." He was secretly pleased, knowing that guidance from this elder who excelled in beast mastery could save him many detours. Uncle Lee stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The iron-eating crocodile is a low-level reptilian beast? To fully utilize your bloodline's affinity, choosing a young beast of this type would be best." As he walked, he analyzed. The fire spirit technique is a pure fire attribute method. If you consider future synergy with a spirit beast, selecting a fire or wind attribute beast would also be a good choice. Fire attribute beasts are obvious, but wind attribute beasts paired with fire techniques can be incredibly powerful. The old man furrowed his brows, recalling, "If I remember correctly, among the new batch of young beasts, there are only a few ironhead crocodile eggs. For fire attribute beasts, there are a few firetail wolves and fire-feathered eagles. Wind attribute beasts are very rare, and there's not a single one in the hall right now." As they spoke, the three of them reached a large green door. On either side stood a black-armored statue about 10 feet tall, covered with intricate silver patterns, each holding a massive silver axe. As they approached, the statues slowly turned their heads with a mechanical sound, their cold eyes locking onto the visitors. Uncle Lee remained unfazed, simply raising his hand, causing the statues to return to their original positions. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, several white runes flew out, disappearing into the door. The green door slowly opened. The old man led them inside. Behind the door were two long rows of iron cages, each separated by a hazy white barrier, numbering over 100 in total. Surprisingly, the entire space was eerily silent. Uncle Lee led them quickly to a particular cage, chanting under his breath as he raised the item in his hand again. This time, Wong Yu saw clearly it was a small white flag about 2 inches long. With the old man's gesture, the white barrier of the cage instantly dissipated, revealing two young beasts inside two small green wolves, each about a foot tall, with tails like red torches. The fire-tailed wolf is a fire attribute beast with a growth cycle of about 30 years. Once mature, it is considered a late-stage spirit beast but has the potential to reach the early second tier. It excels in close combat and fire snake techniques, and isn't very picky with its diet, making it one of the easiest spirit beasts to raise. Many outer disciples choose this spirit beast to cultivate. Uncle Lee explained with an experienced and calm demeanor, pointing at the two small green wolves inside the cage. Upon hearing this, Wong Yu immediately leaned closer to the cage, carefully observing the fluffy little creatures. The small wolves inside seemed to have just had a hearty meal. They were curled up and sound asleep, oblivious to the three people watching them, as quiet as two green balls of fluff. After Wong Yu nodded in understanding, Uncle Lee led him and Zhou Chu further along. They walked a short distance and arrived at a larger cage. Uncle Lee skillfully performed a hand gesture, lightly waving a small flag, causing the white light shield outside the cage to dissipate. Inside were two small, fist-sized, bright red birds, pecking at each other like tiny roosters, their feathers puffed up and full of aggression, clearly having fiery tempers. These are fire-feathered eagles, fire attribute spirit birds with a growth cycle of 60 years. Upon maturity, they are latest-stage spirit beasts with the potential to reach mid-second tier. They excel in fire rain techniques and flying, with some close combat ability. They prefer to eat demonic beast meat. Uncle Lee's voice turned serious. Although they have great cultivation value, the cycle is long and costly. If you want one as a spirit beast, think carefully. Most people can't afford to raise them, but some affiliated families of sects might exchange for these young birds and use the entire family's resources to nurture them. Wong Yu once again leaned forward, observing the little creatures intently. Seeing their agile forms and vibrant feathers, he couldn't help but show fondness. Who doesn't like a spirit bird that can fly? Even if you encounter an unbeatable opponent, you can rely on the bird to fly away and save your life. After a moment, Uncle Lee signaled to continue, leading the two to another cage. Again, he used the miniature flag to remove the white light shield. Wong Yu focused his gaze and was slightly taken aback. The design of this cage was noticeably different. It had a small water pit inside, surrounded by sand and gravel, with a blue fist-sized crystal placed in the center. Neatly arranged beside it were 3 large eggs with black spots, and not far from them, a lizard-like creature, about half a foot long, was eagerly nibbling on a broken eggshell. Oh, one of the beast eggs has hatched early. Uncle Lee remarked in surprise upon seeing the situation inside the cage. Uncle, aren't these ironhead crocs? It's not that unusual for one egg to hatch early, is it? Zhou Chu commented dismissively. Humph, what do you know? The elder scoffed. The ironhead croc's incubation period is a year and a half. I estimated it would take at least another half year to complete the process. The fact that one hatched early suggests one thing. This ironhead croc might have mutated during incubation, allowing it to break out sooner. Mutation? Wong Yu and Zhou Chu echoed, surprise flashing in their eyes. The man's face soon showed delight, his gaze fixed on the small ironhead croc, eyes gleaming with calculation. Seeing their interest, Uncle Lee quickly dampened their enthusiasm. Don't think a spirit beast mutation is necessarily a good thing. Mutation means its original stable talents and cultivation path could deviate. The mutation could be beneficial or detrimental, and the chance of it being harmful might be higher. He pointed to the small beast in the cage and continued. For instance, the ironhead croc has a growth cycle of 40 years, with latest stage chi refining strength and mid-second-year potential, known for its thick skin, especially its incredibly tough head, excelling in close combat, and having some water control ability. But after mutation, none of this is guaranteed. The elder's voice grew more serious. After mutation, the ironhead croc's growth cycle might extend to 50 or 60 years, or its strength upon maturity might decrease to only mid-stage chi refining, or its potential might not reach mid-second year anymore, not to mention changes in other innate abilities. Of course, if it mutates in a favorable direction, the outcome would be the opposite. It's up to you to gamble on your luck. Uncle Lee, can we take a look at the mutated baby crocodile first? Zhou Chu couldn't help but ask. Wong Yu nodded in agreement, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The old man nodded slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, the cage door sprang open. With a wave of his hand, the newborn crocodile gently floated out of the cage and landed steadily in his hand. You can take a good look, but I advise you not to waste your efforts, Uncle Lee said calmly, handing the baby crocodile to Wong Yu. Even if a newborn spirit beast mutates, it won't show any noticeable anomalies. Wong Yu took the baby crocodile and carefully observed it. Its skin was dotted with black spots, and its belly was snow white. He gently stroked it with his finger, finding its skin cool and elastic. Apart from these traits, it seemed no different from a regular baby crocodile. He pondered for a moment, then formed a hand seal, causing a pale yellow rune pattern to flash briefly. A gentle yellowish glow spread through the air, enveloping the baby crocodile in a thin layer of blood-red light that emitted a faint glow. This is the Qi observation technique, Wang Yu thought, glancing at Uncle Lee and Zhou Chu. The blood aura around Uncle Lee and Zhou Chu differed. Uncle Lee's aura was nearly 2 inches high, while Zhou Chu's was only about half an inch. Wang Yu paused, appearing to notice something, then gave Uncle Lee an apologetic smile before turning his attention to the 3 crocodile eggs in the cage. The eggs were also covered in a thin layer of blood light, but it was much thicker than that surrounding the baby crocodile. One particularly large egg emitted an aura nearly half an inch thick, almost matching the aura of the man in the yellow shirt. These eggs seemed different, Wang Yu pondered, his gaze lingering on the large egg. He then handed the baby crocodile to the man in the yellow shirt beside him. The man in the yellow shirt examined the baby crocodile for a moment before turning to Wong Yu, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Brother Wong, may I take this mutated iron-head crocodile? My current long-armed rabbit is rather average, and I've been wanting to train another spirit beast. This mutated iron-head crocodile seems fitting. I'm willing to take a chance on it. Wong Yu looked at the baby crocodile in the man's hands and then at the eggs in the cage, appearing hesitant. Uncle Lee simply smiled silently, observing quietly. Brother Wong, if you let me have this mutated iron-head crocodile, I won't forget this favor, the man in the yellow shirt continued, his eyes full of hope. I have some exclusive notes on spirit beast training from earlier years. Though they're not about the iron-head crocodile, they could be valuable to you. Just promise not to share them. Exclusive insights. Uncle Lee raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested in Zhou Chu's offer. These notes are indeed valuable. If placed in the library, other disciples would likely need to pay a significant amount of spirit stones to view them. Seeing Wang Yu's hesitation, Zhou Chu quickly pulled a small booklet from his robe and handed it to him. Despite appearing reluctant, his tone carried a hint of expectation. Wang Yu took the booklet, glanced through it, and nodded with a smile. Since Brother Zhou values it so much, I won't refuse. Uncle Lee, I'll choose one of the iron-head crocodile eggs. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Wong, Zhou Chu said joyfully, his eyes sparkling with delight. Wang Yu suddenly smiled, took the booklet, and nodded to the man in the yellow shirt. I'll leave this mutated iron-head crocodile to you. As for the spirit contract, I'm not in a rush to sign it. Spirit contract? Wang Yu mused, curiosity evident on his face. Uncle Lee calmly added, if I were you, I wouldn't rush into signing a spirit contract. Although signing the spirit contract will accelerate the growth of the young beast, Uncle Lee furrowed his brow and cautiously advised Zhou Chu. This is, after all, a mutated young beast, and its early growth won't be slow. It would be best to feed it for a while and observe. If anything seems amiss, you'll still have a chance to back out. Otherwise, the backlash from the spirit contract is no trivial matter. Hearing the words spirit contract backlash, Zhou Chu shivered and nodded repeatedly in gratitude. Uncle, your advice is wise. This is indeed more prudent. By the way, how many spirit stones does this young crocodile require? The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. A regular ironhead crocodile cub costs 200 spirit stones, but this mutated young crocodile requires 500 spirit stones. So expensive? The man in the yellow shirt turned pale and couldn't help but remark, at that price, wouldn't it be more worthwhile to use Wang Shidi's free quota? The elder immediately put on a stern face upon hearing this. Nephew Zhou, you should be aware of the Spirit Beast Hall's rules. The free quota for spirit beasts cannot be transferred or indirectly transferred. This would be a serious breach of our regulations. Zhou Chu was startled by the reprimand and quickly explained, I was just speaking casually. Although 500 spirit stones are a lot, I can still manage to gather them. Saying this, he took out a storage pouch from his pocket and poured out a pile of white crystals and 4 red crystals. Wong Yu's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the red crystals. Although he had read in books that spirit stones are classified into lower, middle, and upper grades, with middle grade and above having attributes, one piece of middle grade being worth 100 pieces of lower grade, this was his first time seeing them in person. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the blue crystal in the cage, thinking it must also be a middle grade spirit stone. Zhou Chu quickly scanned with his spiritual sense and tallied. For middle grade fire attribute spirit stones, 100 lower grade spirit stones. With a flick of his sleeve, all the spirit stones disappeared instantly. Despite the pained expression on his face, he beamed with joy as he looked at the young crocodile in his hand. At this moment, Uncle Li took the largest ironhead crocodile egg from Wong Yu's hand, then asked for his inner disciple token. After performing a recognition spell, he returned it and explained, when new inner disciples use their free spirit beast quota, we offer a complimentary spirit contract. However, since you possess a physical bloodline, the spirit contract will naturally become a blood contract. Now, drip your essence blood onto the beast egg, and I'll handle the rest. Remember not to resist the force of the contract. Following instructions, Wang Yu held the beast egg and squeezed out a few drops of essence blood from his pricked finger. Uncle Li then took out a black scroll, recited an incantation, and slowly unfurled it. Suddenly, the scroll ignited with a puff, and a flash of silver light shot into the beast egg. The essence blood on the egg vanished instantly, followed by a blood-red glow that flew from the egg into Wang Yu's brow. He heard a hissing sound in his ear, and then everything returned to calm. The smaller the young beast, the stronger the blood contract effect. By contracting directly with the beast egg, the effect is naturally better. Once the ironhead crocodile hatches, it will be connected to your mind and will never recognize another master. Uncle Li explained as he placed the beast egg back into the iron cage, covered it with a white light shield, and handed a thick tome to Wang Yu. This is the basic knowledge of spirit beast cultivation. Every inner disciple receives a copy. You may leave now. I'll notify you when the egg hatches. After half a day, Wang Yu returned alone to the stone house on the cliff. He opened his storage bag and carefully checked the new items he had acquired. 100 translucent spirit stones glimmering faintly in the bag, a mechanical bird lying quietly in the corner, intended for disciples' travels. Additionally, there were 20 pounds of high-quality spiritual rice, 10 pounds of aromatic beast jerky, 12 jade bottles filled with yuan-enhancing pills, and a specially made spirit beast pouch. These were the benefits and cultivation resources he was entitled to as a new inner disciple. It wasn't until he spoke with senior brother Zhou that he realized he hadn't collected these supplies in the past 2 months. With Zhou's helpful guidance, he went to the General Affairs Hall to claim his due items. Recalling the generous gift from Yin Linglong before his departure, Wang Yu felt a warmth in his heart. She had given him almost half of the Yin family's existing spirit stones, about 200 in total, and also prepared over 20 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid suitable for early-stage qi refinement. These resources would support his cultivation for quite some time. Back in his bed, sitting cross-legged, Wang Yu did not immediately begin his cultivation. With a serious expression, he murmured, "Overclock." Instantly, his senses heightened dramatically, and everything around him seemed to slow down, while his mind entered an unusually sharp state. Leveraging this extraordinary cognitive ability, he began meticulously sorting through his recent experiences in both worlds. As his analysis deepened, his expression continually shifted, sometimes frowning, sometimes enlightened, sometimes pensive, and occasionally shocked. Suddenly, he tentatively spoke, "Taiyuan, reset system." There was no response. "Taiyuan, reset fusion." Silence. "Taiyuan, query current functions." Still no sound. "Taiyuan, enter login interface." This time, a mechanical voice finally echoed in his mind. "Host preparing to enter system login interface." Host automatically exiting overclock sync mode. Host entering system login interface. A flash of white light, and Wong Yu found himself in a pitch-black space, with only a small glowing screen before him. Game sleep pod, he exclaimed, recognizing the place with surprise. At that moment, a worried female voice emerged from the darkness. Who's there? Is someone else here? Wong Yu, is that you? The voice was strangely familiar. Before Wong Yu could respond, a timid young boy's voice spoke. Where's this place? Please let me go. I need to return to Wong family village. My father and mother will be worried. And my brother, I need to help them with the fields. The barren land hasn't been tilled yet. Sob, sob. Then, a third voice, one that sent a shiver through Wong Yu. A voice all too familiar, that of a young man. Hey, hey, who are you three? It's so dark here. You won't even let me see your faces. You can't be kidnappers, right? Huagua is a society governed by law. Don't go down a path of no return. You too, be quiet. Wong Yu, I don't care where this place is, but I know you're here. I want to talk to you face to face. With the right price, there's nothing that can't be negotiated. A clear, cold female voice cut through the silence in the darkness. The breathing of the other two in the space suddenly became lighter, evidently intimidated by the sudden pressure. Wong Yu reached out in the pitch black, touching the smooth, cold wall of the cabin. This cramped space was clearly not meant for four people, causing him to frown. Are you the one who ambushed me at the base? How do you know my name? Wong Yu finally asked. The woman chuckled softly. I once used my ability to copy your memory. Although I only skimmed a little, knowing your name wasn't difficult. Wong Yu then recognized her as the beautiful blonde with blue eyes from the base. So, can you explain what's going on here? How would I know? The blonde woman replied through gritted teeth. After my ability went out of control, I woke up trapped here, with only these two idiots for company. Hey, who are you calling an idiot? A young man immediately retorted. I'm only letting it slide because you're a woman. The familiar voice made Wong Yu's eye twitch slightly. The blonde's tone turned seductive. You should have some idea who this person is, right? If you're willing to have a proper talk, I'll tell you his background. Wong Yu thought for a moment, then placed his hand on the white screen in front of him, and a web address appeared. Amidst a few exclamations, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the four found themselves in a silver hall. In the center stood a black metal chair, with a large screen hanging on the wall. Wong Yu quickly assessed the other three. The blonde with blue eyes and a dark green tight uniform was the one who had ambushed him. A scruffy, thin boy who looked about 13 or 14, appeared terrified. Wong Taiju, Wong Yu asked tentatively. Big brother. You know me. That's great. The boy exclaimed excitedly. Finally, there was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a black school uniform. Though he tried to appear calm while surveying the surroundings, his eyes betrayed his fear. Ding you. You know me too? The young man frowned. You look familiar. Is this your territory? You could say that. Wong Yu stared at the young man, whose face was identical to his before joining the base's secret project, suppressing his inner shock. How could there be another Ding Yu when he himself was right there? His gaze involuntarily returned to the stunning face of the blonde woman. The blonde woman scanned the silver hall with a calm gaze, as if she had taken in everything. Noticing Wong Yu's look, she unhesitatingly asked, So what exactly is this place? Wong Yu furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before calmly responding. I can answer, but only the questions I can answer. The blonde woman's gaze deepened as she stared intently at Wong Yu. All right, first question, what exactly is this place? Wong Yu smiled faintly. What place? You managed to sneak in here easily. Haven't you seen this login interface? The blonde woman was suddenly taken aback, a flash of shock in her eyes. It's really the superbrain Taiyuan's login interface hall. So, we're mental entities, not physically real. Wong Yu slowly nodded, his eyes still calm. Your situation, I'm not entirely sure, but that's probably the case. After all, if it weren't, how could we possibly be here? As the two conversed, a young man nearby suddenly turned pale, as if something had dawned on him. He muttered under his breath, This can't be. However, Wong Taiju was completely lost in the conversation, his attention captured by everything in the silver hall, his eyes constantly scanning the large mirror-like screen ahead. The blonde woman turned her gaze back to Wong Yu, her brow slightly furrowed. No, although the three of us might be in this situation, you might not be. You seem to control the free transitions of the login hall. Wong Yu was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit annoyed. Is that considered the second question? If so, I refuse to answer. The blonde woman ignored Wong Yu's indifference and continued. Of course not. The second question is, does all of this relate to the other world you've been exploring? Including our current appearances. Her eyes fixed on Wong Yu, her tone carrying a sense of inquiry and urgency. Wong Yu's gaze flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Yes, there is indeed some relation. The blonde woman showed a hint of a triumphant smile. I'm done asking. So, you want to know why there's suddenly another Ding Yu here, right? After all, aren't you Ding Yu, just with a different name, becoming Wong Yu? Her gaze lightly swept over to the young man beside her, with a teasing smile. Wong Yu's face darkened, staring at the blonde woman with a hint of tension in his eyes. Do you really know what's going on? The blonde woman laughed even more brightly. Of course I know. Because I created him. She pointed at the young man, proudly declaring. The young man's face changed drastically, anxiously retorting. What are you talking about? I don't understand. What do you mean by another Dingyu? I am Dingyu. And beauty, you say I was created by you. Are you my mom or something? His words revealed panic and fear, his eyes flustered, clearly not understanding what was happening. The blonde woman was unmoved, coldly glancing at the young man, before continuing to speak to Wong Yu. Wong Yu, do you remember what I did when I subdued you? Wong Yu's brow furrowed, lost in thought. You're saying? You were copying my memory? The blonde woman nodded slowly, her eyes filled with gravity. Although I'm not entirely sure what happened at the time, and can't fully explain it. But based on my speculation, it should be that the mental shockwave you released caused my electromagnetic abilities to go out of control, which eventually led to the fusion of electromagnetic abilities carrying memory data with your mental waves in some unknown way. This way is unclear, but ultimately it created a Dingyu mental entity with part of your memories. She turned to look at the young man again, her tone even colder. You say he was created by my mental power and your electromagnetic ability together? With a stern expression, Wong Yu spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of threat. What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep talking like this, I won't be so polite. Before he could finish, a young man named Dingyu suddenly erupted in anger. In an instant, arcs of electricity crackled around his body, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. This unexpected phenomenon caused everyone present to step back in shock. However, the situation changed rapidly. The arcs of electricity vanished as quickly as they appeared, and Dingyu's figure began to blur, fading like an old photograph. In a panic, he sprinted towards the blonde woman, shouting desperately, "Help! What's happening to me? Please, someone help me." But after only a few steps, he completely vanished without a trace in the silver hall. This bizarre scene left Wang Yu stunned, and the blonde woman's expression shifted slightly. Wang Taizhu, nearby, was so frightened that he clamped his hands over his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. What just happened? Wang Yu asked bitterly. The blonde woman thought for a moment before explaining slowly. If I'm not mistaken, it's because his mental and electromagnetic powers were exhausted. As a temporary spiritual entity, he's not an independent being like you or me. His existence relies entirely on these energies. Once they're depleted, he naturally disappears. Wang Yu frowned and looked at the blonde woman. Who exactly are you? You seem to know a lot about this. The blonde woman gracefully performed a Western-style curtsy. Mr. Wang Yu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Helena, the top ace of the Britannia Federation's superpower forces and the closest to enshrank ability user on the entire Blue Star with dual rank abilities. I also hold doctorates in biology, electromagnetism, and mental psychology from Britannia University, and the youngest academician in the Britannia Federation Academy, and a major general in the Britannia Federation Special Forces. Her impressive list of titles left Wang Yu in awe. A dual rank ability user? I've never heard of that. I possess both super electromagnetic and super biological mimicry abilities, which you have already witnessed, Helena replied proudly. The reason you haven't heard of it is that my second ability has always been kept secret from the outside world, with only a few in the Britannia Federation aware of it. Humph, are you trying to make me think you're important by saying all this? Wang Yu snorted. Helena candidly admitted, indeed, with my abilities, knowledge, and status, I should be quite useful to you. She then shifted her gaze to Wang Taizhu. However, I'm more interested in this young fellow right now. He's not a temporary spiritual entity, but a true interdimensional being, isn't he? How do you know he's an interdimensional being? Wang Yu's eyes flashed with caution. Helena smiled and said, just a guess. Wang Yu's expression darkened immediately. Big brother, do you know my parents? I won't suddenly disappear like that other guy, will I? Wang Taizhu asked Wang Yu with a trembling voice, his eyes full of fear as he nervously clutched the corners of his clothes. Wang Yu looked at the boy's familiar features, his gaze softening. I do know your parents, and I even know your brother. To be honest, I once lived in Wangjia village for a while. You can just call me Brother Wang. He paused. As for whether you'll disappear like that person, I need to ask you a few questions first before I can give you an answer. Hearing this, the boy's face lit up with joy, as if he had grabbed onto a lifeline. So Brother Wang has been to Wangjia village too. That's great. He patted his chest and eagerly promised. Ask whatever you need. I won't hold anything back. Helena stood by, smiling silently as she observed the scene. Wang Yu got straight to the point, asking the most pressing question on his mind. Taizhu, do you remember how you got to that dark place? I'm not really sure. Wang Tiezhu's face turned pale as he recalled the dark space, his voice dropping a few notches. I just remember sleeping in a room, and when I woke up, I was there. In what room were you sleeping? Was it at your home in Wangjia village? Wang Yu asked, frowning slightly. Wang Taizhu shook his head repeatedly, his bangs swaying with the motion. No, I've been sleeping in a stone house recently. A stone house. Wang Yu was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Do you mean the stone house on the cliff? Brother Wong, how did you know? The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he began to speak rapidly. That place is so strange. I clearly remember helping my parents farm the land in Wangja village, and then suddenly, I was there. The stone house was empty, and I was the only one living there. He looked around and lowered his voice, continuing, I didn't dare wander around. When I was hungry or thirsty, I could only eat these green pills that Uncle Gu gave me. Those pills are amazing, so fragrant, and eating them once every few days keeps me from feeling hungry or thirsty. The boy added mysteriously, I was afraid someone would steal them, so I hid all the green pills under the bed. Suddenly, he straightened up, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, Brother Wong, I seem to have grown up all of a sudden, taller than my brother now. Wang Yu was increasingly astonished and interrupted the boy's rambling. Who is this Uncle Gu you're talking about? Does he have half red hair? What did he tell you? Brother Wong, you know Uncle Gu too? Wang Tieju's eyes lit up. When I woke up in the stone house, I saw Uncle Gu. He said something about an ancestor's spell going wrong, damaging my soul, and causing memory loss. So, this ancestor gave me the identity of an inner disciple or something. The boy scratched his head. I didn't understand what he meant, so I just agreed to everything. A nostalgic look appeared on the boy's face. In the beginning, he would come every day to teach me how to practice the fire spirit technique, which made my body feel warm and was quite interesting. But then he came less and less often, and the last time I saw him was 6 or 7 days ago. Wang Yu was left speechless, his brows furrowed in thought. By now, he understood what had happened. It turned out that during this time, the one controlling his body to cultivate was actually Wang Taiju. As the original owner of the body in this world of cultivation, Wang Yu had assumed that his consciousness had replaced the original owner, who no longer existed. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. When his consciousness was expelled by the spell of the ancestor, Wang Tieju's original consciousness somehow re-emerged from within the body. The elder of Lihu didn't seem to notice that the body had a new owner. Instead, he assumed it was a mistake in his spell that caused the soul injury and memory loss, and he even gave him the status of an inner disciple as compensation. Wang Yu recalled Wang Tieju's narrative, noting that Gu Shibua took quite good care of Wang Taiju, though it was unclear whether this was under the instructions of the elder of Lihua or Gu Shibua's own intention. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, his expression shifting, lost in thought. Brother Wang, am I going to be okay? Wang Taiju asked in a hushed voice, unable to hide the unease in his eyes as he noticed Wang Yu's changing expression. Don't worry, you're probably going to be fine. Wang Yu reassured the young man, softening his tone. Stay here for now. I'll find a way to get you back to the light. This reassurance wasn't just a formality. Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt for taking over the young man's body. If there was a chance to make amends, he wouldn't hesitate to help. That's great. Wang Taiju breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of reassurance spreading across his face. The blonde woman, who had been silently listening to their conversation, finally spoke up with a slightly unusual expression. Are you sure we can stay here long-term without any issues? I'll find out soon enough, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, then turned to the large screen and raised his voice. Taiyuan, log out. As soon as he spoke, a white light enveloped Wang Yu, and he found himself back on the bed in the stone house. He immediately checked his hands thoroughly and found nothing amiss. Closing his eyes, he scanned his mind with his consciousness and felt no abnormalities, finally allowing himself to relax a bit. His biggest concern was the possibility of another consciousness lurking in his mind. Afterward, Wang Yu reached under the bed and found a small wooden box. Inside, he discovered 7 or 8 neatly arranged green pills, emitting a fragrant aroma. Seems like they're fasting pills, Wang Yu thought, recalling the practical pill illustrations from the last pages of Introduction to Alchemy. He quietly placed the box into his storage bag and once again mentally commanded, Taiyuan, enter login interface. In a flash of white light, Wang Yu returned to the silver hall. The blonde woman and Wang Taiju were still standing there, seemingly untouched by time. How long was I gone? Did you stay here the whole time? Wang Yu asked the blonde woman directly. We were here the whole time, she replied without hesitation, though a flicker passed through her eyes. You were gone for about 1 minute and 36 seconds. The young man nodded repeatedly, confirming her statement. So, you can stay here indefinitely, and the time flow is the same inside and out, Wang Yu muttered thoughtfully. I might be able to stay here long term, but as for this little guy, maybe not, Helena sighed, her voice tinged with concern. What do you mean by that? Wang Yu was taken aback, turning his gaze to the blonde woman. Upon hearing this, Wang Tieju's face once again showed panic, and he subconsciously clutched the hem of his clothes. Didn't you notice? The blonde woman turned to the young man and commanded, Little one, lift your shirt. Wang Taiju hesitated, looking towards Wang Yu with uncertainty and anxiety in his eyes. Wang Yu's brow furrowed, but he nodded to him. Only then did the young man slowly lift his shirt, revealing his stomach. Seeing the state of his stomach, Wang Yu's face changed dramatically. A blurred hole appeared on the boy's abdomen, rapidly expanding outward at a visible speed. The edges of the hole emitted an eerie glow, as if consuming his very existence. A while ago, I sensed his energy was continuously draining away. Helena, the blonde woman, said emotionlessly, her voice chillingly calm. It started slowly, but now it's accelerating. He'll completely vanish in about 5 or 6 minutes. Wong Yu clenched his fists unconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He looked up abruptly, his eyes blazing with anger. What's going on? Didn't you say he was an independent entity? How could he disappear? Helena's golden hair floated gently in the invisible energy field as she explained calmly. He is indeed an independent entity, but the mental energy that forms his body is identical to yours. In my electromagnetic perception, his energy is rapidly flowing toward you, like two magnetic fields of the same nature, where the stronger one absorbs the energy of the weaker. Wang Taiju looked down at the expanding void in his abdomen, his face drained of color. He vaguely understood something and looked up at Wang Yu in terror. Brother Wang, save me, he pleaded, his voice trembling and eyes filled with desperate appeal. Wang Yu frowned, his mind racing. What if I leave here? He asked urgently, his gaze darting between Helena and Wang Taiju. It's the same. Helena shook her head, her golden hair swaying gently. I observed that even when you left earlier, his energy continued to drain and couldn't be stopped. Wang Yu's face turned ashen, his lips pressed tight. He stared at Helena, his voice laced with restrained anger. So, you have no solution either? Who is it that told me he would be of great use to me? Helena chuckled softly, a hint of mystery in her laughter. She slowly raised her right hand, electricity dancing between her fingers, a thunderous sound cracking through the air. Who said there's no way? From a certain perspective, it's not impossible to save him. Have you forgotten my ability? You mean memory replication? Wang Yu's eyes lit up, as if grasping a lifeline. Exactly, Helena confirmed, the electricity flickering between her fingers illuminating her confident face. I found that even here, I can still use my electromagnetic powers. However, since I don't have a physical body, I can't replenish the mental energy it consumes. So, I need you to agree to one condition before I help you copy his memory data, possibly allowing him to be revived later. Wang Yu squinted, asking cautiously, what condition? Let's hear it. Helena met his gaze, speaking frankly. It's simple. You just have to promise to take me away from here one day. How do you know I can really take you away? Wang Yu countered, suspicion in his voice. Helena's lips curved slightly. Even if you can't now, it doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. I just want a promise from you. Whether you honor it later is up to you. I haven't imposed any harsh conditions. Wang Yu fell silent, his brow furrowed, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Brother Wang, it's getting bigger. I can't feel my lower body anymore. Wang Tieju's voice broke the silence, almost sobbing. Wang Yu turned to see that the blurry hole on the boy's abdomen had expanded to an alarming extent, nearly splitting his body in two. The upper half could still speak, while the lower half had lost sensation, creating a grotesque and chilling scene. All right, go ahead. I agree to your condition. Wang Yu sighed deeply, finally making a decision. Great, it's a deal, Helena said, smiling broadly as the arc of electricity in her hand intensified, illuminating the entire space. Even without a helmet to assist, it will just require more mental energy. She gracefully approached the boy opposite her, electricity dancing around her like a goddess of thunder. In the silver hall, Wang Yu gazed at the spot where Wang Taiju had vanished, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Helena stood nearby, with electric light flickering like spider silk across her body. She tightly grasped a brilliant electric arc sphere, gradually compressing it into shape. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed in the air. The electric light on Helena's body vanished, and a silver sphere the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in her hand. She handed the sphere to Wang Yu. This is the materialized memory data? How long can it be preserved? Wang Yu asked, taking the sphere and glancing at it. In theory, as long as it's recharged with electromagnetic energy periodically, it should last indefinitely, the blonde woman replied with a smile. In that case, you should keep it for now, Wang Yu said after a moment of contemplation, handing the sphere back. Helena took the sphere, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. It seems that Wang Taiju means a lot to you. Wang Yu's gaze darkened, and he replied calmly, perhaps, but I'm not sure if reviving him would truly bring back Wang Taiju, or if it would just be a collection of memory data. Maybe the Wang Taiju who disappeared just now wasn't the real him either, but merely a representation of my memories. Helena looked surprised, but didn't respond. She simply smiled slightly, as if pondering something. Without saying more, Wang Yu walked over to the black metal chair and sat down. A red light descended from above, enveloping him completely. Then, a mechanical, cold voice echoed in the silver hall. Blue Star Huang was Citizen Ding Yu. Blue Star Alliance Special Reserve. Member of the Interstellar Tactical Mecha Squad. ID GLX 16345. No special authorization level. Granted temporary simulation permission. 3 uses. A massive screen lit up at that moment, its previously dim display becoming bright and clear. At the bottom of the screen, several clear glowing words appeared. Taiyuan simulation function preparing. Simultaneously, a special white virtual keyboard appeared in the void before Wong Yu. He paused for a moment, looking at the virtual screen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You actually have superbrain access, he murmured. But what does this temporary simulation permission mean? The blonde woman leaned closer, surprised as she looked at the display. Doesn't your English Federation have a superbrain too? Is this superbrain access rare? Wang Yu glanced at her and asked flatly. There are only a few superbrains on Blue Star. For your country's superbrain, Arthur, there shouldn't be more than 10 people with special authorization. Everyone using Arthur must be monitored by the special forces, or anyone approaching Arthur's server room unauthorized would be shot on sight. Helena added seriously. These superbrains are incredibly important. Your Taiyuan, our Arthur, and even the other superbrains have all surpassed the current Blue Star era by at least 2 centuries. They shouldn't exist on Blue Star right now. In recent years, the breakthroughs in black technology by major countries have largely been due to these superbrains. While I know these superbrains are important, is it necessary to go to such lengths? Wang Yu asked, his brow slightly raised in surprise. The blonde woman chuckled softly. It seems you really don't know the rumors about these superbrains? Wang Yu's curiosity was piqued. Rumors? Tell me about them. Her expression turned slightly serious. I can't verify their truth, but from some secret channels, I've learned that Taiyuan, Arthur, and even the other superbrains exceed the technological limits of this era. The rapid development of black technology in various countries is largely supported by these superbrains. Helena slowly recounted something that left Wang Yu stunned. What do you mean by not supposed to exist? Are you saying they come from beyond Blue Star? Wang Yu widened his eyes, his voice filled with astonishment. Perhaps, Helena shrugged slightly. But what I can be sure of is that these superbrains are not something modern Blue Star technology could create. She turned towards the massive screen, her blonde hair shimmering under the light, her eyes filled with inquiry. In exchange, can you tell me what this temporary simulation permission is? Temporary simulation permission is just that, simulation permission, and it's temporary. Wang Yu chuckled, deliberately vague. That's just nonsense. The blonde woman rolled her eyes, clearly dissatisfied with his evasive answer. Wang Yu suddenly turned serious. I want to conduct an experiment, if you don't mind. What kind of experiment? Don't do anything reckless. Helena immediately sensed the ill intent in his tone, her expression shifting as she tried to refuse, but it was too late. Taiyuan, expel all consciousnesses from the login interface except mine, Wang Yu commanded clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, Helena vanished in a flash of blinding white light, as if she had never existed. As expected, temporary permission is still permission. Basic functions of the login interface can be used. Wang Yu smirked with satisfaction, then placed his palm on the holographic keyboard that appeared before him. The following operations were clearly not intended for Helena's eyes. The giant screen's display instantly changed, and a golden mechanical funnel appeared, dominating the entire view. Please enter simulation requirements. A mechanical, monotonous voice echoed in the vast hall. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and tentatively said, simulate a cultivation method for the foundation establishment stage. Insufficient data for simulation. Unable to simulate foundation establishment stage cultivation method, the mechanical voice responded, while a 1 symbol appeared in the golden funnel on the screen. Wang Yu paused for a moment, then tried again. Simulate a cultivation method for the qi refining stage. Insufficient data for simulation. Unable to simulate qi refining stage method. The golden funnel on the giant screen flickered, changing the 1 to 31. A thoughtful gleam appeared in Wang Yu's eyes. Simulate a water attribute qi refining stage cultivation method. Insufficient data for simulation. Unable to simulate qi refining stage method. The number on the screen changed to 21. Simulate a fire attribute qi refining stage cultivation method. Insufficient data for simulation. Unable to simulate qi refining stage method. The screen's number reverted to 1. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, his fingers dancing deftly over the holographic keyboard. Lines of small text detailing the fire spirit techniques incantations appeared beside the golden funnel, then flowed into it and vanished. In no time, the first 3 layers of the fire spirit techniques cultivation incantations were fully inputted. The number on the golden funnel flickered, changing to 7. Wang Yu exhaled deeply, seemingly having grasped how this simulation function operated. But to be sure, he decided to conduct a few more tests. Simulate a formula for qi refining stage cultivation enhancing potions. Simulate fire attribute trick spell techniques and glyphs. Simulate qi refining stage body refining methods. After issuing the final command, the mechanical voice's response suddenly altered. Data exceeds 50% for simulation. Able to simulate qi refining stage body refining method with a perfect simulation probability of 65%, a failure probability of 20%, and an inferior simulation probability of 15%. Simultaneously, the number on the golden funnel on the giant screen changed to 65. As long as the probability exceeds 50, the simulation can begin, although failure is still possible. Wong Yu stood in front of the screen, his eyes fixed on the golden funnel, and murmured to himself, "Is this the difference between a perfect simulation and a failed one? Then what is a subpar simulation?" He frowned in thought. After a moment, a flash of insight crossed his mind, and he attempted again. Simulate the body refinement method for the chi refining stage, enhancing the direction of simulation to strengthen physical explosiveness. The mechanical voice remained indifferent as it sounded. Insufficient information for simulation. Unable to simulate chi refining stage body refinement method with enhanced direction for strengthening physical explosiveness. The voice echoed in the hall, but Wang Yu was not discouraged. He noticed that the symbols in the golden funnel on the screen had changed to 28, and he couldn't help but feel a spark of joy. It seems I can specify the direction of enhancement for the simulation, but it requires more prerequisite information. Hope gleamed in Wang Yu's eyes as he thought that if he could gather more cultivation manuals, he might simulate the most suitable method for himself. However, as he delved deeper into his thoughts, he realized something else: the temporary simulation permission seemed to have only 3 uses. Moreover, the way to obtain these permissions was related to the system reset and fusion when he last returned to Blue Star. Wang Yu thought to himself that if there was no chance to return to Blue Star again, these 3 opportunities must be used cautiously, with careful consideration each time. He whispered slowly, pondering for a few seconds before clearly stating, "Taiyuan." As his words fell, the silver hall scene vanished instantly, and he exited the interface. A few seconds later, the empty hall was suddenly illuminated by a beam of white light. Helena appeared furiously at the previous location, ready to curse Wong Yu, but stopped abruptly when she realized no one was around. She glanced around, a hint of disappointment crossing her face, and slowly walked to the metal chair where Wong Yu had just been sitting, quietly taking a seat. Meanwhile, Wong Yu had returned to the stone house and immediately entered the overclocked synchronization mode. He took out the fire spirit art and memorized the entire method repeatedly, his photographic memory helping him quickly grasp every detail. Then he took out the 2 books given by Zhou Chu and Uncle Li and read them carefully. Zhou Chu's notes, though cumbersome, recorded numerous issues and solutions in the process of nurturing spirit beasts, especially the long-armed rabbit. These were indeed valuable for someone like him who was new to spirit beast cultivation. Uncle Li's book introduced the basics of spirit beasts, greatly benefiting Wang Yu. He learned that spirit beasts are essentially no different from demon beasts. The only distinction is that spirit beasts are raised by cultivators from a young age, establishing a spiritual contract. Both spirit beasts and demon beasts are precious resources for cultivators. Spirit beasts can be tamed by cultivators to serve as capable assistants, while the blood and flesh of demon beasts contain potent energy and spiritual power that, when consumed, can enhance cultivation and refine magical power. Furthermore, the hide, bones, and demon cores of demon beasts are essential materials for crafting talismans, artifacts, and pills. In short, every part of a demon beast holds significant value, especially high-level demon beasts, which are rare treasures. The main income for the 4-symbol sect comes from raising a large number of low-tier mythical beasts in designated areas and harvesting them regularly. Otherwise, how could the sect support such a large group of disciples? Wang Yu put away the 2 books, exited the hyper-focus mode, and fell into deep thought, planning his future path. This return to the world of cultivation was completely different from the last time. Previously, when he returned to the cultivation world, his body on Blue Star was safe, and he even knew that his consciousness would be called back to Blue Star. But this time, following the eruption of his powers, he and Helena returned to the cultivation world without being able to confirm if his body on Blue Star was still secure. Even if his body on Blue Star was well preserved, the problem remained this time. It wasn't through the Zero-type sleep pod that he entered the cultivation world, so who could guarantee he could return like last time? If this method didn't work, the only way back to Blue Star seemed to be waiting for the 2 worlds to merge. However, that day might be decades away on Blue Star, while in the cultivation world, it could be 100 or even several hundred years later. For ordinary people, it's clearly an impossible wait. But in the cultivation world, a foundation establishment cultivator has a lifespan of over 200 years, and a golden core cultivator can live for 500 or 600 years. What about cultivators of even higher realms? Wang Yu pondered, feeling increasingly passionate. If he could achieve immortality, he would undoubtedly embrace it. After all, the dream of immortality is one that every person from Blue Star has probably had. Now, he had cleverly combined the goals of immortality, and returning to Blue Star, he must advance his cultivation level to gain an astonishing lifespan. As Wang Yu was calculating in secret, he suddenly heard light footsteps outside, followed by a knock on the door. He paused for a moment, then realized something and quickly jumped off the bed to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man with half of his hair in a fiery red color, accompanied by a cold and elegant young woman in her 20s, wearing a blue dress with a small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Uncle Gu. Wong Yu quickly bowed in greeting. The red-haired man nodded, then said with a hint of surprise, Wong Yu, this is my last visit. Oh, you've regained your memory. Yes, Uncle Gu, my memories suddenly returned over the past few days. Wong Yu responded with a wry smile. So quickly? Let me check if everything is all right. Before he finished speaking, the red-haired man swiftly stepped forward, grasped Wong Yu's wrist, and a surge of powerful mana poured into his body, while a wave of spiritual sense scanned him from head to toe. Your spirit aura has become stronger, there are no traces of spells cast on you, and your mana hasn't been damaged. It seems your recovery was indeed self-achieved. The red-haired man marveled. I've never encountered anything like this before. Although the woman in the blue dress didn't speak, her curious gaze remained fixed on Wong Yu. During this time, I've been very grateful for Uncle Gu's care, Wong Yu said respectfully. Uncle Gu cleared his throat, speaking indifferently. No need to thank me. I was just following the ancestor's instructions. Initially, the ancestor wanted to find someone with suitable spiritual roots to test his new wind and fire secret technique. However, something went wrong during the spell casting, resulting in damage to your spirit and memory. So, the ancestor gave special permission for you, a disciple with 4 spiritual roots, to become an inner disciple. Now, seeing you quickly regain your memory and your spirit intact, the ancestor certainly won't revoke your inner disciple status. He paused, his tone becoming casual. From now on, just stay on Juke Mountain and be a diligent inner disciple. Wong Yu nodded in agreement, but felt a complex mix of emotions inside. Thank you, Elder, and thank you, Master, for your kindness. I will dedicate myself to my cultivation in the inner sect and strive to one day reach the foundation establishment stage. Wong Yu spoke sincerely, his voice tinged with excitement. He sensed the indifference and distance in Elder Gu's tone, causing a slight heaviness in his heart, but his expression remained respectful as he bowed in gratitude. Do your best. If you truly reach the foundation establishment stage one day, it won't have been in vain that the ancestor made an exception for you. Elder Gu nodded, his demeanor cold and unaffected. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ascended into the air, with the woman in the blue dress following closely behind. They quickly transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the sky above the cliff. Wang Yu stood in place, maintaining his bowed posture, filled with respect as he watched them leave. High in the sky, mist swirled around, and the clouds rolled like silk. The woman in the blue dress flew alongside, her brow slightly furrowed as she glanced at the red-haired man ahead. She asked softly, Master, didn't you originally intend for me to look after Brother Wong? Why did you? Elder Gu gazed into the distance, his expression as calm as ever. Tianchi, I am about to enter seclusion. I intended for you to take care of Brother Wong since his soul has had issues, and he was entrusted to me by the ancestor himself, so it was only right to show some care. But since he has recovered, there's no need to go to extra lengths. Otherwise, others might mistakenly think I am trying to curry favor with the ancestor, leading to unnecessary gossip. The woman in the blue dress nodded thoughtfully and then asked, I see. What do you think of Brother Wong? It's rare for someone at the early stage of chi refinement to be admitted to the inner sect in the past decades of the Four Symbols sect. What can I say? Elder Gu's tone remained unchanged, still as indifferent and calm. The sect's rules are clear. Inner sect disciples lose their status if they haven't reached the late stage of chi refinement by the age of 30. Whether he can stay in the inner sect depends on whether he can overcome this hurdle. That's true. The woman in the blue dress nodded with a sigh. Although Brother Wong has a superior spiritual root, he has 4 spiritual roots, making his cultivation speed much slower than those of us with 3 or even 2 spiritual roots. In the remaining years, advancing from the early to the late stage of chi refinement is quite challenging. But if he manages to do it, his spiritual root could place him among the top inner sect disciples. Even so, Elder Gu remained calm, looking towards the end of the clouds. Reaching the late stage of chi refinement with 4 spiritual roots is nearly impossible without relying on external aids like pills and spiritual items. The resources required could overwhelm even a medium-sized cultivation family. Losing his inner sect status would only slow his cultivation, and the gap between you would only widen, putting you in different worlds. He paused, then advised earnestly, My previous care was merely to fulfill my duty to the ancestor. You need not associate with him much in the future. Focus on your cultivation and reach the great perfection of chi refinement as soon as possible. That is what truly matters. I understand, Master. The woman in the blue dress replied solemnly, her expression becoming determined. In the cave, spiritual energy surged. Wang Yu sat cross-legged on a stone bed, a drop of clear spiritual condensation liquid dripping from his brow and slowly sliding down his forehead. His palms rested on his knees, his breathing steady, and a faint red glow surrounded him as he practiced the 3rd level of the fire spirit art, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. He had resolved that before breaking through to the mid-stage of chi refinement, he must cultivate the fire spirit art to the fourth level to lay a solid foundation for future breakthroughs. In his spiritual perception, each breath cycle drew spiritual energy from several feet around him like a tide into his body, while more spiritual energy filled the void. The concentration of spiritual energy around him had condensed into faint white mist, swirling continuously, entering his nose and mouth, and flowing through his meridians. Is this the cultivation environment for inner sect disciples? He was profoundly shocked, feeling that the spiritual energy here was pure and clear, almost needing no deliberate refining. A day's cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days of arduous training outside. With each breath cycle, his internal magic power grew rapidly. He could clearly sense that every intake of spiritual energy made the spiritual power in his dantian more solid. Such a cultivation environment must not be wasted. Wong Yu's eyes were bright and focused, his entire being like a quietly burning flame, absorbing the purest forces of the world in silence. And this was just the effect of cultivating with 4 spiritual roots. If he had 3, or even 2 spiritual roots, wouldn't the cultivation results be even more extraordinary? Wong Yu was filled with both surprise and joy. His fingers trembled slightly as he felt the smooth flow of the fire's spirit power within him, moving more freely compared to the Yin water technique, like a fire serpent skillfully weaving through his meridians. After about the time it takes for 1.5 incense sticks to burn, Wong Yu's spiritual consciousness was depleted, making it impossible for him to maintain focus, forcing him to exit his cultivation state. He opened his eyes, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he immediately checked his dwindling mental energy, causing his brow to furrow. Mental energy insufficiency has become the bottleneck limiting my cultivation duration, Wong Yu murmured to himself, tapping his knee lightly. If I could extend my daily cultivation time, it would be a way to improve cultivation efficiency. In the past, the only way he could increase his mental energy was to passively raise its limit when he broke through his cultivation level. But now, things were different. He had brought back a set of techniques from Blue Star, known as Star Mind Technique, which was said to significantly boost mental energy. However, he was unsure if it could be practiced in this world of cultivation and what the results would be. Wong Yu closed his eyes and contemplated, with the method to cultivate the first layer of Star Mind Technique vividly appearing in his mind. This technique was not complicated, but it required practicing at specific times with the aid of a particular item. The timing wasn't the issue. The troublesome part was the special item called a star stone. According to the cultivation method, a star stone is a meteorite containing unique energy, and on Blue Star, only about 1 in 10 meteorites is a star stone. Each time star mind energy is cultivated, a large amount of star stone is consumed, with consumption increasing as one progresses. Do star stones exist in this world of cultivation? A trace of doubt flashed in Wong Yu's eyes as he tapped the ground lightly. I'll have to look for them first. With that thought, Wong Yu took out a white communication talisman from his robe. With a flick of his finger, the talisman paper wavered in the wind, transforming into a palm-sized white disk of light that hovered in the air. Wong Yu quickly spoke a few words to the disk of light. Moments later, Zhou Chu's voice emanated from it. Junior Brother Wong, if you're looking to purchase special materials, there are 2 places in the sect you can go. One is the General Affairs Hall where you collected items last time. It has a spirit goods pavilion that specializes in buying and selling various resources. Prices are similar to those in the outside market, but rare materials require sufficient merit to purchase, though quality is guaranteed without any falsifications. The other is a small internal marketplace formed by sect disciples for trading resources they prefer not to sell to the Spirit Goods Pavilion. It usually operates only at night. During the day, it's deserted. Its location is. Just as Zhou Chu's words finished transmitting through the disc, Wang Yu hurriedly expressed his thanks, and the talisman paper emitted a soft pop before shattering and disappearing. Wang Yu immediately stood up and left the stone house, standing on the edge of a cliff. With a flip of his hand, a toy-like bird appeared in his palm, which he gently tossed into the air before him. With a flash of light, the bird transformed into a half-zhang long yellow mechanical bird, intricately assembled from bamboo and wood, looking light and agile. Several spots on the bird's surface bore faint red spiritual patterns, with a crystal-clear white spirit stone embedded atop its head. Wang Yu grinned. Until I learn the art of flying or acquire a flying artifact, I'll have to rely on these standard mechanical birds for transportation. Fortunately, when he received items from the General Affairs Hall last time, he had already learned how to maneuver it. His figure flickered as he stood steadily on the back of the mechanical bird, pressing down on its neck with one hand, channeling a wisp of spiritual consciousness into it. In the next moment, the bird's eyes gleamed with white light, its wooden wings began to vibrate, and the frequency increased rapidly. Whoosh! The mechanical bird carried Wang Yu, slicing through the sky, soaring off the cliff, and speeding towards another mountain peak. Nestled between 2 towering mountain peaks lies a magnificent and opulent complex of pavilions and halls. Wang Yu skillfully piloted a nimble mechanical bird, landing gracefully in front of a grand pavilion before stepping inside. The ground floor hall was spacious and immaculate, featuring a long counter at its center with rows of tall cabinets neatly lined up behind it. Each counter was manned by a mechanical doll, diligently serving several disciples of the Four Symbols sect. Without paying much attention to others, Wang Yu walked directly to the nearest counter. The initially motionless doll suddenly stepped forward, and a lazy male voice emanated from within. If you're selling, show me the goods, and I'll price them. If you're buying, state what you need. The doll was a jade green color, with rounded limbs and a square head, its features crudely painted on. Its smile seemed oddly out of place, as if carelessly smeared on. Wang Yu frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy, but proceeded. I'm looking to buy a type of stone that fell from the sky, quite hard and smooth, possibly containing some metallic minerals. You're talking about chaos stones? The voice inside the doll immediately interjected. These stones often contain rare materials, and their surfaces can completely block spiritual consciousness and magic. They're typically only found at markets or stone gambling venues. Our spirit pavilion has a limited stock, just 7 or 8 pieces, each priced at 100 spirit stones. Wang Yu was taken aback, his mind reeling. Stone gambling? 100 spirit stones? That's too expensive. The doll seemed oblivious to Wang Yu's hesitation and continued in a brisk tone. These chaos stones were selected by an elder from our sect who excels at stone gambling, and they have a high chance of containing spirit materials. The price is set by the elder and is non-negotiable. However, if you allow him to personally open the stone, he offers a 20% discount. 80 spirit stones at a discount. Wang Yu's heart raced as he considered the possibility. All right, I agree, but I must inspect the stones myself. Of course, how can you gamble on stones without choosing them yourself? Follow the humanoid puppet, and I'll meet you on the second floor, the doll said excitedly, urging Wang Yu on. Despite feeling a bit apprehensive, Wang Yu had no choice but to follow the puppet to the second floor under its persistent urging. His movement immediately caught the attention of several other Four Symbols sect disciples at the counters, who watched curiously. The second floor hall was extraordinarily spacious, about the size of half a sports field. Wang Yu couldn't help but pause in amazement as he entered. The hall was lavishly decorated, with walls that shimmered in gold, yet there was not a single piece of furniture in sight. Scattered across the floor were 17 or 18 disassembled mechanical puppets in various states of disrepair, some headless, others missing limbs, and a few split in half. The corners of the hall were piled with mechanical parts of indiscernible purpose, chaotically strewn about. In the center of the hall stood a chubby man dressed in the attire of a wealthy gentleman. As soon as he saw Wang Yu approaching, his eyes lit up, and he quickly moved forward to greet him. Young man, are you here to gamble on the chaos stones? Go ahead and choose. It's been ages since I've opened a stone, and I'm itching to do so, the man said enthusiastically. Wang Yu hesitated and asked, Senior you are? Are you a new disciple who doesn't even recognize me? The man looked slightly surprised. I'm Elder Shan Jinkan, a guest elder currently on duty at the Spirit Goods Pavilion. Just call me Elder Jin. He looked Wang Yu up and down, clicking his tongue in amazement. Are new disciples this bold now? Coming to gamble on stones right after joining? That's much braver than I was back in the day. Are you from the Yun family or the Li family? Jinkan seemed to see through Wang Yu's cultivation level at a glance, but didn't seem to care as he asked. So it's Elder Jin. I'm Wang Yu from the Yin family. Wang Yu replied, quickly bowing in respect. Yin family. Never heard of it. Must be a small family. Jinkan pondered briefly and shook his head, then said dismissively. No matter, the family isn't important. Let's get to picking the chaos stones. He motioned for Wang Yu to step back a few paces. Although Wang Yu was puzzled, he complied. Jinkan shook his sleeve, and with a series of thunderous booms, 7 enormous stone spheres appeared in the center of the hall. The smallest was a meter in diameter, and the largest was a full 10 meters, making the entire hall tremble. Don't worry. This hall has been reinforced by formation masters. No matter how much noise we make, it won't disturb anyone outside, Jinkan reassured. Now go ahead and choose. Wang Yu looked at the 7 massive stones in front of him, somewhat speechless. Elder Jin, are all chaos stones this large? This isn't large, Jinkan replied dismissively. I've seen a chaos stone as big as 30 or 40 meters before. These are nothing. Wang Yu was secretly astonished and moved closer to examine the chaos stones. 3 were reddish-brown, 3 were yellowish-green, and 1 was gray. According to the rules of stone gambling, as long as you don't damage the surface of the chaos stone, you can use any spell, secret technique, or even magical artifact. That's part of the fun, Jinkan explained passionately. I once saw a golden core ancestor in Feng country use a unique secret technique to gamble on 10 giant chaos stones, and 3 of them turned out to contain materials listed in the Chaos Treasures record, which caused a sensation and greatly increased the ancestor's wealth. Jinsan's face glowed with excitement. My greatest wish is to open a stone with a treasure from the Chaos Treasures record. He seemed eager for Wang Yu to buy all 7 chaos stones so he could open them all at once. Wang Yu, hearing this, chose to ignore it. He had read many reports on Blue Star about the downsides of stone gambling, with countless people going bankrupt because of it. This elder Jin seemed dangerously obsessed with the practice. Wang Yu tried injecting both mana and spiritual sense into the stones, but as Jinkin had said, he couldn't penetrate the surface at all. Even his ability to turn things into gold failed upon contact with the chaos stones. However, Wang Yu wasn't searching for spiritual materials, but rather star stones. With that in mind, he placed a hand on the largest chaos stone and began to channel his mental power, following a particular incantation from the star thought technique, causing his mind to vibrate at a specific frequency. His eyes began to shine as he focused on the round stone. The surface of these round stones is smooth but dotted with pits and irregular pores, reflecting a dim sheen under the light. Wang Yu focused intently, his eyes flickering with a faint glow as his fingers gently caressed the stone's surface, as if trying to sense its mysteries. After a moment, the glow faded, and he moved on to the next stone, repeating the same inspection process. Nearby, Jinkin stood with arms crossed, a slight, amused smile playing on his lips as he quietly observed Wang Yu's every move without interrupting. Once Wang Yu had examined all 7 chaos stones, he returned to a medium-sized one, lightly brushing its surface again, his brow furrowed, as if confirming something. Elder Jin, I'll choose this one, Wang Yu said, his voice carrying a note of certainty. When I used the star mine technique earlier, this was the only chaos stone that seemed to resonate with something inside. Jinkin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I would think the largest one might contain the more valuable materials. He shook his head, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. It's all right. Since I've chosen, I have some confidence in my choice, Wang Yu responded respectfully, standing straight and unfazed by the doubt. Very well, it's your purchase, so it's your decision. Pay up, Jinkin gestured, dropping the subject. Wang Yu retrieved a storage pouch from his waist, tipping it over to reveal a small pile of translucent white crystals that tumbled out, forming a little mound on the ground. Jinkin scanned them with his spiritual sense, confirmed the count, then swept them all into his sleeve. Next, Jinkin flipped his wrist, producing a golden long blade that glinted coldly in the light. To avoid damaging any materials inside while cutting the chaos stone, I'll use this soft cloud blade, he explained. With that, he raised his arm, and the golden blade descended slowly. Despite the deliberate pace, the moment the blade touched the stone, a white glow enveloped the blade, emitting countless fine, thread-like beams of white light that spread like a web, slicing the entire stone into fist-sized fragments with precision and grace. Oh, it seems there really is a material inside, Jinkin remarked in surprise as he sheathed the blade, the white glow dissipating as it returned to its original size. He quickly moved to the pile of stones, picking up a piece to examine closely. Elder Jin, what kind of material is it? How many spirit stones is it worth? Wang Yu asked eagerly, stepping forward with eyes full of expectation. After a moment's scrutiny, Jinkin shook his head. It's a pity, just a piece of 5-colored glass. It's a second-tier material but only serves as an auxiliary in alchemy, not particularly rare. This piece might fetch around 100 spirit stones, he said, tossing the stone to Wang Yu with a hint of regret in his voice. Wang Yu fumbled to catch the stone and looked closely. Embedded in the dull gray stone was a thumb-sized crystal, emitting a soft, multicolored glow in his palm. Second-tier material, alchemy auxiliary, over 100 spirit stones. His face broke into a broad smile, eyes gleaming with joy. This meant not only had he recouped the cost of the chaos stone, but he also gained an extra 20 spirit stones. Luck is on your side, young one. Would you like to pick another chaos stone? You might find more materials, Jinkin suggested, scanning the other fragments with his spiritual sense and finding no additional materials. His eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. Wang Yu's eyes flickered with interest, and his heart was indeed tempted. He scanned the remaining stones as if weighing the pros and cons, but ultimately shook his head repeatedly. I'll pass. I'm not greedy. Breaking even on my first stone gamble is satisfying enough. I'll study more before considering another gamble. All right then, suit yourself. Elder Jinkin waved his hand, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This time, opening a chaos stone with some spiritual material has scratched my itch. If you ever want to purchase mechanical puppets or similar items within the sect, you can come directly to me. I'm the only second-tier mechanist in the sect and can offer you a 10% discount. Jinkin didn't insist further. With a flick of his wrist, his sleeve lightly rolled, and the 6 chaos stones vanished into the folds of his wide sleeve. He looked at Wang Yu with a smile, the wrinkles around his eyes smoothing out. Second-tier mechanist? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with surprise. This meant that Elder Jin before him could create second-tier puppets, a rare skill in the world of cultivation. Jinkin stroked his beard and explained. Although the Four Symbols sect is known for its beast-taming techniques, we also recruit rogue cultivators with unique skills as guest elders, and I am one of them. His tone shifted to one of undeniable authority. All right, I still have mechanical techniques to study. You may leave if you have nothing else. Wong Yu quickly pointed to the scattered chaos stone fragments on the ground, respectfully saying, I would like to take these back for further study. He paused and then asked, I also wanted to inquire if the spirit pavilion has any Sha-Chi for sale. Jean glanced at the fragments on the ground and waved his hand dismissively. These are just waste materials. Take them if you want. When Sha-Chi was mentioned, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he answered truthfully. Sha-Chi is at least a second-tier spiritual item, typically found in extreme environments. Our pavilion has Black Wind Sha and Golden Sun Sha, the former costing 1,000 spirit stones per portion, and the latter 1,500. This price. Wang Yu gasped. Such an amount of spirit stones was astronomical for him. He could only take out 2 storage bags, collecting all the fragments from the ground, then respectfully bowed and took his leave. As night fell, midnight quietly arrived. Wang Yu emerged from the stone house, looking up at the pitch-black sky. The stars were faintly visible, and both Saturn and the moon were nowhere to be seen. He went to the edge of the cliff, sat cross-legged, and took a fist-sized star stone from his sleeve, gripping it in one hand. Closing his eyes, Wang Yu began channeling his mental energy according to the star thought technique. Gradually, the stone emitted a white crystalline glow, while the starlight above the cliff was subtly drawn by a mysterious energy, transforming into invisible transparent threads, slowly entering Wang Yu's crown. The next morning, Wang Yu opened his eyes, the star stone in his hand having turned into a pile of fine powder. After a whole night of cultivating star thought energy, he felt not a trace of fatigue, but rather invigorated, as if he had experienced a deep sleep. More importantly, he could clearly feel an increase in his mental energy, though slight. This was just the beginning of cultivating star thought energy. Over time, his mental strength would significantly grow, and by then, his cultivation speed might not match that of dual spirit root disciples, but it wouldn't fall far behind those with triple spirit roots. Wang Yu suddenly raised his wrist, channeling star thought energy into it, causing a faint white watch to appear. As expected, this thing is condensed from star thought energy, and it manifests in the cultivation world just the same. His gaze fixed on the still time digits on the watch, counting silently. 10, 9, 8. When he reached 1, the second digit on the watch advanced, then returned to stillness. This timekeeping feature still works and isn't affected by the flow of time. Wang Yu mused silently, lowering his wrist, allowing the white watch to blur and disappear. A month later, inside the stone house, Wang Yu was meditating, having been in this state for an hour and a half. He showed no sign of stopping, instead drawing more spiritual mist to gather around him, making the surrounding spiritual energy denser. Half a year later, while meditating, the red glow on Wang Yu's body grew brighter, the temperature in the surrounding space steadily rising, exuding an oppressive heat. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, the red glow on his body turning into waves of energy rippling outward. His aura surged dramatically, increasing by more than half, and his spiritual sense expanded significantly. So this is the mid-stage of Qi refining, the 4th level. Wang Yu felt the surge of powerful spiritual energy within, overjoyed. Perhaps due to switching to the fire spirit technique, this breakthrough encountered almost no bottleneck, seamlessly advancing to the 4th level of Qi refining. He formed a hand seal, and with a puff, a crimson flame appeared out of nowhere. Wang Yu continuously chanted incantations, pointing at the flame repeatedly. The flame blurred and split into 2, then 4, then 8. With a wave of his sleeve, all the flames vanished without a trace. He smiled with satisfaction, murmuring to himself, with this level of spiritual energy, I should be able to learn the art of flight and entry-level spells now. The price of an entry-level spell. Wang Yu couldn't help but touch his storage pouch. Although he hadn't had any major expenses recently, his cultivation progress required a considerable amount of resources. He consumed spiritual rice and beast meat daily, and he had long exhausted the free supply provided by the sect. To maintain his physical condition, he had to purchase more cost-effective spiritual rice and beast meat from the sect's internal market. This spending had already used up more than half of his 200 spirit stones. After reaching the mid-stage of Qi refining, the spirit-gathering elixir was no longer of much help to him. Although the Fire Cloud Pill was an entry-level elixir, it was mainly used to break through bottlenecks in cultivation techniques and refine internal spiritual power. Therefore, he needed to find a more suitable cultivation elixir for future use. Additionally, after 6 months of cultivating with Star Thought power, although he had successfully completed the first layer, his star stones were nearly depleted and needed replenishing soon. Clearly, his current spirit stones were insufficient. Fortunately, half a month ago, the Yinlinglong sect sent him 100 spirit stones, but even so, Wang Yu planned to sell some unnecessary items and find a sustainable way to earn more spirit stones. As he was calculating his next steps, he realized it was time. He quickly released his mechanical bird, heading towards the 4 symbols sect's scripture pavilion. According to the sect's rules, only disciples at the mid-stage of Qi refining or higher could enter the pavilion. This was to prevent young disciples from choosing inappropriate spells or techniques for cultivation, which was why Wong Yu hadn't visited the pavilion before. The scripture pavilion, unlike the general affairs hall or the spirit beast hall, was located in a lake surrounded by mountains. Although it was Wong Yu's first visit, he had already asked Zhou Chu for directions, so he wouldn't get lost. The grand stone hall stood serenely in the center of a verdant lake, surrounded by 8 mountain peaks. Wong Yu maneuvered his mechanical bird to fly leisurely to the hall, circling a few times before slowly descending. Just as he was about to land, a sound of something cutting through the air came from a distance. A green streak of light rushed towards him, nearly grazing Wong Yu's mechanical bird. The bird spun out of control, tumbling through the air before crashing down with a loud bang. Wong Yu reacted quickly, jumping off the bird and landing steadily on the stone platform in front of the hall. With one swift motion, he caught the mechanical bird, as steady as a rock. At that moment, the green light stopped, revealing a massive black eagle, its body surrounded by a green glow, majestic and powerful. On the eagle's back stood a man and a woman. The man was tall and robust, while the woman was petite and beautiful, dressed in a pink gown. She watched Wong Yu catch the bird with one hand, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and whispered to the man beside her, "Senior Brother Meng, it seems the black wind eagle hit someone." The man, wearing a black robe with a silver short halberd on his back, glanced at Wong Yu before speaking. "Oh." He examined Wong Yu, then jumped off the black wind eagle and approached him. "Is the junior brother all right? I was testing a new wind escape technique with my spirit bird and didn't expect it to hit you." Wong Yu smiled slightly. "Ah, a senior brother from Xianshan. No harm done. I'll be on my way." He cupped his hands in salute and then turned to leave. With a flick of his wrist and a snap of his fingers, Wong Yu shrank the mechanical bird in his palm to a miniature size. He cast a glance at the man in the black robe, acknowledged him with a slight bow, and then confidently stepped into the stone hall, disappearing through the entrance. "Hey, doesn't this outer disciple recognize Senior Brother Meng?" A petite woman exclaimed as she gracefully landed beside him, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Senior Brother Meng, the man in the black robe, simply smiled faintly and replied calmly, "He is not an outer disciple. Like us, he is an inner disciple. Didn't you notice the mechanical bird he used? It's standard for inner disciples, something outer disciples are not allowed to have." The woman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flickering with realization. "Oh, I see. But why don't I remember him at all? Wait, could he be the new disciple from Zhuke Mountain, Wang Shidi? I heard he joined 6 months ago and has been in seclusion ever since, never even attending lectures by the senior uncles. That's quite rude." Meng watched Wong Yu's figure disappear into the distance, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "It's likely him. I can understand Wang Shidi's approach. Entering with a beginner's level of qi refinement, attending the Foundation Establishment Elders' lectures would be overwhelming. It's more practical for him to focus on building a solid foundation. Besides, with a natural affinity for the superior fire element, his combat prowess shouldn't be underestimated despite his lower cultivation level." "Sounds like he has potential," the petite woman remarked, a sparkle of excitement in her eyes. "For the upcoming 4 Sects conference, we'll need capable allies to reach the end. He might be worth recruiting." Meng shook his head slightly, his tone more serious. "Don't rush. Remember the rumors? It said that Wang Shidi was personally allowed into the inner sect by the ancestor of leaving fire. Whether true or not, we should keep our distance. I heard he's just a test subject for the ancestor's new techniques, and because the experiment failed, he was compensated with an inner disciple status. He doesn't really have any ties to the ancestor." The woman whispered, frowning as she weighed the truth of the rumors. Meng paused, speaking steadily. "I've heard that too. But neither of us can confirm its truth. There's still time before the conference. We can decide whether to approach him based on the situation then." The woman laughed softly, covering her mouth. "True. Even if he progresses quickly with 4 spiritual roots, he might not match your dual root efficiency. By the time you reach the peak of qi refinement, he might still be struggling at the 4th level." Meanwhile, a glint of clarity flashed in Wong Yu's eyes as he exited the hypersynchronization state, letting the echoes of the conversation fade from his ears. Standing calmly behind the stone hall's door, he faced 3 intersecting paths. Each side of the passageway bore a large golden character engraved into the stone: mortal, magic, and art. The silence around him was profound, with not even a guard in sight. After a moment's thought, Wong Yu's gaze settled on the character for mortal, and he proceeded down that passage. The passage was short, leading to a wide corridor after about 100 meters. At the corridor's end, rows upon rows of stone chambers lined the walls, numbering in the hundreds by a rough count. Raising an eyebrow in mild surprise, Wong Yu approached one of the stone chambers. But as he stepped into the corridor, the stone wall beside him suddenly cracked open with a deep rumble. A large, gray-white tortoise emerged, its eyes clouded white, limbs covered in heavy scales, and a golden copper basin gripped in its mouth. On its back stood an imposing stone tablet. The tablet bore an inscription in ancient black characters. Mortal library, 1 spirit stone per hour. Wong Yu gazed at the giant turtle, as large as a tabletop, scanning it with his spiritual sense, but detecting no trace of spiritual energy, as if it were merely an ordinary stone. This discovery left him secretly astonished. He respectfully cupped his hands towards the turtle and casually tossed a spirit stone into the stone basin before him. In response, the turtle silently retreated into the stone wall, clearing a path for him. Entering the corridor, Wong Yu chose the nearest stone chamber. Inside, he was greeted by rows of neatly arranged bookshelves filled with various texts from brand new books to yellowed scrolls, and even ancient bamboo slips. He randomly picked a bamboo slip and found it detailed methods for cultivating yellow rice. Opening an old book, he discovered techniques for raising and taming oxen. As he continued browsing, an unremarkable scroll revealed intricate diagrams of a water wheel's design. After examining them for a while, Wang Yu realized that these were all agricultural texts, many containing outdated techniques. No wonder they charged only 1 spirit stone for an hour of viewing. To cultivators, these were not considered valuable, likely just ordinary texts used by the 4 symbols sect to bolster their library's volume. With this thought, he moved to the next stone chamber. This room held a similar quantity of books, but the content focused entirely on mineral knowledge, from ore identification to extraction and refinement. Intrigued, he lingered here a bit longer before moving on. The next room stored poetry and musical scores, compiling famous works from the state of Wu over hundreds of years. However, these were not what he sought, so he quickly moved to the next area. Meanwhile, the grayish-white giant turtle lay in a small pond behind the stone wall, half-open eyes observing an ancient half-human hate mirror that clearly reflected Wong Yu's every move. Interesting, it's the first time in years I've seen a disciple so fascinated by mortal texts. An ancient voice suddenly echoed above the pond. Wheezy, want to make a bet? I wager this kid won't last an hour. If you win, I'll give you 3 blood essence pills. If you lose, you give me 3 scales. How about it? The giant turtle hesitated, glanced at the mirror showing Wong Yu engrossed in reading, and let out a low growl in agreement. Deal, the old man chuckled softly. Wheezy, you're bound to lose. Over the years, no disciple has stayed in the mortal library for even half an hour. More than half an hour later, the old man's frustrated curses mixed with the turtle's joyful growls echoed above the pond. By this time, Wong Yu had reached a passage marked with the character Fa Law. Passing through, he saw a large bronze door at the end. In front of it was a reclining chair and a stone cauldron half the height of a person. A gray-robed old man lay on the chair with closed eyes, seemingly napping. Just as Wong Yu was about to bow in respect, the old man's irritable voice rang out. Go inside and choose your spells and techniques yourself. Don't bother me. Wong Yu hesitated for a moment, but could only bow respectfully, bypassing the elder to approach the bronze door. He gave it a gentle push, and the door opened effortlessly. As Wong Yu stepped inside, he was confronted by a white light screen blocking his way. Momentarily startled, he reached for his inner sect disciple token and waved it at the screen. However, the white barrier remained unresponsive. Fool, just infuse it with mana. Without mid-stage chi refinement or higher mana, you can't open this barrier. The elder's impatient voice echoed in his ears. Thank you for the guidance, senior. Wong Yu replied, somewhat dejectedly, turning to bow once again in gratitude. Taking 2 steps forward, he pressed both hands against the light screen and quickly channeled his mana. The white screen began to flicker and blur, eventually splitting open with a soft pop to reveal a person-sized passage. Wong Yu swiftly slipped through, and the white light screen restored itself moments after. Before him was a stone hall filled with 40 to 50 stone platforms, each holding an item encased in a translucent barrier. Beyond these platforms was another white misty screen. Wong Yu redirected his attention and casually approached one of the platforms. Inside the barrier appeared to be a white jade slip, and as he placed his hand on the barrier, information instantly streamed into his mind. Entry-level spell, Rejuvenation Technique, a 7-spirit marked wood attribute spell, capable of quickly healing general internal and external injuries, priced at 100 spirit stones. Amazing, it's so convenient. Wong Yu marveled, then continued to stroll along the rows of platforms, touching each one as a stream of information flooded his mind. Entry-level spell, Fireball Technique, an 8-spirit marked fire attribute spell, capable of causing small area damage from a distance, priced at 120 spirit stones. Entry-level spell, Earth Escape Technique, a 7-spirit marked earth attribute spell, allowing escape through the ground, priced at 130 spirit stones. Entry-level spell, Wind Wall Technique, a 10-spirit marked water attribute spell, forming a wind attribute barrier in front, priced at 210 spirit stones. Wow, why are entry-level spells so expensive? Wong Yu thought, taken aback by the prices, as the more spirit marks a spell had, the more exorbitant the cost seemed. He recalled that entry-level spells at the Guanyuan market were only about 40 to 50 spirit stones. He soon reached the last 2 rows of platforms. Original entry-level spell, Golden Needle Technique, an Elven Spirit-marked metal attribute spell, condensing metal into needle shapes for close-range shooting, priced at 70 spirit stones. Original entry-level spell, Thorn Technique, a 10 spirit-marked with attribute spell, summoning a large area of thorny plants to trap enemies, priced at 80 spirit stones. The sudden appearance of 2 low-cost spells caught Wong Yu's attention, and he paused to examine the items within these barriers. One was a gleaming golden horn fragment, and the other a pale yellow hoof-shaped object. These were indeed items with innate spirit marks for recording original spells. Intrigued, Wong Yu continued his exploration. Original entry-level spell, Quicksand Technique, a 12 spirit-marked earth attribute spell, capable of manipulating a large area of sand and stones, priced at 60 spirit stones. Original entry-level spell, Ice Spear Technique, an Elven spirit-marked ice attribute spell, condensing icy power into a spear, priced at 70 spirit stones. Original entry-level spell, Fire Shield, a 12 spirit-marked fire attribute spell, forming a high-temperature fire attribute shield, priced at 60 spirit stones. Original entry-level spell, Floating Rock Shield, an Elven spirit-marked earth attribute spell, controlling rocks to orbit the user, priced at 70 spirit stones. Despite being prepared, Wong Yu was still surprised by the low prices of these original spells. Spells with 11 or 12 spirit marks were remarkably affordable. He wasn't new to cultivation and understood that whether it was a trick or an entry-level spell, the number of spirit marks typically indicated the complexity of the spell's inscription. Generally, the more complex the spell inscription, the more powerful the spell. His gaze shifted to the last 2 items within their barriers, resting on the platforms, a palm-sized crimson scale and a yellow orb the size of a chicken egg. The crimson scales are likely the innate spiritual item of the flame shield, while the yellow orb belongs to the floating rock shield. Wong Yu studied these 2 items closely, pondering their potential. From the descriptions, both seem to be protective spells, though their effectiveness remains unknown. Nonetheless, the price is indeed tempting. As he progressed, Wong Yu noticed a distinct pattern. Protective entry-level spells are not only far less common than offensive ones, but they also carry a significantly higher price tag. Meanwhile, escape-type entry-level spells, though even rarer, are priced similarly to offensive spells. While contemplating this, Wong Yu arrived at the second layer of light screens at the back of the stone hall. Driven by curiosity, he placed his hand on the screen and infused it with mana. However, the screen remained unmoved, indicating that this area was not accessible to disciples in the Qi refining stage. Could this be the rumored repository of second-tier spells? Despite his curiosity, Wong Yu did not dwell on it, and instead turned to consider the original spell platforms in the back rows. With his current assets of about 170 to 80 spirit stones, he could likely afford to purchase 1 ordinary spell and 1 original spell, or perhaps opt for 2 original spells. Considering his fire attribute, fire spells were naturally his top choice, making the flame shield from the original spells an ideal selection. As for the other spell, Wong Yu's gaze flickered and finally settled on a platform holding a half-golden, curved horn. Young man, are you planning to choose an original spell? It seems you have some confidence in your comprehension abilities. A voice suddenly echoed in Wong Yu's earset. Was the Elder Guardian. I humbly ask for your guidance, Senior. Wong Yu responded with a start, quickly bowing to the air. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Elder's voice came coldly. These original spells are priced so cheaply because they are all original spells with more than 10 spiritual patterns. Once a spell has more than 10 spiritual patterns, not only does comprehension become much harder, but forming a spell imprint becomes a true test of one's talent. Disciples with poor aptitude for spells are likely to never form a 10-pattern spell imprint in their lifetime. The Elder continued, original 10-pattern spells and ordinary 10-pattern spells are 2 completely different things. To put it simply, among the entire 4-symbol sect, there are only 2 disciples, including the 10 or so true disciples, who have managed to master entry-level spells with more than 10 original spiritual patterns. Otherwise, why would the sect offer them at a 70% discount in the library for anyone to choose from? Senior, are original 10-pattern spells much stronger than ordinary 10-pattern spells? Wong Yu asked after careful consideration. You haven't attended the public lectures in the sect? The Elder replied, slightly surprised. Senior, I've only been in the sect for a little over 6 months, and I've been focused on cultivation, so I haven't attended any public lectures. Wong Yu realized he may have missed something important in the past few months. After a moment of silence, the Elder responded with a hint of annoyance. Fine. If you haven't heard, you haven't heard. I'll just tell you a few points. First, original spells are those naturally born in the world and were not meant to be mastered by humans, so their spiritual patterns are naturally much harder to comprehend than ordinary spells. Second, ordinary spells now are modified versions of original spells, making them easier for us cultivators to understand and master. However, this also means the same type of spell can have different versions of spiritual pattern diagrams, and their power can vary greatly. In general, the version of a spell's spiritual pattern diagram stored by a sect is undoubtedly the best. It far surpasses those held by families or even independent cultivators. The elder tapped his fingers lightly on the stone table, explaining rapidly. Sects usually only archive primal spells with 10 or more spiritual patterns because those with fewer than 10 are relatively easy to comprehend. They've already been thoroughly studied and developed into various ordinary spiritual pattern diagrams, so their collection value is minimal. He paused briefly, a glint in his eyes. The most important thing is that primal spells, also known as innate spells, have highly adaptable spell marks compared to ordinary spells. Cultivators with talent can modify and adjust them based on their spiritual roots, techniques, or even physique, unleashing greater power tailored to the individual. The elder's voice grew deeper. But precisely because of this, the spell marks of primal spells are extremely unstable. The more spiritual patterns there are, the harder they are to successfully condense. Primal spells with more than 10 spiritual patterns have a difficulty level of at least 10 times that of ordinary 10-pattern spells. Simply put, mastering a 10-pattern primal spell requires over 10 times the effort of an ordinary spell. The difficulty is evident. Wong Yu listened with sudden understanding, though his brow furrowed involuntarily. The pros and cons of primal spells were clear. If one could master them, they could easily overpower ordinary spells. If not, it would be a futile effort, wasting both spiritual stones and time. He stroked his chin, contemplating. After entering hypersynchronization, he had some confidence in his comprehension abilities. However, his talent for condensing spell marks seemed average at best, leaving him uncertain about his ability to condense a primal 10-pattern spell mark. Wang Yu's expression fluctuated, and his fingers unconsciously reached for the storage pouch at his chest. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead decisively. It's just a matter of a few dozen spiritual stones. Regardless of success or failure, I have to try. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. If it doesn't work out, I can give up early and switch to ordinary spells. Even if I waste some stones now, I can gather more and make another trip to the library later. Having made up his mind, Wang Yu hesitated no longer. He placed his hand on the light shield before him, infused it with magic, and with a bang, the shield shattered, revealing a golden curved horn on the stone platform. He picked up the horn, moved to another platform, and repeated the process to take out a crimson scale. With both treasures in hand, Wang Yu strode out of the bronze gate. The elder on the reclining chair outside remained with his eyes slightly closed, showing no intention of rising. Senior, I've chosen these two items, Wang Yu said, approaching the reclining chair and raising the half-curved horn and crimson scale in his hand. Without moving his lips, the elder's voice clearly reached Wang Yu's ears. Heh, you chose the primal spells after all. Whether they're from the inner or outer sect, new disciples are always full of pride, thinking they're truly exceptional until they hit a setback. Well, according to the rules, I've given my warning. If you want to struggle on your own, that's your business. Kid, throw the spiritual stones into the cauldron next to you. You can take these two items back to study for 3 months. Once the time is up, the sect will automatically reclaim them. Only 3 months. Wang Yu was taken aback. What? These items contain primal spells with over 10 spiritual patterns. Even if they're not unique, they're quite rare. You can't expect to keep them for too long. If you haven't comprehended them by then, you can spend spiritual stones at the library to continue your study. The elder replied coldly. I see. Thank you for the guidance, senior. Wang Yu nodded in understanding, quickly took out a red crystal and 30 white crystals from his sleeve, and tossed them into the stone cauldron beside him. He then bowed and left the place. In no time, he returned to the intersection of the corridors. After glancing at the entrance to the last corridor marked with the character art, he touched his storage pouch and resignedly left the stone hall. Wang Yu didn't return to his cave dwelling. Instead, he headed straight to the spirit pavilion. His steps were firm, and there was a flicker of resignation and determination in his eyes. As he stepped out of the spirit pavilion, Wang Yu touched the storage pouch at his waist, feeling the change within. The silver hammer, golden ring, and the colorful glazed stone were gone, replaced by 500 crystal-clear spirit stones, emitting faint energy fluctuations from the bag. He sighed softly. Had tried to sell those two magical items many times in the small marketplace, but found no buyers. Now, short on funds, he had to sell them to the spirit pavilion at a painful discount. This situation was not surprising. Unlike the crude, mass-produced magical items used by rogue cultivators outside, the disciples of the Four Symbols sect used high-quality items of at least medium grade. Some well-off inner sect disciples even commissioned personalized items from craftsmen to suit their unique cultivation techniques. This was one reason why sect disciples could easily overpower rogue cultivators of the same level. Wang Yu had once been tempted to visit the crafting hall to inquire about commissioning a magical item. The haughty steward on duty had bluntly told him, custom magical items start at 1,000 spirit stones, materials not included, and there's a 1-year wait list. Even if the crafting fails, only half of the fee is refunded. Hearing this, Wang Yu turned away, abandoning the idea of commissioning a personal magical item. If it's not worth having others craft for me, what about learning to craft myself, to create my own custom items? Wang Yu pondered as he walked. Craftsmen are so profitable. If I could become one, I could solve my magical item issues and earn a lot of spirit stones. Looking up at the darkening sky, Wang Yu took out a mechanical bird from his storage pouch, leapt onto its back, and flew towards a small valley nestled among the mountains. The valley was small, only a few dozen acres, hidden within a large forest, making it quite secluded. The mechanical bird landed steadily in the valley's center, and Wang Yu dismounted lightly, putting the bird back into his storage pouch. The valley contained two intersecting paths forming a cross. At their intersection stood several pavilions of varying sizes, surrounded by over 30 simple wooden huts that were clearly temporary structures. Familiar with the place, Wang Yu ignored the huts and headed straight for a pavilion in the center. Upon entering the small hall on the pavilion's first floor, Wang Yu saw two young women with similar features, dressed in outer sect attire, talking to a sturdy middle-aged woman behind a counter. "Madam Li, we've been your loyal customers for a while. Could you sell us first-grade spirit pearl rice at a lower price?" pleaded one of the women, who had delicate features. "Yes, Madam Li," the other woman chimed in. "If the price is a bit lower, we can buy several more pounds at once." The middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, firmly shaking her head. "No way. Our young master says the Li family hasn't yielded much spirit rice this year. The fact that we're selling any at a fair price to fellow sect members is already out of camaraderie." The two women continued to haggle, undeterred. At that moment, the middle-aged woman noticed Wang Yu entering and immediately ignored the women, her face breaking into a smile. "Master Wang, you've arrived." Wang Yu nodded in greeting. "Madam Li, I'll take 50 pounds of spirit rice and 20 pounds of entry-level beast meat, preferably marinated in medicinal wine." Though Madam Li seemed to lack profound cultivation, Wang Yu knew well that she had the powerful backing of the Li family, the largest affiliated family of the Four Symbols sect. The Li family not only has several foundation establishment cultivators, but even a direct disciple who has become a true disciple of Qinglong Mountain. Because of this, their shop in the small internal market of the sect naturally receives tacit approval from the sect's higher-ups. The other shops here operate similarly. They either have the backing of a powerful family or a true or inner disciple as support, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to establish themselves here. Wang Yu pushed open the shop door, and a smiling woman greeted him warmly. This Lady Li was particularly enthusiastic because last time, Wang Yu had purchased a large quantity of spiritual rice and beast meat. When she heard how much he wanted to buy this time, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened with her smile. All right, young Master Wang. Please wait a moment, I'll give you a 10 discount. Someone, quickly prepare the goods for young Master Wang." With her call, a response soon came from upstairs. Moments later, a burly assistant came down carrying a sack of spiritual rice and half a sack of beast meat. Wang Yu carefully weighed the two bags to ensure they were correct before storing them in his storage bag. He then handed two blue mid-grade spirit stones to the woman. Although these stones accounted for nearly half of his wealth, this investment was necessary for smooth cultivation in the future. Nearby, two young women widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched Wang Yu spend 200 spirit stones in one go on such a large quantity of spiritual rice and beast meat. They usually bought only small amounts and had never seen such a large purchase. "Young Master Wang, we've recently acquired some specialty leaves," Lady Li eagerly promoted. "Drinking it not only refreshes the mind, but also greatly aids in understanding spells and techniques. Just 100 spirit stones per pound." Though tempted, Wang Yu politely declined. "Thank you, but I'll focus on cultivation for now. I don't need these." After leaving the shop, Wang Yu didn't leave immediately, but headed towards a secluded corner of the valley. There stood a solitary, small stone house with people constantly coming and going. These individuals, both men and women, some even in inner disciple robes, left with varied expressions, some joyful, some worried, and some grumbling. Once the crowd dispersed, Wang Yu entered the stone house. Inside, the furnishings were simple: a table, a chair, and a bookshelf. Sitting on the chair was an ordinary-looking young man, Wan Shan, an inner disciple known as the know-it-all of the Four Symbols sect, who specialized in being a broker. "Ah, it's Junior Brother Wang. Are you here about the matter from last time?" Wan Shan asked with a smile. "Senior Brother Wan, I paid 10 spirit stones a month ago, so naturally, I'm here to see if there's any news," Wang Yu replied calmly. "Rest assured, Junior Brother Wang, I've kept your matter in mind. Regarding your interest in learning artifact crafting, I have 3 leads, but none seemed quite suitable, so I haven't notified you yet. Please, tell me about them." First, there's a rogue artifact craftsman new to Guangyuan market willing to take on apprentices, but he charges 300 spirit stones without negotiation and only crafts one type of entry-level artifact, which seems quite pointless. "Guangyuan market is too far. I don't want to leave the sect." Wang Yu shook his head. Then there's the Yu family at Tianshui Lake, recently expelled from the sect, preparing to leave Tongzhou. They want to sell a complete set of entry-level artifact crafting inheritance for 2,000 spirit stones, Wan Shan continued. The Yu family is now so poor, they're nearly desperate. If we could obtain the inheritance and learn the art of crafting, why would craftsmen be so scarce? At least in our four symbols sect, we don't lack first-level inheritances. Yet even so, the craftsmen within the sect are still pitifully few. When Wong Yu heard the price of 2,000 spirit stones, he couldn't help but feel a bit resigned. You're right, junior brother. But the Yu family doesn't plan to sell this inheritance to sect disciples. They're targeting those families and rogue cultivators who are willing to pay a high price, Wan Shan said with a click of his tongue. To learn the art of crafting, you'll definitely need a craftsman to guide you step by step. Otherwise, when you encounter problems, outsiders are completely helpless. Senior brother Wan Shan, what's the last piece of news? After a series of disappointments, Wang Yu didn't have high expectations, but he couldn't help but press on. Wan Shan slowly began. This news just came in today. Master Sun from the crafting hall is planning to create a fire tribute magical weapon and needs a few disciples who practice fire tribute techniques to help. However, this help is only temporary. Master Sun will pay some spirit stones and may offer some guidance on crafting techniques. But how much you can learn depends on your own fortune, so it's best for disciples with some crafting background. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, no need to spend spirit stones, and I'll get paid? This is perfect, just what I need. I'll go for this. Junior brother Wang, didn't you hear? Master Sun is just looking for temporary help and won't systematically teach crafting techniques. The opportunity for guidance depends on his mood. You've never studied crafting techniques before. Going there would just be a waste of time, Wan Shan said, surprised, trying to persuade him. It doesn't matter, Wang Yu replied calmly. After all, Master Sun is paying spirit stones, and there's no tuition fee. Recently, I plan to go to the Sutra library to exchange for some crafting technique books and study them overnight. All right, since you've decided, I'll report your name. Master Sun only mentioned needing disciples practicing fire tribute techniques, without other conditions. You certainly meet the criteria, Wan Shan said, turning around and extending his hand. But you'll need to pay the other half of the fee. Wang Yu frowned slightly, but still took out 10 spirit stones from his pocket and placed them in Wan Shan's palm. Seeing this, Wan Shan beamed and said, Great, junior brother Wang, you're indeed straightforward. If Master Sun confirms, you'll be notified by a message talisman in a few days. I'll just wait for the news then. Wang Yu replied coolly, turning to leave the stone house. He walked to the open space outside, shook his sleeve, and released a mechanical bird. However, he didn't immediately jump on it. Instead, he frowned slightly and suddenly turned to the two women behind him, asking, Why have you two been following me? Not far behind him stood two graceful figures, the same young women he had encountered earlier when buying spiritual rice. The older one, holding her cousin's hand, bowed slightly and respectfully said, Mr. Wang, may I ask if you are an inner sect senior? I am Feng Shui, and this is my cousin Feng Rui. We are both new outer sect disciples this year. Wang Yu stood with his arms crossed, a hint of detachment in his eyes. I am an inner sect disciple. What exactly do you want? Brother Wang, my sister and I come from humble beginnings as independent cultivators. After joining, we found it tough to survive as outer sect disciples, Feng Shui said confidently, looking directly at Wang Yu. We hope you can guide us a little. We're willing to follow you closely. Standing beside her, Feng Rui instinctively shrank back, her cheeks blushing at her sister's words. I don't need anyone following me. Find someone else, Wang Yu replied with a blank expression. With a tap of his toe, he leaped onto his mechanical bird and swiftly soared into the sky. That jerk, looking down on us like that. Feng Shui fumed, clenching her fists as she glared at the distant figure. So what if he's got slightly better talent and entered the inner sect sooner? With enough resources, our cultivation speed wouldn't be any slower than his. Cousin, it's fine if he didn't agree. We can slowly gather resources ourselves and still make it into the inner sect. Feng Rui softly comforted. What do you know? Feng Shui snapped, glaring at her sister. Relying on the sect's benefits and daily tasks, who knows when we'd reach the later stages. If this one won't help, we'll find another inner sect disciple who needs assistance. With us two beauties, surely we'll find someone to rely on. Seeing her cousin's determination, Feng Rui could only purse her lips and remain silent. Since joining the sect, she had always followed her cousin's lead. A moment later, Wang Yu returned to the cliff on his mechanical bird. As he dismounted and headed towards his stone house, his face suddenly darkened. Under the cover of night, a giant man, a head taller than him, sat at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Yu, the man stood and spoke in a gruff voice. Shorty, I heard you have fire cloud pills. Hand them all over, or I'll smash your head in. The giant was ugly, with small eyes, a flat nose, and protruding nose hairs, his mouth full of crooked yellow teeth. His manner was brutish and overbearing. Who are you? Who told you I have fire cloud pills? Wang Yu asked in a deep voice. I'm a protector of White Tiger Mountain. My buddy told me about the pills. So you do have them. Hand them over, My big brother needs them for cultivation, the giant said, extending a hand as large as a fan. And who is your big brother? Wong Yu's eyes flickered. Shorty, you talk too much. I guess you don't want to hand them over. The giant's eyes flashed with malice, and his massive hand suddenly lunged forward, fingers like mountains closing in on Wong Yu's head with lightning speed. Wong Yu shifted his shoulder, slipping away like a fish, effortlessly dodging the grab. The giant paused momentarily, then his eyes gleamed even more fiercely. Taking a deep breath, his arms suddenly swelled, and he stepped forward, throwing a powerful punch at Wong Yu. The wind from his fist howled, intimidating even before it landed. Seeing this, Wong Yu also took a deep breath, his upper body swelling as he met the punch with his own. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and Wong Yu felt his arm heat up as if striking steel. A terrifying force from the giant's fist sent him flying backward. Haha, little guy, you know the breathing technique and can take a punch from me. Great, now we can have a good fight. The giant man barely wobbled, standing as solid as a rock. He saw Wong Yu only fly back a few steps before regaining his balance, seemingly unharmed, and his face lit up with joy. With a sudden twist of his hands, a rolling yellow mist surged from the giant man's body. The mist glimmered with crystalline sparkles, clinging tightly to his skin and forming a strange protective shield. External release of demonic energy. Wong Yu was amazed by the giant man's immense strength and couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this. Although his black tiger breathing technique hadn't reached such a level, the giant's demonstration matched the descriptions of external demonic energy release in the ancient texts. The yellow mist quickly enveloped the giant's entire body. He clashed his fists together with a dull thud, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The giant man roared deeply. Mixed essence 6 consecutive strikes. Before the words were out, he stomped heavily on the ground, launching his massive body into the air like a cannonball. He dove towards Wong Yu from above, his arms spinning like windmills, unleashing 6 punches in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. 6 deafening explosions rang out in the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom attack. Wong Yu raised an eyebrow, having no intention of directly confronting such a formidable assault. He shifted his shoulder, preparing to dodge to the side. However, at that moment, he felt the surrounding air suddenly solidify, an invisible force binding him firmly in place, unable to move. Huh. Wong Yu was taken aback, but reacted swiftly, silently chanting, "Overclock," while taking a deep breath. His body swelled slightly, his upper garment tearing apart. Astonishingly, a lifelike tiger head phantom appeared behind him, and the binding force around him shattered instantly. But it was too late to evade. Wong Yu's arms blurred into motion, launching 6 sonic boom punches into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Each punch felt like striking an immovable mountain, sending shudders through Wong Yu's arms and forcing his body downward. After the 6 strikes, his arms went numb, and his legs sank a full foot into the ground. The giant man executed a graceful backflip in midair, landing steadily 2 yards away. Seeing Wong Yu still standing, he grinned with a fervent smile. Good, good. Little guy, I don't care about the fire cloud pill anymore. I just want a good fight with you. You can withstand the mixed essence 6 consecutive strikes. So now let's try my bull demon 3 moves. Just as he finished speaking, the giant exhaled a cloud of hot white breath, and the yellow mist on his body surged back like a tide, all being inhaled into his mouth. Immediately, dense yellow patterns emerged on his skin, and a fierce bull's head pattern slowly appeared on his chest. The giant's aura surged instantly, like a moving mountain. He spread his arms wide, a fierce look on his face, and advanced towards Wong Yu with large strides. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Wong Yu's face. With a cold snort, he forcefully pulled his legs from the ground. With a flip of his hand, a faintly green long knife appeared out of nowhere, which he positioned at his waist, his right hand firmly gripping the handle, ready to draw at any moment. At this critical moment, a sharp sound whistled from above. A blinding beam of cold light descended from the sky, piercing the ground between the giant and Wong Yu with precision. As the light faded, it revealed a massive, snow-white blade, about a yard long, half of it silently embedded in the ground. Big brother. The giant's face changed drastically upon seeing the blade, his expression turning from fierce to deeply fearful. He frantically looked around, seemingly searching for some terrifying presence. Get back here now, stop making a fool of yourself. A cold voice descended from the sky, commanding authority over the scene. A cold male voice, filled with anger, boomed from the sky. Wong Yu looked up and, using his impressive vision in overclock mode, immediately saw a man in silver clothing standing in the void dozens of feet high. He was standing on a giant insect resembling a butterfly, with a dark stone tablet strapped to his back. Big brother, why are you here? I didn't cause any trouble. I just heard this guy has some pills that could help you advance in your cultivation, so I came to borrow some, the giant man said, lowering his head like a child upon seeing the silver-clad man, but still mumbling a small defense. You fool, You've been used as a tool and you don't even know it. Get back here. If you act without my consent again, I'll break your legs, the man in white, who looked about 20, said. He was handsome, but his face was too pale, giving off an eerie, almost translucent appearance. What? Big brother, are you saying that guy tricked me? I hate being deceived more than anything. I thought he was a good person. I'm going to smash his head, the giant man yelled, furious. Shut up and come here. Haven't you caused enough trouble? I'll deal with that person for you. But for now, get back here, the young man in white commanded. With a single motion, he grabbed at the air, and the giant man's massive body floated over lightly. Wong Yu's pupils contracted slightly at this display, realizing the man was at least at the late stage of chi refinement. This fellow disciple, my brother, was impulsive this time. Consider this my compensation, and let's end this matter here. The silver-clad man said to Wong Yu once the giant man had settled onto the giant insect. He then pulled out a dark object from behind him and tossed it down. With a thump, the object landed in front of Wong Yu, revealing itself to be the half-body carcass of a massive wild boar. The boar's body was covered in spiky bristles, with two curved horns on its head, clearly a recently deceased demon beast, still exuding a strong scent of blood. By the time Wong Yu looked up again, the silver-clad man and the giant had vanished. He felt speechless, thinking the fight was rather senseless, but he was extremely cautious of the two. The former's physical prowess exceeded his own, and the latter's ability to command the former showed his strength. Thinking this, Wong Yu stored the boar carcass in his storage bag. Such a large amount of demon beast meat would last him a long time. Since it was offered as compensation, he wouldn't refuse it. Returning to his stone house, he placed the spirit rice and demon beast meat in the corner, then lay on his bed and called out, "Tai Yuan, enter the login interface." As soon as he spoke, a white light enveloped him, and he appeared in a silver hall. The hall was now more than twice as large as before. In one corner, there were two metal chairs and a metal table. Two identical blonde women sat on either side of the table, playing chess. One woman was expressionless, her form somewhat indistinct, while the other was animated, deep in thought. "Wong Yu, you finally came back. I thought you had forgotten about me entirely," the lively blonde woman exclaimed, tossing her chess piece aside and glaring at Wong Yu as soon as he appeared. "Here, you won't be hungry, thirsty, or age, and you can even create another version of yourself for company. What are you afraid of?" Wong Yu glanced at the expressionless Helena. Though surprised, he maintained a calm exterior. Helena shot Wong Yu a displeased look, her face full of dissatisfaction. If I didn't copy some memory data to temporarily create a clone, I'd go crazy being here alone," she said with obvious anger in her voice. Wong Yu squinted slightly, his tone probing. "So, does that mean you can bring Wong Taiju back to life?" "No." Helena shook her head repeatedly, her golden hair swaying with emotion. "My mental clone can only hold about a third of a normal person's memory data before it collapses. Plus, I can only clone my own memories, and it doesn't last long." After speaking, she stood up and walked to the blonde woman opposite her, placing a hand on her shoulder. With a soft pop, the expressionless clone vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Wong Yu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He pointed to the metallic chair next to the blonde woman and asked, "So what's the deal with these things? They weren't here last time I left." Instead of answering directly, Helena posed a question. "Have you been cultivating star mind power in the past 6 months?" "I have been cultivating star mind power, but what does that have to do with this?" Wong Yu admitted openly, without hiding anything. "Wow, is it easy to find star stones in the other world?" Helena's face showed envy. "On Blue Star, these things have long been secretly monopolized by the major governments. Any that occasionally end up outside are sold at sky-high prices." Wong Yu's eyes immediately flashed with caution. "When did I tell you I was in another world? Do I need to guess?" Helena's blue eyes stared straight at Wong Yu. "The sudden appearance of Wong Taiju doesn't explain everything? Besides, if I were still on Blue Star, even if I were just a mental body, I wouldn't be trapped here for so long. It's likely because I followed you to the other world that all my backup plans on Blue Star became ineffective." Her tone was filled with resentment. "So, if you were on Blue Star, you could turn the situation around?" Wong Yu's tone carried a hint of surprise. Helena raised her head proudly. "I'm a AA grade ability user at the pinnacle of Blue Star. Is it so strange to have such skills?" Wong Yu pointed again at the metallic chair, looking indifferent. "You still haven't told me how you created these things." He knew that no matter how capable she used to be, she now had to rely on the system's login interface to exist, so he didn't need to be overly cautious. "These things were created using star mind power," Helena replied curtly. "Really related to star mind power?" Wong Yu showed a doubtful expression. Helena's expression turned complex. "Shortly after you left, the hall began to expand on its own. Not long after, I felt that my cultivated star mind power had some connection with the hall, as if my star mind power had become part of it." She paused, a strange expression crossing her face. Wong Yu listened, surprised. "So I conducted some small experiments with my star mind power and eventually discovered that here, I can use it to create anything within my understanding inside this hall, the blonde woman said slowly, her tone carrying a hint of mystery. Wong Yu frowned. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by within your understanding? Helena's voice carried a hint of ease, yet there was a touch of pride as she said, what you see with your own eyes is all endorsed by Taoist. As she spoke, she reached out into the air with one hand, gathering specks of light into a cluster. A few seconds later, a black revolver appeared in her palm. The blonde woman quickly raised her hand and fired at the ground. Bang! The silver surface was struck, sparks flew, and the loud shell casing hit the ground with a crisp clang. Wang Yu was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Helena smiled smugly. See for yourself. With that, she tossed the revolver to Wang Yu. He instinctively caught it, feeling the cold metal of the handle. After a careful inspection, Wang Yu somewhat awkwardly opened the cylinder, revealing 5 golden bullets, and he could even sense the lingering smell of gunpowder. How did you do it? He asked softly, fiddling with the gun and making a few aiming gestures, the surprise still evident on his face. Helena smiled slightly. I've been fascinated with firearms since I was young, especially old models that are simple in structure and easy to dismantle. Even so, it took me a full half-month to create this revolver. Her tone carried a hint of determination. First, I needed to use star energy to imagine the steel materials required, then conceive each part of the gun according to known dimensions, and finally consider the size of the bullets, the composition, and the ratio of gunpowder. This process failed hundreds of times before I finally constructed this gun perfectly. Before she finished speaking, the crystal light in her hand flashed again, and the black gun barrel and half of the gun handle appeared in her hand like a tangible thought. Several bullets appeared as well. She fiddled with them casually and continued. If you only know the shape, the constructed object won't have any practical function, no matter how simple it looks. With a flick of her hand, the gun components dissolved into points of light. Then she rubbed her hands together, and a golden cylinder formed in her palm from the flowing crystal light. Without saying much, Helena waved her hand, and a blade of light, 3 feet long, white as snow, shot out from one end of the cylinder. However, the blade existed in the air only for a moment before dissipating. Watching this, Wong Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. His mind raced, and he too reached into the air. Instantly, specks of light flickered in his palm, and a crude iron dagger appeared in his hand. He examined it thoroughly, marveling. How long can these creations of star energy last? Helena chuckled and replied. Here, they seem to exist indefinitely. At least, the items I initially created haven't disappeared yet. She gently waved her hand and took off a delicate gold necklace from her neck. She touched the necklace, and it quickly dissolved in the crystal light, vanishing without a trace. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and he mimicked her actions, silently thinking, disappear. The iron dagger and revolver in his hand immediately began to shimmer with crystal light, then transformed into particles of light and vanished into the air. Seeing this, a hint of undisguisable fear appeared on Helena's face. Can you make the items I create with my astral power disappear? Helena asked, her eyes sharp and focused on Wang Yu. Can't you? Wang Yu responded calmly. In theory, no unless. The blonde hesitated, biting her lip. Forget theory, just try it, Wang Yu said, flipping his wrist to conjure an iron dagger that gleamed in the air before tossing it to Helena. The blonde caught the dagger steadily and examined it closely, but it remained unchanged. Her face gradually turned pale. It seems you really can't dissolve my creations. Wang Yu noted her expression and asked, what did you mean by unless earlier? Unless my astral power has been assimilated by you. Helena replied angrily, tossing the dagger onto the hall floor. My astral power assimilated. Wang Yu pondered for a moment. Do you have any other evidence? Come here, give me your hand, Helena said without hesitation. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, extending his hand. Helena immediately grasped it. Instantly, strands of crystalline light emerged from her arm and quickly flowed into Wang Yu's body through their contact. As the light drained away, Helena's graceful figure began to blur. Wang Yu withdrew his hand in surprise, examining his palm closely. Are you transferring astral power to me? No. Helena gritted her teeth, her form stabilizing. The moment we touched, you automatically absorbed my astral power. Do you feel your mental strength increasing? Wang Yu closed his eyes to sense it, then opened them with a look of astonishment. It's definitely stronger than before. Incredible, your astral power can directly merge with my mental strength. Helena glanced around the hall, her expression troubled. Do you want to hear my analysis of our current situation? Go ahead, Wang Yu said with interest. He too wanted to understand the truth behind this login interface hall. Helena clasped her hands together and then spread them apart, releasing 2 silver arcs of electricity that shot skyward, forming 2 large rings above their heads. The Taoyuan host is on Blue Star, so there should only be one login interface created by virtual technology. But now there's a Taoyuan login interface in this other world too. I don't know how you did it, but I want to ask, do you think this other world's login interface is an extension of the virtual space on Blue Star? or a completely new, independent space? Wang Yu recalled the process of system integration he experienced on Blue Star, and after a moment of contemplation, he affirmed, it should be independent. At least in this world, it exists independently. If you say so, then there's no problem, the blonde woman said in a low voice. I also think this login interface is completely different from the one on Blue Star. As she finished speaking, her hand moved slightly, and arcs of electricity danced around her fingers. With a soft crackling sound, a circle of electricity dissipated, revealing two small white electromagnetic spheres within another circle, representing her and Wang Yu. Ever since you started cultivating your star mental power, this login hall has changed, she continued, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. It grows larger as your star mental power increases. Star mental power is essentially a highly compressed form of mental strength. She paused, watching the trajectory of the light spheres, then added solemnly. This means that this otherworldly login hall is closely connected to your mental strength. It might even be hypothesized that it exists because of, or is entirely a manifestation of, your mental power. Her fingers moved slightly again, causing the circle of electricity surrounding the two electromagnetic spheres to expand, while a thin electric thread shot out, connecting one of the spheres to the circle. As for how we use star mental power to create things, the blonde woman said, her expression turning somewhat complicated. We can set that aside for now. It's clearly related to some unknown force within the star mental power. She furrowed her brow, as if recalling some complex phenomenon. However, ever since the login hall changed, my star mental power has been assimilated not by you, but by the hall itself. Her voice was low, tinged with an undeniable resignation. And since this hall is tightly linked to your mental strength, whenever we come into contact, my star mental power is automatically drawn into you. The blonde woman paused, took a deep breath, and moved her fingers slightly again. Two more electric threads shot out from the circle, connecting the other electromagnetic sphere to the circle and linking the two spheres together. After a moment, a perfect small loop formed between the spheres and the circle. Wang Yu stood by, watching intently, a hint of confusion in his heart. A flicker of fear crossed the blonde woman's eyes as she whispered. What's more troubling is that as the hall continues to expand, the connection between me and the hall grows stronger. I can even feel a pull from the hall, as if it's drawing my star mental power away. Her tone turned anxious. I've managed to suppress this pull on my own, but I know what will happen if this continues. She looked at Wang Yu, her voice urgent. Do you know what this means? Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat, his gaze deepening as he began to grasp some of the truth. He spoke slowly. Will you disappear too? The blonde woman nodded, her voice low and sorrowful. Yes. If your star mental power keeps growing and the hall becomes too large for me to resist, my star mental power will be absorbed by it. Once my star mental power is drained, my other mental energies will convert to make up for the loss, and eventually, I, as a mental entity, will cease to exist. A flash of anger crossed her eyes as she gritted her teeth. But if I don't disappear, no one will be able to infuse electromagnetic energy into Wang Tieju's memory data sphere, and he won't be able to be revived. She waved her hand, and the electric arcs above her head dispersed, vanishing into the air. Are you threatening me? Wang Yu's expression turned cold, his brows furrowing. It's not a threat, the blonde woman replied with a cold laugh, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. I'm just stating the facts. I don't want to disappear like this. Wang Yu gazed at her intently, then asked, what do you want to do? I have no intention of erasing you, but I must cultivate star mental power. I can't stop, the blonde woman said firmly, though her tone wavered slightly. And I can't control the hall's assimilation of my star mental power. Wang Yu appeared thoughtful, his eyes calm, as if contemplating a solution. If you're willing to cooperate, I might have a way. A glimmer of hope appeared in the blonde woman's eyes, her spirits lifting. Tell me. Wang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze steady. The first method is that since my star mental power can be assimilated by you, it means my consciousness can also survive within your star mental power. I could completely abandon my other mental energies and temporarily transfer my consciousness and memory into your mental body. When you leave, there's a good chance you could bring me back to the outside world. She looked hopeful, a flash of anticipation crossing her eyes. You mean to say you want to share a body with me? Wang Yu frowned deeply, his tone resolute. No way. Whether it's this mental form or my real body outside, I won't share it with anyone. He crossed his arms firmly across his chest, showing no signs of compromise. The blonde woman, Helena, leaned forward slightly, her voice gentle. You don't need to worry. I won't be taking over. Since I've given up other mental energies, this bit of star thought power I have left will be gradually assimilated by you, and I'll fall into a deep sleep within your body, causing you no harm whatsoever. Her blue eyes shone with sincerity. Even if you talk until the sky falls, I won't agree to this. Wang Yu replied expressionlessly, tapping his arm lightly with his fingers. Hurry up and tell me the second option, or just wait to be assimilated here. Helena's expression turned cold instantly, and she bit her fiery red lip with her pearly teeth. You coward. Fine. If you won't agree to the first plan, then we'll have to take the second route. She took a deep breath, her demeanor becoming serious. The second option is actually to do what we did with Wang Tieju's memory data. I will disperse the energy of this mental form, using my abilities to create an electromagnetic shield to preserve my memories, allowing my consciousness to enter a state of suspended animation. This will prevent my mental energy from being star-assimilated, allowing me to survive here for a long time. She paused, looking directly into Wong Yu's eyes. But if we do this, without someone to awaken me, I will remain in suspended animation until the energy runs out. So you must promise me that if there's a way to safely get me out in the future, you will wake me up. This option sounds more feasible, but Wong Yu nodded at first, but then hesitated, his eyes flickering as if weighing the pros and cons. Seeing Wong Yu's expression, Helena relaxed, a slight smile playing on her lips. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. In exchange, I can give you a chance to use my super biological simulation ability. Super biological mimicry, like the shape-shifting ability you used before? Wong Yu frowned, skepticism in his voice. Shape-shifting. Helena scoffed softly, her golden hair swaying as she shook her head. You're underestimating this superpower, which stands alongside super electromagnetic abilities. It's not shape-shifting, it's simulation. She raised her slender fingers. Put it this way. As long as it's a creature of flesh and blood, if I touch it with my hand, I can instantly become identical to it, whether it's an elephant or a whale, both in appearance and internal physiology, though I might be a size smaller. Her voice carried undisguised pride. That's impressive. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? A hint of surprise flashed in Wong Yu's eyes, but he still asked with doubt, though his tone revealed clear interest. I'll depend on you to wake me up in the future. Do you think I'd lie to you? Helena rolled her eyes. Giving this ability also requires splitting mental power to create a seed for the ability. If I weren't about to enter suspended animation, I wouldn't offer it as a condition. All right, it's a deal. Wong Yu agreed without hesitation, decisively. In a corner of the hall, a translucent, crystal-like coffin lay quietly. Helena placed one hand on the coffin, her body flickering with electric threads as silver arcs surged wildly into the coffin. Her form flickered between blurry and clear, creating an eerie sight. Wong Yu stood nearby with his arms crossed, silently watching the blonde woman's actions. As the thunder subsided, the woman withdrew her hand, and a silver thunderball, the size of a watermelon, appeared inside the crystal coffin. This thunderball was silent, yet solid, hovering as if it were tangible. All right, come a little closer. The blonde woman exhaled deeply, turning to Wong Yu with a bright smile. I've prepared the isolation shield. I'm about to transfer my psychic power, which contains advanced biosimulation capabilities, to you, and then I will go into a deep sleep. Without hesitation, Wong Yu stepped forward. Helena raised a hand, and instinctively, Wong Yu lifted his hand to meet hers. In that instant, a mischievous glint flashed in the blonde beauty's eyes, and with a graceful movement, she leaned in, enveloped in a subtle fragrance, and fell into Wong Yu's arms. Startled, Wong Yu was about to push her away when Helena wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her lips to his. Despite having been intimate with Yin long before, the sudden embrace from the beautiful woman, along with the sensation of her tongue exploring his mouth, made him instinctively hold her close. Moments later, Wong Yu felt a cool sensation pass through her lips, and in a daze, he was gently pushed away by the woman in his arms. Helena took a few steps back, a slight blush on her face, and giggled. Wong Yu, thank you. You knew you could slowly assimilate my psychic power by keeping me here, yet you still chose to let me enter a death-like sleep. No matter how you look at it, you're a good person. Consider my actions just now as another form of gratitude, and a reminder not to forget to wake up this beautiful lady someday. She winked and added, also, don't even think about messing with my crystal coffin. I've left some precautions in there. It might explode. As soon as she finished speaking, the blonde woman tossed a small silver sphere the size of a fist, which Wong Yu caught in surprise. This memory data sphere of Wang Taiju has been infused with enough electromagnetic energy to last for over a century. I hope the next time we meet, it will be in the real world outside, Helena said with a light laugh before turning and leaping into the crystal coffin beside her. The next moment, the lid of the crystal coffin automatically closed, with countless arcs of electricity flashing inside. Eventually, the entire coffin turned silver white, with no visible seams, concealing everything inside. Wong Yu touched the spot where Helena had kissed him, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. She's quite the enchantress. I wonder which of her words were true. I don't want to just be a good person. Just as she's afraid I might assimilate her psychic power, I'm also wary of what a duel a great ability user like her might do if things go south. Otherwise, why would it take me so long to return here? I hope when we meet again, we truly are friends and not foes. Muttering to himself, Wang Yu placed a hand on the silver-white coffin, as if sensing something. After a while, he tentatively said, Taiyuan, Check the number and status of the psychic entities in the login interface. The system has completed the check. The login interface currently contains 2 psychic entities, including the host. The host's mental state is stable, and the other entity is in passive hibernation. A mechanical voice echoed in the hall. Hearing the system's response, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy and, after pondering for a moment, tentatively added, Taiyuan, safely transfer the hibernating entity and its sleep device to the linked space before the login interface. The silver-white hall remained silent, with no response. Wang Yu smirked, thought for a moment, and then said to the air, Taiyuan, isolate the hibernating entity and its sleep device from the login interface. This time, as soon as he finished speaking, a white light enveloped his hand, and the silver-white coffin disappeared. It really works. Wang Yu felt relieved and said to the air, send me to the isolation space as well. He then vanished from the silver-white hall, reappearing in the dark game pod space. Here, as soon as he closed his eyes, he could clearly sense a silver-white coffin quietly floating in the darkness. Wang Yu exhaled deeply and, after re-entering the URL on the screen, found himself back in the Silver Hall. In a secret underground base of the Britannic Federation on Blue Star, the atmosphere was tense and cold. An elderly foreign gentleman, resembling a butler, was meticulously operating a hibernation pod. He wore a black suit and white gloves. The liquid inside the pod was murky, surrounded by thick, colorful cables that flickered with a cold light. As the semi-transparent glass cover slowly rose, a blonde woman emerged from the pod. She wore a form-fitting outfit. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her blue eyes glinted sharply in the dim hall. She slowly raised her head, looking around with a slight frown. What's going on? Why have I been awakened? Could the original have died? Her voice was cold and authoritative, clearly speaking to herself, but with a chilling inquiry. The elderly butler respectfully replied, Clone number 1. According to Miss Helena's instructions, if her biological signal completely disappeared, we would activate the superpowered clone. Now, Miss Helena's signal has been absent from Blue Star for over a week. The Federation's secret council voted 7 times and finally decided to awaken you. From today, you will become Miss Helena, Major General of the Britannic Federation's Special Forces and the Super Ace of the Federation's superpowered forces. With that, the butler handed over a pre-prepared metal case. The blonde woman smirked coldly. Huh, even a double Arat original can die. How interesting. She took the metal case, her gaze sharp as a knife, and swiftly walked towards the door. Organize the information on the last time, and place the original disappeared. I want it on my desk in half an hour, she said coldly. The butler followed, his footsteps echoing in the hall. In a silver-white hall, Wang Yu held a silver sphere in one hand, conducting some tests. He softly commanded, Taiyuan, clear the login interface of all foreign objects except me and what I'm holding. A mechanical voice echoed in the empty hall. Command accepted, initiating clearance. He paused, then continued, Taiyuan, tell me all the permissions I can access within the login interface. Querying permissions. The mechanical voice responded, pausing briefly before continuing. All permissions have been listed. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Taiyuan, reset the login interface, removing all foreign objects except me and what I'm holding. With this command, everything in the hall began to change. Metal tables and chairs generated by Helena, the chest set on top, scattered bullet casings on the floor, and the fallen iron dagger all vanished in a flash of crystal light, as if they had never existed. Satisfied with the outcome, Wang Yu quickly issued another command. Taiyuan, help me search for the arsenal of the Blue Star Martial Arts Grand Alliance. After the command, there was no response in the silent hall. He felt a tinge of tension and then said, Taiyuan, enter hyperfrequency synchronization mode. Yet, even this mode elicited no response. Wang Yu fell silent for a moment, contemplating the operational limitations he faced. He realized that beyond basic functions like login, logout, expulsion, isolation, and resetting, there might not be many more options available. As for other potential functions, he'd have to explore them gradually. Suddenly, his gaze caught something in the corner of the hall. He walked over, raised his hand, and with a wave, a large iron box appeared on the floor in a flash of crystal light. He carefully opened the box, placed the silver sphere inside, and touched the box's surface again. With another flash of crystal light, the seams of the box disappeared, becoming a seamless whole. Wang Yu returned to the center of the hall, lost in thought for a moment. Then, he summoned his star power, reaching into the void with one hand. Crystal light surrounded him, and a silver rapier swiftly materialized. However, as soon as he grasped the hilt, the blade dissolved into sparkling crystal light, vanishing like a bubble. In the ensuing silence, Wang Yu's expression turned serious, seemingly contemplating his next move. In the world of cultivation, ordinary weapons are ineffective. Is it a material issue? Wang Yu furrowed his brows slightly and stretched out his right hand, focusing his mind. In a flash of shimmering light, a bright, slender sword appeared in his palm, its blade made of the most common steel found on Earth. He swung it gently a few times, confirming his suspicion it was indeed a material problem. With a thought, the slender sword vanished. He clasped his hands together and conjured a similarly bright long knife. After a few swings in the air, the knife also disappeared. Next, he attempted to manifest a Qingfeng knife, but as soon as he grasped the handle, the knife disintegrated like a bubble. It seems ordinary weapons are not recognized by the Taoyuan system. What about magical artifacts? Wang Yu spread his hands, and crystal light flowed between his palms. The faint image of a silver folding fan began to form, but just as it was taking shape, the spiritual patterns on the fan's surface burst into a blinding white light and shattered. He proceeded to try manifesting a golden ring, a silver hammer, and other magical artifacts, but each only appeared as a shadow before exploding and dissipating. Fire cloud pills and golden light talismans met the same fate. However, a tree complete with fresh soil was projected perfectly, yet when he tried to manifest a mule, there was no response from his star power. Through these experiments, Wang Yu gradually discerned a pattern. Star power could only create ordinary materials and objects, while magical artifacts and talismans could not take form. Although this ability seemed useless for now, he discovered that spells and superpowers were unaffected. He cast a spell, conjuring a wisp of flame, and flicked it toward the ground. The roaring fire rose and then vanished, leaving the silver surface untouched. He then practiced the black tiger breathing technique and alchemy, both functioning normally, but any other spells he hadn't mastered remained impossible to perform. After pondering for a while, Wang Yu sat down on a black metal chair. He decided to input the subsequent techniques of the fire spirit art and the contents of the library's texts into Taoyuan, curious to see what changes might occur. Enveloped in a red glow, he entered a meditative state. Unaware of the passage of time, he opened his eyes with a hint of surprise on his face. Interesting, even ordinary text can slightly increase the success rate of deductions, albeit minimally, but it is indeed effective. It seems I should collect more books from mortals. He retrieved a crimson scale from his storage bag, a gifted spiritual item from the flame shield. This was his first attempt at comprehending advanced spells, which differed from the gradual progression of ordinary spells. Original spells began directly from understanding the spiritual pattern diagrams. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu placed the scale on his forehead. In his spiritual perception, Wang Yu gazed at the crimson scale, within which a flickering flame resided. Intertwined within the flame were over a dozen spiritual patterns, each one indistinct and hard to discern. As he attempted to focus on one of them, an intense dizziness overwhelmed him, and his vision began to blur. At that moment, a crystalline light flashed in his eyes, amplifying his senses, and everything around him seemed to slow down. In this remarkable state of mind, the previously chaotic spiritual patterns suddenly became clear, transforming into red threads that slowly unraveled before him. The next morning, Wang Yu returned to the sutra library. This time, his visit was more productive. He spent several spirit stones in the art section to acquire a few introductory notes on artifact refining, then moved on to the mortal section. There, he used just one spirit stone to gain a full hour of reading time. He swiftly navigated through 6 or 7 stone chambers, imprinting every detail related to the human body, martial skills, and medical knowledge into his mind in an overclocked state. Back at his residence, Wang Yu carefully memorized the artifact refining notes. Then, with a system notification, his consciousness was drawn into the familiar silver-white hall, where he settled into a black metal chair. Once the red light above completed its verification, the holographic keyboard emerged, and the giant screen lit up, displaying the iconic golden mechanical funnel symbol. Simulate the method for body refining during the chi refining stage, focusing on enhancing physical explosive power, Wang Yu instructed the screen. A mechanical voice immediately responded, insufficient information to simulate body refining techniques for the chi refining stage, focusing on enhancing physical explosive power. The funnel symbol on the screen showed 29. Gazing at this number, a thoughtful look crossed Wang Yu's eyes. Just yesterday, he had input a medical book on human meridians from the mortal library, which had increased the percentage from 28 to 29. Now, it was time to test his hypothesis. He placed his hand on the holographic keyboard and input all the content he had acquired that day, including the artifact refining notes and mortal texts, into the system. After a full quarter of an hour, when the last line of text disappeared from the screen, the funnel symbol jumped from 29 to 31. Just as I thought, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy. Any information related to body refining in this world can enhance Taoyuan's simulation capability, not just cultivation techniques. Thinking of the vast collection of books in the mortal library's stone chambers, he was filled with excitement. Suppressing the urge to rush back to the sutra library, Wang Yu closed his eyes and began to focus intently on the content of the artifact refining notes. As night fell, Wang Yu finally opened his eyes and reached into his robe to retrieve a small bottle, from which he poured out a green pill. This pill was covered in silver patterns and emitted a pungent, spicy aroma. It was the very Zheng Yuan pill he had received from the logistics hall. Without any hesitation, Wong Yu swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged and began practicing the fourth level of the fire spirit technique. The Zhen Yuan pill is a potent substance that significantly boosts one's magical power, especially crucial for disciples in the mid to late stages of training. Unlike ordinary auxiliary substances like the spirit-gathering liquid, the Zhen Yuan pill can directly convert into pure magical power, with effects varying based on individual aptitude. Although Wang Yu wasn't sure about others, he knew that the pill's effects were roughly equivalent to 2 months of intense training, and he could take another pill every 3 days. As an inner sect disciple, he could receive 12 Zhen Yuan pills for free in his first year, allowing him to save 2 years of training time. Although the quantity decreases in subsequent years, the initial advantage gave him a significant head start. The demand for such pills within the sect is incredibly high, with limited availability often leading to shortages. Even when available, the price is exorbitant, costing 50 to 60 spirit stones per pill. For inner sect disciples, even with resources, purchasing them is rare. As for outer sect disciples, they receive only 6 pills in their first year, with numbers dwindling each year. The Zhen Yuan pill can dramatically accelerate training speed, making any other method seem painfully slow by comparison. After all, the price of such a scarce resource is even higher outside the sect. Upon learning the value of the Zhen Yuan pill, Wang Yu initially aspired to become an alchemist. However, after some investigation, he abandoned this idea. Pills like the Zhen Yuan, essential to the sect's foundation, could only be handled by sect-trained alchemists. Moreover, these alchemists were bound by soul contracts to serve the 4 symbols sect for life, unable to leave freely. This led him to pursue the path of artifact crafting, although he had already sensed the bottleneck to the 5th level while at the 4th level of qi refining, making the breakthrough exceedingly difficult. Without the aid of pills, it could take 6 to 7 years at least. For an ordinary spirituate disciple, breaking through from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refining could take at least 14 to 15 years, with an even longer time if the bottleneck period didn't go smoothly. This made Wang Yu understand why the 4 symbols sect was reluctant to recruit spirituate disciples. Without sufficient resources, the hope for advanced training is slim. For the next 6 or 7 days, Wang Yu's training schedule was almost fixed. Each morning, he would first study the Fire Shield Spirit Pattern Diagram, then head to the Mortal Book Library in the Sutra Pavilion to browse various mortal books. At noon, he would research artifact crafting techniques, take a restorative nap in the afternoon, and, once his energy returned in the evening, practice the Fire Spirit technique. By midnight, he would begin using his limited star stones to train in the 2nd level of star mind power. Despite his rigorous training plan, Wang Yu felt time slipping by quickly, but all his efforts filled him with hope for breaking through the bottleneck. One morning, just after Wang Yu finished his spell studies and was about to head to the Sutra Pavilion, a buzzing sound came from outside his room. Slightly surprised, he got up, walked to the door, and opened it to find a talisman hovering in the air outside. It suddenly ignited, turning into a small flame. From the flame came a stern voice. Wang Yu, you have been selected by Master Sun as a temporary disciple in the artifact crafting hall. You must report there within 3/4 of an hour, or it will be considered a voluntary withdrawal. The weapon crafting hall of the 4 symbols sect is officially under the jurisdiction of the General Affairs Hall, but it is actually located within the belly of another mountain, far from the main hall of General Affairs. This mountain is called Sanyan, and it stands adjacent to Vermilion Bird Mountain. The mountain hosts several subterranean fire rivers, making it an ideal place for crafting weapons. This is precisely why the weapon crafting hall chose to establish itself here. In a green stone hall deep within the mountain, 5 disciples of the 4 symbols sect stood facing each other, each with a different expression. 2 of them wore the luxurious attire of inner sect disciples, while the other 3 were dressed in the more modest garb of outer sect disciples. Among them were 4 men and 1 woman. All of them, including Wang Yu, couldn't help but steal glances at the only female inner sect disciple. This woman exuded an intimidating aura, standing as tall as Wang Yu. She wore a light gold half-armor and had a bright red short staff slung across her back. Her short hair was neatly trimmed, and her face was framed by thick, sword-like eyebrows. Her square face was adorned with eyes as cold as ice. If not for her curvaceous figure, anyone might have mistaken her for a domineering man. She was the last to arrive. As Wang Yu had already exchanged names with the other 3 outer sect disciples, this woman stood aside, indifferent to everyone. This left the 3 outer sect disciples who intended to greet her awkwardly standing in place. Wang Yu, not wanting to embarrass himself, refrained from approaching her. Judging by the expressions of the other outer sect disciples, it seemed they didn't recognize this inner sect senior sister either. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. A thin old man in a black robe appeared silently in the hall. One of the outer sect disciples, a pale young man, seemed to recognize the old man and immediately stepped forward respectfully. Greetings, Master Sun. Wang Yu and the short-haired woman quickly followed suit with respectful gestures. Despite his advanced age, Master Sun's magical power seemed unexpectedly weak, appearing to be only at the late stage of chi refinement. Even though there are 5 of you, I only need 3 helpers. 2 of you can leave, the old man said, glancing over the group and leaving them momentarily stunned. You, the girl, and you can stay. The old man pointed to the short-haired woman and Wong Yu, then hesitated before addressing the pale young man who had greeted him. You come with me too. With that, he turned and headed back the way he came. Thank you, Master Sun. The pale young man was overjoyed and quickly followed, while Wong Yu and the short-haired woman followed suit. The hall was left with the 2 remaining outer sect disciples, who wore expressions of disappointment. Wong Yu and the other 2 followed the old man out of the hall and through a long passage until they emerged into a vast space, hollowed out from nearly half the mountain's belly. The walls were steep, lined with rows of stone caves, with people occasionally flying out from them. With a flick of his sleeve, the old man conjured a white flying boat and gestured for the 3 to board. Once aboard, the boat carried them downward, eventually stopping in front of a stone cave on the lowest row. The old man led them off the boat and into the cave. Inside, the structure was orderly, with long corridors flanked by numerous stone chambers, each extending into unfathomable depths. In each stone chamber, there were 2 or 3 burly blacksmiths, busily engaged in various heavy tasks. Some wielded hammers, striking metal blanks with a clang that sent sparks flying. Others worked the bellows, fanning the flames in the furnace to a fierce intensity, carefully pouring molten metal into molds while the fire was at its peak. Still others, with serious expressions, ground peculiar-looking ores into powder with a stone mill. These were ordinary blacksmiths, relying solely on physical strength to complete the most basic tasks. But you are different. You are cultivators who practice fire-based techniques, capable of controlling spiritual fire and assisting with the engraving of mystical patterns and artifact crafting. This time, I am crafting a custom fire element artifact and need your assistance to complete it. The elderly man in a black robe spoke in a calm tone as he led the 3 of you to a chamber sealed deep within the complex. The heavy iron door was tightly shut, etched with pale, blue mystical patterns that exuded a chill, a faint coldness that could be felt when approaching. As the old man exerted force to open the heavy iron door, a wave of intense heat surged out from the chamber, hitting you with a scorching sensation. As Wong Yu and the others stepped inside, they saw a massive cauldron, entirely crimson and about 10 feet tall, standing prominently in the center of the stone chamber. The cauldron had 3 legs and 3 ears, with the legs half sunken into the ground, heavy and stable. Each ear was shaped like a dragon's head, from whose mouth's wisps of flames slowly emerged, turning the surrounding air a fiery red. Above the flames, a small sword, entirely snow-white and barely half a foot long, hovered quietly, enveloped in spiritual fire, trembling slightly. This was the fire dragon sword in the process of being crafted. The old man in the black robe stared at the small sword, his tone becoming more serious. I have crafted this type of fire dragon sword many times before, always as a common artifact with 6 mystical engravings. This time, it is different. I intend to enhance it to 7 engravings, allowing the fire dragon sword to truly enter the realm of advanced artifacts. Though I've prepared several times, this is my first attempt at successfully constructing a 7 engraving structure. To be cautious, I have requested your assistance. With that, he led the 3 of you to the front of the 3-dragon cauldron. The heat inside the cauldron was so intense that even standing a few steps away left you parched, as if the moisture in your body was evaporating. Wong Yu immediately activated his fire-based cultivation technique, causing a faint red glow to appear on his skin, alleviating the heat. The short-haired woman and the pale-faced male disciple also manifested spiritual glows, clearly using fire techniques to resist the power of the earth fire. The old man paid no attention to this and continued. Since you've accepted this task, you should have a basic understanding of artifact crafting and know that the success of an artifact depends 3 parts on its form and 7 parts on its engravings. The task I need you to do is not complicated. Maintain the fire of the 3-dragon cauldron steady while I engrave the mystical patterns. If the fire fluctuates, the engravings will be flawed, and all our efforts will be in vain. He glanced at the 3 of you, speaking slowly. Engraving requires extreme focus, a meticulous task. I will work for only an hour each day and need to meditate the rest of the time. This process may take as little as half a month or as long as 2 months. Upon completion, each of you will receive 100 spirit stones. Additionally, I will share some insights into artifact crafting as an extra reward. Then he shifted his tone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. If not, familiarize yourselves with the operation of the 3-dragon cauldron. From tomorrow, at noon when the yang energy is strongest, we will officially begin the engraving. Master Sun, during this period, can we return to our own quarters? The short-haired woman suddenly asked, her voice clear. No, the old man replied decisively. During the task, to prevent you from leaving or being unreachable, you must stay here. You can choose from the vacant rooms next door, and I will provide fasting pills to meet your daily needs. The short-haired woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased, but said no more. Wong Yu asked more directly. I see there are several empty chambers in this workshop. Can we use the tools and materials inside? The old man glanced at Wong Yu's face and replied calmly. Except for the sealed chambers, you may use the other crafting rooms freely. The tools are free, but if you consume materials, you must compensate with spirit stones afterward. Wong Yu nodded. Understood. I have no further questions. The pale-faced young man quickly added. I have no questions either. I'm ready to start any time. Very well. The old man nodded, instructing. Choose a room to settle in, then return to familiarize yourself with the operation of the three-dragon cauldron. We will reconvene here at noon tomorrow. I must make some final preparations. With that, he turned and left, his steps steady, without looking back. In an instant, the large stone chamber heated by the earth fire was left with only Wong Yu and the other two. The short-haired woman glanced at Wong Yu and the young man, her expression indifferent. Without waiting for them to speak, she walked alone to the giant cauldron, gently touching its legs, closing her eyes as if in contemplation. Wong Yu chuckled lightly at the sight, then turned to leave. The young man hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and suddenly called out, Brother Wong, before quickly following after him. The next day at noon, in the earth fire chamber, Wong Yu and two others sat cross-legged around a massive cauldron, each with a palm firmly pressed on its base. As they infused their energy, the flames spewing from the three dragon head handles intensified, licking the space inside the cauldron. A small white sword embryo hovered above, its surface beginning to glow faintly red under the intense heat. On one side of the cauldron, an elderly man in a black robe, Master Sun, sat cross-legged on a worn yellow cushion. His right hand shifted through complex gestures while he chanted obscure incantations. Suddenly, he lifted one hand, sending a glowing golden sigil toward the ceiling of the chamber. With a muffled bang, a precise circular hole appeared in the ceiling. A sophisticated mechanism descended slowly from the opening, its front end adorned with two polished copper mirrors that shimmered in the firelight. Master Sun flicked his sleeve, and two pristine white crystals flew out, streaking through the air like meteors before embedding into the copper mirrors. Instantly, the mirrors vibrated, projecting thick beams of white light, one enveloping the sword embryo above the cauldron, the other casting an enlarged image of the sword onto the opposite stone wall. Wang Yu watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Such a peculiar device had never been mentioned in any of the crafting notes he had studied. It seemed likely this was Master Sun's unique technique. While Wang Yu pondered, the elderly man retrieved a yellow gourd and a purple bowl from his robe. The purple bowl's material was unusual, floating effortlessly in midair once placed in front of him. Master Sun shook the gourd gently, uncorked it, and poured a silvery liquid, resembling mercury, into the purple bowl. He then put the gourd away and took out a long, black needle-like tool. His fingers caressed the needle's surface softly, his gaze shifting between the small white sword in the cauldron and its image on the wall, before addressing the three below. Crafting a magical artifact involves 3 steps. The first step, selecting materials, is straightforward. It depends on the craftsman's experience and understanding of the materials, as well as what they have available. The second step, creating the embryo, tests the craftsman's skill level, and the quality of the embryo significantly impacts the artifact's power. His voice was deep and resonant, drawing an arc in the air with his fingers as he continued. If the first 2 steps affect the crafting process, the final step, engraving the spirit patterns, is crucial. Mistakes in the first 2 steps may only affect the artifact's quality, but an error in the final step results in complete failure. That's why, although I can handle the selection and crafting alone, I need assistance with the engraving to minimize the risk of failure. As he finished speaking, Master Sun pulled an ancient-looking talisman from his robe and waved it toward the sword image on the wall. The talisman ignited instantly, transforming into 7 streaks of light that darted into the stone wall. In a flash, 7 indistinct spirit patterns, 1 blue, 6 red, appeared on the giant sword's image, intertwining and shifting continuously. Wang Yu was even more amazed. Such advanced crafting techniques were never mentioned in the notes he had read. No wonder Master Sun could easily find willing helpers. Some things must be seen to be truly learned. Spirit patterns on an artifact fall into 2 categories. Enhancement patterns, which directly augment the embryo's attributes, such as making it lighter, faster, more durable, or sharper. Master Sun's voice echoed through the chamber, each word carrying the weight of centuries of crafting wisdom. Engraving techniques play a crucial role in imbuing items with magical powers, and one such method is the use of mystical patterns known as FA1. By constructing these spell patterns, a blank piece can be endowed with various magical abilities. The fire dragon sword before us originally required only 6 spark patterns, but now an additional pattern to enhance sharpness must be integrated and perfectly fused with the existing spark patterns, elevating it to a higher-tier magical artifact. This dual engraving process significantly increases the difficulty, posing a considerable challenge even for Master Sun. As Master Sun explained, he retrieved a dark engraving needle from his sleeve. Engraving these patterns demands tools of a magical caliber, which can be used by hand or controlled remotely through spiritual consciousness. He continued, addressing Wong Yu and his companions. I do not practice fire-based techniques, and my age makes it difficult to withstand the power of the earth's fire for extended periods, so I must resort to using tools for engraving. With those words, he dipped the engraving needle into a mysterious liquid within a round bowl for a moment. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, the needle hovered steadily above the small white sword, its tip pointing downward as it began to precisely move over the blade. The entire engraving process was vividly projected onto the stone wall opposite them, magnified several times over. The short-haired woman and the outer sect man focused intently on maintaining the power of the earth's fire, while Wong Yu silently chanted, "Overdrive," instantly entering a heightened state of perception. In his enhanced vision, time seemed to slow down, allowing him to clearly observe the first green pattern being engraved by the black-robed elder. This pattern was not overly complex, and the elder's tool manipulation was exceptionally skilled. Although each stroke of the needle left only a minute mark, a significant portion of the silver design was quickly completed. At that moment, however, the 7 patterns projected on the stone wall began to blur and distort, differing entirely from before. Yet the elder remained composed, continuing to engrave at the same steady pace. 15 minutes later, the first pattern was successfully completed. As Master Sun began engraving the second pattern, initial progress was smooth, but upon completing a third of it, the patterns on the stone wall changed again. The first completed pattern flickered, causing the sword to tremble slightly and the needle's point to deviate minutely. Wang Yu watched this unfold, deep in thought. The elder's expression turned grim as he withdrew the needle and instructed to increase the fire's intensity by 10%. The trio immediately bolstered their magical output, causing the flames from the dragon head cauldron to surge. The incomplete pattern quickly vanished under the fire's onslaught, leaving only the first completed pattern shining brightly. Master Sun took a deep breath, dipped the needle once more, and resumed his work. Yet again, halfway through the second pattern, issues arose, and the needle trembled, making another error. Witnessing this, Master Sun's expression grew increasingly severe, while a subtle and enigmatic glint appeared in Wong Yu's eyes. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.